Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 427, The Train Compartment. On the first day of term, Watson cleared his entire schedule. He drove the car himself, dark circles under his eyes so heavy that one might question what he'd been up to the previous night. After staying up all night reading an entire book by Gilderoy Lockhart, Watson was yawning nonstop. During the drive, John sat in the passenger seat, half convinced his father would nod off at any moment. Fortunately, Watson's willpower held strong. He managed to stay awake all the way to King's Cross Station, delivering them safely. Tom looked utterly relieved to still be alive, wagging her tail gratefully as Mrs. Wick held her leash. "Want to take a nap here first?" John asked, glancing at his father. Watson took a sip of his life-saving elixir, coffee, and declared with absolute conviction, "I said I'd send you off to school myself. I don't break my word." After stepping out of the car, Watson waved toward a line of black vehicles parked behind them. The men in suits who had followed him stopped and waited at his signal. John couldn't help but notice how much more impressive his father's presence had become lately. Watson explained, "Those hotel people from last time still haven't settled down. The company insisted I bring protection." Translated into plain language, that meant someone was targeting Watson, and those men in suits were his security detail. Without any of the bodyguards accompanying them further, Watson walked with John into King's Cross Station. Staring at the entrance to platform 9 3/4, Watson couldn't hide the hint of envy in his voice. "You've made it, John." John took Tom's leash, nodded to his family, and headed toward the barrier. Crossing through, a different world unfolded before him. He gave the leash a light tug, and it automatically slipped from Tom's neck, retracting into a silver bracelet that he casually tucked into his small satchel. Freed, Tom dashed happily ahead, bounding onto the train in search of a seat. "That's John Wick's dog. Give it way. Give it way." As she trotted down the corridor, students who recognized her eagerly reached out to pet her head, while others watched with curiosity. By the time John reached his compartment, Tom had already stationed herself by the window, wagging her tail at passers-by. That familiar sight quickly caught Daphne's attention. She hurried over, and Tom immediately jumped up to greet her affectionately. A moment later, Draco appeared as well. Crabbe and Goyle followed behind, their faces lighter than they'd been in months. Their fathers had been imprisoned in Azkaban, something they'd thought would be for life, but their sentences had been reduced to just 2 years. Astoria boarded together with Pansy, the two having been chatting about something before joining them. After the train had been moving for a while, Daphne and Draco, who had stepped out earlier, returned to the compartment. They were both prefects and had gone to patrol the train earlier. When they returned, however, Draco didn't look pleased. Sitting down, he sneered, "You should have seen the Savior Potter." Oh, he was absolutely glowing, wasn't he? He was referring to the crowd of girls who had surrounded Harry earlier. The Daily Prophet had been running headline after headline about the Ministry incident. Since the Constellation Society's existence had been erased from public record, public attention had shifted entirely to the Order of the Phoenix, and to Harry. Inevitably, Harry had become the center of attention once again. Even those who had stood with him during the Ministry battle were now forgotten, reduced to nameless background figures. It wasn't unexpected. After all, he had long been known as the boy who lived. No one truly knew what Harry had done inside the Ministry that night, but that didn't stop the wizarding world from calling him the one who defeated him twice. The younger generation especially loved their heroes. Students were eager to befriend Harry Potter. Girls, in particular, were drawn to him, many charmed by the idea of being close to fame, with some even boldly inviting him to share their compartment. Like a peacock in mating season, Draco muttered, never missing a chance to mock Harry. He sounded for all the world like a jealous ex, sulking because he'd been ignored. Daphne said nothing. She'd long since gotten used to Draco's habit of turning hatred into petty envy whenever it came to Harry Potter. Draco rambled on for a bit longer about Harry before turning to notice Astoria's troubled expression. Draco immediately tensed. "Tori, Astoria, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Tori." Daphne's tone sharpened at once, clearly she'd caught on to the nickname. Her eyes flashed like blades as she glared at Draco before turning to her sister. "Did you eat something bad?" "No," Astoria shook her head, frowning slightly. "It's Pansy, she's got another boyfriend." "Then we'd better look into that," Draco said with a sigh of relief. Thankfully it wasn't anything serious about Astoria. He leaned back lazily and added, "After all, Pansy always manages to attract the worst kind of people." That, in fairness, was true. Her first boyfriend had been her pen pal, Tom Riddle. The second had been a Slytherin boy who ended up betraying the entire house. That third year had never made it to fourth year, having been expelled after Snape received evidence personally submitted by Pansy herself. The boy would likely spend the next few years in Azkaban on charges that could easily amount to attempted murder. So when Draco made his remark, everyone in the compartment found themselves nodding in reluctant agreement. Unfortunately, Pansy happened to be walking past at that very moment, and she heard every word. Her compartment was right next door. Without hesitation, she stormed in, grabbed Draco by the third row, 12th split end of hair, and dragged him out into the corridor. A few minutes later, Draco came back in with his collar sticking up and a tie wound around his head, grumbling defiantly, "I just don't hit women." Daphne said dryly. "We all know." John responded half-heartedly, his tone the very definition of polite indifference. Astoria, however, felt sorry for Draco. She drew her wand and tapped his nose lightly. Tempest Scourgify. The shoe prints on Draco's face vanished, and a small gust of wind swirled through his hair, restoring it to its usual slick perfection. "Thanks, Tori," Draco said, pulling the tie off his head and looking at her gratefully. Astoria smiled and nodded, and Draco's grin widened, until he noticed Daphne's murderous stare from across the compartment. At that exact moment, someone knocked on their compartment door. A third-year boy stood outside, not daring to meet the gaze of the person sitting by the window. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Hello, I was told to deliver these." "Leave your voice at home, did you?" Draco snapped impatiently. The poor boy flinched, clearly having heard of Draco's reputation. He blurted out his message at lightning speed, I was asked to deliver these to John Wick, Daphne Greengrass, and Draco Malfoy." He thrust 3 scrolls of parchment tied with purple ribbon into Draco's hands before bolting down the corridor as if chased by a rabid Cerberus. Draco handed the parchments over, one to John, one to Daphne, keeping his own. John untied his and scanned through the contents. "John. If you would do me the honor of joining me for lunch in compartment C, I would be most delighted. Yours sincerely. H. Slughorn." Slughorn's invitation. Draco read his own parchment uncertainly, scanning it twice to make sure he hadn't misread it. Then realization struck him, and he stormed out of the compartment, shouting down the corridor at the retreating third year, "You missed one. Bring another invitation, now." The boy only ran faster. John looked over at Astoria, who had also seen that her sister had been invited. She forced a small smile and said softly to Daphne, "It's all right, sister." "Astoria," Daphne said quietly, taking her sister's hand. Draco returned, muttering irritably, "Can't even count properly. What kind of incompetence is that?" But when he saw Astoria's strained smile, his anger deepened into frustration. John gave a faint shake of his head. Even Slughorn, it seemed, could misjudge people. Daphne's brilliance tended to overshadow everything around her, especially her younger sister. Leaning forward slightly, John said gently to the disheartened Astoria, "Astoria, there's something I've actually been thinking about for a while." Astoria looked up at him, confused. John raised his hand, and faint starlight began to gather at his fingertips, shimmering points of light that slowly condensed into a small box tied with a sky-blue ribbon. He handed it to her and said softly, "Open it. That way you'll know I haven't tampered with anything." Astoria glanced toward her sister. Daphne gave her a reassuring nod. Carefully untying the ribbon, Astoria opened the box. Inside lay a Constellation Society badge, its stars shifting and glimmering as though alive. Astoria gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. On top of the badge rested a small card with her name written on it. John smiled faintly. "I've been thinking for a while about inviting you to join the Constellation Society. You were too young before, but now, if you're willing, would you like to join us?" Astoria bit her lip and turned her head slightly, trying to keep her tears from falling. She caught her sister's encouraging gaze, and Draco's enthusiastic thumbs up from across the compartment. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Finally, it had come. Seeing her trembling with emotion, John stood and said casually, "Come on. Let's step out for a bit." Knowing this was the best time for Astoria to let out her emotions, both Draco and Daphne quietly excused themselves from the compartment. Once they were gone, the sound of Astoria's soft sobbing filled the space. She wiped at her tears clumsily with the back of her hand. She remembered the first time she had walked through the Great Hall, surrounded by the members of the Constellation Society. Ever since then, she had wanted to join them. But surrounded by so many extraordinary people, she had always felt invisible. "I'm not worthy of the Constellation Society." That had been her conclusion long ago. Carrying that thought, she had worked tirelessly to improve herself, just so she could one day stand beside her sister. Yet once the society appeared, all eyes were drawn only to its brightest stars. No one noticed those standing nearby. Even though no one had said anything today, the exclusion still stung. Not even invited, because I'm not good enough. But now, none of that mattered. What was Slughorn's invitation compared to this? The Constellation Society had just shown her that Astoria Greengrass was no less brilliant than anyone else. And John's words made it clear, this wasn't pity, nor a gesture born of sympathy. He'd made this decision long before today. No favoritism, no special treatment. She and her sister were both among the best. She was a radiant star, one that shone alongside the rest of the constellation. Chapter 428, Lunch at Compartment C. Inside Compartment C. Aside from John and his group, several other students were also present. John already understood Professor Slughorn's particular interests. The students invited to these gatherings either had notable reputations or came from distinguished families. Malfoy's eyes immediately locked onto Harry, his expression slightly dazed. To their surprise, Ginny was there as well. Besides them, there were others, like Blaise Zabini, a Slytherin in the same year as John, and Cormac McLaggen, whose uncle was a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic, similar to Mr. Pierce. When John entered, Slughorn turned around with some difficulty in the limited space of the compartment. The others, however, reacted first. John, Daphne, Draco, Neville greeted them warmly. Joe, Owen. Blaise tried to stand up too quickly and accidentally bumped his knee against the table. Cormac hesitated for a moment, then stood and gave John a polite nod. John, it's wonderful to see you, truly wonderful. Slughorn said eagerly, gesturing for them to come closer. And these must be Miss Greengrass and Mr. Malfoy, yes. I've saved seats for all of you. Slughorn gestured toward the seats by the door, and John was just about to sit there when. No, John, over here, Slughorn said enthusiastically, pulling him to sit beside him. John obliged, giving the professor that courtesy. All right, you all know each other, don't you? Slughorn began. Before anyone else could speak, Blaise, John's self-proclaimed admirer, jumped in. John is the best at Hogwarts. You have no idea how amazing he is. Slughorn's smile widened, clearly amused. He nodded and teased, I know more than you think. One of my former students, Damocles Alex Belby, the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion, is a good friend of John's. Damocles Belby told me that John Wick is the most talented student Hogwarts has seen in 100 years. Slughorn didn't hold back his praise, going on and on about John's brilliance. Ah, this is delightful, Slughorn said at last, clearly satisfied, as though complimenting John alone had brightened his day. I brought my own lunch, you know. The food on the trolley always tastes too much like hay and wand polish. A poor old man's stomach can't handle such things anymore. Muttering to himself, he turned to Malfoy. Some quail, Malfoy. Malfoy accepted what looked like half a frozen quail. Your father was once my student, Slughorn said fondly. I even visited his museum once, truly a remarkable achievement, wouldn't you say? Of course. My father enjoys making his own humble contributions to the wizarding world, Malfoy replied, lifting his chin proudly. Once Malfoy began talking about his family, he could easily have gone on for 3 days and nights. But Slughorn didn't neglect the other students, after all, they were all part of his future collection. He soon turned to Neville and spoke for a while about the Longbottoms, which genuinely surprised him. I mean no offense, but what happened with your parents is truly astonishing. I'd even call it a miracle. An old friend of mine at St. Mungo's once said their recovery was impossible. As a potions master, Slughorn was deeply curious about the Longbottoms' recovery. He then chatted with Daphne about Mr. Greengrass's recent dealings with the Ministry. The Greengrass family business had grown considerably over the past year. Finally, he turned his attention to Harry, the main event. He began asking about the battle at the Ministry. Harry was visibly uncomfortable as he spoke. After all, at least 6 people in the room had been there that night, 4 of whom had been his enemies. Still, since he also knew a few details John didn't, Harry didn't feel completely uneasy while recounting it. However, when the subject of the prophecy came up, Harry instinctively glanced at Malfoy. Malfoy noticed and responded with a provocative smirk. That provoked Harry's anger. After all, it had been Malfoy who smashed the prophecy that day. Retelling the incident was pure torment for Harry, forcing him to recall how powerless he had been, completely overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ginny was there, and her quick thinking helped ease the awkwardness. The gathering eventually ended with Slughorn sharing endless anecdotes about the outstanding wizards he had once taught, many of whom had been members of his old Slug Club. It wasn't until the crimson evening light filled the sky that Slughorn finally realized the time. As headmaster, he couldn't let the students disembark without their school robes on. The group gradually dispersed, and Slughorn cheerfully saw them off one by one. Just as he turned around, he noticed that John was still standing where he was. John? Slughorn asked with a pleasant smile. He didn't mind some private conversation with him. Is there something else? Professor Slughorn, there are a few things I'd like to ask you about. Those words made Slughorn suddenly think of a certain letter, one that had frightened him enough not to reply. His smile stiffened slightly. If it's about the restricted section. He began cautiously. It's somewhat related, John said evenly, noticing the man's unease. But it's not the same matter. That made Slughorn exhale in relief. He then asked what John's question was. You should know the reason I was awarded the Order of Merlin, John said calmly, resting his fist under his chin. I've been conducting research on the bloodline curse. As long as it wasn't about Horcruxes, Slughorn was always willing to guide his students. All the more so when the student in question was the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. Slughorn was an odd man. You could call him snobbish, as he always showed special favor to talented and remarkable students. Toward those who weren't as outstanding, his attitude wasn't harsh, but it was indifferent. John didn't see that as a flaw. After all, privilege was often the greatest motivation for hard work. If everyone were truly equal, then the meaning of effort itself would become blurred. Leaving compartment C, John spotted Malfoy. Why are you waiting here? John asked. Malfoy pursed his lips. Daphne thought she should talk to Astoria first. Why aren't you calling her Asto or Tori anymore? John asked as he walked past, and Malfoy naturally followed beside him. Ahem, Malfoy coughed twice, looking guilty as he said, that's just a nickname. We're just close friends, that's all. John said nothing more and continued toward the next carriage. He saw Blaise Zabini gossiping about something. When Blaise spotted John, he exclaimed excitedly, John, you won't believe what that girl just did. She used a perfect bat bogey hex and sent Zachariah Smith flying. Blaise said, almost jumping with excitement. I love that girl, I'm going to chase her. Malfoy looked at him like he'd gone mad. Merlin's beard, you like her? A Gryffindor. Perhaps because of John's influence, Blaise, once a firm believer in pureblood ideals, had changed his views. Now, he admired strong women. And Ginny Weasley fit that description perfectly, strong, confident, and undeniably beautiful. The other girls who met that standard were far beyond Blaise's reach. Blaise might have blushed, though his dark complexion made it impossible to tell. He stammered, John, do you think I have a chance? Pursuing someone you like isn't shameful, John said with a small laugh. Just keep your composure, Blaise. Encouraged by the approval, Blaise made up his mind. Malfoy leaned closer to John and whispered, I swear Percy's going to kill him. We all know how protective he is of his sister. Even during his Christmas feud with the family, Percy had never forgotten to send gifts to his mother and sister. John shrugged. A little heartbreak will do him some good. He glanced at the door behind them, which paused briefly before closing, and said with a faint smile, we should head back. Pansy was leaning against a boy who looked rather sullen. Malfoy let out a sigh of relief and said loudly, thank Merlin, at least she finally found someone normal. Theodore Nott's one of our own, after all. John gave Malfoy a speechless look. Clearly, all those beatings he'd taken in life hadn't been for nothing. Couldn't he lower his voice just once? Childhood friends, either they fall in love or they drive each other mad. It was obvious that Malfoy and Pansy belonged to the latter category. The moment Pansy heard his words, the sweet girl instantly turned into a furious tigress. By the time they returned to the compartment, Malfoy was rubbing the corner of his bruised mouth, muttering stubbornly, I just don't hit women. Chapter 429, Poor Eavesdropping Potter. Move. Malfoy kicked Goyle on the backside, forcing him to get up. Then he sat down in Goyle's former seat without hesitation. Goyle rubbed his rear but didn't dare to protest. Crabbe asked curiously, so what did that Professor Slughorn want with you lot? He just wanted to chat. I think he's trying to cozy up to anyone with influential relatives, Malfoy said, sprawling across most of the seat. He added irritably, though his taste is questionable, he even invited Potter. In the past, he would have taken the chance to mock Ginny too, especially since Ron Weasley was such an annoying git. Who else did he invite? Crabbe asked, puzzled. McLaggen. The bloke's got rocks for brains, but his uncle's some big ministry official. Malfoy snorted. Can you believe he once bet someone he'd eat a doxy egg last year? Utterly stupid. Then again, Gryffindor's full of idiots like that. Laughter filled the compartment as everyone agreed the man must be a fool. John glanced up at the luggage rack, where a strap from a bag had come loose and dangled down. Crabbe noticed and quickly tucked the strap back in place. I'm sure Blaise heard it too, he even claimed he and his uncle went hunting. That story was as awful as one of Potter's adventures. Malfoy spoke with obvious disdain, though even now he couldn't leave Potter out of his complaints. Blaise nodded, sneering. Harry Potter's like a little quail performing tricks for his mum's approval. Talking about Potter in Slytherin always guaranteed laughter. As Blaise laughed, a falling umbrella smacked him on the head. He rubbed the spot in confusion. Whose umbrella is this? It's mine, Goyle said, raising his hand. How did it end up there? Annoyed, Blaze threw the umbrella back at him and snapped, keep your umbrella to yourself. I don't even know how it got on your head. Goyle retorted angrily. The tension between them began to rise, and Malfoy quickly noticed. Shut it, both of you. Goyle, hand me the umbrella. As Slytherin's prefect, Malfoy's authority carried real weight, strength commanded respect in Slytherin house. Goyle reluctantly handed him the umbrella. Malfoy examined it and asked, where did you originally put this? Right here, on the luggage rack above me, Goyle said, pointing overhead. Malfoy turned his gaze to Blaze. The two were seated 2 spots apart. He handed the umbrella back to Goyle, then glanced up at the luggage rack with a faint, knowing smirk. Potter, dear, precious Potter, that Savior, our new headmaster, is so eager to see in person. He really does think he's the chosen one, doesn't he? He had clearly noticed something but kept his composure. John stood and headed toward the compartment where the Greengrass sisters were chatting happily. He slid the door open and stepped inside. The train was nearing Hogsmeade Station, and the students were already changing into their uniforms. John tapped his shoulder lightly, and with a single motion, his uniform shifted into place. After leaving the compartment, he, Daphne, and Astoria made their way out first. Don't be late, Malfoy, John reminded him before leaving. We should at least show some respect to the new headmaster. Malfoy didn't move, only nodded slightly as he watched John walk away. Once the compartment was empty, he sneered. If you had any brains, you wouldn't be hiding so openly in someone else's compartment. Without another word, he whipped out his wand, the spell spilling from his lips as if it burned to stay in. Petrificus Totalis. A flash of red light struck the luggage rack, followed by a dull thud echoing through the carriage. With deliberate swagger, Malfoy stepped forward and yanked at the empty air in the aisle. A frozen figure tumbled down, legs still awkwardly bent. Harry Potter. Malfoy grinned with malicious satisfaction, leaning close to whisper in Harry's ear. Potter, you've got some nerve, hiding up there and eavesdropping. Eavesdropping on what? Your ridiculous little savior stories. Malfoy sneered. You'll pay for your stupidity. His tone turned cold. Go back with the train, you reckless fool. And one more thing. Malfoy straightened up and suddenly stomped down hard on Harry's face. That's for the ministry last time. If it weren't for you and your band of idiots, none of that would have happened. After venting his anger, he glanced down at the cloak in his hand. A cheap thing, his family owned dozens made from the finest hides of disillusioned beasts. He had no interest in this one. Still, he thoughtfully draped it back over Harry, concealing him completely from view. Spitting on the floor, Malfoy turned and left. Harry was left lying there, utterly alone. The train was about to depart, and panic welled inside him. He desperately hoped someone would come by, but by now, everyone had already left. Despair sank in, and he regretted ever sneaking along. Dumbledore had told him there might be some secret between John and Slughorn. After the gathering ended, he had intended to stay behind and listen to their conversation. Unfortunately, Malfoy had been standing guard at the door, leaving Harry no choice but to put on his invisibility cloak. After John came out, Harry followed quietly behind, hoping to overhear something about Slughorn. But it was all in vain. When he heard Blaze talking about pursuing Ginny, Harry's patience snapped. Then Blaze went on to mock him, and even mentioned his mother. Unable to hold back, Harry hooked Goyle's umbrella with his foot and swung it hard, striking Blaze squarely on the head. That single action was enough to draw Malfoy's attention. Harry prayed he hadn't been noticed, but the result was obvious. Not only had Malfoy seen him, he deliberately stayed behind to wait for him. As the train began to move, Harry tried to summon his wand like he had against the Dementors before, hoping to cast a spell from a distance. But the wand didn't respond at all. He struggled to make a sound, but Malfoy's Petrificus Totalis was far too strong, he couldn't move or speak. Just when he was beginning to think no one would find him until the next school year, the compartment door suddenly slid open. A flash of red light shot across the room, and the spell on Harry's body was lifted. He sat up, blood streaming steadily from his nose. Looking up, he saw a familiar face smiling down at him. I was hoping to surprise you, the person said. How are you here? Harry asked in astonishment. There's a reason for that, came the reply, followed by a quick grin. But we'd better jump off this train fast. The person winked. I don't think you'd say no to a thrilling little train jumping adventure, would you? Just before the train fully left the platform, 2 figures leapt off one after the other. Harry's head nearly hit the edge of the platform. What's that? At the start of term feast, Malfoy was eyeing the pair of glasses John was wearing with curiosity. They looked as if they were made from 2 CD discs. Spectrospecs. A free gift from the Quibbler, John said, lifting the magazine in his hand. Then he added, "You didn't go too far, did you?" "I just stepped on him once," Malfoy said, glancing smugly toward the Gryffindor table where Harry was missing. "He's probably already on the return train by now." John gave a dismissive glance toward the staff table, where 2 seats were still empty. Frowning slightly, he asked, "Our new professors haven't arrived yet?" "Probably just some late, scatterbrained fool," Malfoy said dismissively. John hadn't interfered with Slughorn's decisions during his first year as headmaster, choosing instead to show full respect to the former Slytherin head. The students kept glancing toward the staff table. It was their first time seeing someone other than Dumbledore sitting in that seat, replaced now by a stranger. Slughorn rose to introduce himself. He was quite different from Dumbledore, though he didn't ramble on much, perhaps influenced by the fact that Dumbledore had rarely given long speeches himself. Still, compared to Dumbledore's brisk, food-first approach, Slughorn's words felt rather tedious. Fortunately, it only lasted about 10 minutes before the sorting began. Professor McGonagall presided as usual, and the ceremony went on much the same as in past years. The Sorting Hat song was similar too, urging unity, friendship, and vigilance against outside threats. When it was all over, it was clear that Slughorn was a man who enjoyed good food. "I never got the chance to say this before," Slughorn said with a broad smile, raising his hand. "Dig in." Dishes of every kind appeared on the tables, and the feast began. As Malfoy ate his roast chicken, he muttered quietly to Astoria, "The food there was nothing like this. Cold quail, chewy as an old leather strap." Astoria burst out laughing, while Daphne's knife scraped furiously across a slice of pudding, until the plate beneath it split clean in 2. During the start-of-term feast, a late-arriving Hagrid entered and waved cheerfully in John's direction. There was still 1 seat left at the staff table. Midway through the feast, Snape suddenly left, only to return near the end, his expression dark, and his wand in hand. Harry walked in with another man beside him. His nose was covered in dried blood, yet instead of being angry, he looked oddly cheerful, almost as if he'd drunk a dose of Felix Felicis. Seeing the newcomer, Slughorn beamed and announced, "We are pleased to welcome a new professor, Professor Black." Under the enchanted ceiling, the man stepped forward, his black hair gleaming and his formal clothes slightly disheveled, as though he had just been in a fight. He reached the staff table and gave the students a graceful bow and a charming smile. "You may not be unfamiliar with Professor Black," Slughorn continued. "He will be teaching defense against the dark arts this year." As he finished, a sharp burst of applause came from the Gryffindor table. Malfoy turned to look, and saw Harry grinning like an idiot. The other students sat in stunned silence. Sirius Black, was their professor. Snape's expression was priceless, as though he were watching dancing dung take flight. The disgust and hatred on his face were so intense they could have crushed a fly. He had applied for that position himself, only to lose it, to his lifelong rival. What was this supposed to be? An insult served face to face. Chapter 430, the new professor and the new semester. Never mind how much Snape loathed Sirius, just looking at the students' faces was enough to tell how stunned they were. Harry clapped so hard his hands hurt and still refused to stop. Even Hermione and Ron hadn't expected Sirius to become their new professor. "Harry, did you know about this?" Hermione asked in disbelief. "I swear, I didn't have a clue until we got here," Harry said with a goofy grin, clearly thrilled. "He said he wanted to surprise me." "That's brilliant." Ron punched the air in excitement. "Now we won't have to worry about Snape giving us a hard time anymore." Gryffindor had suffered under Snape long enough, and there was only one man who could stand up to him, Sirius Black. With his personality, there was no way he'd sit quietly if he knew Harry was being targeted. People tended to forget that the former Hogwarts troublemaker feared neither heaven nor hell. Harry was so happy he almost forgot Draco had kicked him earlier. At the staff table, Slughorn continued his usual rambling, this time about the importance of tightening Hogwarts security to guard against the Dark Lord's return. He reminded everyone to be cautious, for in the wizarding world, killing was far easier than saving a life. "The castle's defenses have been reinforced," Slughorn said gravely, "but even so, we mustn't let our guard down. Both staff and students must remain vigilant." He went on to stress adherence to school rules, especially the prohibition on wandering the halls after curfew, and urged everyone to report anything suspicious immediately to a professor. Long-winded as he was, there was truth in his words. How much the students actually absorbed from Slughorn's lecture was another matter entirely. When the feast finally ended, Harry reluctantly tore his gaze away from his godfather. "What happened to your nose?" Ron asked curiously. That was when Harry remembered it. Hermione quickly cleaned the dried blood from his face with a flick of her wand, leaving him looking far less battered. After explaining what had happened, Ron scowled. "Sounds exactly like something Malfoy would do. And what were you doing over there in the first place?" Hermione's tone carried unmistakable suspicion. Harry hesitated. Was he supposed to admit that he'd gone to eavesdrop on whatever John and Slughorn had been discussing? If he did, Hermione would definitely blow up at him. So he faked a wince, clutching his nose. Still hurts, he mumbled. Ron decided to escort him to the hospital wing, while Hermione took the first years back to their dormitories. When Hagrid spotted them sneaking through the corridors, he called out cheerfully, "Harry! Why were ya late this time?" "Got held up on the train," Harry said quickly. "What about you?" "I was with Grop, lost track o' the time," Hagrid said proudly. "He's got himself a new home now, a proper cave. Much better than livin' in the forest, he's happier than ever." "Really?" Harry asked, forcing a polite smile in response to Hagrid's enthusiasm. "Yeah, he's made real progress," Hagrid said proudly. "You'll be surprised, Harry, I'm thinkin' of trainin' him up as me assistant." That idea made Ron snort aloud. He'd seen Grop before, and the giant could barely manage 5 words in total. Hagrid didn't notice the reaction at all. Beaming, he waved them off cheerfully before lumbering away down the corridor. Harry and Ron exchanged a long look. They both knew exactly what the other was thinking. "You're not planning to take care of magical creatures this year, are you?" Harry asked cautiously. Ron shook his head. "You're not either, right?" Both gave the same answer without hesitation. Even Hermione wouldn't be signing up for that class. Harry didn't dare imagine what Hagrid's reaction would be when he found out the 3 of them weren't attending. He quickly decided not to think about it any further. The next morning. Now that they were in 6th year, students were granted a bit more freedom. At least, that's what Draco Malfoy liked to believe. "I must have been hit with the Cruciatus Curse 5 times over the holidays," Draco muttered, rubbing his chest as he held a sandwich in one hand. He took a bite of his sandwich, and Astoria asked worriedly, "Did you have your body checked? The Cruciatus Curse causes unbearable pain, it's not something you can just shrug off." "Of course I did," Draco said proudly. "My body's perfectly fine. Even Barty Crouch Jr.'s hellish training couldn't break me." Astoria looked at him with well-practiced admiration. "You're amazing." Draco's grin grew so wide his nose might as well have lengthened from sheer smugness. John, meanwhile, quietly ate his rice ball. He wasn't even sure what was inside, and glanced at Draco, who was completely wrapped around Astoria's finger. Daphne sighed. "Is she babying him? So immature." "Humph." Then she turned toward John with a polite smile. "Would you like some milk?" "Water's fine," John said, accepting the cup from her. During breakfast, the topic shifted to electives. "Charms and Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts, honestly, those classes are too easy for me," Draco said with his usual inflated confidence. John seriously considered knocking some sense into him. Daphne, on the other hand, was thinking of dropping a few subjects. After breakfast, all 6th-year students were asked to remain behind. Astoria left first for her class, while the others stayed behind to finalize their selections for the advanced courses. They needed to confirm their timetables, and the professors were offering recommendations on which subjects suited each student best. Since Snape was absent that morning for undisclosed reasons, Professor McGonagall had taken over the scheduling process. When she got to Goyle and Crabbe, she looked genuinely at a loss. Both of them were barely scraping by with passing marks. The only redeeming factor was Goyle's surprisingly decent grade in herbology. In the end, both were advised to join the Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Draco stood tall, chin lifted, waiting smugly for McGonagall to ask him next. She already had his records in hand, and seeing the way he was puffing himself up left her momentarily speechless. For a student who had failed history of magic, Draco wasted no time dropping the subject entirely. He also gave up Muggle studies. It was, in his opinion, utterly useless. Care of magical creatures was crossed off his list as well. When it was Daphne's turn, her choices couldn't have been more different from Draco's. She continued with charms, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, herbology, and potions, an academic lineup that made Professor McGonagall nod in approval. Her diligence and balance were exactly what the school encouraged. Then came John's turn. McGonagall glanced down at his record, where all 12 subjects gleamed with perfect O's. For a brief moment, she wished he were in her house. "Mr. Wick, which subjects will you be choosing?" Though she hoped he'd maintain his usual dedication, she also knew the 6th-year workload could be overwhelming. There were inevitable schedule conflicts to consider. "All of them," John replied evenly. "But I won't be able to attend every class, so I'll be skipping a few when necessary." McGonagall was momentarily stunned. Did he just admit that so casually? She said sternly, "Mr. Wick, I hope you'll know your limits." "Don't worry," John said, his tone shifting from polite to almost arrogant. "As long as I pass the exams, that's enough." Even so, McGonagall still wanted to advise restraint. But before she could speak, John added calmly, "When I said all of them, I meant including alchemy." Alchemy, an optional subject only open to 6th years. 13 courses in total. Even McGonagall had to admit that kind of schedule could kill a person. But John had the qualifications to pull it off. After all, as the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin in history, no one in their right mind would doubt his talent. If nothing else, McGonagall could safely bet that none of the elective professors would ever complain about John skipping class. In fact, during the previous school year, he'd barely attended Muggle studies, arithmancy, or ancient runes, and still ended up with top marks in every one of them. Very well, McGonagall said at last. We'll do as you wish. She filled out his schedule, though whether he actually attended any of those classes would depend entirely on his mood. Such was the privilege of an exceptional student. After his timetable was set, John returned to the Slytherin common room. Only 6 or 7 students were there, all 6th years. Pansy was with Theodore, and for some reason, ever since she started dating him, she'd developed an obsession with acting cute. Draco, who had been punched by her once, kept swearing she was faking it, and that her punches hurt. Incidentally, Draco wasn't the same as before either. He was now the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. And as a man with newfound authority, he carried himself like he ruled the place. A lot of players left the team. We'll need to hold new tryouts, Draco said. Most of last year's members had been 7th years, and with them gone, Draco had to rebuild the lineup from scratch. On this point, he needed to be extremely cautious, because from the moment he became captain, a single loss would nail his name to Slytherin's pillar of shame. The team's hard-won 11-game winning streak had already made Hogwarts history, and every additional victory would only extend that record. Just like Montague before him, Draco was now completely obsessed with winning, and soon, the Slytherin team would once again face the torment of his devil training. As Draco began muttering through a string of training plans, his grin grew disturbingly sinister. John glanced at him and couldn't help thinking that the Quidditch team was in for a very rough year. Chapter 431, a class with only one person. John didn't stay long in the common room, he still had a class to attend. Crossing the lawn, he spotted Hagrid standing with his hands on his hips, looking confident. John. You're the first one here, Hagrid said happily, clearly pleased that John had chosen his class. He hadn't received the official roster yet, but he was sure his course would be popular. I think the Zowu's been getting a bit restless lately, Hagrid said, since no one else had arrived yet. He's been tearing up the forest again, but there aren't any female Zowus nearby. John rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe you could make him some toys, something to help him burn off energy. That's a brilliant idea, John. Hagrid looked genuinely impressed. But as time passed, his enthusiasm gradually faded. Half the class time had gone by, and still no one else had shown up. Only you signed up for my course, John, Hagrid muttered, looking dejected. There must have been a mistake, they must have mixed up the schedule. Hagrid, John sighed, you have to face reality. Avoiding it won't help. Fine, thanks, John, Hagrid said gruffly, though he was clearly hurt. They just don't like my lessons anymore. Then maybe we can visit Grop, John suggested, patting Hagrid's stomach comfortingly. That's something only you can offer, right? At the mention of Grop, Hagrid's spirits finally lifted a little. He didn't even bother bringing a weapon and followed Hagrid toward the Forbidden Forest. Grop will be glad to see you, Hagrid said cheerfully. He really likes those fluff balls you made for the Zowu. Hagrid pushed aside a branch that nearly slapped him in the face. He didn't even break them. Tough little things, they are. If Grop likes them, I don't mind making a few more, John said casually. Actually, he might enjoy having a writing board. It could help him learn letters. Hagrid's eyes widened. That's a brilliant idea, John. You always think of the best details. He'd only ever thought about teaching Grop to speak, never to read or write. John, however, treated Grop like a human child, and that warmed Hagrid's heart. After walking for a while, they reached a cave. The rough stone walls wouldn't hurt a giant's skin, if anything, they probably made good scratching posts. Grop. Look who I brought to see you. Hagrid shouted from the entrance. A moment later, there was movement inside the cave. Grop emerged, ropes tied around his legs, thicker ones than before. During Hagrid's absence in their 5th year, Grop had broken free and rampaged through the Forbidden Forest. If the Zowu hadn't driven him back, the centaurs might have banded together to kill the giant. John raised an eyebrow and said to Hagrid, you need to teach him not to wander off, not just tie him up. Hagrid scratched his head. I'm just worried he'll end up at Hogwarts. Facing a full-grown giant, even a half-giant like Hagrid had limited options. John thought for a moment. If you don't mind, I can help make sure Grop doesn't run around again. Really? Hagrid asked, his face lighting up. But how, John? John stepped forward. The moment Grop saw the small human approach, he instinctively reached out a massive hand to grab him. But the next second, the familiar aura of dragon might made him flinch and pull back in fear. John hadn't unleashed his full power. In the Witcher's world, he'd learned more than just how to kill magical creatures, he'd learned how to communicate with them. He motioned for Grop to crouch. The giant bent down, his huge face coming level with John's. John placed a hand against that enormous cheek and cast a telepathic spell. Grop's expression shifted from confusion to something strange, almost as if he understood what the little human was trying to say. Under Hagrid's astonished gaze, Grop slowly nodded. Then, in a slurred, clumsy voice, he managed to say, J-O-E-N-N. "He's calling you, John." Hagrid exclaimed, overjoyed. John looked up at the giant. "Without Hagrid's permission, don't go anywhere people live," he instructed. Grop nodded again, and Hagrid practically bounced with excitement. "What did you do, John? How did you manage that?" he asked eagerly, desperate to learn. Unfortunately, John poured a little cold water on his enthusiasm. "You'd have to learn from a unicorn first." "A unicorn?" That immediately shut Hagrid down. His bulky frame and clumsy hands weren't exactly suited for lessons from those elegant creatures. Even though he couldn't communicate as clearly as John, Hagrid was still thrilled with the progress. That day's Care of Magical Creatures class ended with Grop's ropes untied, and, more importantly, with him staying put. For once, Hagrid didn't need to tie his brother down. Back at the hut, Hagrid waved happily as John headed off. "John, don't forget our next class." As if worried John might not show up, Hagrid made sure to remind him again. John assured him he wouldn't forget. On his way back to the castle, he ran into Moaning Myrtle in the second-floor corridor. The ghost girl had been pestering him lately, hoping for more gifts. The hair clip John had given her in second year was still tucked into her wispy hair. Standing before a suit of armor, she fussed with her reflection and said, "John, if you give me a pretty necklace next time, I'll be so happy." "Good suggestion," John replied with a smile. "As long as you don't tell the other ghosts." "Really?" Myrtle's face lit up as she twirled through the walls in delight. "You've helped me plenty too," John added, wagging a finger. "Use this time to think about what kind of necklace you'd like most." Because of that one sentence, the girls of Hogwarts suffered greatly afterward. Myrtle would sometimes appear out of nowhere, sneak up onto their shoulders, and whisper, "Can I take a look at your necklace?" When John finally returned to the Slytherin common room, the lovey-dovey couple had at last stopped showing off. Seeing him come in, Malfoy looked up and asked, "So, how was the class?" John told him it had been pretty interesting. Malfoy looked skeptical. He knew exactly what Hagrid's classes were usually like. "Professor Snape seems to be on strike," Malfoy said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Word is he's not feeling well. But I think he just can't stand the new guy, Sirius Black." You didn't need insider knowledge to see Snape's hatred for Sirius. His expression last night had said it all. Malfoy, bold as ever, speculated that Snape had simply feigned illness to avoid running into him. After all, if anyone could fake being sick convincingly, it was a potions master. "We've got defense against the dark arts and potions today," John said, glancing at his schedule. It was crammed full of classes, though he didn't actually need to attend most of them. If he's not coming, then who's teaching? Malfoy frowned, just as puzzled. Slughorn was Snape's former mentor, but even that apparently couldn't outweigh his hatred of Sirius. It was only Slughorn's second day as the headmaster, and already Snape had gone on strike. On that point, even Malfoy had no idea what was going on. Anyway, if there was no class, it just meant a bit of free time to relax. An hour later, it was time for defense against the dark arts. When they arrived, a long line had already formed outside the classroom. John strolled over unhurriedly. After all, this was Sirius's class. Malfoy, of course, shared the same lack of enthusiasm. After having fought alongside him at the Ministry, it was hard for either of them to show Sirius any real respect. Defense against the dark arts was one of the core subjects, so the class was packed with students. When Daphne showed up, her face was full of resentment. "For ancient runes, we have to write 2 15-inch essays, translate 2 inscriptions, and finish reading all these books by Wednesday," she complained. She held a heavy stack of books in her arms, her frustration practically radiating off her. She thought this year's workload would be like last year's, only to find it had doubled. "And there's something else," Daphne said, pulling an old manuscript from between the books and handing it to John. Professor Babbling asked if he could help translate these runes. John took it and glanced over it briefly. Advanced runes. She really knows how to slack off, doesn't she? Slack off. Daphne looked at the heavy book, lost in thought. John opened his small bag and said, "You can leave the book here with me for now." Daphne put the book inside. Malfoy envied John for having that small bag, it was so convenient. The classroom door opened. Sirius strode out, his vanity as a new teacher overflowing as he looked at the long line. "Come in." John noticed Sirius's gaze sweep over him. He glanced at Sirius's left side, thinking he'd recovered quite quickly. Sirius saw John's expression, as if he understood, and his face darkened. Chapter 432, Sirius's Show of Force. Every Defense Against the Dark Arts professor left their own mark on the classroom, and Sirius's version radiated both elegance and mischief. Sunlight streamed through the windows, glinting off the glass lamps lining the walls. Once the students had taken their seats, Sirius straightened his robes with deliberate grace. Before we begin, there are a few things I want to tell you. He looked every bit the charming rogue, wavy hair, a well-kept beard, and a relaxed, confident air. I'll never forget the first time I walked through these castle doors. His gaze drifted across the rows of young faces, and for a moment, his expression softened with memory. When I was a student, I wasn't exactly what you'd call well-behaved. In fact, his lips curved in a half-smile, I was probably far more troublesome than any of you could imagine. He leaned casually against the desk, his eyes flicking briefly toward Harry. Their eyes met, and the unspoken warmth between godfather and godson passed silently through that glance. Back then, things weren't so different. The Dark Lord was gathering power, and his shadow loomed over our world. Defense against the dark arts isn't just another subject, Sirius continued, his tone turning firm. It's not only about earning grades for a future career. Sometimes, what you learn here can mean the difference between living and dying. His words carried weight, and the students listened intently, captivated by the professor whose life had become legend. In their third year, Sirius Black had been an escaped convict, his name alone enough to throw all of Hogwarts into panic. But that was also the year they learned the truth, that Sirius had been wrongly accused. He had spent 12 long years in Azkaban. People naturally felt sympathy for a tragic hero. Sirius had fought against the Dark Lord, been trusted by one friend, betrayed by another, and imprisoned for crimes he didn't commit. If his life had been written as a book, it would have been a bestseller. The students listened intently as Sirius recounted how his knowledge of defensive magic had helped him survive encounters with Death Eaters, and how his best friend, James Potter, had once been one of the most admired figures at Hogwarts. That's enough storytelling for now. Let's get back to class. In just a few minutes, Sirius had won over much of the class. First things first, he said, not asking anyone to open their textbooks, nor beginning a formal lecture, but instead calling out, Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy, who hadn't been paying attention, froze for a second, unsure he'd heard correctly. Draco Malfoy, Sirius repeated, this time with more emphasis. Malfoy scoffed under his breath, lazily lifting his gaze. What is it? Harry, too, was puzzled. He couldn't imagine what Sirius wanted with Malfoy, their only real encounter had been the chaotic night at the Ministry. And it definitely wasn't good news. The rest of the class looked on in confusion, wondering what Malfoy could have done. Slytherin, minus 20 points. Sirius's words stunned everyone. Malfoy jolted upright, the lazy arrogance vanishing from his face. He glared at Sirius, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Being a professor doesn't mean you can deduct points without reason, Professor Black. Unfortunately for him, Sirius, once one of Hogwarts' most notorious troublemakers, wasn't someone easily intimidated. He met Malfoy's glare head-on and said coolly, yesterday, you attacked Harry Potter on the train. How's that for a reason? Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't expected his godfather to publicly stand up for him. Malfoy frowned, his voice sharp as ice. I'll be speaking to Professor Snape about this. Go ahead, Sirius replied casually. Now sit down. As he motioned for Malfoy to take his seat, Draco turned his spite toward Harry. Potter, your godfather really does love you, doesn't he? Go on, why don't you complain about me again? Shut up, Malfoy, Harry shot back, glaring. 5 more points from Slytherin for disrupting class, Sirius said smoothly. The retort on Malfoy's tongue never made it out. He gave a cold snort and dropped heavily into his seat. Every Slytherin in the room glared daggers at Sirius, while the Gryffindors looked at him with open admiration. After all, they'd spent years suffering under Snape's arbitrary point deductions. Now someone was finally giving Slytherin a taste of their own medicine, and they couldn't have been more thrilled. John narrowed his eyes slightly. So this was Sirius's way of asserting dominance. It seemed he intended to throw his support behind Gryffindor, by making an example of Malfoy. Kill one to warn the others, John mused inwardly. Malfoy's the chicken, so who's the monkey? Leaning back in his chair, a faint smirk touched his lips. He didn't even bother pretending to pay attention. Still, he had to admit, judging by Slughorn's choice, Sirius fit the current political climate perfectly. A war hero who had once fought the Dark Lord himself, no one was more qualified to teach defense against the dark arts. And truth be told, Sirius had the credentials to back it up, years of experience fighting Death Eaters, and a reputation as one of Hogwarts' brightest students in his youth. Nothing about him disqualified him from the role of professor. But that attitude of his was interesting, to say the least. This was the Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts class, after all, meant to teach techniques beyond the ordinary. One of those, as us had mentioned the previous year, was nonverbal casting. Now, pair up, Sirius said briskly. One of you will cast a spell without speaking, while the other defends, also without speaking. He dove straight into the practical portion of the lesson. Malfoy immediately stepped forward, locking eyes with Harry in open challenge. What's wrong, Potter? Going to hide behind your dogfather? Malfoy. Harry's eyes flared with anger as he stepped out to face him, choosing Malfoy as his partner without hesitation. And with that, things quickly spiraled. Under Malfoy's lead, every Slytherin turned toward a Gryffindor opponent. Even Hermione found herself facing Daphne. Excellent defense, Miss Granger, 5 points, Sirius called out. Keep your voice down, I heard you muttering the incantation, he added a moment later. Neville Longbottom, 5 points. Blaze, I said no incantations. -5. From then on, Sirius transformed into a relentless grading machine, handing out points and penalties without mercy. Malfoy flicked Harry's wand out of his hand, a clean enough move that Sirius might have let it slide. But then Malfoy followed it up with a hex meant to sting, and Slytherin lost another 10 points on the spot. John hadn't moved once. He didn't even lift an eyelid. His fingers idly turned the ring on his hand. No one in the room dared test their luck by challenging him. Even Sirius, noticing the peculiar authority John carried among the students, couldn't simply ignore him. Wick, Sirius said, his tone edged with amusement, I take it you think you've already mastered this technique. You could put it that way. The calm confidence in John's voice made the entire classroom fall silent. He smiled faintly as he stood, the sound of his chair scraping across the floor cutting through the hush. Step aside, he said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the other students. They scattered at once, clearing space. With unhurried grace, John drew his wand, the motion smooth and deliberate. Well then, Professor, he said casually, if you don't believe me, why not test it yourself? His tone was relaxed, but there wasn't a single person present who felt they could say no. Let's see if my nonverbal spell passes the test. As for the reward. John's gaze drifted from Sirius's left rib up to his face, his tone turning faintly amused. I'll take full freedom in your class from now on. The air in the room went still. He was challenging a professor, openly. That had never happened before. Well, except once, back in 4th year, but that hadn't been during class. John Wick had always been the model of focus and discipline during lessons. Apparently, Sirius's deduction of Slytherin's points had crossed a line. Malfoy's eyes lit with excitement. Harry, rubbing the back of his head, straightened in surprise. Across the room, Ron gaped, just in time to be sent flying by Goyle's loudly muttered spell. On the other side, Daphne and Hermione exchanged silent, furious volleys of light, neither uttering a sound, both determined to win. John gave his wand a lazy flick, a quiet laugh slipping from his lips. Hey, don't disappoint your students, Professor. John Wick, Sirius said evenly, slowly drawing his wand, you don't seem to have much respect for authority. Ahaha, I respect those who've earned it. John's grin widened. He spoke no incantation. A flash of white light tore through the floor between them, sparking like lightning, leaving 2 deep, smoking grooves where stone had shattered under the strike. Sirius's eyes narrowed sharply. That spell, he recognized it instantly. The second king's strike of the wizarding world. He reacted on instinct, casting a shield charm. The white flash still grazed him, the sheer force bending his wand on impact. URG. Your turn, Professor. John stood motionless, calm as a mountain, gesturing for Sirius to strike back. He carried himself like a king granting his opponent the next move, an air that made it feel as though Sirius was the challenger, not the teacher. Sirius's expression hardened. The faint, stinging tremor along his wand told him all he needed to know, he'd lost that exchange. Determined to reclaim his footing, Sirius retaliated. A surge of red energy burst from his wand, arcing forward like lightning. He attacked with full strength. The crimson bolt streaked toward John, who merely flicked his wrist, almost lazily. A sheen of silver armor flared to life around him for an instant, scattering sparks as the red light dissipated harmlessly. Sirius's brows furrowed. An advanced shield charm, impressive. That gleaming silver barrier wasn't mere textbook magic, it was mastery. And as he stared at John, Sirius couldn't help but feel a chill of disbelief. This boy's power was far beyond that of any student. More than the strength of the shield charm itself, what truly shocked everyone was John's mastery of nonverbal magic. Such precision, such power, Sirius had only ever witnessed it from Voldemort and Dumbledore. He gave John a long, complicated look before finally saying, excellent nonverbal casting. 5 points to Slytherin. Though he hated to admit it, the spell deserved applause. John gave a faint smile, then turned and walked out, his movements smooth and unhurried. He'd proven, beyond doubt, that this class meant nothing to him, except for the final exam. And no one in the room, not even the professor himself, found that unreasonable. Chapter 433, Snape on Strike. After Defense Against the Dark Arts, the Slytherins had a new least favorite class. Draco blocked Harry's path, sneering. "Must be nice, Potter." "What's that supposed to mean, Malfoy?" Harry shot back, wary. Earlier, the two of them had lost their tempers, abandoning the nonverbal rule entirely and flinging hexes at each other. Sirius had stepped in to stop them, only to catch a curse from Draco himself. The result, another 5 points deducted from Slytherin. Just like that, the points John had earned were wiped out, and Slytherin's hourglass dropped to the lowest it had been in years. It was a first. Draco didn't say anything more, just let out a few mocking laughs before walking off. At dinner in the Great Hall, Draco animatedly recounted how he'd made Harry dance with a tap dance jinx. John stared down at his bowl of suspiciously yellow fried rice. Across the table, Daphne looked calm, but anyone who knew her could see the tension in her posture. She was seconds away from cutting her plate in half. Both she and John were top students, evenly matched. Daphne might be a little stronger overall, but under the restrictions of nonverbal casting, certain spells couldn't be used, and in that field, neither could truly best the other. "John, are you really not going to Defense Against the Dark Arts anymore?" Daphne asked. John took a bite of his fried rice, thought for a moment, then nodded. "Not just Defense Against the Dark Arts. I'll be showing up to a few other classes less often, too." Draco lifted his head, surprised by the announcement. "So from now on, Slytherin's going to have to rely on you all," John said casually, glancing at the hourglass of house points. A faint smile curved his lips. "Keep Slytherin's honor intact." Those words instantly made Draco feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. "Especially you, Draco, just try not to lose too many points." Seeing Draco's expression fall, John chuckled. "But don't hold back when someone gets on your nerves. After all, we're Slytherins." John's words filled Draco with renewed confidence. Slytherins had never been the kind to shy away from trouble. Lunch ended. That afternoon, there were 2 potions classes. Still simmering from the morning's point deductions, Draco was determined to make up for it in potions. The dungeon classroom. When Draco arrived, there were barely a dozen students present. That was to be expected. After 5 straight years of Snape's verbal lashings, few had the patience or courage to keep taking his class. Aside from Draco and Daphne, Blaise and Theo were there as well. And, of course, where Theo was, Pansy was never far behind. As Daphne's fellow overachiever and close friend, Pansy's potions grades were actually quite good. From Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan was also in attendance, loudly retelling the story of how John had supposedly left Professor Black speechless. "Hey, Potter." Draco immediately spotted Harry entering and gave him a wicked grin. "Welcome to my domain." Snape's class was known for favoring Slytherins and mercilessly docking points from Gryffindor. No wonder Draco looked so pleased. Harry's face darkened, he could barely resist the urge to brawl with Draco right then and there. Ron groaned in despair. "We're doomed. Snape's going to bleed us dry." "Padfoot didn't even do anything wrong," Harry muttered irritably. Still, unease crept in beneath his anger. If Snape decided to take it out on him, dock points for no reason, what could he do about it? Would Sirius stand up for him then? Harry was certain his godfather would retaliate by deducting points in return, but that might make the school think Sirius was unfit for the position, and possibly get him fired. The thought worried Harry deeply. While he wrestled with that mix of anxiety and anger, the door to the dungeon classroom opened. A large, round belly appeared first, clearly not a figure belonging to Snape. "Professor Slughorn." The students blinked in surprise at the portly man. Beaming, Slughorn said, "Your potions master has some matters to attend to, so I'll be substituting for him today." He phrased it delicately. After all, letting people know Snape had skipped class out of fury over Sirius would be rather embarrassing. As a substitute, Slughorn wasn't the least bit annoyed. If anything, he looked quite pleased. It wasn't the first time a headmaster had stepped in to teach, even Dumbledore had done so in the past. Once the former Slytherin head of house himself, Slughorn was back to teaching potions again, and he found the idea unexpectedly delightful. Especially since among these students were a few he was very eager to collect. The students filed into the classroom, still a little dazed. Unlike before, the dungeon was now filled with steam and strange, lingering scents. Slughorn's gaze swept across the dozen or so students, pausing here and there until he finally frowned in surprise. "John isn't here." Indeed, he wasn't. John hadn't shown up for class at all. "I could have sworn he signed up for potions," Slughorn murmured in disbelief. The very student whose presence had convinced him to return to teaching wasn't even attending. Perhaps his disappointment showed a bit too clearly, because the students exchanged uncertain glances before Draco spoke up. John took on a lot of classes. He's probably preparing materials for his research. Oh, I see. Slughorn's expression brightened immediately. That's perfectly fine, Draco. I don't mind in the least. Ron leaned over to mutter to Harry, he doesn't even care if John skips class, think we could get away with that too. Hermione shot him a glare. Only if you've got a Merlin medal. That shut Ron up quickly. Harry, however, caught on to what Draco had said. Research. What's John researching? He asked curiously. No sooner had he spoken than Hermione huffed, clearly annoyed. You're doing it again. Are you suspecting John of something bad? I'm not. Merlin as his witness, Harry had honestly just asked out of curiosity. But Hermione was in full-on, defend John at all costs, mode. Anyone who so much as questioned him earned one of her death glares. The students took their seats, Slytherin sharing one table, while the trio settled at another near a golden cauldron that gave off a tantalizing aroma. Slughorn's teaching style was quite unlike Snape's. His lessons were lively and full of interaction. For instance, besides the gleaming golden cauldron, 3 other cauldrons simmered nearby, each emitting a different, enticing scent. Even Draco, who'd walked in with his usual arrogance, couldn't help the look of bliss that crossed his face after catching the fragrance wafting through the air. What is that smell? It's like pear blossoms, with a hint of pumpkin juice and firebolt polish. Wait, firebolt polish smells different from other brooms. Blaise asked blankly. Oh, sure, just had to make sure everyone knew you owned a firebolt, didn't you? Daphne leaned in and inhaled carefully. A trace of pine wood filled her nose, mingling with the faint, golden sweetness of starlight wine. Her cheeks flushed slightly, she recognized exactly what that potion was. All right, settle down, Slughorn's voice boomed cheerfully through the rising steam. Through the warm haze, his plump figure appeared to waver, as though drifting between the fumes. Everyone, please take out your scales, ingredient pouches, and don't forget your advanced potion-making textbooks, Slughorn said warmly. Harry raised his hand. Yes, Harry. Slughorn's tone remained kindly. I don't have a book, or anything, really. We didn't think we'd be allowed into the advanced class. He hadn't even planned on taking potions, but Professor McGonagall insisted, an Auror needed potions certification. And since Snape had revised his entrance requirements, those who qualified were precisely the ones he didn't want to teach, plus one he simply couldn't. So, the standards had been quietly lowered. Whether that story was true or not was anyone's guess. Ah, yes, Professor McGonagall did mention that, Slughorn said, remembering. Don't worry, my boy. You can use the ingredients and tools in the storage cupboard for now. At that, Harry and his long-suffering companion Ron headed for a cupboard tucked in the corner. They'd never opened it before. Inside were a few battered textbooks and some worn tools. One of the books was so tattered the cover was about to fall off, while another looked in far better condition. The two exchanged a glance, and immediately lunged for the newer one at the same time. After 2.5 minutes of struggling, Ron finally used a shoulder check to shove Harry aside. Harry, shorter and lighter, lost the battle and could only grab the shabby old book. Sorry, mate, Ron said smugly. I'd take a curse for you, but the new book's mine. Harry ground his teeth in frustration, grabbed a set of scales and a few ingredients, and they returned to their table. Slughorn didn't seem bothered by the minor scuffle. Standing at the front of the classroom with a genial smile, he said, I've prepared a few potions for you to admire, purely for interest, of course. When you've completed the advanced curriculum, you should be able to brew potions like these yourselves. Now then, who can tell me what this one is? He pointed to the cauldron nearest the Slytherin table, where a clear, water-like potion simmered softly. 2 hands shot up simultaneously, one at the Slytherin table, one at Gryffindor's. The 2 girls locked eyes, sparks practically crackling in the air between them. Easy now, Miss Greengrass, Slughorn chuckled, rubbing his eyes as if to dispel the illusion. You answer. Daphne shot Hermione a triumphant glance before saying, Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth. Excellent, excellent. Slughorn said happily, clearly pleased that one of his prized recruits from the train had impressed him. Now, who can tell me what that one is? He pointed toward the second cauldron and continued, this one is a bit more well-known. Before he could finish, 2 hands shot up again. Slughorn glanced from Daphne to Hermione, clearly amused. Once more, he chose Daphne. It's Polyjuice Potion, Daphne said smoothly. By adding a strand of hair, the drinker can take on the appearance of the person the hair belongs to. Excellent, excellent. Slughorn said enthusiastically, nearly clapping for her. Then he gestured toward the third cauldron, the golden one. This time, before he could even open his mouth, 2 hands rose again. Slughorn hesitated for a moment. He'd already called on Daphne twice, it was only fair to give someone else a turn. He pointed to Hermione. "It's Amortentia," she answered at once. "Quite right. I dare say you know what it does, don't you?" Slughorn asked, clearly impressed. "It's the most powerful love potion in the world," Hermione said eagerly, making up for being passed over earlier. "You recognized it by its distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen, I presume." "And the spiraling steam pattern," Hermione added quickly. "Its scent is unique to each person, it smells different depending on what one finds most attractive. I can smell strawberry ice cream, new parchment, and—" She trailed off mid-sentence, cheeks flushing slightly. Slughorn, thoroughly charmed by her knowledge, smiled and asked for her name. Chapter 434, The Strongest Gatekeeper in History. Hermione Granger, Professor. The moment he heard her name, Slughorn immediately thought of the founder of the Distinguished Potion Makers Guild, who was also a Granger. Naturally, he asked with great interest if the two were related. Unfortunately, they weren't, one came from a Muggle family, the other from a wizarding one. True to his word, Slughorn showed no prejudice toward Hermione. Instead, he smiled warmly, not the least bit embarrassed for having made the wrong connection. "Ah yes, I have a good friend who's Muggle-born, one of the best in her year." "That's the one you were talking about, isn't it, Harry?" "Yes, Professor," Harry confirmed. It was obvious Slughorn had already decided to add her to his collection. "Excellent, excellent. 20 points to Slytherin for Miss Greengrass, and another 20 to the brilliant Miss Granger," Slughorn said cheerfully. His generosity made the classroom feel like it had become the girls' domain. Still smiling, Slughorn added, "Of course, Amortentia cannot truly create love. Love can neither be manufactured nor imitated. This potion only produces obsession and infatuation, perhaps the most dangerous and powerful brew in this entire classroom." As Slughorn spoke, he noticed several students craning their necks toward the potion. With a deliberate motion, he replaced the lid. The intoxicating aroma vanished at once. "Now then, we should actually begin our lesson," Slughorn said with a genial smile. He deliberately skipped over the fourth cauldron, leaving everyone even more curious. Ernie Macmillan, ever the inquisitive one, pointed at the final black cauldron. "Professor, you haven't told us what's in that one yet." That cauldron was certainly eye-catching, the potion inside bubbled cheerfully, shimmering like molten gold. Large, gleaming drops leapt up and fell back into the brew, never once spilling over, like golden fish swimming in liquid light. Slughorn noticed his little bit of showmanship had worked perfectly, their curiosity was hooked. "Ah, yes, I nearly forgot that one," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Does anyone know what it is?" This time, besides the two usual girls, a third hand went up. "Malfoy?" Slughorn asked, genuinely surprised. Even Harry blinked in disbelief. Malfoy knew that potion. "That's Felix Felicis," Malfoy said proudly. "Well, that is unexpected," Slughorn admitted, intrigued. "May I ask where you've seen it before?" "Ahem. John drank it once," Malfoy replied, coughing to cover his awkwardness. "Incredible," Slughorn exclaimed, eyes widening. "As far as I know, there's no commercial supply of Felix Felicis on the market." "Did he brew it himself?" "Yes," Malfoy confirmed with a nod. "He brewed it and told me it's a potion of good fortune." "I should have known. Remarkable things always seem so normal when it comes to him," Slughorn said excitedly. "That he managed to brew it doesn't surprise me in the least. Felix Felicis was notoriously difficult to make. John had brewed it once in his second year and again in his fourth." "Excellent answer, 10 points to Slytherin." Slughorn awarded the points with satisfaction before addressing the class in a lively tone. "This, my students, is a most curious little potion, extremely difficult to prepare, and one small mistake in the process can lead to catastrophic results." He blinked conspiratorially, then added, "But if brewed correctly, it will look just like this, golden and radiant. For as long as its effects last, everything you attempt will succeed." Terry Boot from Ravenclaw eagerly raised his hand. "Then why doesn't everyone drink it all the time?" Slughorn didn't answer him directly. Instead, he turned back to Malfoy. "Perhaps you can tell us, Mr. Malfoy, what happens if one takes too much?" "Overuse causes dizziness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence," Malfoy replied promptly. "Splendid, splendid. Another 10 points to Slytherin." By now, the points lost in defense against the dark arts earlier that day had all been earned back. The rest of the class turned into an easy, pleasant discussion. Slughorn reminisced fondly about the 2 times he had taken Felix Felicis himself, saying, with a wistful smile, that those had been the happiest days of his life. Once everyone's curiosity was fully piqued, Slughorn took out a small glass vial filled with shimmering golden liquid. "This bottle of Felix Felicis will be the prize for today's lesson." The moment he said it, the students' breathing quickened. Every pair of eyes locked hungrily on that tiny vial. That was precisely the reaction Slughorn wanted. With a satisfied smile, he began the practical portion of the class. Please turn to page 10 of Advanced Potion Making. We'll be brewing a draft of living death. Whoever produces the best potion will win this bottle of Felix Felicis. At his announcement, the classroom burst into motion. Daphne leaned toward Malfoy and asked quietly, "How did you know what happens when someone overdoses on Felix Felicis?" Malfoy shrugged carelessly. "Remember second year? John drank too much of it and went straight to Snape's office to drink poison." Back then, Daphne had been taken away by Tom Riddle's diary, so she hadn't seen it herself. But Malfoy recounting John's dark little history like that, wasn't he afraid of payback later? Meanwhile, John had gone to find Hagrid to request some materials. When he arrived at Hagrid's hut, he stopped silently at the door. An old man stood before him, or rather, had just stepped out of the hut. Seeing John, Dumbledore smiled kindly. "John, I believe you should have a potions class today." "What are you doing here, Dumbledore?" John raised a brow. "Oh, right, I remember now. You decided to stay at the castle." "Yes, Horace was worried about people outside the school," Dumbledore replied mildly. "Perhaps an old fool like me makes for a decent choice." "John, there you are." Hagrid emerged at the sound of voices, beaming with delight. "You wouldn't believe it, Professor Dumbledore's staying at the school as gatekeeper. Isn't that brilliant?" "Truly brilliant," John said flatly. "The greatest wizard of the century guarding the gate, what an honor for Hogwarts." Gatekeeper. The title sounded more like something reserved for an old caretaker than the famed headmaster of Hogwarts. Other than his age, nothing about Dumbledore fit the role. Even if the gate were made of gold, it still wouldn't suit him. "Hagrid, I came to ask for some materials, to make toys." Hagrid immediately remembered what John had mentioned that morning. He'd only just said it, and now here he was already. The efficiency, it was very John-like. "I'll fetch them from the forest," Hagrid said, hurrying off toward the trees. That left only John and Dumbledore by the hut. John glanced at Dumbledore's singed beard and remarked, "I thought you'd be off chasing Grindelwald again, Dumbledore." "Please, there's no need to be so wary," Dumbledore said, shaking his head calmly. "The school must be protected." "The school? You sure you don't mean Harry?" John gave a cold laugh. "What are you really thinking, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore's eyes, deep behind his half-moon spectacles, met John's. "The same question could be asked of you, John." "Oh. You want to talk about the consequences of meddling with forbidden things again?" John's tone was cold. "You know all too well how Slytherin views certain matters, with indifference. If you're truly so free, why don't you go find him yourself, have another grand duel like you did in 1945? John let out a tired sigh. "Dumbledore, I've always thought of you as the greatest wizard of this century. Unfortunately, in this matter, you're nothing but an obstacle." Dumbledore only shook his head gently. "I believe in you." "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," John said curtly, refusing to return the courtesy. The old wizard blinked slowly and tapped his temple with a finger. Even a foolish old man has his own methods. John took a deep breath. He couldn't afford to lose his temper, not against this man. Even without the Elder Wand, Dumbledore was still the most powerful wizard alive. Still, he couldn't stop himself from muttering under his breath, "Old fox." Just then, Hagrid returned, arms full of materials. John accepted the supplies and left without another word. Every extra moment near Dumbledore felt like a battle of willpower he didn't care to fight. Meanwhile, Harry, too, found himself intrigued by the bottle of Felix Felicis. He opened his copy of Advanced Potion Making, only to find, to his irritation, that its previous owner had scribbled all over the pages. The blank spaces on the pages were just as dark and smudged as the potion diagrams themselves. Harry lowered his head to study the list of ingredients. All around the classroom, students were sneaking glances at one another's cauldrons. Even Daphne and Hermione were comparing their books line by line. Steam filled the air. As Harry worked on preparing his ingredients, he noticed a note scrawled in the margin by the book's previous owner. "Crush with the flat of a silver knife, it releases the juice more easily than slicing." He'd been struggling with his saprophyros beans for ages. Gritting his teeth, he decided to give it a try. Then his eyes caught another line beneath it, written in a different hand. Twisting the saprophyros root by hand yields the same result. Add 1 extra drop to the cauldron to enhance the potion's potency. Chapter 435, The Old Man Next Door. The two sets of handwriting were clearly from different people. Harry didn't have time to dwell on it. He tried pressing the saprophyros beans with the flat of his silver knife, and sure enough, it worked far better. Encouraged, he looked up at the second line of notes. After some hesitation, he searched around and found that the saprophyros root could indeed be twisted by hand to release its juice. He added 1 extra drop to his cauldron. Nothing exploded, and the potion didn't seem ruined either. Following the annotated steps carefully, Harry worked through each stage until the allotted time ran out. Stop stirring. Everyone froze. Slughorn began walking slowly between the tables, occasionally sniffing a cauldron or giving one a light stir. There were few surprises. The most successful potion belonged to Daphne. Her result was even better than Hermione's. As for Malfoy, his cauldron looked more like a pot of gelatin than anything resembling a potion. From Slughorn's expression, Daphne could already tell she'd won. She glanced toward Hermione with a triumphant look in her eyes. Hermione's hair was a mess. She clearly wasn't suited for surprise evaluations like this. At last, Slughorn stopped in front of Harry. Oh my. Inside his cauldron was a potion as black as ink. Slughorn cautiously dropped in a single leaf. The leaf dissolved almost instantly. Perfect. Undeniably the best. I dare say a single drop could send 1,000 people into sleep. Its potency is 10 times that of a standard draught of living death. Slughorn's voice was full of awe. His eyes shone brighter as he looked at Harry. Harry himself was equally stunned. The effect was exactly as described in that second line of handwriting. Excellent, absolutely excellent, Harry. My word, you've clearly inherited your mother's gift, Slughorn praised loudly. Then, thinking again of the potion's overwhelming power, he amended, no, you have her precision and skill, but you possess even greater adaptability. Here, take it. I always keep my word. He held out the small vial of Felix Felicis, then pulled it back slightly before handing it over. Use it wisely. I will, Professor, Harry said, nodding as he accepted the potion. His mood soared, especially when he caught sight of Malfoy's furious, humiliated expression. Malfoy snorted. It's just Felix Felicis. I'll have John make me a bottle. Daphne shot him a look. Why did it sound like John had replaced his father in his heart? He used to say, my father, all the time. Now everything was, John this, John that. Stop staring, Daphne said dryly, rolling her eyes at Malfoy, who was still glaring at Harry. You can look at him 100 times, he's still not yours. Come on, John's waiting for us at the Constellation Society. Today's Astoria's first time there. Oh, right, Tori. Malfoy's sudden realization was cut short when Daphne's advanced potion-making smacked him square in the face. Don't call her that, she snapped, eyes flashing dangerously. Malfoy clutched his nose. That book wasn't exactly thin. Ignoring Harry, who was now being badgered by Ron about how he'd managed to brew that potion, Daphne and Malfoy made their way toward the Constellation Society. On the way, they ran into Astoria. She waved excitedly. Clearly, she'd just received her invitation to the society. The silver badge on her chest shimmered with a shifting starlight, and she'd taken extra care with her appearance. Her hair gleamed from the Silverhand brand shampoo, and her nails were neatly trimmed. You look beautiful, my sister, Daphne said warmly, pulling Astoria into a hug. Astoria's cheeks flushed pink as she lowered her head, staring at her toes as if they'd suddenly become very interesting. Malfoy glanced around, trying to look anywhere but at her. He'd walked a bit faster than Daphne earlier, and immediately paid for it when she kicked him hard in the back. Good thing John hadn't given Daphne those meteor shoes, or that kick might have sent Malfoy flying straight into orbit, just like Sirius once had. The three of them walked together toward the Constellation Society. When they reached the floor and approached the entrance, they saw John standing outside, seemingly occupied with something. A/N, hey guys, I need help. I kind of forgot which floor it was, 3rd or 4th. John. Malfoy asked, puzzled. Why aren't you going in? John cast him a brief glance, but didn't answer. Daphne's surprised voice broke the silence. Since when was there an office here? Malfoy looked where she was pointing. The empty room next to the Constellation Society now bore a new sign. Gatekeeper's office, he read aloud, eyes widening. When did that become a thing? None of them had ever heard of such a position existing at Hogwarts. Ignore it, John said, his gaze lingering on the door for a moment before he turned toward the society. Where's Neville? He'll be a bit late, Malfoy replied, smirking. He ate something bad. Standing before the door, John didn't move to open it, and neither did Daphne. Both of them turned their eyes toward Astoria. With her heart fluttering in excitement, Astoria stepped forward cautiously. The eye-shaped emblem on the door regarded her briefly, but no alarm sounded. She placed her hand on the handle and pushed. For those who weren't members of the Constellation Society, opening that door would reveal only an empty, abandoned room. But now, as she stepped inside, she was greeted by a breathtaking space bathed in soft starlight. Golden runes floated through the air, glimmering like ethereal sprites. The clouds painted across the vaulted ceiling shifted and swirled, parting now and then as golden letters drifted through them. Astoria walked in, reaching out gently to brush her fingers against one of the glowing symbols. It shimmered at her touch, dissolving into a trail of golden particles that drifted toward the round table. "It's so beautiful," she murmured dreamily. At that moment, all the golden letters transformed into countless tiny motes of light, gathering above the table, where they shaped themselves into little golden figures that began to dance a lively tap dance. The sight nearly melted Astoria's heart. As John and the others stepped inside, the golden figures leapt down from the round table and lined up neatly on both sides of the walkway, welcoming them in. "Is it just me," Malfoy muttered, rubbing his eyes, "or are there more doors than before?" Originally, the Constellation Society had only been a single room, but now, 9 new doors lined the circular wall. "You're not seeing things," John said calmly as he walked past him. "There really are more." He casually approached one of the doors and opened it. Beyond was a dense, wild forest. "You moved a forest in here?" Malfoy gawked, completely stunned. "Let's say I was inspired by the Department of Mystery's circular hall," John replied offhandedly. "Each of these doors connects to a different space. Of course, if you're not fond of jungles." He closed the door and opened it again. This time, it revealed an elegant study, warmly lit and tastefully furnished. Merlin's beard. Astoria's eyes widened in amazement. "How did you do that?" "Just a little trick," John said with a faint smile, raising his voice slightly so everyone could hear. "I plan to hide something in one of these 9 rooms." Neville arrived late, panting as he entered, only to freeze in shock at the sight of the new doors. He hesitantly tried opening one himself, and a surge of water immediately burst out, drenching him from head to toe. To welcome their new member, John opened a fresh constellation, one he'd prepared over the holidays. Golden liquor flowed into their glasses, and Astoria's cheeks turned a bright shade of red. It was her first time tasting anything like it. John couldn't help but suspect that the Greengrass family didn't drink much. Both daughters seemed hopelessly intolerant of alcohol. Knock, knock. Malfoy blinked, glancing between his glass and the door. "Did I drink too much, or did someone actually just knock?" "You're not drunk," John said casually, watching as a slightly tipsy Astoria stumbled toward the door. "That old man next door's come by." "Old man next door?" Malfoy repeated, confused. Daphne and Neville shared equally baffled looks. Astoria opened the door, only to find herself staring at a long silver-white beard, faintly singed at the ends. Her eyes followed the beard upward, and behind a pair of half-moon spectacles was a kind, familiar face. "Professor Dumbledore," she blurted, sobering up instantly. "Good evening, Miss Greengrass," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. "I'm the old man next door." He gave a small, playful wink, waking up the rest of her mind completely. Malfoy shot to his feet at once, hand flying to his wand, and Neville mirrored the motion just as quickly. John raised a hand, stopping them before they could make another move. His smile held a faint edge. "The fool's strategy, is it?" "It works rather well, doesn't it?" Dumbledore replied with an approving nod. John rose and walked forward. With a small motion of his fingers in the air, a crystal goblet with gold trim materialized in his hand. As if refilled by an enchantment, golden liquor began to rise within it, shimmering softly. "Well then," John said lightly, "since you're my new neighbor, allow me to offer a toast, Mr. Gatekeeper." He handed the glass toward Dumbledore, his voice laced with amusement. "Unless, of course, you're afraid I've done something to the drink." "Of course not," Dumbledore said kindly, accepting the challenge with a smile. "As I've told you before, John, I trust you." The tension between the two was palpable, their combined presence so intense that Astoria instinctively backed away into the room. Pressing a hand to her chest, she whispered nervously, "Merlin, that scared me half to death." What's going on between John and Professor Dumbledore? She still had no idea what the Constellation Society truly was, or what had transpired between the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix. John watched as Dumbledore reached out for the glass, apparently without a hint of doubt, exactly as he'd claimed. A faint smile curved John's lips. The goblet vanished from his hand. "That sort of drink doesn't quite suit the greatest wizard of the century," he murmured thoughtfully. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he clapped his hands once and said with a spark in his eyes, "I know just the thing that would." He raised his left hand, and starlight slowly gathered in his palm. A golden chalice took shape, radiant and flawless, the liquid within it glowing with a brilliance far beyond the wine from earlier. John's expression carried quiet meaning as he asked, "How about this one?" It was the Holy Grail, said to hold the power of rejuvenation and immortality. The very thing Voldemort had longed for, now casually conjured before Dumbledore's eyes. Chapter 436, Battle of the Three Kings Beneath the Surface. Rejuvenation and immortality, temptations countless have pursued, like parched souls staring into a bottomless well. Would one leap in without hesitation, or cling to that final, fragile breath of life? Now, that same choice lay before the god of the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore. John let out a quiet chuckle, stepped back half a pace, and bowed slightly, holding up the Holy Grail. Heh! The greatest wizard, Albus Dumbledore, please, enjoy your wine of eternity. Just a sip, a single drop, and Dumbledore could reclaim his youth, return to the peak of his power, to the brightest, most brilliant years of his life. Every burden, every fear would vanish. The world would never again have to worry about losing another Dumbledore. For a moment, the air froze, as if someone had pressed a shutter, capturing that eternal instant. Dumbledore gazed at the liquid that promised everlasting life. After a long, unbroken silence, he suddenly gave a soft laugh and looked at John with calm eyes. "Ahaha, it's a very tempting flavor," he said quietly. "But I still prefer a good glass of mead." He had resisted the temptation. Once again, Dumbledore proved to the world that he remained the god of the wizarding realm, unyielding, incorruptible, untouched by the lure of immortality. He had held his ground and endured the trial set before him by the Second King. John's fingers slowly relaxed around the Holy Grail. Under Dumbledore's calm gaze, the golden cup dissolved into nothingness. The faint smile on John's lips vanished. He looked at Dumbledore quietly. "You're a man worthy of respect, and a fool all the same, Dumbledore. If that cup had been offered to Voldemort, would he have refused? You've let the chance to become a god slip through your fingers. You chose to remain human." It wasn't a lie. Whether Dumbledore had feared poison or had truly possessed the heart of a saint, he had still turned away from godhood. The men once seated upon the altar of divinity had stepped down, choosing to live as a man rather than as something beyond one. "I know your purpose," John said, snapping his fingers. The crystal goblet reappeared in his hand, its rim shimmering with starlight. "And you know my ambition." He extended the glass toward Dumbledore with a faint smile. "Then, here's to the death you'll one day meet, Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore accepted it with a gentle laugh and a small nod. "Thank you for the toast, John." He drank the wine, and the golden starlight within it melted into a gentle warmth that spread through his body. During his battle with Voldemort, Dumbledore had sustained injuries that, though mostly healed, still lingered. Yet the effects of this drink were equivalent to a week's worth of careful recovery. "A remarkably soothing wine," Dumbledore murmured with quiet admiration. "Pure things are often enough," John said with a faint smile, sipping from his own cup. "Sometimes, there's no need for anything rare, only something pure." "I should write that down," Dumbledore replied, smiling. "A fine note for an old man next door." He turned and walked unhurriedly to the adjoining room. The door opened, then closed softly behind him. John stood by the entrance for a long moment before turning to shut the Constellation Society's door. "You're always the kind of man who leaves no weakness to grasp, Dumbledore." His eyes darkened. No one else there could comprehend the danger that had just passed. Each had been probing the other, testing intentions, measuring ambition. Enemies, or allies. Or perhaps, something in between, two men willing to use each other. The Constellation Society's gathering came to an end. Daphne carried her sister on her back as they headed back, while Malfoy and Neville ended up brawling. Malfoy's hair was left sticking up like a bird's nest, and even then, he still hadn't managed to avenge the full-body check incident. John stayed behind alone in the Constellation Society's chamber, his fingers absently tracing the ring on his hand. "So, you want to become the guardian of the Holy Grail, huh?" he murmured. He had already guessed why Dumbledore chose to remain at Hogwarts. Beyond watching over and guiding Harry, there was another reason, the Holy Grail that John had hidden away. That unstable factor threatened the fragile balance of the magical world Dumbledore sought to preserve. Dumbledore's vision was never one ruled by an immortal tyrant, nor by wizards tearing each other apart in endless conflict. He had his own set of principles, and anything too extreme would never pass his quiet judgment. John had hidden the Holy Grail within Hogwarts, intending to lure Voldemort to it. It was a dangerous gamble, one that could very well lead to the school's destruction. And that was why Dumbledore stayed, to watch, to restrain, to ensure that Voldemort would never claim the Grail. Even if it meant standing guard in the most unassuming, human way imaginable. From the moment John used the Holy Grail to test Dumbledore, he had understood the man's unwavering devotion to peace, so deep that not even Dumbledore himself was allowed to destroy it. "You just won't give me a reason to truly hate you," John murmured, lifting his gaze toward the starlit dome above. His feelings toward Dumbledore were tangled, a mixture of youthful admiration, disillusioned ideals, lingering resentment, and careful, deliberate calculation. He could rage at Dumbledore, could plot to drag the man down from his pedestal. He could strip him of every ounce of honor, but he could never bring himself to truly strike at him. Magic was shaped by will, by the unseen weight of emotion, intangible, yet as real as love itself. Hatred, too, was a force that gave birth to magic. But Dumbledore had never harmed him, had never raised his wand against him, and that made it impossible for John to defeat him. It wasn't weakness. It was the law by which magic itself operated. Just as Harry's mother's love had created a shield even Voldemort's power couldn't break, magic was, at its core, an expression of the heart. That was why it was called magic. John's anger toward Dumbledore came not from betrayal, but from his inaction, from the sheer frustration of a man who could never turn that anger into hatred. Without hatred, there could be no true battle between them. The fool's strategy, he muttered bitterly, bang. Slamming his fist against the table, clumsy, but damnably effective. The first king of the magical world, when Dumbledore refused to speak in terms of the greater good, he became the most troublesome man alive. Looks like he started laying his plans right after the Ministry incident. Thinking back on how Slughorn had brought in Sirius as a professor, John could easily guess whose invisible hand had guided that decision. Dumbledore was quietly filling Hogwarts with members of the Order of the Phoenix while remaining behind to continue molding Harry, shaping him to grow faster, to stand on his own. Fortunately, John still held the upper hand. As long as the Holy Grail remained under his control, every move on the board would follow his lead. "I'll need to prepare for war," he muttered under his breath. "I wonder how things are going on Narcissa's end." Sending Narcissa back to Voldemort's side had been a calculated move. Whether the Dark Lord trusted her or not didn't matter, the information she could pass along would be invaluable. What truly mattered wasn't Voldemort's faith in her, but his need for her intelligence, and what he might choose to do through her hands. After all, without Narcissa, Bellatrix would never have been able to find Malfoy and reclaim the insignia. "I've already handed you the key, Tom," John murmured softly. "When you face the temptation of immortality, what will you choose?" Voldemort was now standing before the same choice that Dumbledore once had. No, not the same at all. He had no choice. He feared death, and the Holy Grail was a temptation he could never resist. At the same time, he was running out of time. Perhaps he could hide, wait for Dumbledore to die of old age. But he couldn't afford to wait for John to grow stronger. After the battle at the Ministry, Voldemort had already seen enough of John's power and rate of growth to be afraid. Give it a few more years, and John would be strong enough to kill him outright. And John was no Dumbledore, he didn't have the patience of a man sitting serenely atop a pedestal. With Johnny Silverhand's ruthlessness combined with his ties to the Ministry, no matter how deeply Voldemort buried himself, John would dig him out. Voldemort should fear him. His only options were to fight to the death right now, or be crushed later, effortlessly, like brittle glass. John had no doubt which choice Voldemort would make. Glancing back at the 9 doors, he knew he had to give Voldemort an opportunity, then claim his soul for himself. Death could no longer deceive Voldemort. So it was time to change the bait. When the time comes, I'll need a reason to disappear. Rumors had already begun to spread, and with Narcissa reporting his every move, John was certain Voldemort would take the bait. The battle among the 3 kings continued to surge beneath the surface, each of them scheming with everything they had. John was a man of his word. If he said he wouldn't attend a class, he wouldn't. But if he said he would, he was never late. He still showed up to Transfiguration and Charms, occasionally to Herbology, but the class where he appeared most often was Care of Magical Creatures. On the second week, Hagrid waited nervously and expectantly for him. When class began, John arrived right on time, and Hagrid finally relaxed. "Brilliant, John. Let's go see Grop," Hagrid said as soon as the lesson started, eager to drag him toward the forest. John sighed. "Hagrid, don't you have an actual class to teach?" But Hagrid just looked at him strangely. "You've got enough knowledge to graduate already." "Right," John said, rubbing his forehead helplessly. "But you could at least phrase it better. Call it an expanded study session." Hagrid blinked, thought about it, and decided that sounded rather reasonable. Together, they headed out to visit Grop. As promised, John had prepared a few things for him, rubber-like flying discs and a full set of puzzle toys. All handmade by John. Inside the cave, he even installed a blackboard to help Grop learn to read. Chapter 437, the second person's handwriting. Harry practically felt divinely inspired the moment he got his hands on the old advanced potion making. This, of course, did nothing to improve Hermione and Ron's mood. Hermione was upset because, in her eyes, Harry was essentially cheating. Ron, on the other hand, was frustrated because he struggled to read the handwriting in the margins, which meant his grades weren't improving at all. At one point, Ginny even teamed up with Hermione to snatch the book, especially Ginny. The moment she heard Harry was following notes scribbled by someone else, she immediately remembered Tom Riddle's diary. After joining forces to grab it, the two of them cast every detection spell they could think of. But the book wasn't an enchanted object. The only unusual thing was the handwritten notes inside. Because he'd been buried under mountains of homework, Harry hadn't had time to sit down and read it properly. He had skimmed through it, though, and found that nearly every page contained 2 distinct handwriting styles. One corrected the methods written in the textbook, while the other enhanced the effects of the potions on top of that. Half-Blood Prince, who's the Half-Blood Prince? Harry sat on the common room sofa, staring at the name scrawled inside the book as he asked Hermione, the resident know-it-all. Maybe it's a woman, Hermione said irritably, clearly losing patience. Or maybe a girl. The handwriting doesn't look like a boy's to me, it feels more like a girl's. He called himself the Half-Blood Prince, Harry thought aloud. Maybe the second writer could be. Hermione fell silent for a moment, frowning. This book had two owners. She pulled Harry's book from his hands and began flipping through it, studying the different scripts. I don't recognize it. She stared at the second set of notes. Something about it felt familiar, but not quite right. It's 5 minutes to 8, I have to go. Harry hurried to snatch his book back. He had to head to Dumbledore's office. None of the three ever expected Dumbledore to end up serving as gatekeeper at the school entrance. They'd heard it from Sirius, and Harry had lessons to attend there. Harry had been much cheerier lately, and that had everything to do with Sirius. The godfather and son being at the same school, constantly interacting during class, honestly, it made people a little jealous. After hesitating several times, Ron finally asked Hermione, "Hermione, are you going to the library?" "No," Hermione stood and started up the stairs. "I still haven't finished my Ancient Runes homework." Ron looked a little down once Hermione left. There were fewer classes in 6th year, but the workload definitely hadn't decreased. In the Great Hall, Slytherin's hourglass was rising visibly, grain by grain. By now, they were neck and neck with Gryffindor. "Snape hasn't shown up for weeks," Malfoy complained. "How long do we have to watch Potter show off?" "He's always wanted the defense against the dark arts position," John said casually, stirring the sticky porridge in his bowl. "He would have been a fitting choice. But Professor Slughorn picked someone else, someone he likes least." Honestly, John thought, Snape only managed to endure it thanks to Dumbledore's intervention. Slughorn had filled in for several potions classes already, and if it continued, he might as well become the full-time potions professor again. Harry's performance had piqued Slughorn's interest so much that it became his main reason for continuing to teach. "I remember his potions marks were never that good," Malfoy said with open malice. "He must have taken some Felix Felici's blind luck, like a stray cat stumbling on a dead rat." He looked at John expectantly as he spoke, clearly hoping for a bottle of liquid luck. John shot him a glance. "Win the house cup, and I'll give you one." "Deal." Malfoy agreed immediately. After lunch, John handed the translated Advanced Runes text to Daphne. He had already finished translating it. Then John headed for the headmaster's office. On the way there, he passed Harry and Ron. They were on their way to defense against the dark arts. "Harry." Ron called when Harry suddenly stopped walking. Harry was staring in the direction John was heading. "That's the way to the headmaster's office," he muttered. Ron called him twice more before Harry finally came back to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he still turned and followed Ron toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. Meanwhile, John had already passed the stone gargoyle and entered the headmaster's office. The place looked quite different from when Dumbledore was in charge. Soft carpets now covered the floor, and Slughorn, who had no class at the moment, was happily enjoying his candied pineapple. "Oh, John." Slughorn brightened the moment he saw him and even offered him some candied pineapple. "Ambrosius Flume always knows exactly what I like. His confectionery boxes really do suit most people's tastes." Slughorn pulled an octagonal red gift box from a drawer. With a gentle twist, the lid opened, revealing 8 different kinds of sweets inside. He picked out a chocolate truffle and handed it to John. The way he regarded John was almost like the way a collector would handle a fragile piece of porcelain, careful, reverent, protective. He didn't even need to ask why John had come. As long as John showed up, he was already delighted. "Not seeing you in potions left me quite disappointed," Slughorn said. "You must be working on some sort of research, yes?" "Yes, Professor." John bit into the chocolate ball, syrup filled with sweetness spilled out from the center. He let out a quiet chuckle. "Do you remember the question I asked on the train?" "That one was very memorable," Slughorn replied with interest. "You're experimenting with that?" "But, my boy, that sort of research appeals to about as many people as blood magic." Slughorn was already preparing to persuade John to switch projects. After all, bloodline curses had far fewer applications than something broad like the origins of lycanthropy. But John shook his head. "This project isn't about its usefulness. It's about the pursuit of knowledge." Those words left Slughorn a little dazed. "I came to invite you, Professor," John said, "to work on the experiment with me, just like I did with Damocles Belby." John's invitation caught Slughorn completely off guard. But the idea of mentoring a prodigy like him, that stirred Slughorn's heart. After a brief moment of thought, Slughorn agreed. It wasn't a bad project at all, on the contrary, it could even help cure people. By the time John left the headmaster's office, classes had already ended. Harry ran into him again, which left Harry a bit distracted. He didn't even hear Hermione talking. "Harry." "Huh." Only when Hermione called his name did he snap back to attention. Hermione took a long, steady breath. Considering she'd practically raised him, she forced herself to be patient. "We really need to explain things to Hagrid," she said as she looked toward Hagrid's empty seat at breakfast. "There's Quidditch tryouts this morning," Ron protested. "And we still have to practice the Agumenti charm for Charms class. Besides, what exactly are we supposed to explain? We can't just tell him we hate his stupid class." Ron clearly didn't want to go. Hermione shot back, "We don't hate it. That's what you say." "I haven't forgotten those blast-ended scruts," Ron said miserably. "We were lucky to escape in one piece. And you heard how he talks about his daft brother. If we kept going to that class, we'd probably be teaching Grop how to tie his shoes by now." Hermione couldn't refute that. Hagrid had always failed to recognize the difference between an ordinary person's limits and a half-giant's. "I don't want to ignore Hagrid," she said sadly. "Then we'll go after the Quidditch tryouts," Harry assured her. He missed Hagrid too, but he agreed with Ron on one thing: ideally, they'd never have to deal with Grop again. And besides, the tryouts were in the morning. With so many applicants, the tryouts might last the whole morning. This was Harry's first major challenge since becoming captain, and he was a bit nervous. "I don't know why the team suddenly got so popular." "Oh, please, Harry," Hermione snapped. "It's not Quidditch that's popular, it's you. You've never been this famous before. They're all coming for you." She said it so bluntly that Harry suddenly felt overheated and uncomfortable in the hall. At that moment, Malfoy walked in. Well, if it isn't the chosen one. "Potter, have you decided how you'll dive into your godfather's arms and cry after you lose the match?" Malfoy mimicked Harry dramatically, laughing. "Or will your godfather cry along with you?" Harry nearly lunged at him right then and there. Chapter 438, Love Doesn't Follow a Cue. In the end, Harry didn't get into a fight with Malfoy. His teammates hauled him away before he could throw a punch. The suspension from last term still haunted the not-yet-graduated players. More importantly, they all remembered one simple fact: Harry couldn't beat Malfoy in a fight. That's right, just like that. Malfoy's mouth never stopped. He leaned fully into his worst instincts. Poor little Potter, running back to hide in his godfather's arms. He grinned viciously, so much so that the teammates restraining Harry instinctively loosened their grip. Fortunately, someone more level-headed shouted, "Do you all want to end up without a seeker?" At that, everyone tightened their hold again. And so Harry was carried off like a stubborn piglet, still kicking furiously in Malfoy's direction. When John arrived, he caught sight of Harry being dragged away, legs flailing stubbornly. "So, what was that all about?" John asked, noticing the rest of the Gryffindors glaring daggers at Malfoy. "Nothing. Just told Potter to run back into his godfather's arms," Malfoy said with a shrug, looking like he deserved a hex to the face. After all, Harry Potter's still a little baby. "Draco, do me a favor, when you go out, remember to carry your wand. Always." John genuinely worried Malfoy might get hexed the moment he stepped outside. The boy's talent for hitting people right where it hurt was honestly terrifying. After sitting down, John asked, "Tryouts today?" "This afternoon," Malfoy said irritably. Gryffindor took the morning slot because they had more applicants. John wasn't surprised at all. With Harry's name attached to the team, Gryffindor Quidditch had gained a surge of supporters. Everyone wanted a closer look at the so-called chosen one. He sliced his baguette into bite-sized pieces with a dinner knife and popped one into his mouth. At the staff table, only Professor Flitwick was present, but he was so short he was nearly invisible from afar. Malfoy, curious, finally asked what John had been busy with lately. He'd rarely seen John around. "Just something simple," John said casually. "I need to repair Neville's weapon." After the battle at the Ministry, Neville had fully awakened his Sword Saint talent. The Sword of Marvolo had been damaged in that fight, and John planned to forge him a new weapon. Malfoy had considered fighting the way John did, but doing so would weaken him rather than strengthen him. So he'd had no choice but to give up on the John-style combat approach. After finishing breakfast, John headed back to the Constellation Society. John glanced at the closed gatekeeper's office and thought, he really is taking the fool's plan all the way to the end. He stepped into the Constellation Society and unlocked the armory. Beneath the round table lay a massive workshop. John had made many pieces of equipment here. He took out the broken sword of Marvolo. Though this replica had been skillfully crafted, it was still several tiers below the true sword of Gryffindor. Thinking of the runes engraved on his own sword, John suddenly had a new idea. Flames ignited within the armory, a block of glowing red metal took shape under the hammer's strikes. John picked up the heated sword blank. Beneath his skin, such high temperature felt only mildly warm. "I grant you the power to cut through magic, and coat you in a shell of mithril. I grant you the magic to summon flame, and fuse you with the tooth of a fire dragon." I grant you the belief to guard the one behind you, and wrap you in the heartwood of oak. With John's ancient whispers, the sword blank became cloaked in mithril, transforming into a gleaming silver blade. Strange patterns appeared across its surface, like a script one could not decipher. Seeing this, John reached into his satchel and took out a small box filled with powder. The powder drifted onto the blade, and the bright silver gradually dimmed. A black gold sheen spread across the sword's surface. It was a new kind of material, functioning similarly to a magic circuit. Only by using the Philosopher's Stone's ability to alter matter had he been able to create it. With that, the final step was complete. The black gold sword rested quietly on the table, the 3 sigils along its body glowing faintly. John reached out and picked it up, a solid weight pressed into his palm. He swung it twice, nodded in satisfaction. Next step, deliver it to Neville. He was about to slip it into his small satchel when a thought struck him, and he halted immediately. Almost forgot. It can cut through magic. If he put it inside, it might tear the bag apart. John crafted a scabbard for the sword using cherry wood. Once it was sheathed, he carried it out of the armory. Something like a true name blessing, John murmured, rubbing his chin in thought. This method lets you imprint abilities directly onto a weapon. The premise, of course, was understanding the spell deeply enough. For example, John had inscribed the fire charm onto this blade in exactly that way. By midday, John found Malfoy sitting across from him, looking far too pleased with himself. You'll never guess, Gryffindor's tryouts were absolutely spectacular. From that expression, John knew nothing good had happened. He didn't respond, but Malfoy launched into the story anyway. They changed their keeper. It's that bloke from the train, McLaggen. Who? John asked, surprised. Weasley didn't make the cut. You didn't see the look on that guy's face. Malfoy snickered. McLaggen saved 5 shots. Ron Weasley saved 5 shots. They went into a tiebreaker, and his hands started shaking. He let in a goal. Nervousness and self-doubt had always been Ron's weaknesses, last term had made that painfully clear. But who would have thought McLaggen, the guy who once bet he could eat a doxy, had a skill level nearly identical to Ron? Add in his bizarre sense of confidence, and with the crowd watching the tryouts, he ended up beating Ron. However, how did Malfoy know all of this so clearly? John shot Malfoy a sidelong look, half amused. You went to watch? No. Malfoy denied instantly, but under John's all-seeing stare, he grew stiff and awkward. I was, gathering information. As expected, Potter and Malfoy truly were destined nemeses, bordering on soulmates. Malfoy jerked his chin, signaling John to look over. At the Gryffindor table, Ron sat there being comforted by Harry. Hermione looked absolutely miserable. What else happened? Just from the look on Hermione's face, John knew it wasn't something simple. Malfoy thought for a moment, then clapped his hands. I heard from Blaise, apparently he accidentally bumped into Granger. And she was muttering something at the time, what was it again? Blaise. John remembered Blaise bragging about trying to chase Ginny. And to be fair, he really had been trying these days. Every gift he sent Ginny could be found in the rubbish bin. Every bouquet he delivered ended up there too. Ginny simply wasn't having it, at all. He had, however, gotten into a fight with Dean Thomas. Should have mentioned this earlier, Dean was Ginny's current boyfriend. The two of them were currently dating. As for pursuing someone who already had a boyfriend, Blaise had declared with absolute righteousness, love doesn't follow a cue. The one who isn't loved is the real third wheel. Perhaps that was the secret behind his mother becoming a widow 7 times. This time, he'd gone to watch the tryouts purely because he was chasing Ginny, making him one of only 2 Slytherins present. Why only 2? Because no one, not even Malfoy, knew which corner the cat, himself, was hiding in. John didn't know the details. Originally, Hermione had been planning to cast a Confundus charm. But Blaise bumped into her at the crucial moment, breaking her focus and causing McLaggen to win. John wasn't aware of any of that. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind drifting to something else entirely. Ever since Harry lost his status as the chosen one of this world, the people around him don't seem nearly as lucky. Slytherin's tryouts were scheduled for the afternoon, and they were nowhere near as lively as Gryffindor's. Gryffindor's morning tryouts had been so bustling that students from every house came to watch, and some from other houses even tried to sneak into the tryouts themselves. In contrast to righteous Gryffindor, evil Slytherin looked downright empty. There were still plenty of applicants, though, and Malfoy stood at the center of the Quidditch pitch. He stood with his hands on his hips, radiating arrogance. Goyle and Crabbe stood beside him, lecturing the students who'd come to try out. Listen up. We're Slytherin, we don't want trash, only elites. The moment Malfoy opened his mouth, he pulled aggro from the entire house. What's that supposed to mean? You calling me trash? A 7th-year Slytherin snapped. Hey, Hey, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you, Malfoy said quickly, waving his hands with feigned innocence. What I'm saying is, everyone here is trashhead. For a split second, every Slytherin's fists clenched at once. He was unbelievably punchable. Slytherin has only one goal, championship. Anything less is an insult. Is that clear? Malfoy's voice grew sharp. We believe in strength above all. Only those with real power deserve to stand on this pitch. We don't need cowards who shrink back. In the crowd he was berating, a familiar figure stood among the applicants. But Malfoy didn't seem to notice and kept rambling on. Once he finally finished his tirade, Slytherin's tryouts officially began. Chapter 439, The Slytherin Chaser. John didn't go watch. He was in the headmaster's office. He sprinkled a teaspoon of dried blackroot powder into the cauldron and stirred. A foul, fishy stench filled the room. Blackroot, when ingested, provides resistance against dark magic. Slughorn rested both hands on the sides of his generously padded waist. The buttons on his waistcoat looked as though they might pop off at any moment. A very wise choice, he praised. Though we can't know for certain whether it can resist something like a bloodborne curse. This isn't a potion meant to counter the bloodborne curse, John said, shaking his head. It's to prevent other magical effects from triggering during the removal of the curse. Your caution is admirable, Slughorn said. Perhaps we could add some rose thorns. As a potions master, Slughorn offered his own input. This was precisely why John sought Slughorn's help with the research. On one hand, it allowed him to build a connection with the men, on the other, he could rely on the sharp mind of someone who had taught at Hogwarts for decades. As headmaster, Slughorn had no complaints about being invited to experiment on a Saturday. After all, John had gifted him a new deluxe ice cream set, and the pineapple flavor inside was especially to Slughorn's liking. Slughorn also got along quite well with the portrait of the former headmaster Black. It was common to see the two Slytherin headmasters chatting happily together, much to the annoyance of the other headmasters, who could often be heard huffing through their noses. John noticed an entire collection of Lockhart's books on Slughorn's shelf. When he was in school, that Ravenclaw boy always had some outlandish idea to draw attention, Slughorn said. But once he left Hogwarts, he seemed to become a truly courageous wizard. Slughorn spoke with a hint of regret. I failed to recognize his potential back then. Yes, because he had none. John's expression stayed blank. Lockhart's success had once made Slughorn suspect that his own judgment had been flawed. But in reality, everything Slughorn knew about Lockhart had been perfectly accurate. Even John couldn't understand how Lockhart had managed to graduate from Hogwarts at all. Aside from the memory charm, Lockhart could mess up even two simple unlocking spells. Slughorn's sharp, cunning eye was usually as precise as a scanning device. When they finished today's experiment, John prepared to leave. Slughorn tried inviting him to a slug club dinner, but John declined, saying he still needed to sort through the remaining ingredients. He left the headmaster's office. Instead of going to the Constellation Society, John headed to the Quidditch pitch. He hadn't even entered yet when he heard the uproar coming from inside. 10 broomsticks were streaking across the pitch, and the fastest rider would advance to the next round. Among the 10, a girl with golden hair left everyone else far behind. Wearing windproof goggles, she maneuvered the standard Slytherin test broom, a Nimbus 1000, with practiced ease. When she reached the point where she needed to turn, she leaned down, lowering her center of gravity. Her movement swept through the curve as smoothly as if drawn by a compass. Behind her, other candidates were losing control, some slammed into the stands, others overshot and collided with the riders behind them. The girl won. John couldn't help applauding, and the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. She pulled off her goggles and, still seated on her Nimbus 1000, raised her right hand in victory. Confident and striking, she drew a shout from one Slytherin boy, so cool. Her golden hair was tied in a ponytail, and her steadily maturing features were captivating to look at. Daphne waved excitedly. Astoria. Way to go. Astoria entered the next selection round. Off to the side, Malfoy was being held back by Goyle and Crabbe. Draco, don't lose your head. That idiot shouting, so cool, what makes him think he's worthy of saying that to Asto? The two big boys barely managed to hold Malfoy back, preventing the prefect from beating up a lower-year student. The selection continued. Astoria's performance shocked everyone. Her looks weren't as sharply intimidating as her sister's "don't mess with me" elegance, instead, she had a soft, adorable face. But this seemingly gentle girl flew faster than anyone else, and even managed to score 18 goals while moving at high speed. Sitting beside Daphne, John remarked in surprise, I didn't know Astoria had such good flying skills. She's very talented at this. She's always the fastest when we ski in Finland. Her sister spoke with so much pride that she instinctively ignored the question of why Astoria was even here trying out. Her smile didn't fade until Astoria successfully secured the position of Slytherin chaser. "That's amazing, Asto." Malfoy couldn't hold it in. Seeing Astoria make the team, he shouted encouragement. Astoria ran over and gave him a hug. For a moment, John's left hand shot out almost on reflex. "Calm down. Calm down." John pressed down on Daphne's hand just as she drew her wand, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Even if it's Draco, he can't withstand a curse like that. "That damned ferret." Daphne struggled. "I'm going to hang him from the astronomy tower." After a few seconds of fighting, Daphne suddenly froze. It was as if her mind had crashed, her head slowly lowered. When she saw the hand tightly holding her own, Daphne's anger dissolved as quickly as cotton candy dropped into water. In its place rose something entirely different. John noticed her emotions settling and finally relaxed a little himself. To prevent her from acting on impulse again, he kept holding her hand, wand and all. Daphne didn't object. She didn't even spare attention for whatever her sister was doing on the field now. The Slytherin tryouts lasted 2 full hours. Astoria becoming a chaser was something worth celebrating. They weren't lacking beaters. Goyle and Crabbe had performed well last year and successfully secured their positions again. Chaser positions saw a full reshuffle, and several reserves were recruited as well. When the selections ended, Malfoy dismissed everyone. Slytherin's advantages over the other houses were on full display. Their discipline was far superior to the usual chaos elsewhere. They lined up and walked out of the Quidditch pitch in an orderly line. John watched the new recruits, still innocent and unaware. They had no idea what they were about to face. Today was only the selection round, so Malfoy hadn't started training. By next week, they would be subjected to Draco Malfoy's merciless torment. Compared to the other houses, Slytherin had one simple, unadorned advantage: money. And that wealth didn't only refer to the students' backgrounds, it included team sponsorships. While other houses still required students to bring their own broomsticks, Malfoy led his players straight to the locker room. Inside, 6 Nimbus 2001s were neatly arranged. They were leftovers from the previous team. Even though it had been years since the first batch of Nimbus 2001s rolled off the line, no broom had yet replaced its position, second only to the firebolt. Unless another house purchased firebolts in bulk, Slytherin's gear would always be the best. After guiding the team through a familiarization run, Malfoy finally dismissed them. It was like the calm before a storm. Malfoy allowed the players to enjoy the last easy break of the term while they still could. Gryffindor Common Room. Because of Ron's situation, Harry kept trying to comfort him. Eventually, even Hermione joined the comforting squad. Ron's skills actually weren't bad, his only problem was his lack of confidence. And it was precisely that flaw that led to him choking in the second round and getting defeated by McLaggen. Although Ron pretended not to care, he still couldn't get past the knot in his heart. Harry even considered giving him another tryout match just to cheer up his best mate. But he couldn't do that, it wouldn't be fair to the other candidates. Why did it have to be McLaggen? Ron groaned in frustration. Losing to anyone else wouldn't have bothered him this much, but McLaggen was just too insufferable. Ron felt McLaggen belonged in Slytherin, that house would suit him perfectly. Harry didn't like the guy either, McLaggen acted more like a captain than Harry did. Hermione could only suggest going to find Hagrid. Ron muttered irritably, "Forget it. Hagrid probably doesn't even want to see us right now. Let's go." "Hagrid definitely wants to see us," Harry said, thinking this might help Ron relax a bit. The other two agreed, and Ron was forced to go along with it. They headed toward Hagrid's hut. Outside the cabin, they saw Buckbeak, the hippogriff who was supposed to have been executed. With Sirius coming to Hogwarts, Buckbeak had returned as well, once again cared for by Hagrid. Harry knew exactly how to approach him. He stepped forward, met Buckbeak's gaze, and bowed deeply. Buckbeak stared back for a moment, then bowed in return, allowing Harry to come closer. Just as Harry stepped forward to stroke the creature's feathers, they saw Hagrid walking around from behind the hut. He had looked cheerful just moments ago, but his face fell instantly when he spotted them. Chapter 440, Grops changes. "Hey! Don't go messing with him." Hagrid's booming voice cut through the air. Fong followed at his side, though the big black dog looked much fatter than before. Hagrid's attitude was sour, and he grumbled about the three of them not choosing his class. Then he marched into the hut and slammed the door hard. Hermione looked miserable. "Don't worry," Harry said grimly. He walked up to the hut and pounded on the door. "Hagrid! Open up, we want to talk to you." He shouted loudly, but there was no response inside. Seeing this, Harry snapped, "If you don't open the door, we'll blow it open." And he actually drew his wand. "Harry!" Hermione said in horror. "You can't do that." "Why not?" Harry shot back, leaving no room for argument. "Stand back." The door suddenly flew open. Hagrid glared at Harry, full of anger, his beard trembling with the force of it. "You can't do that, I'm a professor." Hagrid's roar was deafening. "Potter. How dare you threaten to blow my door off?" "Sorry, sir," Harry said, putting extra emphasis on sir. Hagrid stared at him, taken aback. "Since when did you start calling me sir? Since when did you start calling me Potter?" Harry shot back. The question left Hagrid momentarily speechless. "Sharp, aren't you?" Hagrid growled. "Got me twisted around." "Fine, get in here, you ungrateful lot." He kept grumbling angrily, but he didn't close the door. The trio followed him inside and sat down at the big wooden table. Fong ran into a corner, grabbed a metal bowl in his mouth, and patted over to Hagrid, pawing insistently at the huge sack of dog food beneath the table. "You greedy thing, that's supposed to last a year." Hagrid grumbled, but he still opened the bag and filled the bowl to the brim. Fong happily dug in, while Hagrid noticed the 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. "What? Think I'm pitiful? Think I'm lonely or something?" Hagrid said. "It's not that," Harry denied immediately. "We just wanted to come check on you." Hermione added softly, "We really missed you." "Missed me, did you?" Hagrid snorted through his nose, the sound dripping with sarcasm, almost like he'd suddenly been possessed by Malfoy. "Heh. Yeah, right." Even so, he still brought out a batch of his rock cakes to serve them. "Hagrid, we really did want to continue care of magical creatures," Hermione hurried to explain. "Honestly. But our schedules just couldn't fit everything." "Yeah, sure," Hagrid said in a mocking tone. "All of you couldn't manage it. Every single one of you. Except John." By the end, Hagrid's voice had risen so much it made their ears hurt. "He signed up for 13 classes," Ron blurted. "He's barely making it through any of them. He came to my class. Every single time." Hagrid said, chopping potatoes so aggressively that he sliced off a huge chunk at once. "That's different." Harry tried to argue. Like how John had special privileges regarding class attendance, but just as Harry began to say it, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a giant white slug-like creature. Slimy, pale, wriggling like a massive maggot, disgusting to look at. Ron was even more horrified, momentarily forgetting all about losing the keeper position. "This is a giant grub," Hagrid muttered. "I'm raising them to feed Aragog." Hagrid tried to keep a stern face, but it didn't last. He suddenly burst into tears. "Hagrid?" Hermione asked, startled. "Aragog. I think he's dying. Ever since his colony disappeared, his health's been getting worse." Hagrid was heartbroken. The trio stared blankly for a moment before finally remembering the colony John had burned to ash. Thinking of that enormous spider, Ron shuddered violently. They truly couldn't understand Hagrid's definition of cute. Is there anything we can do?" Hermione asked. She didn't like spiders at all, but she still ignored Ron's frantic eye signals telling her not to ask. "There's nothing to be done." "I already asked John," Hagrid said, wiping his tears. "Without his colony, I can only move him somewhere else." The trio absolutely did not want to know where that somewhere else was. "He's living near Grop now. Oh, by the way, you'll never believe this, but Grop can tie his shoes now." The atmosphere finally loosened a little as Hagrid brought up his giant half-brother. Ron mouthed silently to the other two, "See. I told you." Harry frowned. How does a giant tie shoes? Why would he even wear shoes? "John's been teaching him," Hagrid said, sounding far less sorrowful as he shifted topics. "He even made toys and shoes for Grop." Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks. "I knew you'd have trouble fitting my class into your schedules," Hagrid grumbled. "Even with a time-turner. We can't use one." "When we were at the ministry, we smashed all the time-turners they had in storage," Hermione said. "Well then, which of you wants to come see Grop with me?" Hagrid checked the time and decided it was the perfect moment to show off Grop's progress. The 3 looked reluctant, but Hagrid didn't seem to notice at all. He enthusiastically beckoned them along. As they entered the Forbidden Forest, Harry remembered the last time they'd come here and whispered, "Hermione, do you remember that big creature?" "It was probably a magical beast native to the forest," Hermione whispered back. Ron looked annoyed. What secret were the 2 of them whispering about now? "Oh, look, it's the Zowu." Still full of energy. Hagrid shouted excitedly. A huge cat was barreling through the forest, and a giant furball came bouncing down from above. The trio were so startled they almost drew their wands. Just before the furball could crash into them, the Zowu suddenly appeared and batted it away. Harry could have sworn he'd seen the Zowu far off in the distance just a moment ago, yet here it was, right beside them. "It's him!" Hermione exclaimed. Harry also recognized the Zowu, the huge cat they'd encountered in the Forbidden Forest last year. Its peony-like tail swayed as the Zowu noticed the three small figures Hagrid had brought along. It tilted its head, clearly intrigued. "Zowus are very friendly, don't be scared," Hagrid explained. But the trio didn't hear a word of it. The Zowu's massive head came close, and Hagrid had to wave his arms to shoo it back. At that moment, a sound echoed across the forest canopy. A fluffy ball streaked across the sky, and the Zowu's pupils widened instantly before it shot off in pursuit. Hagrid led the still-shaken trio toward a cave. When they arrived, the cave looked completely different. Grop stood there holding a thick wooden club. Combined with his size, it made the trio hesitate at the entrance. Hagrid, as if blind to the danger, called out happily, "Grop! I've brought visitors." Grop turned around, and Harry noticed he really was wearing shoes. Though, unsurprisingly, there were no complicated laces. Grop spotted Hermione and opened his mouth, mumbling, me, one." Hermione froze. Grop then looked at Harry, stuck out a thick, stubby finger, and said, just as muddled, "Har-why, Potter." "Oh my gosh, he said our names." Hermione exclaimed, amazed. Harry was just as shocked. Honestly, none of them had ever expected a giant to pronounce their names at all. Grop then pointed a finger at Ron, and grunted for quite a while, unable to get a word out. Ron, who had been hoping for his name to be said too, deflated instantly when he turned out to be the only one Grop couldn't pronounce. Hagrid looked absolutely proud. "Grop's been learning from John, he's getting smarter and smarter." Noticing the big wooden club, Hagrid asked, "And what are you doing with that stick?" The trio didn't expect a coherent answer, but the response shocked them. Grop scratched his head and mumbled thickly. It was hard to make out, but still understandable. "Hit, ball." Then he demonstrated. He grabbed the fluffy ball that had rolled beside him, tossed it up with his left hand, and swung the club with his right. The force of the swing kicked up a gust so strong it nearly knocked them off balance. The ball shot upward like a cannonball, streaking into the sky above the Forbidden Forest. Harry stared. That was the same furball the Zowu had been chasing earlier. Wait. Grop can play ball now. The three of them stared, speechless. John hadn't just taught Grop how to tie his shoes, he'd actually taught him how to play ball. Everything they'd seen today had completely overturned their understanding of the world. Hermione also noticed a campfire and a blackboard inside the cave. According to Hagrid, John was planning to teach Grop how to read. That left the three of them completely numb. In the end, still in that numb daze, they returned to the castle. On their way to the Great Hall, Ron's expression darkened at once. Cormac McLaggen was loudly bragging about how easily he'd secured the keeper position. Malfoy spotted Harry and walked over, sneering, "I hear Gryffindor's got a new keeper. Potter, you've finally done something right for once, haven't you?" Harry didn't hesitate, he lunged at Malfoy and started grappling with him. And then, an old, long-unseen nightmare appeared before him. Snape. Chapter 441, Snape returns to work. Snape appearing here was the worst possible news. It meant Gryffindor's good days were officially over. 10 points from Gryffindor, Potter. That familiar tone made Harry's whole body stiffen. Snape said in that deeply unpleasant voice, "Detention tonight." Snape. Harry blurted out automatically when he saw that sallow, long face. "It seems you still haven't learned basic manners," Snape said, lifting his eyelids just enough to glare. 5 more points for disrespecting a professor. Harry was doubled over, clutching his stomach after Malfoy had landed 2 punches, dry heaving against the wall. He would swear on anything that if he actually vomited, Snape would absolutely deduct more points for dirtying the floor. He glared viciously at Malfoy. Malfoy folded his arms and gave him a silent, taunting smile. He started it. Harry protested. Malfoy came over looking for trouble. "I have eyes, Potter," Snape said mockingly. "I clearly saw you rushing at him like a mad dog." Holding back his fury, Harry headed toward the Great Hall. Hermione helped Ron up. Ron had tried to jump in earlier but had ended up getting headbutted in the forehead by the back of Harry's skull. Snape's lips curled upward slightly, he looked to be in an excellent mood. Malfoy returned to the Slytherin table and immediately announced that Harry Potter's good days were officially over. Snape's finally come out of his office. After being publicly shut down on the first day of term for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, Snape had gone on strike for an entire month. Now that he was back, it meant potions class would return to his control. Slughorn entered the Great Hall, his large belly wobbling as he approached the Slytherin table. "Oh, wonderful, you're all here." Slughorn looked quite pleased. He called out warmly, "How about joining me for dinner this evening? Malfoy, Miss Greengrass, Zabini, and of course, if John can make it, I'd be delighted." He was eager to collect these promising treasures. Blaise immediately raised his hand. Will Ginny Weasley be there? Slughorn chuckled. How did you know? I already invited the lovely Miss Ginny Weasley on my way here. That was it. Blaise looked like he wanted to sprint to Slughorn's office right away. Malfoy was less thrilled. Miss Greengrass. That'd be Daphne. What about Astoria? But then Slughorn turned to the sisters sitting together and said, I would be absolutely delighted if both Miss Greengrasses could honor me with their presence. Both of us. Astoria pointed at herself, stunned. I can go too. Of course, Slughorn said warmly. Your performance on the Quidditch pitch was truly impressive. Astoria's showing during tryouts had completely won over the sharp-eyed headmaster, and Malfoy suddenly found Slughorn far more agreeable. Slughorn gave the sisters a slight bow and moved on to invite others. John saw him heading toward the Gryffindor table and stopping Harry and his friends. Amazing, Asto. I knew you'd get an invitation. Malfoy really was two-faced, one attitude in public, another in private. He cheerfully congratulated Astoria and even reached out, almost attempting a head pat, but Daphne's murderous glare forced him to abort immediately. John, are you going? Daphne asked. I've got things to do, John said, not explaining what those things were. Keep an eye on Blaise. I swear he's acting like he's chugged a whole bottle of Amortentia. At that, Daphne looked toward the overly excited Blaise. In matters of romance, the boy was as reckless as a rutting monkey. If John weren't an alchemist capable of verifying Blaise wasn't under a love potion, he might have suspected the boy had been dosed at some point. Blaise's antics were already spreading across the table at alarming speed. Evening came, and it was time for the gathering. Slughorn was now headmaster, so his authority had grown, though he hadn't taken things too far. He had rearranged the furniture in his office, setting a round table in the center. A sand timer sat on his desk, green sand trickling steadily downward. The invited students arrived. Of the trio, only Hermione came. Harry skipped it under the pretext of detention, and Ron, of course, hadn't been invited at all. Several students attended. Gryffindor's new keeper, Cormac McLaggen, and Ginny Weasley. Malfoy, the Greengrass sisters, and Blaise. There was also a witch named Melinda Bobbin, one of Daphne's roommates, whose family owned a major chain of apothecaries. A notorious chatterbox, Ernie Macmillan, was also brought along, for reasons Slughorn alone seemed to understand. A headmaster hosting a private dinner for students sounded absurd, but Slughorn was precisely the sort of man who would do it. He glanced around the room and immediately noticed his two favorite students weren't there. Still, he presented an assortment of magically chilled, never-melting ice cream, colorful, studded with nuts, and irresistibly delicious-looking. The banquet concluded. McLaggen tried flirting with Hermione and was promptly rejected, leaving her deeply uncomfortable. Blaise tried showering Ginny with attention, was rejected as well, and nearly got hit with a bat bogey hex for his trouble. Malfoy made a move on Astoria, she didn't refuse, but Daphne threatened to hang him up in the common room. Ernie, ever the chatterbox, enthusiastically chatted away with Slughorn, while Melinda carried her usual air of melancholy. After the dinner ended, Malfoy was indeed hung from the Slytherin common room's fireplace mantle. Whether it helped digestion was unclear. Hearing Daphne recount the scene, John couldn't help laughing. He raised his wand to bring Malfoy down, then folded up the Evening Prophet. Have a cup of hot mulled wine. It'll help you sleep better. He set the paper on the table. The bold headline on the front page read, Ancient Pureblood Family, Rogier Residents Attacked. Monday. It was destined to be a bloody day. John increased the Zowoo's exercise load during care of magical creatures, hoping to burn off the excess energy that came with its mating season. Hagrid had originally wanted to find a suitable creature for crossbreeding experiments with the Zowoo, but when John saw he had chosen a manticore, he decided it was better not to let humanity slip any further. Hagrid's honest, bumbling exterior almost made John forget, this was a man who specialized in crossbreeding experiments. Blast-ended Scroots were a brand new species Hagrid had created through hybridization. The Zowoo, blissfully unaware that its dignity had just been saved, happily chased after the bouncing furball. John used levitation charm to grab the furball and toss it toward Grop. Grop gripped his club and swung hard, sending the ball soaring across the forest. Seeing it fly so far, Grop danced in excitement. With the Zowoo keeping him active, Grop had even stopped his tree-pulling habit. The morning class ended in this energetic chaos. After a quick stop at the Constellation Society, John returned to the Great Hall and saw Gryffindor's hourglass at the top while Slytherin had dropped to third place. Malfoy stormed into the hall, livid. He'd lost a full 20 points in defense against the dark arts. Even idiots like Goyle and Crabbe had managed to get points deducted. By the afternoon. In the dungeon classroom, the rotund Slughorn finally didn't have to teach anymore. The moment Snape entered, the air pressure in the room seemed to drop. He swept his gaze across the classroom and noticed John wasn't there. He chose to ignore it. The pressure on the Gryffindors intensified, they were desperately trying not to make mistakes. And naturally, the harder they tried, the more mistakes they made. When Ron added a piece of horseradish, his hand trembled slightly. The laughing potion in his cauldron began bubbling violently, releasing steam that caused anyone who inhaled it to burst into uncontrollable laughter. The entire classroom erupted with laughter, as if they weren't in Snape's class at all. The result was that when John visited the Great Hall again, Gryffindor's hourglass had dropped significantly, while Slytherin had climbed up behind them. Then came the second defense against the dark arts class, Slytherin dropped again, Gryffindor rose. Second potions class, Gryffindor dropped, Slytherin rose. At this point, even the dullest student could see the undercurrent between the two professors. For instance, Sirius would crack jokes in class mocking a certain greasy-haired, large-nosed professor. Snape, in response, brewed a potion that could treat fractures, and made sure to note that it worked especially well on the left ribs. The jab was aimed at someone who'd had his ribs kicked in more than once, while conveniently docking Gryffindor more points. Under such fierce competition, the two houses' scores shifted constantly. John remarked, if George and Fred were here, they'd definitely start a betting pool to see who laughs last. This back-and-forth rivalry continued until October, when they made their first Hogsmeade trip of the school year. Almost no one stayed behind, everyone was afraid of being caught by either of the two professors and losing points over nothing. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, innocent bystanders in this feud, left the castle in droves. The castle instantly became quiet and empty. Chapter 442, Relentless Pursuit. The wind was bitterly cold, stinging against their faces. Rows of footprints pressed into the muddy ground, the thin ice in the soil crunching under every step. Scotland's weather had turned frigid in an instant. John stepped past Hogwarts' boundaries and extended his arm. A black owl descended, landing steadily on his forearm. He took the letter from Riddle's beak, opened it, and glanced through it. Kim has collected quite a number of spellbooks lately. Among ancient forms of magic, many were considered forbidden or outright evil. Magic that manipulated souls was rare even within Britain. But Johnny Silverhand's influence had already spread overseas, and most of these texts had been gathered from foreign sources. Perhaps I should investigate in another direction. John murmured, his gaze drifting eastward. Compared to here, that side of the world held deeper, older histories and far more complete magical legacies. Let's go to Hogsmeade first. Tommy sent something over, John said to Daphne beside him. She nodded, her green scarf covering half her face against the cold. The weather was freezing, and John walked ahead of Daphne, shielding her from the biting wind. It seems this isn't exactly walking weather, he said with a soft laugh, extending his hand toward her. Let's get there another way. Daphne took his hand. Before she could even fully process the feeling, both of their figures vanished. They reappeared in Hogsmeade. Daphne wavered slightly, unaccustomed to the sudden shift. John steadied her with a hand and said gently, let's stop by Honeydukes for something sweet. It'll help. She nodded with a slight frown. Apparition wasn't a pleasant sensation. John was helping her get used to it early. This year, they would be eligible to sign up for apparition lessons. You could call it giving Daphne a private advantage. The moment they stepped into Honeydukes, the warm, buttery scent of caramel enveloped them. The cozy heat of the shop chased the cold right off their bodies. It was easily the most popular place in the village. But since the two had taken a shortcut, the shop wasn't crowded yet. Walking deeper inside, John selected a few boxes of premium chocolate. The Honeydukes shopkeeper watched the pair with a fond, knowing smile, clearly reminded of her own school days. How about this one? John held up a berry-flavored snack for Daphne. Her cheeks turned pink, whether from the cold or something else was unclear. After they left Honeydukes, waves of Hogwarts students began arriving in the village. Malfoy crept toward the candy shop, peeking around suspiciously. Only after confirming that the person he feared wasn't inside did he finally step out again and enter Honeydukes with Astoria. Inside, they ran into Blaise, who, blissfully unaware of suffering or restraint, was buying an expensive luxury candy gift box. Seeing this, Malfoy exaggeratedly said, Merlin's beard, Blaise, if you've got that kind of energy, why don't you just give the Weasley girl a vial of Amortentia instead? You wouldn't understand, Blaise said gloomily. Love is all about that lightning strike moment of connection. Malfoy stared at Blaise's expression and, for someone who spent his life casting verbal mockery, actually felt the urge to punch him. Are you implying I don't understand love? Blaise paid for the gift box and scampered off, eager to find Ginny. No one could behave like that unless their mother had inherited the fortunes of 7 wealthy husbands, giving Blaise endless money to burn. Malfoy saw the outcome immediately and bet Astoria, I guarantee that box is going straight into one of Hogwarts' rubbish bins. Really? Of course. Malfoy answered automatically, then immediately realized something was wrong. That voice didn't sound like Astoria at all. Gulp. He turned his head. Daphne was standing behind him with a pleasant smile. John and Daphne hadn't gone far earlier, so they spotted Malfoy instantly. It was unavoidable. Goyle and Crabbe, standing like two stone guardians beside him, made them impossible to miss. The result was that John ended up walking with Malfoy, while Daphne and Astoria paired off together. Malfoy looked utterly devastated. His perfectly good date had just vanished into smoke. To make matters worse, they passed Madame Putafoot's tea shop just in time to see Blaise being kicked out. He had apparently tried to invite Ginny to another table right in front of Dean. That alone was enough to get him thrown out as an unwelcome guest. John was speechless. He honestly didn't even know what to say about Blaise anymore. As a Slytherin, Blaise had a wealthy mother and excellent grades. Yet he kept ramming his head into the same tree, each attempt more reckless than the last. Even Malfoy thought Blaise was going too far, more than he ever did. Admirable spirit, Blaise. John walked up, and both he and Malfoy sympathetically patted the boy's shoulder. John headed to the Hog's Head alone, where he met Tommy. "I don't know what you're planning to do with this, my lord," Tommy said as he handed John a black box. His expression was tense. "There's intense malice and curses in it. Relax. It's not for attacking anyone." John waved a hand dismissively and opened the box. Inside lay an ornate opal necklace. It had once sat in Borgin and Burke's, now it was stored in John's private inventory. He'd asked Tommy to bring it because he needed it to prepare the 9 gates of the Constellation Society. "If we're going to host the Dark Lord, we should offer something a bit thrilling," John said with a soft laugh. "And if we're chasing excitement, we might as well go all the way." Tommy had no idea how to respond. John rose to leave. Tommy quickly called after him, "Sir, you're not paying. If you're willing to cover the difference for all that candy, I'd be delighted to pay." John's voice floated back lazily, leaving Tommy's face immediately darkening. Doing errands for the boss, and still having to pay out of his own pocket. It was just buying the most expensive sweets for Oz at raw material price. Was that really worth complaining about? Back at the castle, John had expected Blaise to calm down a little, but he had still underestimated the boy's determination. He's on his 5th love letter already, isn't he? Watching Blaise's endless creative output, John even wondered whether he should recruit him into the noble profession of writing novels. He delivered one to Ginny Weasley this morning, another at noon, and he's writing again this afternoon. 3 love letters a day. John had Goyle and Crabbe pin Blaise down. He needed to check whether Blaise had been dosed with Amortentia. What brand of love potion could possibly last this long? Unfortunately, the examination results were the same as before, nothing. "Blaise, sometimes liking someone means keeping a proper distance," John warned him seriously. If this continued, Percy might very well come charging in with murder on his mind. With John saying so, Blaise finally reined himself in, though he still looked heartbroken over Ginny. Monday arrived. The war between Snape and Sirius was still ongoing. Even Slughorn had been alarmed by it. He pulled the two aside, hoping their personal grudges wouldn't escalate into something too humiliating. At the very least, deducting 5 points from Draco simply because his left foot entered the doorway first was far too far-fetched. If this continued unchecked, Slughorn felt they would drain both houses of every last point. After the conversation, the two finally restrained themselves a little. But the tension in the air was still thick. Sometimes it had already gone beyond verbal jabs. Whenever the two crossed paths, everyone around them grew tense, as if both might draw their wands at any moment. Scenes like this had practically become a daily spectacle. Malfoy was busy drilling the Quidditch team. When John looked at the training schedule, it was almost double last year's intensity. He took out a quill and cut a third of the training hours, finally giving the team a chance to breathe. As for his advanced classes, John still attended care of magical creatures religiously. Grop could now even solve 1 + 1 = 2 problems. His rapid improvement shocked Hagrid more than anyone. This was all thanks to John using mental magic to communicate. It was the most direct and easily understood method. At the same time, he hadn't been idle. As the weather grew colder, he dismantled the opal necklace. This was the necklace that had once claimed the lives of 19 Muggles. A pure, undeniable dark artifact. So of course Tommy had been uneasy when delivering it. The thing looked like it was meant for murder. After taking it apart, John placed the opal necklace inside one of the 9 gates. These 9 gates were just like the entrance to the Constellation Society. One needed a badge to pass through them. Inside, John had embedded the transit technique he'd learned in the Witcher world, the monolith. However, its shape was different from the original monoliths. And it lacked the ability to travel between worlds. It could, however, function like a portkey, allowing movement between different locations. Just as John finished arranging everything, he stepped outside and ran into Harry. "Good evening, John." Dumbledore opened the door and greeted him. Harry tensed immediately. John glanced at the two of them. Through the open doorway, he saw a pensive inside. Dumbledore was clearly pouring all his effort into training Harry. Chapter 443, Two professors are fighting. John's daily schedule had no pattern at all. Sometimes he appeared in the Forbidden Forest, sometimes in a random class. Headmaster's office. Slughorn poured tea into a milky white bone china cup, the rising steam drifting gently upward. A perfect potion. He set the teacup beside the cauldron and praised, "I dare say no one has ever attempted something this bold." Practical potioneers would be thrilled to publish this result, Slughorn continued. This, universal potion. He offered John advice and was even willing to call in a favor so the magazine would feature the work. In his view, young people could never resist the temptation of fame. Unfortunately for him, John was not an ordinary young man. "No, Professor. This formula still isn't complete." John filled a small sample vial with the potion from the cauldron. He gave it a shake, checking whether the green liquid separated. Layering was the key indicator of whether the components had fully merged. "Why?" Slughorn asked in confusion. "You've just invented a universal potion that combines blood-stopping, detoxification, enhancement, and curse-breaking effects. You should let everyone know." Slughorn had watched its creation from start to finish. He knew better than anyone how astounding the boy's talent was, which only made Slughorn more desperate to claim this treasure for his collection. But John was completely unmoved, making Slughorn feel like a cat with its fur rubbed the wrong way, restless and frustrated. He could swear that if he let this child slip through his fingers, he would regret it all the way to his grave. John thought for a moment, then answered with a quiet laugh, "Because this is just a byproduct. What matters most to me is finding a way to break the bloodborne curse." He closed the vial and looked at Slughorn. Before reaching the destination, everything along the way is just scenery. Slughorn froze, teacup in hand, staring at him blankly. In that moment, he understood, life always leaves some regrets. Someone whose eyes are fixed solely on the destination will never become anyone's collection. "Very well. I can't convince you," Slughorn said, defeated yet convinced. "But you must at least give it a name. Call it the Emerald Potion." John poured the remaining brew into a larger bottle, its color gleamed like polished jade. "Glass may be dazzling, but emerald is far sturdier," John said, sealing the bottle. "Besides, I like that shade of green." "I'm hosting a party before Christmas," Slughorn called after him. "I'd like to invite you." "As a student?" John asked. Slughorn lowered his hands, clearly waging an intense internal battle, and finally compromised. "A friend, pen pals, even." "Please, John." "I'll be there," John said, giving him a respectful bow. He smiled lightly. "I'll bring a bottle of oak-aged mead. I hope you'll enjoy it, Professor." "I'll look forward to it," Slughorn said, his large belly swaying as he watched John leave. Geniuses always made it hard to stick to one's principles. Even becoming headmaster hadn't changed how strongly Slughorn was drawn in. The conflict between Snape and Sirius didn't end. It finally erupted. That morning, Slytherin had just finished an advanced defense against the dark arts lesson, and promptly lost 10 points. Looked like Sirius had actually shown restraint. Snape retaliated by giving Harry detention for talking back in class. That, naturally, set Sirius off. Snot-nose. Sirius shoved open the door to Snape's office, pointing straight at Snape's hooked nose. "You'd better cancel Harry's detention." Snape calmly continued arranging ingredients on his shelf. Sirius stood there, face black with fury, waiting for him to finish. Climbing down the ladder, Snape said in his most cutting tone, "Sorry, but I don't see how this matter concerns you. After all, this is a decision for the head of house. And you?" Snape cast Sirius a cold, dismissive look. "You are not Gryffindor's head of house." One sentence. Sirius's authority crushed instantly. "I'm warning you." Sirius snarled, eyes blazing. "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You want Harry to miss the Quidditch match." "I haven't the faintest idea what you mean," Snape said mockingly. "Or do you imagine Potter could change anything? Slytherin has 11 consecutive victories." Snape's smile turned razor-sharp. "That result won't change because of anyone. Harry is just like James, he's the best seeker." Sirius snapped. 11 consecutive victories, Snape drawled. "Shall I remind you that consecutive means not a single loss?" "Severus. Don't call me so intimately." "I'm not your anything," Snape said icily, fingers already drifting toward his wand. "Leave my office, Professor Black." Sirius had already drawn his wand. "You're in detention." Professor McGonagall's voice shot upward. The first match of the school year was almost here, and Gryffindor's seeker was in detention. "I'll have Severus adjust the timing," she said, lips pressed into a thin, stern line. "Thank you, Professor." Harry let out a breath of relief. He hadn't meant to talk back to Snape in class, but Snape had noticed he'd added extra ingredients to the original recipe. Snape stood beside him making snide, needling comments, and Harry, unable to hold it in, talked back. The result was point deduction and detention. And of all days, the match against Slytherin was on Saturday. As Harry's best mate, Ron muttered conspiratorially beside him, maybe Snape's scared Slytherin will lose. Harry was so worried he couldn't even eat properly. McLaggen, ever the show-off, strutted over and said smugly, "Don't worry. I'll block every single shot." Harry nodded half-heartedly. He really didn't like this guy. Too bad Ron hadn't become keeper. Hermione came rushing back, panic written all over her face. "Something's wrong, Snape and Sirius are fighting." "What?" Harry froze. His godfather and Snape, actually fighting. His body reacted faster than his brain. Harry grabbed Hermione immediately. "Where did you hear that?" "From Professor McGonagall. She arrived just in time to see them fighting." Katie Bell was accidentally hit. Harry went completely blank. Katie was a chaser, and the match was coming up fast. Now they were one chaser short. Katie was sent to the hospital wing. Neither professor had tried to kill the other, but that bat bogey hex had knocked Katie hard enough to hit her head. She wouldn't recover within the week. Slughorn stepped in to handle the matter. He never would have imagined two grown professors would brawl over something as trivial as detention. And worse, they'd drawn wands and injured a student. Professor McGonagall's face had gone pale. Had she not seen with her own eyes that the spell was deflected from Sirius, she might have suspected Snape had intentionally targeted Katie. "Potter, you must find a replacement immediately." As a die-hard Quidditch fan, McGonagall's first thought upon hearing Katie couldn't play was to have Harry find someone to fill in. But in such a hurry, where could he possibly find someone? Suddenly, an idea flashed across Harry's mind. Because of the accidental injury incident, Harry's original detention was quietly dropped. "Come on, mate, seriously." Ron looked stunned when he heard Harry wanted him as a chaser. "I'm not joking," Harry said helplessly. "Katie won't be back for a while. You've been watching all our tactics with us, and you played last year." "But I didn't pass the selection." Ron was actually a little pleased inside, but his stage fright made him unsure. "You're training tonight." 7 o'clock, Harry said firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Ron beamed at the others and said with exaggerated modesty, "Well, nothing I can do, right?" Seamus snorted, and Dean immediately went looking for Ginny. Harry's move to put Ron directly on the team obviously left some of the others unhappy, but he didn't have time to care. Another tryout wasn't realistic. Getting Ron, who already had both experience and skill, was the better choice. As for how to explain it later, he'd figure it out then. To face Slytherin, they needed to give everything they had. He had to put the team's needs first. What Harry didn't expect was that during the night's practice, Ron performed far differently from what he'd hoped. When Ron passed the quaffle, he accidentally smacked their other chaser, Demelza Robbins, right in the mouth. Demelza wobbled in the air, then dropped down, blood dripping from her mouth. My fault, I wasn't careful." "I'm so sorry, Demelza." Ron shouted after her, hurrying to explain. "I just was too nervous." Ginny snapped, flying down to check Demelza's swollen lip. She erupted, "You idiot." "Ron, just look at her." Already on edge from Blaze's constant pestering, Ginny lashed out at her own brother without hesitation. Harry rushed down to heal Demelza's lip and said sharply, "Ginny, you're not allowed to call Ron an idiot. I'm the captain, not you." Ginny glared at him, full of indignation. Training had gone terribly. Even though Harry tried his best to lift everyone's spirits and prepare them to crush Slytherin, morale was low. After it ended, Harry comforted Ron, who stared emptily into space, in the locker room. It took effort, but he finally restored a bit of Ron's confidence. When the two returned to the castle. "URG. I need someone to cast Obliviate on me," Ron said in disgust. Because they came upon the empty corridor where Dean and Ginny were wrapped around each other, passionately kissing. In that instant, something inside Harry's mind seemed to crack. He nearly wanted to cast something truly evil and turn Dean into jelly. Chapter 444, The Roast of Ron Weasley. "Ugh, can you stop already?" The moment Ron saw the scene, he completely exploded. "What's wrong?" Ginny asked, confused. "I don't want to see my sister cuddling up with someone in public," Ron roared. His tone made it sound like Ginny had done something shameful. Ginny, never one to miss the point, snapped back, "This corridor was empty to begin with. You were the one who barged in." As the officially acknowledged boyfriend, Dean looked incredibly awkward. He was dating his mate's sister, after all. He shot Harry an awkward smile. Harry ignored him. At that moment, Harry was still reeling from what he'd just seen, something roaring inside his chest, demanding that Dean be taught a proper lesson. "Ah, come on, Ginny," Dean tugged at her sleeve. "Let's head back to the common room." "You go yourself." Ginny snapped, barely holding back her anger. "I need to have a word with my dear brother." Dean tried a few more times, but when Ginny refused to budge, he had no choice but to leave. Truthfully, he was more than happy to escape the awkwardness. "Fine." Ginny flicked her long red hair back and glared at Ron. "Let's clear everything up right now. Ron, who I'm with and what I do with them has absolutely nothing to do with you." "Yeah, that's right." Ron was just as furious. Whether it was Ginny mocking him back on the Quidditch pitch or seeing his sister kissing someone, he spoke without thinking. "Do you think I want people saying my sister is what?" Ginny roared, yanking out her wand. "Is what? Say it clearly." "What? Loose. Just because she'd had 2 boyfriends." Ginny was livid, like a lioness gone mad. "He was just saying it offhand, Ginny," Harry said instinctively, even as the beast inside him roared in agreement with Ron. "Oh, don't pretend, that's exactly what he thinks." As if she'd heard Harry's thoughts, Ginny suddenly turned on him. "It's because he's never hugged or kissed anyone in his life." "Oh, wait, the only person who's ever kissed him is Aunt Muriel." Ron's face went from red to a dark, purplish shade. "Shut up." Ginny had no intention of easing off. She kept firing back mercilessly. "I won't shut up. You know every time you see Flem, you're staring at her, hoping she'll kiss your cheek. How pathetic is that? If you were capable of hugging and kissing someone yourself, you wouldn't be so obsessed with what other people are doing." Her words stabbed straight into Ron's sorest spot. Growing up, he'd always been the least noticeable child in the family, not as academically brilliant as Bill or Percy, not as charismatic as Charlie, and nowhere near as sharp or inventive as the Weasley twins. Ron angrily drew his wand. "Do you even know what nonsense you're spouting?" He shoved past Harry's arm as Harry tried to block him, roaring, "Just because I haven't, out in public." In that moment, as her brother, Ron wasn't even thinking about the fact that she was his sister. Harry kept trying to intervene, hoping Ginny would rein herself in. But Ginny had never been the kind to swallow insults quietly. Being spoken to like that by her own brother, there was no way she would hold back. She was a proud lion, not some tail-wagging cur. "What is it, then? Kissing piglets? Or do you keep a photo of Aunt Muriel under your pillow?" Ginny launched a merciless barrage of mockery, devastatingly effective, dealing critical emotional damage. Ron completely snapped. A streak of orange light shot out from beneath Harry's arm. Ginny clearly hadn't expected her brother to actually attack. "Don't be stupid," Harry cried, but it was already too late. In that split second, swoosh. The spell was deflected. Ginny slowly turned her head. In her entire life, she had never imagined that the person who saved her would do so a second time. Green school robes, platinum blonde hair. Hogwarts corridors, ask around and see who runs the place. Draco Malfoy made a dazzling entrance. Goyle and Crabbe followed close behind him. Blaise, furious, charged forward, shoved Harry aside, and slammed Ron against the wall. "I was planning to see which unlucky Gryffindor I'd catch before heading off to a date with Asto," Malfoy said, standing behind Ginny. He stared coldly at Ron, who was taking Blaise's furious punches, and sneered, "If Percy hears about this, you're dead meat, Ron Weasley. I thought you were just useless. Didn't expect you to have the nerve to raise your wand against your own sister." He glanced down at Ginny and said arrogantly, "Stand aside. Or I'll dock your points." That one sentence instantly shattered whatever fleeting goodwill Ginny might have had. She didn't move. Malfoy stepped past her, folded his arms, and looked straight at Harry. "Puffed. Can't even keep your own team in line, what makes you think you can win a match, Potter?" As captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, Malfoy could only think one thing. When your enemy is tearing itself apart, why worry at all? "Blaise," Malfoy called out, "give him a couple more punches. That should do it." So that Blaise wouldn't get carried away and cripple Ron. After all, everyone knew Blaise liked Ginny, seeing Ron cast magic at her today had crossed a line. Slytherins didn't have a habit of swallowing their anger. Ron was only spared because he was still stunned by the fact that he'd actually cast a spell on his sister. Otherwise, given how many times Malfoy had beaten him up before, Blaise might not have been able to overpower him. "Ron." Harry finally snapped back to his senses and rushed forward, pushing Blaise away. "Blaise." Malfoy barked once, stopping him from advancing further. He folded his arms, regarding Harry with a leisurely, mocking expression. Ron fully registered the beating now, and combined with Ginny's earlier merciless taunts, he lost all control, like a maddened bull. "What does this have to do with you, Malfoy?" Ron roared as he broke free. Sorry, while I don't particularly like you redheads, Malfoy said with a vicious grin, Ginny Weasley is Percy's sister, and also. He stepped forward and drove a punch straight into Ron's stomach, folding him over like a cooked shrimp. Harry surged forward in fury, only to be seized by the shoulders and pinned to the wall by the two big brutes, unable to move. Malfoy grabbed Ron by the hair with his left hand, forcing him to look up. Let me hear one more filthy thought from you about the sister of our society member, you worm. There was coldness in his eyes as he said, and a little birdie told me that you still have filthy thoughts about Fleur, even though she's dating your brother. Pathetic pervert. Malfoy released Ron's hair and let out a sharp whistle. Goyle and Crabbe released Harry. Outdoing others at being vicious. Heh. Who could possibly top Slytherin's #1 bad seed, Draco Malfoy? Leading the Slytherins away, Malfoy dragged his right thumb across his throat and sneered arrogantly at Harry. Go cry to your godfather while you still can, Potter. Having delivered his threat, Malfoy felt refreshed and ready to go meet Astoria for their date. It hadn't been easy finding this chance without Daphne finding out. Harry glared after Malfoy. The beast that had been roaring at Dean moments earlier now wanted nothing more than to tear Malfoy apart. No one else came down this corridor, so nobody knew what had happened. Ginny had left as well, going off to find her best friend Luna to vent. But before she went, she tossed one last barb at her brother. Hermione's also been close with Victor Krum. You're the only one who finds that disgusting, Ron, and that's because your experience is worse than a 12-year-old kid's. The look on Ron's face was murderous. Harry wasn't in a good state either, still simmering from Malfoy's taunts. A sharp cat's meow cut through their heavy breathing. It was Mrs. Norris. If they were seen, Filch would definitely notice. The two hurried upstairs, moving along a corridor on the 7th floor. Hey, get out of the way. Ron snapped irritably at a younger girl. She jumped in fright, dropping a jar of toad eggs she was holding. The bottle shattered, slimy toad spawn spilling all over the floor, something that would take a long time to clean up. The girl looked on the verge of tears. But Harry felt lightheaded, completely lost. Once the anger Malfoy had provoked faded, images of Ginny kissing Dean kept replaying in his mind. He told himself it was only because she was Ron's sister, that was why seeing her kiss Dean bothered him. But as soon as he thought that, the images shifted. In the empty corridor, it was him kissing Ginny. The beast inside his heart rumbled with satisfaction. In their turmoil, he and Ron walked away. The little girl crouched down, gathering up the sticky toad eggs. The edges of the shattered glass were razor-sharp. Let me handle it. The voice came from the stairwell below. The girl looked up and saw Neville, who had shot up in height over the past year. He came over and helped her clean up. Hearing the noise, Filch hurried over and spotted the two of them. Mr. Filch, her things spilled, Neville said. The girl was too scared to speak, so Neville explained instead. We'll clean it up and head back. Filch glanced at the badge on Neville's chest, then said grudgingly, all right. You'd better make it quick. Mrs. Norris jumped onto Neville's back, then leapt straight into Filch's arms. Once they finished, the girl blushed and thanked Neville. Just be more careful next time, Neville said, scratching his head. His hand brushed against the toad eggs, leaving some stuck in his hair. The girl let out a small laugh, then shyly thanked him again before running off toward her tower. Neville thanked Filch as well, then turned and headed back to the tower. Chapter 445, Kingdom and Glory. John hadn't originally known that Malfoy occasionally did good deeds. He was inside the Constellation Society, setting up the 9 gates. One of those gates, once opened, could even lead to a dragon's lair. Just as he was about to add a few more refinements, the Constellation Society's alarm went off. John's gaze sharpened. That eager already, Voldemort. Holding a wand in his left hand, he walked toward the entrance. When he opened the door and saw the 2 girls outside, he fell into brief contemplation. A moment later. The girls sat curiously at the round table, reaching out to poke the tiny golden figurine. So, this is why you came here. John tapped the tabletop. A golden plate appeared, followed by crystal ice cream cups filled with creamy chocolate ice cream. One of the girls picked up a spoon, it was pleasantly warm, slicing through the ice cream with ease. Yes, a place that makes people feel better, a dreamy voice said. Luna had spotted a copy of the Quibbler on one of the shelves, along with a pair of Spectre Specs resting beside it. Ginny was there too. It was her first time entering the legendary Constellation Society, and it felt like stepping into a mystery-filled palace. She scooped up the dark chocolate ice cream and put it into her mouth, savoring the sweetness as it melted on her tongue. Her mood lifted a little. Hearing what Ron had said to Ginny, John remarked with a mix of surprise and mild reproach, Ron went a bit too far. Seeing that Ginny wasn't actually hurt by her brother's words, John chuckled lightly. You're not worried I might have slipped something into the ice cream? You wouldn't, Ginny shot back. George and Fred both say you're the best boss they've ever had. Pass along my thanks for that review, John said with a shrug and a smile. I thought you'd hold a grudge against me because of Harry. I'm not that shallow, Ginny said quietly, poking at her ice cream with the spoon. Percy says you're his best friend. Ginny stole a glance at John, unable to understand what kind of pull he had. He was a Slytherin. In the Weasley household, even if it wasn't drilled into them constantly, Slytherin was never spoken of kindly. Yet someone like Percy, who chased power so fervently, was willing to follow John without hesitation. Thinking it over carefully, she realized the answer lay in the wording itself. Friend, not superior. What happened today made Ginny reconsider Slytherin even more. Malfoy was infuriating, but when it came to a friend's sister, he would still step in to protect her. All right, I admit Percy's praise of me is the best kind, John said, snapping his fingers as mist drifted down from the domed ceiling. He smiled. I haven't shown these things to anyone else yet. If you're willing to show Fleur a bit more respect in the future, I don't mind letting you take a look. Ginny let out a few uneasy hums, clearly embarrassed that her badmouthing Fleur had been caught. As the clouds descended, the entire room turned hazy. Ginny looked back, everything behind them was a sea of white. Only the table remained clearly visible. Far from frightened, Luna asked curiously, is this going to be an adventure? I hope you've got your shoes on, Luna, John said as he stood, smiling the way one would at a younger sister. How long has it been since we last went on a forest adventure? He stepped into the mist, paused, and added, you can bring the ice cream, just don't spill it on the way. Luna got up with her ice cream in hand. Seeing Ginny still hesitating, she excitedly ran over, grabbed her hand, and tugged. Hurry up. Ginny barely managed to pick up her own ice cream, even though she wanted to say curfew was approaching. In the end, curiosity about the unknown won out. Like Luna, the Gryffindor lioness carried her ice cream and ran into the mist. John didn't turn back. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He opened his left hand, and golden flames rose, guiding the two girls forward. After walking through the mist for a while, Ginny felt as though the room had become as vast as a labyrinth. The moving golden flame came to a halt, and Ginny hurried to catch up. The ground suddenly shifted, making Luna nearly lose her footing. Ginny caught her, staring in disbelief. The smooth floor had somehow turned into uneven stone. When she looked up, the mist was slowly dispersing. John extinguished the golden flame and stood waiting at the mouth of a rocky cavern, smiling lightly. Welcome to my kingdom. The two stepped closer, about to ask questions, swoosh. When a massive white shadow swept past the cave entrance. Ginny's eyes widened. The white shape arced through the sky, revealing itself. A white dragon. Staring in a daze, she saw a landscape filled with glowing crystals, luminescent light everywhere, dragons either lying sprawled or resting with their wings folded. At least 1,000 dragons. The phosphorescent glow was like countless fireflies, filling the entire valley. With no clouds to obscure it, the night sky was crowded with stars. Beneath that starlit sky, John watched Luna lose herself in the beauty before her and smiled with gentle indulgence. The glow of crystal light and starlight traced soft highlights across her pleasant face. A sudden thought crossed Ginny's mind. It would be wonderful if John were her brother. He would never roar at her just because she'd had a few boyfriends. The next day, Harry had a strange dream. In it, Ron was chasing him with a beater's bat. But before long, Harry found himself wishing the dream Ron would replace the real one. Ron wore a cold expression toward Ginny and Dean, and treated Hermione with the same stony face, lacing his words with sarcasm until Hermione was left confused and hurt. Overnight, Ron had become as irritable as a blast-ended scrut. Harry couldn't handle him. To ease the tension, he took the initiative to greet Ginny. He'd expected Ginny to be in a foul mood as well, but she seemed completely unaffected. But when she faced her own brother, Ron, Ginny still let out a cold snort and walked away. The disastrous training sessions combined with Ron's explosive temper left Harry scrambling. Even Hermione was pushed into anger by Ron's inexplicable mood swings and went back to bed outright. Ron angrily tore into a few first-years who had been staring at him, scaring them half to death. Then he marched back to the boys' dorm, head held high. Harry could only feel exhausted, hoping Ron wouldn't be like this during practice. Another night passed. What he hoped for didn't happen, Ron's temper only grew worse. His skills plummeted, and he shouted at everyone without restraint. McLaggen fired back, and the two nearly came to blows. Demelza was reduced to tears. One of the beaters, Peaks, even lifted his heavy bat, ready to avenge Demelza. Harry didn't know if putting Ron on the team had been the right call. But he had no choice. The match was almost here, and there was no time to find a replacement. He talked to Ron about reining in his temper. If Ron couldn't get along with the rest of the team, Harry would have no choice but to kick him out. Ron responded by giving up altogether and saying he would quit. That left Harry completely at a loss, forced to calm him down instead. The match was tomorrow. Harry could only hope that something would go wrong on Slytherin's side, giving this broken team even the faintest chance. Otherwise, taking this lineup against Slytherin was practically a death sentence. An overconfident keeper in McLaggen, an explosive chaser in Ron. Harry found himself thinking about how to get Ron back into last term's form even while eating. He even considered using reverse psychology, trying to provoke Ron into that familiar, competitive burst of determination. But it didn't work. Provocation only works when someone still has fighting spirit, and Ron had completely checked out. That night, Harry lay awake for a long time. Like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness, inspiration suddenly struck him. The next morning arrived, the day of the match against Slytherin. Gryffindor's table was a blaze of red and gold. When Harry and Ron arrived, their classmates erupted into cheers. Ron still wore that same gloomy expression. Tea? Harry asked Ron. Coffee? Pumpkin juice? Whatever. Ron frowned, biting into a piece of bread in gloom. Hermione walked straight past them without sitting down. She'd had enough of Ron's strange, prickly temper. But she paused as she passed. How are you two feeling? Harry was busy handing Ron a glass of pumpkin juice. Here, Ron, drink this. Don't drink it, Ron. Hermione suddenly barked. Ron froze mid-motion and looked up at her along with Harry. Why? Ron asked, sounding a little calmer than before. Hermione stared blankly at Harry, disbelief written all over her face. You put something into that drink just now. Harry played dumb. What are you talking about? I saw it, Hermione said, eyes wide. You poured something into Ron's drink. The bottle's still clutched in your hand. I have no idea what you're saying. Harry committed fully to playing dumb, deliberately letting Ron see him slip the bottle into his pocket. Hermione couldn't believe her friend would resort to cheating. She turned to Ron and warned him, Ron, I'm serious, don't drink it. But Ron caught on to Harry's movements and understood something at once. He quickly lifted the cup and drank it all in one go, then said, Stop bossing me around, Hermione. Hermione was both shocked and furious. She lowered her voice and said to Harry, I can't believe you'd do something like this. Using Felix Felicis in Quidditch is against the rules. Harry continued pretending not to understand. Time was almost up, and the Gryffindor team strode toward the pitch. Such nice weather, great luck, don't you think? Harry asked Ron. Yeah. Ron still looked gloomy, almost weak. Just then, Ginny came running over and shouted, You'll never believe what happened, Draco Malfoy called in sick. Not just Ron, Harry was stunned as well. He's sick? With what? Ginny snorted, clearly delighted. Apparently he hurt his neck. I'm guessing Daphne Greengrass did it. Well, Malfoy had been caught by Daphne yesterday while on a date with Astoria. The outcome had been him getting hung up. Ron seemed to realize something, a spark slowly lighting in his eyes. We're really lucky. Who would have thought, hey? Leaning closer, he asked Harry in a low voice, wanting confirmation, that pumpkin juice I drank, did you? Harry merely raised his eyebrows and said that the match was about to start. That alone was enough to leave Ron buzzing with excitement. Even the Gryffindor team thought the same, Malfoy was Slytherin's seeker and captain. Without Malfoy, it was like losing the backbone of the entire team. They were so exhilarated that none of them even thought to find out who Slytherin's new seeker was. After changing into their kit in the locker room, they marched out brimming with fighting spirit. In the stands, the divisions were clear. A roaring sea of red and gold filled one side, while the green and silver crowd opposite remained eerily quiet. They must have heard the news, Harry thought, the corner of his mouth lifting. Then his gaze swept across the Ravenclaw section, and landed on Luna. She wasn't wearing a lion's mane. Instead, she held a scarf shaped like a snake's head and tail in both hands. Ron leaned over, voice low but thrilled. We're really lucky today. At that moment, the Slytherin team emerged. They'd been delayed a little, so they were slower coming out. But the instant they appeared, the formerly quiet crowd erupted. As the first person stepped out of the tunnel. For our king, raise your cheers. Blaise Zabini threw his head back and roared. Slytherin students raised their wands high, green smoke surging into the sky above the pitch. It gathered into the Slytherin crest, forming an emerald serpent that flickered and gleamed. The snake turned toward Gryffindor's side, flicked its tongue, and let out a hissing cry. For glory. The perfectly unified shout drowned out every other cheer in the stadium. Chapter 446, The King's Oppressive Force. Lucky day. No. This was the unluckiest day of all. The moment that overwhelming presence drowned out the entire stadium, Gryffindor felt their limbs turn ice cold. From the locker room tunnel, a single figure slowly emerged, his body seeming to tear its way out of the shadows themselves. Black hair. Brown eyes. That indifferent expression, one usually seen only on the highest of platforms. The shadows finally loosened their grip. The green team uniform draped over him like a coronation mantle. The firebolt in his hand was a scepter of unquestioned authority. Just his presence alone drove Slytherin's morale to its absolute peak. All eyes focused on that one figure, so much so that even Harry Potter couldn't draw attention away. John Wick. No, how could it be him? Ron, who had been saying just moments ago how lucky they were, completely lost his composure. Yes. How could it not be him? O king upon the throne, why descend into the mire and stand among your subjects? John would have preferred not to. Unfortunately, after Daphne nearly snapped Malfoy's neck with a Levi corpus, he had no choice but to take the field himself. It could only be said that Daphne had finally realized Malfoy wasn't immune to dark curses either. So John stepped in as a temporary seeker. After all, the only people in Slytherin who could handle a firebolt were John and Malfoy. As for tactics, just push through with the Trident formation. As long as John was on the pitch, Slytherin's morale instantly jumped by +100, while the opponent's intimidation level skyrocketed to +10,000. One could only imagine Gryffindor's psychological trauma at that moment. John walked up to Madame Hooch and looked across at Harry. Behind him stretched a vast sea of green and silver, emerald serpents gliding through the air, tongues flicking. The pressure shifted squarely onto Harry. After giving his teammates a brief word of encouragement, he came forward. Madame Hooch said, "Captains, shake hands." John chuckled softly. "Didn't expect us to meet under circumstances like this." He held out his hand. Harry shook it, though his palm was slightly damp. Harry quickly steadied himself, reassuring himself, "It's fine. This is Quidditch." Yes. Quidditch. He was Gryffindor's captain. Quidditch wasn't something just anyone could step into and dominate. Telling himself that, his confidence returned. He had never lost to Malfoy, so how could John, who never even played Quidditch, do better? Mount your brooms. On my whistle, Madame Hooch began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Harry focused. The whistle blew, and both teams kicked off simultaneously, shooting into the air. John reached the sky first. The firebolt's notoriously hard-to-control speed seemed as docile as a lamb in his hands. His gaze swept the field, catching sight of Slytherin claiming possession first. Up in the commentary box stood Ernie Macmillan. That well-known Hufflepuff chatterbox had wasted no time. Upon hearing that John would be playing, he'd practically kicked Zacharias Smith out of the commentary box. They're off. No one could have predicted that Slytherin would change captains at the last minute, much less that John himself would appear on this pitch. Ernie was still talking when he suddenly shouted, "Slytherin's Urquhart gets possession first, watch out, bludger." A bludger was smashed straight toward Ron's head by Goyle's bat. The two towering beaters grinned menacingly as they rode their brooms toward him. Urquhart, an exceptionally skilled chaser, triggered the Trident formation at that moment. Ginny quickly wheeled around to give chase. Urquhart flashed a grin and passed the quaffle to Astoria. "Block her." McLaggen shouted directions at Ron as if he were the captain. "Shut up." Ron snapped back, steering his broom to try and intercept Astoria. Astoria leaned into her broom, accelerating just enough to keep Ron's grasp perpetually a hair's breadth away. And it's in, goal. Slytherin scores first. Astoria Greengrass breaks through Gryffindor's defenses. Harry, who had been searching for the golden snitch, hurriedly glanced over at the call. He saw McLaggen loudly blaming Ron for failing to hold her back. Harry silently prayed Ron wouldn't lose his temper and quickly returned his focus to finding the snitch. The situation on the pitch was growing increasingly grim. Though Ginny was an excellent chaser and managed to claw back a bit of ground for Gryffindor, the Trident formation proved endlessly effective. Urquhart passed the quaffle to the third chaser, Vasey. With Demelza in hot pursuit, Vasey accelerated, pulled ahead, and sent the ball cleanly through McLaggen's legs. Another goal. The score is now 120-50. Have the Lions forgotten how to play? Ernie shouted excitedly, earning an irritated prod in the ribs from Professor McGonagall. From the Slytherin stands came that familiar chant. We rise from the mud. We hunger for power. We are driven by ambition. We are strong and composed. We are elegant and restrained. We never look back. We are Slytherin. The pressure on Harry multiplied. He knew that only he could turn things around. Beater Peak sent a bludger hurtling toward Astoria with the quaffle. Astoria quickly tilted her head to avoid it, her protective goggles grazing the ball as it passed. Astoria failed to secure the ball, and Ginny snatched it away in one swift motion. She immediately gave chase. And now Ginny Weasley has possession. Oh, this lovely young lady, and not just Ginny, Astoria Greengrass is a beauty as well. Even their pursuit is a pleasure to watch. What? Draco Malfoy says he's going to kill me. Ernie was commentating with great enthusiasm when he suddenly received a death threat from Malfoy. Ginny sunk the shot, leaving Astoria deeply dissatisfied. Seeing this, Goyle and Crabbe let out vicious grins. Send her a bludger. Got it. Crabbe slammed aside Gryffindor beater Coot, who had been about to strike, and swung his bat with all his might. The bludger hurtled straight toward Demelza's nose, nearly knocking her off her broom. At the same time, Goyle swung as well. His bludger cut through Ginny's hair and smashed into Ron's arm. Ernie sucked in a sharp breath. Oof, that one had to hurt. Ron's wobbling, he looks like he's about to go down. Ron's arm was likely broken. Cold sweat poured down his face as he clenched his teeth. Seeing the match below growing more intense, John finally abandoned his leisurely, almost strolling flight and began to accelerate gradually. It was John's first time in an actual Quidditch match, and he found himself starting to enjoy it. Let's try that, John's eyes gleamed. Whoosh. He suddenly accelerated, turning into a green arrow that shot forward. Ernie caught the moment and shouted excitedly, "John's moving," as he spotted the golden snitch. Harry was startled at the announcement. Not daring to hesitate, he shot after John. Against the clear blue sky, one green and one red streak raced ahead. Both figures climbed higher and higher. Sensing Harry closing in from the corner of his eye, John wore a relaxed, unhurried smile. Having long since adapted to the speed of meteor boots, he found controlling the firebolt effortless. Just as Harry began to doubt whether John had really found the snitch, John performed an exaggerated, sharp pull, forcing the firebolt into a sweeping arc as he reversed course. I've been tricked. Harry realized instantly. He tried to turn as well, but flying so high, a sudden gust nearly sent him out of control. By the time he recovered, John had already opened up a massive gap. Hey! John plunged straight down, his speed never slowing. Did John lose control? No, that's the golden snitch. Ernie's excited voice rang across the pitch. Using his exceptional dynamic vision, Harry caught a glimpse of that flash of gold below. Near Gryffindor's goalposts. He sped up at once, chasing after it. Being forced out of position cost him the best chance, now he could only make up the distance with raw speed. All eyes locked onto the two of them, John's vertical dive making hearts pound. Like a falling arrow, the air split cleanly to either side. Whoosh! John shut his right eye and became a gust of wind, streaking past Gryffindor's goal area. The roar of the crowd gradually fell silent. Just before hitting the ground, John reached out, the golden snitch slipping across his grasp, almost escaping. His hand struck with the precision of a venomous snake, biting down on the snitch. Just as the firebolt was about to hit the ground, he adjusted, leapt lightly, and kicked the broom 90 degrees, leveling it into horizontal flight as he landed back on it with perfect balance. The maneuver was nearly unbelievable, executed fluidly, effortlessly, as he calmly opened the hand holding the snitch. The golden snitch fluttered up from his palm. And was caught again. Time itself seemed to freeze. Everyone stood stunned by what John had just done. Standing atop the firebolt, facing into the wind, John spread his arms and chuckled lightly. Now, you may cheer. The breathless tension that had held the stadium snapped all at once. Waha waha. Even the stands trembled with excitement. On the Slytherin side, their honor song rose, sometime, somehow, it had begun playing. Green fireworks burst overhead as the crowd erupted in celebration. Ernie finally snapped out of his daze and bellowed in shocked disbelief, John's caught the snitch, he's ended the match. Unbelievable, from that angle, and he's completely unscathed. No clumsiness, no mud on him, elegant and composed to the very end, bearing the aura of a king. John Wick. The firebolt gradually slowed. John stood upon it high in the air, arms spread wide, a sea of green and silver stretching out behind him. Green fireworks and streamers danced through the sky, Luna's scarf hissed, and a thunderous roar shook the stands. Glory to Slytherin. Harry slowed his flight and descended with the rest of the Gryffindor team. From the ground, they looked up at the figure in the sky, like subjects gazing upon their king. The score was set. 310 to 120. Yes. Glory belonged to Slytherin. John Wick had proven it through action. His glory. Chapter 447, The Vampire at the Banquet. No one could have imagined why John flew so well. Gryffindor returned to the locker room, heads bowed in dejection. Ron said blankly, this shouldn't have happened. How did it turn out like this? At that moment, he still believed he'd drunk Felix Felicis, everything should have gone his way. Or was it that Slughorn's Felix Felicis had been a complete failure? Hermione burst in, clutching her Gryffindor scarf, at a loss for any comforting words. Losing to Slytherin was bitter, but losing to John somehow felt inevitable. She hesitated, then stepped forward. Harry, Ron, are you okay? No. Ron snapped irritably. What, are you here to expose us? Or laugh at us? Even with Felix Felicis, we still couldn't win. He was restless, furious, really. After drinking that pumpkin juice and hearing that Malfoy had taken sick leave, he truly believed Felix Felicis had made him lucky. But heaven and hell were separated by a single thought. John's appearance had given Slytherin an unprecedented surge of morale, so much so that even Urquhart, whose nose had been smashed by a bludger, simply wiped away the blood and kept flying. What they had faced hadn't felt like a team of players at all, but a pack of beasts. They flew faster, aimed more accurately, and the bludgers they sent came in with vicious force. It was an invincible team. I'm sorry, Ron. Hermione, Harry said bitterly. He pulled out the small bottle from his pocket, its wax seal still intact. With difficulty, he continued, I didn't mix it in. I wanted Ron to think I had. I knew you were watching, so I pretended to do it. Why? Ron asked, confused. Why would you do that? I'm sorry, Ron. Harry lowered his head. I wanted you to get your confidence back, to feel like you were really lucky. Harry didn't dare look at Ron. He thought Ron would explode again, just like before. Hermione thought the same. But the storm he'd expected never came. Ron leaned against a locker and said quietly, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Harry looked up and saw the guilt on Ron's face. Sorry, mate. I shouldn't have been like that, Ron said, finally realizing how terrible he'd been these past days. Can you forgive me, Captain? Harry stared at him in disbelief. The two locked eyes. A moment later, they hugged, letting the tension of the past days finally wash away. Of course, Ron, Harry said. But you can't slack off on training. They exchanged smiles, the frost between them melting away. Hermione stood off to the side, unsure what to do. Ron turned to her and met those anxious, uneasy eyes, and he suddenly wanted to slap himself. He'd been such a bastard lately that he couldn't even bring himself to look her in the eye. After letting go of Harry, he stopped in front of Hermione, rubbing his fingers together like an awkward schoolboy. I'm sorry, Hermione, he said. Lifting his head, Ron asked shyly, do you want to go to the library? The anxiety on Hermione's face vanished. She broke into a bright smile that struck Ron's heart like a heavy hammer. Will you go to the Christmas ball with me? Hermione asked in return, her smile radiant. Ron instinctively clutched his chest, his heart was about to leap out. He grinned foolishly. Of course. Seeing his friends make up, Harry smiled just as idiotically. Even though they'd lost the match badly, this outcome wasn't so bad. A crushing defeat in Quidditch. Harry called his teammates together, bracing themselves for the glares and abuse they expected from Gryffindor. It would be what they deserved. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Ron on his left, then met Ginny's eyes on his right. Then he stepped out of the locker room. They're out. Woo. They froze in disbelief. There were no rotten eggs flying through the air, no shouting in their faces. What greeted them instead was Gryffindor's applause and cheers. Harry said blankly, but, we lost the match. The exotic beauty Parvati Patil shouted back in annoyance, don't be stupid. It's not like we've never lost before, you idiot. But. He didn't get to finish. Dean and Seamus rushed over and hoisted him up. Come on. That was John Wick. We all saw it, you gave it everything. And Ron, his arm needs to be checked at the hospital wing. Demelza's nose really needs proper treatment. Voices came at them from all sides, overlapping in a jumble. Harry had thought that becoming captain only to lead the team to its first defeat would make him the butt of every joke. But now, Gryffindor was showing them through action. Even if admiration for strength and fame was natural among youths, their feelings were sincere, they wouldn't heap abuse on those who truly tried. Whether in disgrace or in glory. There were arguments and reconciliations, jokes and pranks. But Gryffindor was Gryffindor. There was courage buried deep in their hearts, their bravery, boldness, and straightforward spirit set Gryffindor apart. Who's up for throwing a party in the common room? Someone shouted, and everyone immediately echoed the call. Harry was finally set down. He felt his hand being tugged lightly. Harry looked back to see both frustration and resolve in Ginny's eyes. We'll win it back next time, she said firmly. Harry looked at her beautiful face, emotions welling in his chest, and nodded just as resolutely. We will win it back next time. Truth be told, the loss wasn't that big. Strip away the Golden Snitches won 50 points, and they were only behind by 4 goals. From 70 down to 40. If not for John, they might have won. The hospital wing. So he just won like that? Malfoy asked blankly, his neck strapped in a brace. Goyle and Crabbe nodded. Astoria brought Malfoy a slice of cake from the victory celebration. Malfoy wore an expression of existential disbelief. Thinking back to when he'd invited John to join the Quidditch team, only to be refused, he realized he'd assumed John simply couldn't fly very well. Munching on cream cake, Malfoy said bitterly, "John. You played me. Report this. We've got an actor here." Malfoy was on the verge of shutting down entirely. He shot Goyle and Crabbe a look, trying to make them give him and Astoria some space. The two of them pretended not to see a thing. In the end, Malfoy had no choice but to lash out with his stubborn good leg, kicking Goyle in the backside and snapping, "Don't you two need to leave?" "Daphne told us to keep an eye on you," Goyle said, rubbing the spot he'd been kicked, looking aggrieved. "She said if we dared leave Astoria alone, she'd make us end up like you." Malfoy. He was tired. End it all. As someone who'd injured his neck, Malfoy spent quite a while in the hospital wing. Right before the Christmas holidays, he finally recovered. The first thing Malfoy did after getting out was go find John for answers. "Didn't you say you couldn't fly?" Malfoy demanded, as if John had personally wronged him. Glancing at Malfoy's now healed neck, John replied calmly, "I never said I couldn't fly. You just assumed it." Malfoy thought it over, then grew even more aggrieved, because that was, in fact, exactly what had happened. "All right, you're back, so I'm stepping down," John said lightly, patting Malfoy on the shoulder. "Try not to lose." After that stunning victory, the pressure on Malfoy only increased. The day before the holidays. Slughorn's Christmas party was today. For a headmaster to host a private gathering, Slughorn truly did give special treatment to outstanding students. John snapped his fingers, restoring Malfoy's eyebrows to their normal color. Transfiguration had moved on to human alteration, and this particular assignment was changing eyebrow color. Unfortunately, Malfoy had little talent for transfiguration. "Hello, John," Luna greeted him. John instinctively glanced at her eyebrows. "Right, no color change." After saying hello, Luna was about to leave. John asked, "Care to attend a party?" Luna didn't sound troubled at all as she replied, "I've already accepted Harry's invitation." "All right," John shrugged, replying as casually as if it were everyday chatter. "Then I'll invite someone else." "Bye-bye, John." Luna hopped away. John turned around and saw Malfoy staring in disbelief. He asked, puzzled, "What is it?" "John, why are you inviting someone else?" Malfoy exclaimed. "You should invite Daphne." "She's already an invitee," John said, shooting him a glance. "She doesn't need an invitation to get in." Malfoy clutched his chest, looking utterly incredulous. "She may be fierce, but she's the second most beautiful girl in Slytherin." "Don't ask why second, because first place obviously belonged to Astoria." In the end, John still invited Daphne, even though she could have entered without one. 8 o'clock in the evening. John and Daphne headed to the headmaster's office. Slughorn still had some professional ethics, he hadn't commandeered public space. Come to think of it, the last banquet had also been one where John attended with Daphne. Daphne had changed into a beautiful silver dress that made her skin look even fairer and her blonde hair all the more striking. Laughter, music, and conversation drifted out of the office. When they stepped inside, the space was far larger than it should have been. John could tell at a glance that an undetectable extension charm had been used. The decorations were lavish, emerald green, deep crimson, and gold draperies hung from the ceiling and along the walls, making the whole place look like an enormous tent. Which, in fact, it essentially was. Because John recognized it, it was a Silverhand product, a magical tent. Setting up a tent inside the office, Slughorn was nothing if not flexible. Many of the guests at this party weren't from the school at all, which was precisely why Slughorn had chosen to host a private gathering. In truth, it could be seen as a kind of invisible student perk. Anyone invited by Slughorn clearly possessed qualities worth attracting or making use of. For 7th years about to graduate and 6th years nearing that point, it was a chance to make an early appearance across various fields. "John." Slughorn boomed the moment he saw him, delight evident in his thunderous voice. Come in, I've got quite a few friends who'd love to meet you." He then turned to Daphne. "Absolutely lovely, Daphne, just like your mother." He had taught Daphne's mother as well. John went over with him, his gaze quickly locking onto one particular person. "This is Eldred Wurple, one of my former students, author of Blood Brothers, My Life Among the Vampires, and of course, his friend Sanguini," Slughorn introduced. John studied the tall, gaunt man with dark circles beneath his eyes, who looked worn out and perpetually drained of energy. A vampire. A real vampire. URG. My sleep cycle is cooked skull. Chapter 448, Dragons Escape in Romania. In many stories passed down in the West, the three most frequently appearing figures are witches, werewolves, and vampires. While most of these portrayals aren't exactly friendly, they nonetheless reflect the influence and prevalence of the three within the Muggle world. Blood Brothers, My Life Among the Vampires, I've read it, John said. In a literary field where vampire-related works are rather sparse, this book presents a lesser-known social side of vampires. The benefits of extensive reading showed themselves immediately. The moment John spoke, Eldred's eyes lit up. For a writer, being praised for their work is easily the happiest thing imaginable. If you don't believe it, try praising one yourself. Besides, John wasn't offering empty flattery, he had genuinely read the book. Compared to Voyages with Vampires, which is written from a wizard's perspective, this one stays much closer to how vampires actually live. John didn't forget to pull out his old acquaintance Lockhart for comparison. A smile spread across Eldred's face as he offered a modest, clearly performative humility. I read Gilderoy Lockhart's books quite often as well. There's plenty in his work that's worth learning from. Next to Lockhart, a wizarding celebrity at the very top of the charts, Eldred was at best a niche literary author. Just being mentioned in the same breath already felt flattering enough. Slughorn watched as John established rapport with Eldred in just a few sentences. This was hardly the work of a student, he was better at networking than Slughorn himself. When John took out the honeyed meat he'd brought for Slughorn immediately brightened. Bloodney wore a bored expression. As a vampire, the food on offer held little appeal for him. Instead, his gaze kept drifting to the pale necks of passing girls. Once the topic turned to vampires, it was inevitable that another equally well-known subject would come up. Werewolves. I've always felt that werewolves are just like wizards, John said. At that, Bloodney turned his head to look at him. John smiled faintly. Just like in Muggle stories, witches, werewolves, vampires, were all special beings, and all equal. The first werewolves were born from an extremely malevolent curse. Over time, as that curse spread, their numbers increased. His words drew not only Bloodney's attention, but also that of many other guests nearby. Some sniffed dismissively, but more paused to consider what John was saying. Most werewolf transformations are completely involuntary, John continued calmly. So why should we demean or harm the victims? The fault lay not with the werewolves themselves, but with the curse bound to them. It was a curse that could not be eradicated. Since it could not be removed, it could only be suppressed. And compared to the many, the interests of the few gradually came to matter less. You're absolutely right, why should it be this way? Eldred all but treated John as a kindred spirit, declaring loudly. The creation of the wolfsbane potion makes it so werewolves no longer lose control during the full moon, reducing the danger they pose to almost nothing. That single remark struck a chord with many present. Sympathy for the weak had always been a part of human nature. In recent years, the status of werewolves had begun to change, yet they still faced discrimination in many places. Through the topic of werewolves, John quickly became the center of attention among that circle. Once they learned he was the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin ever awarded, their enthusiasm only grew. By the time Harry arrived, John was already the focal point of the room. He chatted easily with witches and wizards from the wider world, discussing the Potions Association and the Ministry of Magic's recent reforms regarding werewolves. Slughorn stood to the side in a daze, suddenly remembering that he was supposed to be the host. "Oh, Harry, my boy," Slughorn said when he spotted him. His gaze fell on Luna beside Harry, and his expression became complicated. Luna was wearing a dress covered entirely in sequins. It had to be said, if Slughorn were truly ambitious, he could have rapidly gathered a powerful faction. Among his students were figures like Lucius, prosperous tycoons from old pureblood families. John, for example, had come to know the editor-in-chief of Practical Potions Master and made the acquaintance of many people from all walks of life. Even if, compared to his Silverhand identity, those people might benefit more from the connection, it was still far from useless. Building good relationships was leverage for future meetings and negotiations. A dragon keeper from Romania sighed as he spoke about recent events, his brow deeply furrowed. It's been a disaster. Nearly half of the Romanian fire dragons have escaped. You didn't find a way to stop them, Werner, someone asked. Werner Hall was a former student of Slughorn's who had later chosen to raise dragons. Werner launched into his complaints. We can't keep dragons locked in cages long-term unless there's a space big enough to contain them all, and that's simply not possible. Dragon keepers had been having a hard time lately. Most fire dragon materials on the market came from Romania. Now that the fire dragons had escaped and couldn't be contained again, shortages were inevitable. Even Slughorn joined the conversation, grumbling about how outrageously the price of dragon blood had risen lately. As a result, all sorts of products that relied on dragon materials had gone up in price. Even Hogwarts had been affected. In the past, herbology classes provided each student with their own pair of dragonhide gloves, now, they had to take turns using them. Those suffering the most were the potions masters, dragon materials were essential to their work, and the situation left them utterly miserable. You've had it rough as well, Slughorn said, offering comfort to his former student. That's not even the biggest concern, Werner said worriedly. An elderly dragon keeper in Romania told us that if this situation isn't due to a mating season, then it's very bad news. Why? Slughorn's interest was immediately piqued. Hearing inside information through personal connections was one of his favorite things. Werner's expression grew grave. A dragon king. What? Slughorn froze. The old keeper told us that the dragons have a leader now. They've given birth to their own king, which caused this large-scale escape. Something like this hasn't happened in 1,000 years, and we can't confirm it yet, Werner said. Luckily, we sent wizards to stake out the escaped fire dragons at night so they can follow them and see what's really going on. Slughorn took a sip of his drink. That's astonishing. I've never heard of dragons having their own king. It does remind me of Merlin, though, he was a dragon speaker who could understand the language of dragons. John was there as well. As he listened to Werner, his gaze darkened slightly. What is it, John? Slughorn asked. John smiled faintly. Oh. I just realized that my friend stepped outside a moment ago. Slughorn had no suspicion and laughed heartily. Draco Malfoy, yes. I saw him, he even took Miss Greengrass with him. What? Hearing that, Daphne, who had been unable to find her sister, had a flash of murderous fury in her eyes. Slughorn realized he might have said something he shouldn't have. Daphne ran out, and John murmured an excuse before heading outside as well. What exactly are you trying to do, John Wick? A mocking, oily voice rang out. John stopped and saw Snape standing there. Your remarks, Snape said, slowly approaching. He stared at John, as if trying to peer through his skull and into his thoughts, dragging out his words. What do you intend to accomplish by leveraging this kind of influence? You misunderstand, Professor, or do you not know I possess far more influence than everyone here combined? John replied calmly. I'm merely engaging in normal social interaction. Glancing casually toward Harry, who stood not far from Snape, John added, have you ever considered that Sirius becoming the defense against the dark arts professor might have had Dumbledore's backing? At the mention of that name, Snape's face twisted as if he'd just smelled something foul. Everyone at Hogwarts knows you want that position, John said with a faint curl of his lips. Do you really think Dumbledore doesn't know it too? That's enough, Snape said coldly. Mr. Wick. Hey, John shrugged and left the party. As he passed by a classroom, he spotted Daphne. She was peeking through the crack in the door. The sheer impropriety of it left John feeling helplessly amused. Leaning closer, he finally understood why Daphne was gripping her wand so tightly. Inside the classroom, Malfoy and Astoria each held a small plate of cream cake. At first glance, nothing seemed out of line. You've got a bit here, Malfoy said, reaching out with his index finger to wipe the cream from the corner of Astoria's lips. The sudden intimacy made Astoria murmur a very soft thank you. They were sitting on the windowsill. Malfoy froze after his own action, staring at the girl beneath the cool, pale moonlight. His heart pounded as if it were about to leap from his chest. An empty classroom with only the two of them, the cloyingly sweet scent of cream in the air, mingled with a hint of pear blossom fragrance drifting from the girl's hair. Astoria was nervous as well. She stole a glance at Malfoy. And their eyes met. Flustered, secretly delighted, feverish. Both of them quickly looked away. An unknowing urge sprouted in the most unguarded moment. Malfoy lifted his head, gazing at the moonlight outside, and blurted out, "The moon looks beautiful tonight." "Yes, the moon is beautiful, yet having you here is enough." Moonlight stretched their shadows long. Astoria looked up, falling without reservation into eyes that saw only her. Two hearts, their heartbeats drawing steadily closer. Their reflections beneath the windowsill touched. Malfoy thought to himself that there really was something softer than cotton. A brief touch, then separation. Why still lingering? A trace of cream lingered on Malfoy's lips. He licked them, smiled at Astoria, and leaned in again. I somehow managed to fix my sleep cycle. Sorry for not posting yesterday, here's your chapter, Heartsuit. Chapter 449, Lockhart, the Guardian of Humanity. John shook his head helplessly. Honestly, once would have been one thing, but you just had to go for a second time. Malfoy's lips were swollen top and bottom like sausages, his speech completely slurred. Ugas accused you now whack knee aas outside. How was I supposed to know Daphne was outside? He looked ready to cry. He'd been stung by a yellow jacket jinx. No matter how hard he tried, he'd never imagined Daphne would be squatting outside. In despair, he wailed, John, does this mean I'll never be able to be with Astoria in this life? John shot Malfoy a glance. At this point, the idiot wasn't even pretending anymore. Relax. Daphne's already agreed, John said casually, handing a letter to Basil. Malfoy froze, then asked in confusion, how did I not know? If she agreed, why did she still hit me with a yellow jacket jinx? She was already about to leave. Who knew you'd push your luck? As someone who had witnessed the entire process of Daphne going from gritting her teeth to kicking the door open, John could only say this was entirely Malfoy's own doing. Ever since the last incident where Malfoy had nearly broken his neck, Daphne hadn't laid a hand on him for quite some time. She had begun to accept Malfoy as her sister's boyfriend. Annoying as he was, whether as a friend or in terms of status, Malfoy was still a very suitable choice. After speaking with Astoria and understanding her feelings, Daphne no longer intended to dwell on the matter. As long as Malfoy was sincere with Astoria, and kept his hands to himself until graduation, that was enough. The way you stuck your tongue out that day, it was practically halfway across the room, John said with open disdain. You really brought it on yourself. Malfoy suffered instant social death. He hadn't expected his behavior to have been witnessed so thoroughly. Then, could you at least help me change my lips back? Malfoy asked hopefully, looking at John. John thought about it for a moment, then sneered. Get lost. And so Malfoy was forced to return to Malfoy Manor with those scandalously sexy lips intact. Christmas break arrived, and John chose not to remain at the school. There was an old gatekeeper next door who could watch things, so there was no reason not to take advantage of it. He left Hogwarts directly. Romanian fire dragons escape once again, multiple dragon keepers injured. Dark figure strikes again, Gilderoy Lockhart attacked, suffers minor injuries while driving off assailant. Gilderoy Lockhart to guard Nocturne Alley during Christmas. Ministry of Magic commends Gilderoy Lockhart, awards him the Medal of Bravery. Werewolves to gain equal status. Renowned scholar voices opinion. Johnny Silverhand Specialty Store. John flipped through the newspaper casually. Lockhart is in a VIP ward at the Silverhand Hospital, Tommy said. Do we need to arrange a press interview? Don't let Rita go anywhere near him. She's shown her face far too often lately. John's gaze lingered on the report about the Romanian fire dragons before he said calmly, increase security and activate the Christmas event. Tommy nodded and went out to make the arrangements. With Christmas approaching, John planned a joint event linking Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley. Quidditch might be a good option, he mused for a moment, deciding that hosting a Quidditch match spanning both areas would be a fine idea. The amusement park project was also underway. Because it required an enormous amount of space, even with magic assisting, it still needed time. Still, it was nearly finished and would open no later than Easter. Out of 5 news items, 3 were related to John. Lockhart's attack had naturally also been arranged by him. After all, a hero had to put on a show. With this hospitalization alone, sales of Lockhart's endorsed products had risen by 30%. Lockhart staying in Nocturne Alley was itself a publicity stunt, meant to show people that Nocturne Alley was safe. As for the Ministry of Magic's Medal for Bravery, that wasn't John's doing. The ministry likely needed to boost public morale and shape a figure who could offer a sense of security. Lockhart's actions just happened to be noticed by them. The dragon handlers dealt with it. We shouldn't underestimate those wizards. Looking at the first piece of news, John's fingers repeatedly creased the newspaper. What he'd heard at Slughorn's party about the dragon handlers' understanding of dragons had caught him off guard. Of course, John lowered his eyes. As a place dedicated to studying dragons, how could they not know? Still, as long as it's resolved. The dragon handlers had followed the dragons and were unfortunately discovered, coming under attack by a black dragon. 3 handlers were injured, and 1 was severely burned. Beneath prosperity, there were always corpses. John tapped his fingers against the tabletop, the sound coming in steady beats. He closed his eyes to think for a moment. When he opened them again, a trace of helplessness flickered in his gaze. Forget it. Let someone handle it. He had Kim take care of the Romanian fire dragon burn incident. It didn't need to be complicated, making a donation would suffice. Standing on the balcony, John glanced at the now bustling Nocturne Alley. Many families had come with their children. Ice lamps lined the streets, and various magical creatures sculpted from snow were set up along the way. In the inverted garden, there was even a stage play being performed, an adaptation of Lockhart's masterpiece Wandering with Werewolves. My lord, old Jack is here to see you. Tommy broke his train of thought. Old Jack had arrived with the youngest child, Taro. As a council member whose status had risen, his greatest wish was for werewolves to no longer face discrimination. Lord Silverhand, old Jack said respectfully. Taro did the same. Old Jack always tirelessly told his children that the werewolf's current life was all thanks to Lord Johnny Silverhand. I'm very glad to see you before Christmas, old Jack, John said, wearing his silver mask as he smiled and invited him to sit. Taro looked at Johnny Silverhand with open admiration. She hadn't yet reached school age. Is this about the school? John asked. Opening a school within the werewolf community wasn't difficult. The real challenge lay in teachers and students. Teaching at a werewolf school required sufficient educational experience. These teachers had never had enough candidates. John planned to have old Jack's children, after graduating from Hogwarts, enter the werewolf school as teachers. Old Jack laughed. Everything at the school is going very well. The community is steadily taking in werewolf families from all over the world. John glanced at the newspaper on the table and understood at once. Because of that report? Caught out, old Jack nodded a little awkwardly. There are still many doubts from the outside world about the werewolf community. As he said this, old Jack let out a sigh. Child, let my lord see. Taro stepped forward obediently. Under John's puzzled gaze, she turned her back to him and removed her clothes. John's pupils contracted. On that young body, the blackened wounds were hideously obvious. Old Jack said through tears, several wizards attacked the child. They believe werewolves shouldn't be here. Prejudice can't be erased overnight, old Jack, John said in a low voice, but I can promise you this, those pieces of trash will disappear from this world. Thank you so much, my lord, old Jack said, wiping his tears. John walked over and looked at Taro, who stubbornly refused to let her tears fall. He asked, do you trust me? Taro said, Grandfather said you're the best person in the world. I believe you. John took a handful of galleons, raised his hand, and brushed it across the hideous wound. One by one, the galleons vanished in his palm. That terrifying injury gradually faded until, in the end, the skin was smooth and unmarked. Old Jack thanked him repeatedly. John said, Old Jack, go back now. I'll have Christmas gift boxes sent to you. Yes, my lord, old Jack replied. Then he seemed to recall something and added, My lord, I've heard some news that might be of use to you. Before entering the werewolf community, old Jack had wandered for a long time. After learning that he had become a council member, some old acquaintances had begun reaching out again, hoping to curry favor with him. Old Jack said, the giants in the mountains seemed to be in contact with someone. Giants. John nodded, indicating that he had taken note. After seeing old Jack off, John summoned Tommy and instructed him to investigate the attack on the werewolf community. A day later, Tommy came back with his report. It was a group of people who truly hated werewolves from the bottom of their hearts. They had been incited and had attacked a lone werewolf kid. John frowned. Incited? Do we know by whom? He asked. It's unclear, those who were incited don't even know each other's identities. I see. John murmured, thoughtfully rubbing the ring on his finger. It seemed this was not a simple case of discrimination. Voldemort's old followers. Or Grindelwald's devotees. Inciting hatred against werewolves, John thought of yesterday's report. Perhaps he had found a breakthrough for his investigation. During the Christmas holidays, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was bustling with activity. But its owners, George and Fred, had gone home. Chapter 450, the competition between two alleys. That Christmas, the second Weasley brother, Charlie Weasley, came home. He had a broad, good-natured face, weathered by wind and sun, covered in freckles until his skin was almost a dark brown. His arms were solid with muscle, and even in winter he was wearing a sleeveless padded vest. The bare parts of his arms showed patches of stark white skin where the flames had burned him. It was those injuries that had brought him back for Christmas. Mrs. Weasley burst into tears as she wrapped her arms around her second son. Charlie took after her more than the others, he was shorter and stockier than his brothers. Even so, with Mrs. Weasley holding him, he still stood a good head taller than her. I still can't believe something like that happened, Mrs. Weasley said shakily. And I can't believe it was you. It's okay, Mom, Charlie said, patting her on the back. Harry was spending this Christmas between the Burrow and the Old Black Manor. When he saw Charlie, he couldn't help wondering why Charlie had come back. Ron went over to greet his brother. When he caught sight of Charlie's pale arm, he stared and exclaimed, Since when did you start whitening your skin? This isn't whitening, Ronnie, Charlie said lightly, stretching out his arm. This is dragon fire. Looking more closely, it wasn't truly white at all. It was skin that had been scalded off by the flames. Harry didn't dare imagine how much that must have hurt. Charlie glanced at the time and muttered, Gotta put on the ointment again. His exposed skin brushed against his clothes, making him wince and bare his teeth in pain. I'll help you, Ron said quickly, rushing over to his brother. Harry went over as well. Each of them took a clam-shaped scoop of ointment and began applying it to the pale patches on Charlie's arm. The cool ointment made Charlie hum under his breath, clearly relieved. The Weasley twins had just returned. When they saw Charlie's condition, they sauntered over with identical grins. Need burn salve? Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, always at your service. George. Please, I'm George. The twin standing beside him spread his hands in exasperation. Charlie said, Can't you, just once, cut your big brother some slack and not make me look like an idiot? The twins were used to being mixed up. Bill had also come home, bringing his girlfriend Fleur with him. When the two of them saw Charlie's injuries, they were just as startled. "Dragons," Charlie explained. "I was assigned to track one, but it spotted me and, hiss, a little gentler, Ron." Ron's fingernail brushed against Charlie's skin, making him suck in a sharp breath. Bill frowned. "Why were you lot tracking dragons in the first place?" Charlie was just about to answer when Harry suddenly said, "Dragon King." "What?" Everyone froze and looked at him. Seeing their reactions, Harry explained, "A dragon tamer mentioned it at Slughorn's party." Charlie nodded. "You mean Werner, right? He always talks about his mentor." "Dragon King?" Ron asked quickly. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Exactly what it sounds like," Charlie said, slipping into his role as a dragon tamer. "The Lord of Dragons. The King. Their leader." Romanian tamers suspect the large-scale dragon escapes happened because the dragons have a king of their own now. More people were arriving at the burrow. Besides Harry, Lupin, and Sirius had come as well. They all listened to Charlie speak. There have been dragon escapes before, but never on this scale. "We went to investigate and track them to figure out why," Charlie said with a wry smile. "But we underestimated how alert they've become. A Hungarian horntail burned me." "A Hungarian horntail?" Fleur repeated softly at the name of the breed. In her mind, an image flashed, a dragon chasing close behind. She said nothing. The youngest Weasley, Ginny, was picturing 1,000 dragons filling a valley. She thought about it for a moment, then shook the absurd idea out of her head. Even John couldn't possibly control dragons as their king. "All right, Mrs. Weasley cut into their storytelling, make some room, it's time to eat." Charlie's arm, now covered in ointment, finally looked a bit better. Ginny asked in confusion, "Why not heal it with magic?" "Dragon fire's poisonous," Charlie explained. "It can't be treated with magic." The meal was satisfying, though Mrs. Weasley clearly didn't approve of the girlfriend Bill had brought home. Harry ate a slice of freshly baked apple pie and asked, "Where's Dumbledore?" Lupin replied, "He's at Hogwarts. Most likely enjoying a proper dinner with the professors." "Tonks didn't come back either," Harry said, glancing along the long table. Sirius leaned over and whispered, "Molly invites her whenever she gets the chance. We all know she's hoping Tonks will be Bill's girlfriend." As he spoke, Sirius discreetly glanced toward Fleur. Harry was stunned. No wonder Tonks had smiled so awkwardly last time Mrs. Weasley dragged her aside. The burrow had always felt like home to Harry, he truly loved it here. Sirius chose to stay as well, he didn't want to set eyes on Creature back at the old Black Manor. After dinner, Fleur left with Bill. They were still very much in their honeymoon phase. Lupin also headed out, saying he needed to keep an eye on what was happening outside. Harry lay in bed, turned his head, and saw his godfather nearby. It was a life he never dared imagine. "What is it, Harry?" Sirius noticed Harry looking at him and turned his head. Seeing his godfather, Harry couldn't help smiling. "Sirius. Thank you for being alive." "That's what I should be saying to you," Sirius said, still carrying that effortless charm. "Harry, good night." "Good night, Sirius." After spending 3 days at the burrow, Harry had been planning to return to the Black Manor with Sirius. But Fred, one of the Weasley twins, told them there was a Quidditch match happening between Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. Sirius waved his hand grandly and said they were going. Mrs. Weasley exploded. "No. You are not." Sirius raised his hands helplessly. "Come on, Molly. No one is mad enough to start killing people in front of thousands of witches and wizards in Diagon Alley." But Mrs. Weasley still blocked the doorway. Her reaction wasn't without reason. The Weasley family clock still pointed to mortal danger. As a mother, she refused to let her children take risks. Fine, Molly, you win," Sirius said, sounding as if he'd been persuaded. Harry, Ron, and Ginny were crushed. This was probably the one chance during the holidays they might actually get to go out. Sirius led them upstairs, and once Mrs. Weasley saw them giving up, she stepped away from the doorway. But the moment she entered the kitchen, Sirius and the 3 kids tiptoed out the front door. The thrill of defying Mrs. Weasley made all 3 children tremble with excitement. Just as they slipped outside, Ron accidentally bumped into a broom. The broom fell, clattering loudly and alerting Mrs. Weasley. "Run!" Sirius shouted. They bolted out of the house. Once they were past the anti-disapparition zone, Sirius told the 3 of them to grab his arm. Under Mrs. Weasley's furious glare, they vanished. When they reappeared, they were already in the bustling crowds of Diagon Alley. A white Christmas had left frost on the eaves of every shop. Because of the sheer number of people, Sirius had to raise his voice. "Hold hands, don't get separated," He grabbed Ron's hand, Ron grabbed Harry's. Harry glanced at Ginny, and that faint feeling stirred again. He reached out. Ginny took his hand, a spark running through Harry's fingertips that made him grip her tighter, unwilling to let go. Diagon Alley was packed, practically shoulder to shoulder. They squeezed their way with great effort toward Weasley's wizard wheezes. George and Fred were standing on high stools. George was shouting, "Tickets here." One at a time. Fred held up red and green shirts, yelling, "Support the Diagon Alley team, pick red. Nocturne Alley, pick green." Aside from shirts, all kinds of supporter merchandise were being sold. For Diagon Alley shirts. Harry finally squeezed his way to the front and shouted, "And 4 tickets." Without even looking, George shoved the shirts and tickets toward him. "Just go through the door." Harry was practically pushed back by the crowd. He managed to find his godfather again, but only for a moment, because as soon as they approached the entrance, he was swept away by people once more. The entrance was beside Weasley's wizard wheezes. Once they stepped through the bright red door, it felt like entering a completely different world. A massive Quidditch stadium stretched out before them. After just a few steps, the suffocating crowd suddenly had room to breathe. Harry, Sirius and Ron came over. But Harry's attention was fixed on the sight before him. "When did Diagon Alley get something like this?" he asked, eyes wide. The enormous stadium was only slightly smaller than the one used for the World Cup. It was originally a site for the Ministry's amusement park project. When they heard about the match, they lent it out. The voice came from not far away. They turned and saw Mr. Weasley, with Bill and Charlie beside him. Mr. Weasley looked around nervously and whispered, "Don't tell Molly." He had used "going to work" as an excuse just to come watch the match. Everyone regrouped quickly. The Diagon Alley team and the Nocturne Alley team took the field. When Ron saw the players, he clicked his tongue. "I'm not seeing things, right? That's the owner of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. And that's the owner of the Quidditch quality shop." One familiar face after another appeared, leaving them all stunned. The match began soon enough. They expected fierce competition, but instead they watched Florian Fortescue pull a snowball from his pocket and smash it right into an opponent's face. In no time, the Quidditch match had turned into a snowball fight. And not just on the field, the stands erupted into snowball battles as well. Chapter 451, The Giants Have Disappeared. Harry felt that whoever came up with this kind of match had to be an absolute genius. He watched the owner of the Quidditch quality shop get knocked off his broom by a snowball, then saw a gap-toothed wizard in green preparing to throw the quaffle, only for the goal hoop to be packed completely with snow. The pitch was blanketed in white. In the end, the Quidditch quality shop owner managed to catch the golden snitch. A loud crack echoed through the stadium as a group of broom-riding ice witches soared overhead, scattering handfuls of sweets from the bags on their backs. The golden snitch in the shop owner's hand trembled violently, burst free, and shot into the sky. It transformed into a massive firework. Adults and children alike were completely wild with joy that day. Laughter filled the entire amusement park, making this not-yet-opened magical park settle into everyone's hearts long before its official debut. In the VIP room above, Barty Crouch Sr. sighed. Holding a match like this every year would be quite something. John watched the firework burst into the words Weasley's wizard wheezes and gave a soft laugh. That's one way to cover maintenance expenses. All those pricey fireworks and ice witches were free advertising. It was the perfect chance to build a reputation. No one would pass up the opportunity to invest. Listening to the cheers below, Crouch felt the fear left by the Dark Lord fade away. He understood the success of today's event as well. All right. For what comes next, so long as it isn't too outrageous, I'll turn a blind eye. Barty Crouch Sr. looked at John, his expression turning stern. Incidents like what happened to the Shafik family must not happen again. He had originally come today to demand an explanation about the attack on the Rosier family. The public report claimed the culprit hadn't been found and suggested dark wizards were responsible. But Crouch's people had reported seeing the Star Disciples execution platform appear that night. There aren't many Rosiers left, Crouch said, softening his tone. If something happens to them, it will cause social unrest. John gave a quiet laugh. Barty, some things can't simply be dragged out and ignored. We both know what they've done. John's voice carried an unspoken meaning. And as I recall, you're not the indecisive type. I'm only worried you'll go too far, and then there's that business with old Jack, Crouch said gravely. At least 3 wizards disappeared. You could have let the Aurors handle it. You know very well those men went after an underage kid, John replied mildly. You. Crouch was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he said, Amelia Bones is watching you closely. I don't mind being watched, John said, unruffled. Crouch gave John a long, deep look before leaving the stadium. John straightened his clothes and gazed down through the floor-to-ceiling window. If not for the red and green shirts, Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley almost looked as though they had blended together. "Sir," Tommy said as he entered once Crouch had left. His expression was grim. "We've got results from the giant investigation. The giants have disappeared." Searching for giants across the world was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But John had a half-giant friend who had once visited the giants' territory. He'd gotten their whereabouts from Hagrid. Now, with Johnny Silverhand's Flynn network spread across Europe, several days of searching had led to a discouraging conclusion. "Sir, can it be because of Voldemort?" Tommy asked, "or Grindelwald?" John thought for a moment. Grindelwald wasn't known for working with magical creatures during his active years. So it's Voldemort, then. A faint chill flashed through his eyes. John wasn't surprised that giants would join Voldemort. They had been driven out long ago. Bitterness toward wizards was inevitable. Their resistance to magic was extremely high, ordinary spells couldn't harm them. If Voldemort had drawn them in, his strength had just grown considerably. It seems he's already gathering his forces for war. John rubbed his ring, his eyes half lowered. Giants weren't suitable for stealth. The moment those massive creatures appeared, they would be spotted instantly. Voldemort recruiting them could mean only one thing: he was preparing the foundation for war. "What about Bellatrix and Narcissa?" John asked next. Tommy looked troubled. "Narcissa hasn't contacted Bellatrix in a long time. The only thing we can confirm is that Bellatrix is still somewhere in the country. Voldemort left his only remaining subordinate inside Britain just like that." John narrowed his eyes, wondering if Voldemort had abandoned Bellatrix entirely and was using her as bait. "Publish an article. Make sure the Order of the Phoenix sees it." John had no intention of informing the Order personally, despite the delicate relationship between the Constellation Society and the Order. They were still a force that could be used against Voldemort, so it was better to let them handle the matter of the giants. After that day, a newspaper article titled "Where Have the Giants Gone?" appeared. It cited the perspective of a magizoologist who had gone searching for signs of giant activity. The article quickly drew the attention of the Order of the Phoenix. At the dinner table, Charlie frowned. First dragons go missing, and now giants too. Lupin's expression shifted. He took the newspaper and began reading. "Arthur," he said quietly. As head of the family, Arthur Weasley gave a solemn nod. They left together to discuss the matter somewhere more private. Harry still didn't know anything about it. He was busy helping Sirius decorate the Black Manor ahead of time. Today, however, the old house received an unexpected visitor. Hearing the doorbell, Harry ran to answer it. And the moment he opened the door, he saw the last person he wanted to encounter. Snape. Professor. He had no idea why Snape would show up here. "Harry, who is it?" Sirius called from inside, still trying to figure out how to light the star on top of the Christmas tree. It was a Muggle-style Christmas ornament Mr. Weasley had given him. Sirius came downstairs, and his expression darkened instantly. "Severus? What are you doing here?" Sirius hadn't forgotten how this man had taken his grudge out on Harry by putting him in detention. "You should learn to read, Black," Snape drawled in that long, slow voice. "Order of the Phoenix, meeting." Sirius understood immediately. He opened the window to let an owl in. Attached to its leg was the summons for the meeting. A short while later, Mr. Weasley arrived at the Black Manor with several of the children. Ron came in and greeted Harry. "Harry, you and Ron go upstairs for now," Mr. Weasley said, sending them up. Harry wanted to stay and listen, but he could feel the heaviness in the air around the Order. Tonks and Moody had also arrived. Kingsley still needed to stay at the Ministry a while longer to handle Auror assignments. Moody stumped in on his wooden leg. He'd been injured by Death Eaters not long ago, and even with Christmas approaching, the wound still gave him trouble. "Everyone's here except Kingsley." Lupin placed the newspaper on the table. "The giants have disappeared. Dumbledore once sent Hagrid on a secret mission," Moody growled, voice rough. "That mission failed. The Death Eaters made contact with the giants. We originally thought that after the Death Eaters were wiped out, the matter would end there. But clearly, it didn't," Tonks said anxiously. "How do we know it's the Dark Lord?" "Besides Hagrid, only Death Eaters ever went there," Lupin said gravely. "Giants don't migrate. For them to vanish on such a large scale, there's only one possibility. They've been hidden away," Sirius finished. The atmosphere grew heavy. "Where's Dumbledore?" Mr. Weasley finally asked. For a matter this serious, it was strange that Dumbledore wasn't present. Snape answered in his usual slow drawl, "Dumbledore is at Hogwarts." "Something hidden at Hogwarts?" Lupin lifted his gaze towards Snape, hoping for some explanation. Snape pretended not to notice. The meeting dragged on late into the night. It was nearly midnight when Kingsley arrived at the Black Manor. There was simply too much happening at the Ministry. As ministry employees themselves, Mr. Weasley, Tonks, and former Auror Moody understood. But the moment Kingsley stepped in, he dropped a bombshell. A real head-spinning one. Old Jack is missing. The werewolf counselor. Sirius asked immediately. Lupin shot to his feet, unable to stay seated. What happened? Kingsley said grimly, it's suspected he was attacked by anti-werewolf extremists. Aurors wanted to intervene, but they were stopped. Ah. Who can stop Aurors? Bill blurted out instinctively. In the wizarding world, most people subconsciously believed Aurors held tremendous authority. That was precisely why the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was the Ministry's most powerful arm. Kingsley spoke a name that made everyone's scalp prickle. Johnny Silverhand. Chapter 452, An Unsolvable Scheme. The werewolf community was in chaos. Old Jack had gone missing. He usually went to sit beneath the large tree every day, but today, he never appeared. Zoffy had returned to spend Christmas with Old Jack. Instead, he found that the house had been attacked. Ace and Taro had narrowly escaped because they weren't home at the time. Zoffy immediately mobilized the werewolf capture teams to begin the search. Almost the entire werewolf community was shaken. Old Jack was a counselor they deeply respected. Now he had vanished, and signs of a struggle had been found inside his home. Taro's face was deathly pale. She recognized one of the magical traces, it was the same one left by the attack on her before. The Aurors also received the news. They couldn't get in. Several people were being received inside Silverhand Manor. Jack, Seven, Ace, and Taro. All of Old Jack's school-aged grandchildren were here. John stepped out of the study. He patted the youngest, Taro, on the head, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes. It seems the warning from a few days ago wasn't enough to make certain idiots restrain themselves. Jack, the oldest of the four, asked, Grandpa will be all right, won't he? Of course, John nodded without hesitation. That's my promise to you. With his words, the weight pressing on their hearts finally eased. In the werewolf community, no one doubted the words of the respected Lord Johnny Silverhand. Kim stepped up beside John. We found them. John replied coolly, identities. Wizards, and werewolves. John turned his gaze slightly, his brow furrowing. Werewolves. Yes. One of them used to belong to the werewolf community. Used to. John's voice sharpened. One of Fenrir Greyback's men. John was a little surprised. The first thing he had done after opening his shop in Nocturne Alley was cripple Fenrir Greyback. He hadn't expected that the scattered werewolves would dare return here. Looks like someone's backing them, John sneered. Then we'll wipe them out together. Back then, the Shafik family's fate hadn't taught them restraint, foolish behavior. This time, they had gone even further and reached into John's territory. The warning he'd given the Rosiers clearly hadn't been enough to intimidate those still loyal to the Dark Lord. Have some sweets. Old Jack will be all right. Christmas isn't about worrying, or rather, you all should be worrying over your teeth. John snapped his fingers, and a pile of candy appeared in front of the four children. Old Jack had been kidnapped. He was bound, and when he woke, he found himself in a room with only a single door. A man stood before him, looking him over with arrogant scrutiny. A foolish move, Carl, Old Jack said, recognizing him at once. To be precise, this wasn't just someone he knew, this man had even attended gatherings at Silverhand Manor. Carl Caro. Of the Caro family, one of the Sacred 28. The only remaining member of the family who hadn't been sent to Azkaban. Old Jack lifted his head. You betrayed Lord Silverhand. Betrayed? Carl sneered. From the beginning, I was never loyal to him. Ha. The only one worthy of my loyalty is the Dark Lord. He drew his wand, pointing it at Old Jack as a cruel grin spread across his face. A filthy werewolf, dreaming of equality with wizards. Crucio. A red curse struck Old Jack, making his fists clench as his entire body convulsed, unable to break free. A few short seconds felt like centuries. The color drained from Old Jack's face. When it ended, he gasped for air. The Dark Lord will return. Before that happens, vermin like you need to be wiped out. Carl burst into laughter. Johnny Silverhand thinks he controls everything, but it's all meaningless. As long as the werewolf community sees Johnny Silverhand's hypocrisy, they'll abandon him. Bullshit. Old Jack shouted hoarsely. Lord Silverhand has never deceived us. Is that so? Carl said darkly. He uses the rise of werewolf status to consolidate his own power. Only fools like you would let yourselves be herded and kept by him. Seeming to revel in the pleasure of tormenting others, Carl cast the Cruciatus curse again. Old Jack nearly lost consciousness, only to be forced awake. Carl laughed wickedly. An old friend of yours wants to see you again. The door behind him opened, and a scar-faced werewolf stepped inside. The moment old Jack saw him, his pupils shrank sharply. Old Jack, it seems you've gained quite a lot under Johnny Silverhand's protection, the scarred werewolf snarled. Once I kill you, all of it will be mine. Impossible. Even if you kill me, you won't gain the werewolf community, old Jack rasped, barely able to breathe as he forced the words out. Mark. You're wrong, Mark chuckled darkly. Werewolves need a leader. Your death will reignite their hatred toward wizards. Fenrir had once fostered hatred of wizards by biting wizard children, and Mark was a product of that method. If Johnny Silverhand failed to make an effective decision in response to old Jack's death, it could spark dissatisfaction among parts of the werewolf community. At the same time, it would further inflame the already existing rift between werewolves and wizards. Old Jack's expression hardened. Carl said, looks like you understand now. Those werewolves will throw themselves into the arms of the one who promises them freedom, the Dark Lord. And I will personally kill you, then turn myself in at the ministry, Carl said with manic fervor. As a pureblood heir, I'll only be imprisoned, while the werewolves will splinter. If a wizard killed the leader of the werewolves and walked away unscathed, the werewolf community would inevitably develop deep resentment toward the ministry. That would ignite conflict between magical society and the werewolf community, eventually leading to the werewolves being driven out. In that instant, old Jack thought of many things. Carl Caro was the last surviving Caro still at large. If anything happened to him, the other pureblood families would surely intervene. Purebloods were bound together through marriage, tug one thread and the whole web moved. The ministry wouldn't dare act against the Caros lightly. It was an unsolvable scheme. It would fracture the werewolf community and, at the same time, throw the ministry into internal chaos. The pureblood families would be dragged into it as well. That was why Carl could act with such impunity. Old Jack's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that his death would plunge the werewolves, who had only just begun to recover, back into the abyss. He broke down and shouted, then why don't you just kill me already? Shoo, Carl grinned. Only enough pain can push emotions to their peak. The meaning was simple, someone killed by the killing curse, and someone tortured to death by the cruciatus curse, the latter was far more effective at stirring hatred and fury. Hearing that, old Jack struggled wildly. He wished he had already died, at least then the werewolf community might have been spared. Carl bared his teeth as he stood up, wand pointed at old Jack. Just as he was about to act, an uninvited guest arrived. A very impressive scheme. A calm voice sounded from behind. Who? Carl spun around sharply. A tall, slender figure was walking toward them at an unhurried pace. A silver mask. Carl laughed, brazen and unrestrained. As expected of the second king of the magical world. So you figured it out. But so what? Carl showed not the slightest fear, sneering viciously. Do you really dare kill me? Behind me isn't just the Caro family, there are countless other purebloods. Kill me, and you'll be cutting ties with them all. Are you really willing to give up your status as the second king? Secure in his backing, Carl was utterly arrogant. He failed to notice the look in John's eyes, the look one gave a fool. John said casually, oh. You seem very confident in your identity. Carl was, of course, confident. The Shafik family had once provoked Johnny Silverhand as well, and in the end, they had merely been exiled. Aside from Carl himself, every other member of the Caro family was already in Azkaban. Among pureblood families, there was an unspoken rule, they would protect the last surviving member of a family. And besides, werewolves were not even considered people in the magical world. Would killing a magical creature really count as a crime worthy of Azkaban? Carl said nothing, but all of it was written plainly across his face. If the culprit were captured and then released, the werewolf community would be completely disillusioned with John. No matter the outcome, the werewolf community would fracture. Ha ha. Now you see, huh? Carl smiled with confidence and even took 2 steps forward. Do you dare kill me? Bah ha ha. No. If you wanted to, you wouldn't be here talking. Come on. Bah ha ha. I dare you to kill me. Granted. John lifted his hand and pressed down through the air. A violent force slammed into Carl, sending his body flying. Mark moved to act, but a flash of green light took him away. The one who struck was the Star Disciple's finger eater. Everyone outside had already been dealt with. Gus Fring volunteered eagerly and stepped forward. Respected Lord Silverhand, if you're willing to pay me enough galleons, I don't mind being wanted by the pureblood families. John glanced at Gus and gave a light laugh. 5,000 galleons. Deal. Gus's eyes lit up. They had none of the fear Carl imagined toward purebloods or the ministry. With a sharp tug, John pulled Carl back in front of him. Carl looked up and met a pair of vertical pupils. John regarded him with pity and said, "Did you really think I still need to watch anyone else's face now? Too foolish." Did he truly believe purebloods could trouble Johnny Silverhand? Grinning, Gus walked over, drew his wand, and pointed it at Carl's head. "I'm actually a pacifist. Reducto." Carl's head burst like a smashed watermelon. After finishing, Gus clapped his hands together. "All right, time for me to run for my life." "Who said you were running?" John asked. Gus froze, instantly wary. Prison time costs extra. John smiled, recalling the memories he had just taken from Carl. 5,000 galleons wasn't the price for killing. It was for reckoning. Some pureblood families were still clinging to the absurd notion of pureblood supremacy, still unwilling to let go of Voldemort. In that case, they would be dealt with directly. Starting with the Caro family. Chapter 453, The Purge. Someone hurried into Silverhand Manor. Barty Crouch Sr.'s face was ashen, his strides long and forceful, his mood obvious at a glance. "Johnny. Sir Johnny," he shouted as he stormed into the manor. His aggressive voice echoed through the empty halls. "Minister Crouch." A silver albatross flew into the entrance hall, John's voice coming from its beak. Barty Crouch Sr. stared at the albatross with a dark expression. "You owe me an explanation. I distinctly remember telling you not to go too far. I'm sure Minister Crouch won't mind heading to the garden. I'm a bit tied up at the moment." The albatross's beak opened and closed as if it were speaking. With a sharp flick of his robes, Barty Crouch Sr. turned and strode toward the garden. The albatross dissolved into silver light and vanished. When Barty Crouch Sr. reached the garden, he saw the infamous Johnny Silverhand accompanying a little girl, catching butterflies. A butterfly with iridescent wings fluttered toward him. Irritated, Barty swatted it aside. He stepped forward with long strides. Butterflies fluttered about, darting through the air. Taro giggled, and John, standing not far away, let out a soft chuckle. With a light flick of his wand, the butterflies turned into a shower of petals that drifted down from the sky. "Sir Johnny." Barty Crouch Sr.'s expression was dark and unsettled. "Minister Crouch." John flicked his wand again, and the petals transformed into a rabbit that hopped off across the garden. Taro squealed and chased after it. A child's nature is to play, isn't it? John glanced at Crouch's expression and smiled faintly. "Relax a little. Aren't I right here?" "You exiled the Shafiq family," Crouch said grimly. "And now you're moving against the Caro family as well. Johnny, I told you, don't go too far." "The ones who went too far aren't me, Barty," John replied calmly. "It was them. But you can't stop Aurors from enforcing the law." Crouch roared. Thankfully, Taro had already run off after the rabbit, otherwise that shout might have frightened her to tears. "And what would Aurors do if they took them in?" John asked in return. "On what charge, kidnapping, or kidnapping a magical creature?" John continued evenly, "We both know how many people see werewolves as creatures, not as people. Killing a human and killing a non-human were two entirely different crimes. One was their own kind, the other was an intelligent beast." Barty Crouch Sr. was left speechless. After a moment, he said heavily, "You carried out private justice. Not only did you disgrace the ministry, you've also given those purebloods a reason to unite against you. Purebloods are already few in number. They need ways to preserve their bloodlines. Carl was the sole heir of the Caro family." Barty fixed his gaze on John, his voice cold. "The extinction of a single family is enough to make the purebloods stop at nothing to come after you." Pureblood families were still people. They feared that one day, their own lineages might decline. Even though today's purebloods controlled immense wealth, their numbers were shrinking by the day. They were afraid that one day they might end up like the Caros, with their last descendant dying without explanation. The only solution was an unspoken rule: for the sake of their families, they had to band together. And Crouch himself was a pureblood. Coming here to warn John was already the greatest help he could offer as a friend. Those officials, those businessmen, how many purebloods would hear this news, and how would they react? Barty knew all too well what kind of power those people wielded. "You should be afraid, John," he said, no longer calling him Johnny, his voice weary. "They don't know who you really are. They'll latch onto you like mad dogs. Carl could have died at the hands of the ministry, but he should never have died by someone else's hand." "Shoo, and what about you, Barty?" John asked with an inexplicable smile. "Are you going to follow that unspoken rule and turn on me as well?" Barty Crouch Sr. flared with anger. "Do you really think I would do that?" "Head just checking," John said, waving a hand lightly, completely at ease. "As long as you're not part of it, that's enough." "And you're not worried at all?" Barty frowned. "I know you acted to steady the werewolves, and in that sense you even helped me indirectly. But if they truly join forces, there's very little I can do for you. As minister, Barty couldn't simply seize all authority for himself. Purebloods relied on political power to secure their status, and much of that power lay in their hands. Barty had never feared Voldemort as an external threat. But those purebloods, even without Voldemort's strength, possessed soft power in the form of influence and wealth. A dull knife cutting flesh, it wouldn't kill, but it would hurt. Barty, they won't unite, John said calmly. But that's an unspoken ancient agreement. Barty had only just begun when John cut him off. An agreement only works if someone actually keeps it, John said with an unreadable smile. There's never a shortage of people who know how to read the situation. When the price becomes heavy enough, they'll think twice. His words plunged Barty into silence. It was like a massive shock, draining the color from Barty's face in an instant. Barty's lips went white. As if realizing something, he asked in panic, Tommy, where is Tommy Shelby? He had finally noticed what was wrong. As John's butler, the person Silverhand trusted most, Tommy Shelby hadn't been seen since the moment he entered the manor. Not only that, the manor was unnervingly quiet. The security personnel were gone. A possibility flashed through his mind, and Barty roared, Tell me, John. In the flower beds, Taro hugged a black and white rabbit, her smile bright and carefree. John rubbed the emerald green ring on his finger and said calmly, Barty, do you know why rules exist? They were never meant to bind the strong. And Silverhand has never been among them. Listen carefully, Barty, the storm playing out in the night. Boom. An explosion shattered the quiet of the Rowell family estate. 3 members of the Rowell family had been discussing how to deal with Johnny Silverhand, swearing by the so-called pact between purebloods. The next moment, their house was blown apart. A hook pierced through the shoulder blade of a tall, blond man and dragged him screaming into the darkness. Flashes of spell light crisscrossed the Rowell manor. The centuries-old house was reduced to rubble under the barrage of magic. Boom. The same scene played out at several other estates. The Selwyn family was one of the sacred 28, purebloods of noble lineage who, like the Blacks, believed fervently in blood purity. That belief was precisely why members of the Selwyn family had become Voldemort supporters. At this moment, the head of the Selwyn family was fleeing in disgrace through the forest outside the ancestral castle. Huff, huff. Ack. His foot slipped, and he tumbled straight into the river below. The Selwyns were known for their refined appearances, handsome features and immaculate dress. Now he dared not slow down for even a second. Foul mud clung to his clothes and hair, his face twisted with terror. The raging current swept Selwyn onto the opposite bank. He didn't stop, running at full speed. From time to time, a shadow flickered behind him, sending waves of panic through his chest. Perhaps his luck had finally run out, he reached the edge of a cliff. Apparate, apparate. Selwyn waved his broken wand again and again, desperate to escape. But he couldn't apparate at all. In a rage, he hurled his wand away and let out a roar. Well, well, look who this is. A mocking laugh rang out. Selwyn turned, his face deathly pale. A grinning man and an Asian wizard were walking toward him. You can't do this. Selwyn cried in terror. I'm a Selwyn. Sacred, pure wizarding blood runs in my veins. Oh. Gus put on a puzzled look. Sacred wizarding blood? Then may I ask, noble Selwyn, why were you plotting against our lord? That was a misunderstanding. I never meant to go against Lord Silverhand. Selwyn's face drained of color as he babbled frantically. It was Carl, yes, Carl Caro. Like a drowning man clutching at a last piece of driftwood, he rushed on desperately. Carl Caro planned everything. Anne, and the rolls. That's right, it was all them. I'm innocent. He rambled on in panic. Beside Gus, the Asian wizard's face showed impatience. He drew his wand, ready to strike. Shoo, Gus raised a finger, signaling Selwyn to be quiet, then scolded the Asian wizard. How can you treat a noble Selwyn like that? The Asian wizard's expression darkened, and Selwyn felt a spark of hope flare in his chest. Gus pulled an unregistered wand from his pocket and said reproachfully, Of course you should use this one. Your own wand would let people trace you. That's not professional at all. The Asian wizard impatiently took the wand. Wait, I can pay. I have a lot of money. In the drawer in my study. Avada Kedavra. The merciless voice sent the Selwyn family head plunging into the ravine. The Asian wizard expressionlessly snapped the unregistered wand in half and tossed it down after him. Gus clutched his chest in mock anguish. What a waste. If you'd killed him later, that money would have been mine anyway. Already used to Gus's erratic behavior, the Asian wizard returned to Selwyn Castle and took a piece of parchment from his pocket. Most of the family names on it had already been crossed out. Gus hugged the chest, grinning like a miser. The boss never said we couldn't make some extra on the side. We split it 50-50. I only take what I'm owed, the Asian wizard replied, ignoring him. Within Selwyn Castle, lives were erased one by one. And it wasn't just here. In a single night, 5 pureblood families were wiped out. Oh, right, Gus said, pulling a piece of human skin from his pocket. He casually picked up a wand from the ground and pointed it at the skin. The dark mark rose into the sky above Selwyn Castle. Chapter 454, Ring Under the Moonlight. Barty Crouch Sr. left, and then came back. He clearly hadn't expected John to actually dare do this. 5 pureblood families, erased just like that. Do you have any regard for the ministry at all? This was the first time Barty had ever truly lost his temper in front of John. Everyone had been driven out. In the empty manor, he was like an enraged lion, his palm slamming down on the table again and again. John leaned back in his chair, listening quietly as Barty vented his fury, ranting about how the ministry had descended into chaos. He told John everything that was happening inside. Amelia Bones was demanding a full investigation. Oris had been dispatched overnight, running from one family to another. An incident this severe had already plunged people into panic. One wrong step, and Barty himself could be dragged down by Amelia. That was something Barty could not tolerate. Even though he had always cooperated with John, this time, John's actions had crossed the line of what he could accept. Only after Barty had roared himself hoarse did John finally speak, unhurried and calm. Barty, I'm glad that even in a situation like this, you're still running around for the sake of a friend. His words made Barty sit down in silence. Yes, they're dead, John said evenly, his fingers rubbing the emerald gemstone. But where's the evidence? Anyone can guess who did it. Barty stared at John, his voice cold. Old Jack was attacked, and you moved immediately afterward. No, Barty. You're wrong. John wasn't wearing a mask, so Barty could clearly see the curve of his smile. Even without Old Jack's incident, I would have acted. You. Barty's eyes widened. Do you even know what you're saying? A black owl flew in through the window and perched on the railing. John replied noncommittally, no auras have come. That means you suppressed it, didn't you? Barty didn't answer. He only frowned deeper. Answer my question, John Wick. All right, since you want to know. John shrugged, a wicked smile appearing on his face. I did it for you, Barty. For me. Nonsense. Barty snorted coldly. John didn't get angry, saying lightly, Caro. Raoul. Selwyn. Jeffrey. Monroe. One by one, the names of the families wiped out in this attack were spoken. Barty's brow never relaxed. What do you think Voldemort needs most right now? Without waiting for Barty to answer, John continued, people. No. What he needs is chaos. Only enough chaos will let him draw more people to his side. These 5 families were either secretly aligned with Voldemort or already leaning toward him. Their existence itself was a destabilizing factor. So you just killed them? Barty said. No, no, no. John wagged a finger, smiling faintly. I'm not that cruel. They want society to fall into chaos, so what do you think is the best way to do that? Barty wasn't a fool. Hearing this, he began to think. After a moment, he gave his answer. The ministry. Bingo. John snapped his fingers, smiling. The werewolf population is moving toward the werewolf community. It's growing larger by the day. Old Jack was a ministry counselor, and more importantly, the representative and leader of the werewolves. His death would ignite the discrimination war that's been hidden beneath the veneer of peace. With such a massive werewolf population, if unrest breaks out, the result would force the ministry to make a decision too. John didn't finish the sentence. Cold sweat seeped from Barty's forehead as he said in disbelief, replace the Minister of Magic. Yes. Exactly, John said. A scapegoat, and a member of a pureblood family. The werewolves' hatred would shift onto you, and the phase of renewed competition would plunge everything into chaos. Werewolves dissatisfied with magical society are easily drawn to the dark side. With every sentence John spoke, Barty felt another jolt of alarm. These 5 families were already on my list for reckoning, John said with an unhurried smile. At the last gathering, they refused to bow their heads. And their deaths won't stir dissatisfaction among the other families. He tapped the table casually. Several thick volumes flew down from the bookshelf. They opened themselves in front of Barty. The Flint family has long had potion disputes with the Monroes. Members of the Pruitt family were killed by the Carrows. The Selwyns seized large quantities of supplies from the Longbottom family. The Rolls have political hostilities with the Greengrasses, and they once suppressed Arthur Weasley within the ministry. And the Jeffreys have even drawn wands against the Shacklebolts before. One ledger after another. One set of records after another. all laid out before Barty. What John had eliminated weren't 5 respectable families, but 5 universally despised parasites. I originally planned to pressure them financially, let them collapse slowly, John said. He reached out and casually stroked the head of the black, long-eared owl, Riddle. But now. It was they who put the knife into my hand. Barty silently flipped through the parchments one by one, growing more alarmed the further he read. Under the schemes of these families, toppling a minister of magic suddenly seemed like an easy thing to do. An open spear was easy to dodge, a hidden arrow was not. They were venomous snakes lurking in the gutter, waiting to sink their fangs into Barty at any moment. Once Barty had finished reading, John stood and moved behind him. Both hands rested on Barty's shoulders as John said in a low voice, "Barty, we're friends, on the same boat. Just as you refused Aura protection and came here alone, I've made my response. 5 families with ulterior motives, in exchange for an unshakable position. No." Barty lifted his head and corrected him. A group of Death Eaters purged by Voldemort. Heh, a smile appeared on John's face. Barty had been convinced. No one felt goodwill toward those who wanted to drag them down from power. John had done something extremely clever. Above every one of those families' estates, the dark mark had been cast. Even though many people knew Voldemort was unlikely to act at this moment, it was enough that the public believed it. Barty's expression turned cold. John had made him see that his position was not as secure as he had thought. But then, was John truly someone he could trust completely? Barty looked at John deeply and asked, "What do you want?" "We're friends, Barty," John said with a bright smile. But Barty knew all too well that friends were often the greatest creditors of all. He left Silverhand Manor. Before going, he turned back for one last look. The figure on the balcony was indistinct, but the emerald ring gleamed with striking clarity. The combined power of the pureblood families was formidable, but in the face of power that decided life and death, it was nothing more than a ridiculous farce. The tragedy of 5 families, the truth turns out to be. Werewolf equality back on the agenda, Minister Crouch delivers speech. Darkness has never left us, it only lurks in the shadows. Protecting Christmas, Lockhart personally arrives. Public opinion had always belonged in the hands of the strong. The Ministry of Magic weathered a massive upheaval, yet when it came to official mention, it was reduced to a single brief line. Voldemort conveniently took the blame, and the ministry tightened its defenses. The deaths of the 5 families were brushed aside just like that. As for the unspoken rules among pure-blood families, when a whale falls, all things are nourished. John didn't touch the assets of those 5 families. They were devoured by other families instead. The families that profited would only symbolically send a howler to the ministry. 3 families gained the most: Malfoy, Greengrass, and Longbottom. The Longbottoms took over the materials market, the Greengrasses expanded into the potion trade, and the Malfoys moved into Quidditch ventures. After absorbing those industries, the strength of the 3 families surged, making them the wealthiest among the Sacred 28. Sometimes, when a windfall falls from the sky, even trying to dodge it just gets it shoved into your arms. Lucius happily opened 2 bottles of top-grade wine from the Silverhand cellar. The Greengrass family bought Astoria a brand new firebolt. The Longbottoms were said to have commissioned exceptionally flexible clothing for Neville. As for the other families that hadn't gotten a share and wanted to make trouble, unfortunately for them, they'd already seen what happened to the chickens used to scare the monkeys. They all knew exactly who those families had died because of. John held meetings with several families. The Goyle and Crabbe families stated that they had absolutely no involvement. John believed them, whether it was genetics or something else. People from those 2 families all had the kind of blunt, straightforward look to them. Just like elderly versions of Goyle and Crabbe. What had been the most troublesome issue for Barty was resolved by John just like that. As long as there was enough profit involved, those so-called agreements were nothing more than empty words. If a binding unbreakable vow were added on top, perhaps they would finally behave and keep their promises. Chapter 455, Lockhart's Charisma and Percy's Transfiguration. It was as if everyone had forgotten about the 5 families altogether. On Christmas Eve, Lockhart appeared at Silverhand Publishing. That single move sent the already gathered crowd of women into shrieks of excitement. Dressed in an elegant brown outfit that accentuated his mature charm, Lockhart even held a pipe in his hand. "Don't be afraid, for I am here." He stepped before the sea of readers and delivered the classic line spoken by the great wizard Lockhart in his books. The screams instantly surged by several more decibels. Even the snow on the eaves was shaken loose. Mrs. Weasley was among the crowd. Watching their mother scream like that, Ron and Harry both shot Lockhart a look filled with pure disdain. They genuinely couldn't understand what was so appealing about him. Mrs. Weasley hadn't wanted to bring them along at first, but Ron used the excuse that he was going to help the twins at their shop. The twin store was making absurd amounts of money, so much so that they were already planning to buy a shop in Hogsmeade and open a branch. And it hadn't even been a full year since they'd started working. The massive profits made even poor Ron feel a mix of envy and jealousy. Harry, on the other hand, didn't feel much at all. He'd never really had a clear concept of money to begin with. Where did Ginny go? Harry was more concerned about Ginny and asked Ron. Ron glanced around, didn't see her, and said casually, probably went to George and Fred's shop. He didn't think his sister could possibly go missing. After all, Ginny was very much her mother's daughter, a little lioness no one dared provoke. Ever since the last time he'd held Ginny's hand, Harry had felt something strange lingering in his chest. But he had to restrain himself. Ginny was Dean's girlfriend, and he wasn't shameless like Blaze. He deceived himself into thinking it was just a sense of responsibility toward a friend's younger sister. Maybe that made him feel a little better. Mr. Weasley was extremely busy, so busy that even on Christmas Eve, he still had to go to the ministry. The disappearance of the 5 families had left everyone in the Order of the Phoenix uneasy. Barty Crouch Sr. announced that Voldemort was responsible, claiming it was retaliation against Death Eater families who had failed to appear when summoned. But anyone with clear eyes knew that Voldemort might be brutal, yet he wouldn't wipe out 5 families in one stroke. The subsequent distribution of profits allowed them to vaguely guess who was behind it. But they couldn't be certain. Someone about the same age as their own children had wiped out 5 families overnight with thunderous force. Even those who knew John's identity found it hard to believe, let alone those who didn't. Kingsley was gathering information in the Auror office, and the others weren't idle either. Old Jack returned to the werewolf community. They all knew what had happened. Their reliance on Johnny Silverhand only deepened. Heading to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, they indeed found Ginny inside. Ginny was explaining the effects of the Daydream Charm to a Hufflepuff girl. After listening, the girl walked away blushing, and a moment later returned to buy one before leaving. George said, "Dame Ginny, you should go into business with us." "Yeah, we can give you shares," Fred added, slinging an arm around his sister's shoulders with a coaxing grin. Ron came over, face dark, and threatened, "Mum would skin you alive if she knew." "Mum wouldn't skin us," George said, pulling a face. "Mum would only skin you, Ickle Ronikins." Fred used Ron's childhood nickname, making Ron itch to hex his mouth shut. Ron asked, "Harry, how does that spell of yours go again?" "Tongue-tying curse." Harry replied. "What's that?" George asked. "Doesn't sound like a very nice bit of magic." Ginny snorted. "Harry, are you still practicing the spells from that book?" Even Fred looked surprised. "What book?" "Harry, you haven't stumbled onto some dodgy magical item, have you?" "It's nothing," Harry said vaguely. Fred didn't let it go. "Harry, spells of unknown origin could be dark magic." "Oh, come on," Ron said dismissively. "You're just trying to scare him." Seeing his brother's attitude, Fred scowled. Truth be told, Harry thought much the same way. Hermione had said those handwritten spells might be dark magic the ministry didn't allow, but he didn't see them as good or bad. After all, he'd already used that ridiculous toe-growing curse to teach Crabbe a lesson. They were there to help out, so they didn't linger in idle chatter. Ron did have some complaints. He'd wanted to come out and have fun, only to end up actually working. "Stop grumbling," George said. "Give that chubby fellow over there a bag of fire dragon roasted chestnuts." Ron had no choice but to go over and scoop out chestnuts roasted by the fire dragon model, one by one. They were so hot that he even blistered a patch of skin. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was packed with customers. Especially after the Quidditch match, many people who'd seen the shop's gadgets in action kept streaming in without pause. It wasn't until the afternoon that Harry and the others finally got a break. The twins once again felt that they should post recruitment notices at Hogwarts, hire a few graduates at low wages. "All right, I need to make a trip to Nocturne Alley," George said, winking at Ginny. "I'll leave this place to you." Nocturne Alley. Ron's interest was instantly piqued. He hurried over. "Please, don't make me keep being the bloody fire dragon chestnut guy." "Well," George snorted, "you could always consider being a Daydream Charm salesperson." Ron's face immediately flushed red. Harry also wanted to go to Nocturne Alley. He'd never officially set foot there before, and it was a place Mrs. Weasley had explicitly forbidden them from going near. Ginny joined in as well. The three of them wheedled and pleaded until George finally relented. Very unfairly, they dumped all the work onto Fred. Fred's loud protests echoed behind them. Nocturne Alley wasn't anything like what Harry had imagined. Especially for Harry, he had once wandered into Nocturne Alley by accident and had only gotten out because John took him away. Back then, the alley hadn't had roads this wide. Staring at the transformed Nocturne Alley, Harry and Ron both widened their eyes. "Did John do all this?" Harry murmured. George led them smoothly through the inverted garden that lay between Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley. They made their way to a building with Tin Trunk written on it. George was here to pick up supplies. A bald man came out, smiling broadly. George, same as usual. Add 20 more Diagon Alley team uniforms. The bald man nodded in agreement. From the way they spoke, it was clear they were on good terms. Harry and Ron also wanted to wander around Nocturne Alley. Ginny was drawn to a silver eggshell displayed by a nearby witch. After the two of them stepped out of Tin Trunk, Harry said, I remember this place used to be Borgin and Burke's. He pointed in a direction and happened to see someone walking inside. Percy. Harry froze, then quickly tugged on Ron's sleeve. Ron saw it too. Percy was entering the most luxurious shop in the area. They whispered among themselves, wondering what Percy was doing here. Just as they were debating whether to go over, George smacked the backs of their heads from behind. What, thinking of checking out the Johnny Silverhand specialty store? Having snagged a licorice wand from the bald man, George handed it to Ginny. That's Johnny Silverhand's place? Harry asked. It was his first time seeing it, and John immediately came to mind. Maybe Percy had gone to look for John. With his business finished, George got ready to leave. Just then, he saw Percy coming out of the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. Percy noticed them and turned to walk over. Ginny, George, Percy greeted them as he came up. Ron was distinctly displeased, his name hadn't been mentioned at all. George said theatrically, Oh my Merlin, it's Director Percy. Percy was already used to his antics. When he saw Ginny, the sternness on his face softened a little. I came here to pick out some gifts for the family. He took 2 gift boxes out of a blue, spotted paper bag. Ginny was delighted. Percy looked at his sister, then suddenly shifted his gaze to Ron. I heard from Draco that you bullied Ginny. Percy's expression was anything but friendly, making Ron freeze. It had been a while, and Ron had almost forgotten about it. But Percy hadn't. Malfoy had described everything Ron had said to him in detail, possibly with a bit of embellishment, but Ron had indeed cursed at Ginny. Don't blame others for what you yourself can't manage, Percy said stiffly, lecturing him. Work on improving yourself. That immediately set Ron off. What right did someone from the Constellation Society have to lecture him? But very quickly, Ron realized that besides being his brother, Percy was also a genuinely capable wizard. Ron's eyebrows turned white, and he felt his height shrink. If Ron hadn't been Percy's brother, he would have had to leave Nocturne Alley carried out sideways today. Don't you dare bully Ginny at school. Got it. Percy left those words behind and turned to walk away. George patted Ron on the head, grinning. Look on the bright side, at least he didn't turn you into a dwarf permanently. Ron fumed in helpless rage. Chapter 456, A Fateful Question. Old Jack was hospitalized at Silver Cross Hospital. The children came to visit him. Old Jack gently stroked Taro's head, while Ace brought him plenty of sweets. Zoffy and Chudai came as well. The reporters outside have been driven off, Zoffy said as he came in, his expression displeased. They're like sharks that VE smelled blood, desperate to report on the counselor's latest condition. Chudai walked over, and Taro ran to him, calling out timidly, Brother. Lord Johnny Silverhand has given us justice, Old Jack said, the Cruciatus curse having left lasting injuries on him. I want you to remember this, no matter when, always stand by Lord Silverhand. He thought of Carl's scheme, and a lingering fear crept into his heart. He himself could die, but the werewolves could not be destroyed all at once. Holding his children's hands, he made them swear an oath. No matter what happens, promise me, Old Jack said, his aged eyes clouded, his voice earnest. Chudai and Zoffy exchanged a glance and nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa. We will never betray Lord Silverhand, Zoffy said solemnly. Everything we have was given to us by Lord Silverhand. Chudai added, even if it means betraying the Ministry of Magic, I will never stand against Lord Silverhand. Good, that's good, Old Jack said as he lay back down, the pain in his chest making each breath a struggle. Just then, there was a knock at the ward door. Taro ran over to open it. When the door opened, a familiar figure appeared. What are you doing here? Zoffy stared at the visitor with open hostility. Remus Lupin. They all knew this was the man who had once tried to persuade Old Jack. Lupin was holding a bouquet of flowers. Faced with Zoffy's aggressive attitude, he didn't lose his temper. I've come to visit Old Jack. You're not needed here, Zoffy said bluntly, issuing a clear dismissal. I have enforcement authority over you. Lupin gave a bitter smile and turned to leave. Zoffy, Old Jack's weak voice sounded, let him come. Lupin halted. Even though Zoffy didn't want to see him, he had no choice but to comply. Lupin walked over to Old Jack's bedside and placed the flowers into a vase. How are you feeling, Old Jack? Lupin asked with concern. He held respect and care for this elder who had once looked after him. Old Jack gave a weak smile. I'm not dead yet, but the Cruciatus curse isn't pleasant. He lifted his gaze to his children. All of you, go outside. I want to spend some time alone with him. Chudai held Zoffy back when he tried to speak, and Ace took Taro by the hand. Old Jack's children left the ward and closed the door behind them. Only the two of them remained. Old Jack struggled to sit up, and Lupin hurried to adjust the pillows so he could sit more comfortably. What is it you want to know, Remus? Old Jack coughed twice before speaking. Or what the people behind you want to know. Old Jack was getting older. Over the past year, his health had begun to decline. His temples were streaked with white, and the lines on his face had softened with age. Looking at him like this, Lupin sighed. You must despise me, don't you? Remus, no matter what kind of life it is, it's a choice one makes for oneself. Old Jack coughed again, this time so badly that it made the children outside worry. Yes, I do have some questions, Lupin said, choosing honesty. About that day, after you were kidnapped, and about the 5 families. These things matter, because Vold. You're not really asking about him, are you? Old Jack's clouded eyes seemed to gain a sudden, piercing clarity as he fixed his gaze on Lupin. What you want to know is whether all of this has anything to do with Johnny Silverhand. Remus, Old Jack let out a long sigh, why do you people always cling to Lord Silverhand like this? Why? Lupin couldn't quite say. Perhaps it was because John was simply too different, so different they couldn't help it. I can tell you what happened, Old Jack said. I can also tell you about the 5 families. His gaze suddenly sharpened. But before I tell you any of it, you need to make a choice. Remus, will you live as a werewolf, or as a wizard? Hearing that question, Lupin's heartbeat inexplicably skipped. Old Jack's eyes were relentless, his voice carrying the authority of an elder. As a werewolf, living for werewolves, or as a wizard, abandoning your own people. I know this, Old Jack continued. We are werewolves, once rejected and despised by everyone. But none of this is what we wanted. Not a single one of us wanted to become a werewolf. Werewolves are monsters. There is no place for us, Old Jack coughed again, and Lupin hurried to pour him some water. After taking a sip, Old Jack's breathing eased a little. If you choose to live as a werewolf, then you must lead your brothers and sisters, resist when wizards kill werewolves, and fight for equality for werewolves. There was confusion in Lupin's eyes. He had never truly thought about this question before, just as Old Jack had said. There were deep-rooted conflicts between werewolves and wizards. Discrimination was not something that could be erased overnight. As a werewolf, he felt he should protect those oppressed werewolves. But as a wizard, it seemed he was also expected to contribute to the magical world. Old Jack did not rush him. He waited for Lupin to make his choice. I think. I can't escape my identity as a werewolf, Lupin said with a bitter smile. Even though there are brutal, bloodthirsty individuals among werewolves, they are still victims. Yes. Victims. Old Jack looked at Lupin. Then you shouldn't treat Lord Silverhand the way you have. Don't bring up those so-called hidden dangers or conspiracy theories, Old Jack cut Lupin off forcefully before he could speak, his tone leaving no room for argument. I can tell you what happened, but at the same time, I need to give you a piece of advice. Dumbledore cannot bring peace to werewolves. When forced to choose between wizards and werewolves, he will choose wizards without hesitation. Old Jack said gravely, just like this time, if it were him, I believe he would not have chosen the werewolves. After that, Old Jack spoke about what had happened during the kidnapping. His coughing fits in between made the children outside open the door several times to check if everything was all right. Lupin listened quietly to the end. His expression shifted from curiosity at the start to bewilderment by the end. The status of werewolves. The kidnapping by pureblood families. No matter which one it was, none of it could be ignored. I don't know the exact details of what happened to those 5 families, but... A look of reverence appeared on Old Jack's face. Lord Silverhand has never abandoned us. Lupin took a deep breath. The air felt thin, and he needed to go outside just to get his thoughts moving again. He left Silver Cross Hospital and, in a daze, found himself at the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. He had once worked here, watching people come and go. Almost without realizing it, he stepped inside. The wooden boards Johnny Silverhand had once cut through were gone, replaced by a space so wide it felt unreal. Are we, on the same side? Lupin murmured as he looked at the novel items behind the counter. The best memories of the first half of his life were all at Hogwarts. It was only after stepping into society that he realized how merciful Dumbledore had been. Allowing werewolves to attend school, back when there was no wolfsbane potion. It was there that he met James, met Sirius, and that damn traitor, Peter Pettigrew. He had been a prefect, and he had even exchanged spells with Snape. It could be said that he survived those later, bleak years by clinging to those memories. James was dead. Sirius had been sent to prison. That group of 4 had collapsed overnight. He was like a lone wolf that had lost its pack, drifting through magical society, moving from place to place. Werewolves sat at the bottom of society, often not even treated as people. In defense against the dark arts, they were studied as examples, learning how to resist such evil creatures. From Remus of the Order of the Phoenix's perspective, the potential social danger posed by the Constellation Society, the Star Disciples, and Johnny Silverhand's unchecked actions, and the suspected erasure of 5 families were all deeply troubling. But from Lupin the Werewolf's point of view, that was someone who openly stood against great families for the sake of werewolves. The power Johnny Silverhand gained might also have served to strengthen his own influence, but every benefit he gave to werewolves was real. If werewolves were suppressed again, what should he do then? Fight for werewolves, or retreat and hide, living as a wizard? Dumbledore was a god, but only Remus Lupin's god. That gentleness was something only Lupin himself had ever truly felt. Johnny Silverhand was a god, he was the god of the werewolves. Bound by shared interests, the werewolf community had taken shape. Remus. A puzzled voice reached him, and Lupin came back to his senses and looked over. Tonks's hair had turned black. She glanced around before leaning in and lowering her voice. "What are you doing here?" "Just wandering around," Lupin said. Then, puzzled, he added, "Tonks, what are you doing here?" "I thought you'd come looking for me," Tonks said with a hint of grievance. "I'm investigating the matter of the 5 families." "I think I already have a guess about that," Lupin said, seeing her aggrieved expression and smiling. "Now we can head back and actually have a Christmas." "Oh Merlin, I really don't want to see Mrs. Weasley trying to engineer any more chance encounters between me and Bill," Tonks complained. Even so, she very honestly followed Lupin out of the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. Chapter 457, The Wick Family's Christmas. Whether muggles or wizards, there were always those in power and those who chased profit. John was an alchemist, a merchant who traded in magic. The alchemical principle he believed in was simple, equivalent exchange. That was how he conducted himself as well. With 10% profit, capital would ensure itself was used everywhere. With 20% profit, capital would become active. With 50% profit, capital would take risks. With 100% profit, capital would dare to trample over all the laws of the human world. And in this incident, the profit John offered was enough to make the purebloods shut their mouths. They bore no cost and no loss. The only thing required of them was to stay silent. Conscience began to disappear the moment money blinded one's eyes. John did not care about any of that, even though that money could have allowed his industries to expand considerably. Malfoy arrived at the Silverhand Manor, and he had been riding high lately. With his relationship with Astoria officially confirmed, the family's business had suddenly begun to flourish again. It was just that those pouty lips were still far fuller than usual even now. Puffed. Seeing him, John couldn't help but laugh. "Stop laughing," Malfoy snapped irritably. "I've tried every method, and none of them worked." "Then I'd suggest you go to Silver Cross Hospital. They have healers who specialize in treating curse-related injuries," John said, shamelessly advertising his own hospital. "It's too expensive," Malfoy said with a wary look. "Just a single examination costs over 100 galleons. This hospital, established less than 2 years ago, was still very young, but its equipment was in no way inferior to St. Mungo's. The only thing people criticized was the price. Especially specialist consultations, which were outrageously expensive. Incidents like this had made the newspapers more than once. "That's because you don't have medical insurance," John spread his hands helplessly. "Who told you you're not from Nocturne Alley? Can't you arrange one for me?" Malfoy asked awkwardly. "My father wants one too." Right, Lucius, that well-known curator, had his dark magic museum located in Diagon Alley out of sheer caution, so he didn't have medical insurance either. Every time he went to Silver Cross Hospital for a checkup, it ended up costing Lucius twice as much. There's no helping it. Rules are rules, John shrugged. In the first place, that insurance had been created to attract talent from Nocturne Alley. There were 3 ways to qualify. First, having a job in Nocturne Alley. Second, living in Nocturne Alley. Third, being an employee of Silverhand. The Malfoy family met none of the 3, so they were clearly ineligible. "Fine," Malfoy muttered unhappily, his lips looking ridiculous. Malfoy hadn't come over without reason. He had brought John a piece of news. "Mum met Bellatrix once," Malfoy said. "Bellatrix is in contact with Voldemort." "What did they talk about?" John asked, his interest piqued. "I don't know," Malfoy shook his head. "Bellatrix deliberately kept things hidden. Even Mum only overheard a single word." With a strange look on his face, Malfoy said, "White Weasel." "White Weasel." John repeated, finding it oddly unsettling. That was the information Narcissa had overheard. It seemed to be one of Voldemort's targets. But using White Weasel as a designation, was it a person or a place? It seems Voldemort really is continuously trying to draw certain forces to his side. John fell into thought. Voldemort's whereabouts were unclear. Ever since he had appeared abroad, there had been no further movement. Unlike him, Grindelwald was different. John had seen Grindelwald mentioned in the newspapers. He was wanted, yet his followers had already risen to 30. One major incident was the assassination of an official from the German Ministry of Magic. Although there was no evidence proving he was responsible, the ministry still pinned it on him. As a result, Grindelwald was placed on a nationwide wanted list. When he appeared again, it was in another snow-covered country. However, his followers did not seem to have left with him. Only 2 people were by his side. His motives are unclear. Truly troublesome, John said, glancing over Grindelwald's movements before setting the newspaper down. Stabilize the home front first. His priority was dealing with Voldemort. Is the leverage still not enough? Why hasn't he made a move yet? John calculated Voldemort's chips. Giants alone were clearly not sufficient. The 5 hidden pureblood families had been erased by him, and along with them, the plan to split the werewolves had been completely crushed. The path ahead for him is either to seek help abroad, or to continue drawing in dark creatures. John removed the ring from his finger. The emerald green ring symbolized Silverhand's authority. It was only after years of operation that John had gained the ability to play this game against everyone else. He had no intention of capsizing at this point. Whether it was Voldemort or himself, only one of them could survive. You'd better grow quickly, Voldemort, John thought. He had no desire to scour the world looking for him. Draco, he suddenly called out to Malfoy. Malfoy, ? Barty Crouch Jr. is waiting for you in the garden, John said with an innocent smile. He thinks it's necessary to toughen you up a bit, considering you couldn't even dodge a wasp hex. Malfoy's face changed instantly. Again. Was he not even allowed to rest during Christmas? This is to keep you alive, Draco, John said lightly. Carelessness gets people killed. Malfoy curled his lip and muttered, I don't even have medical insurance. If he got hurt, he'd have to pay for it himself. John watched him leave with a miserable expression. Standing within Silverhand Manor, it felt as though this place only truly resembled a home when a banquet was underway. A bit too quiet, John murmured as he looked over the empty manor. There wasn't a single thing here that belonged to Christmas. Standing on the 2nd floor, John rested his chin in his hand and thought for a moment. Going home for the holidays might not be a bad choice. Come to think of it, he had never gone home for Christmas even once. Since that was the case, John decided to make a trip back this year. I remember the old man wanted an owl. In the magical world, keeping in touch with family required relying on owls. John walked over to the fireplace in Silverhand Manor. The flames inside turned blue as he stepped into them. The fire swallowed him up, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the fireplace of the Constellation Society. As he stepped out, golden letters transformed into little figures that came hopping over. John flicked away the little creature that tried to jump onto his shoulder and walked to one of the doors, opening it and stepping inside. When he came out again, there was an owl in his hands, one that looked rather sly. A big head, with round amber-colored eyes gleaming brightly. It looked like it wasn't very bright. Just as he was about to step back into the fireplace, John frowned. He walked to the door and opened it, only to see the old man outside, his expression immediately souring. Oh, John, Dumbledore greeted him with a smile. John replied flatly, it must be hard on the great wizard Dumbledore, having to stand guard here even during Christmas. Dumbledore showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, he blinked and said, as a gatekeeper, I feel it's my duty to remain loyal to my post. Heh. John gave a completely emotionless chuckle. As if he'd believe that. Wasn't it just because he was worried something might happen to his goblet at Hogwarts? Then your hearing is truly remarkable, John said, in a tone that was hard to tell whether it was mockery or ridicule. He turned around and closed the door. Just now, he had seen a wand in Dumbledore's hand. He had probably thought the Constellation Society was under attack. Even without the Elder Wand, this man was still the most powerful wizard in the world. Not even a single door could block his prying gaze. John returned to the fireplace. The grey owl tried to perch on his shoulder again, only to be stopped by him. If Basil finds out, he'll pluck all your feathers. That was Basil's exclusive seat, and Basil held grudges very well. Like lifting a chick, John ignored the grey owl's protests and carried her into the fireplace. Blue flames swallowed them both. Only then did Dumbledore leave from outside the door. The Wick family's basement. The golden flames, burning without firewood, suddenly turned blue as John stepped out of them. He opened the basement door and walked upstairs. What do you think about this? He heard his father, Watson's voice. He was trying to place his Wizard King onto the top of the Christmas tree. Mrs. Wick glanced at him, then turned back to calmly brew herself a cup of black tea. Watson wasn't annoyed at all. One by one, the protesting wizard chess pieces were placed onto the Christmas tree. Among them, the Silver Knight was still shouting, "I've rendered great service to this household. I'm a hero." "Shut up. All you ever did was catch mice for me." Watson placed the Silver Knight in the middle section of the Christmas tree. Taking in the view from there, the Silver Knight immediately changed his tune. "The scenery here is quite nice. Hoot." Suddenly, a gray owl flew over and tilted her head as she stared at the Silver Knight. Watson was startled by this creature that had come out of nowhere. "Where did this come from?" Watson said. As he turned his head, he saw John walking up. Ignoring the Silver Knight yelping as the gray owl pecked at him, Watson exclaimed in delight, "John." Hearing the sound, Mrs. Wick's hand trembled, and the red tea spilled onto the tabletop. She turned back and saw John standing there. Not bothering to wipe it up, Mrs. Wick ran over. The family of three was reunited. Chapter 458, The Cry of the Owl. Mrs. Wick held her child in her arms. "You're back, John." This was the first time in 6 years that John had come home for Christmas. Watson happily gave John's shoulder a solid pat. Then Watson retreated, startled by the murderous look Mrs. Wick shot him. Silverhand Manor was vast, yet it never quite felt like home. When John returned, his room was always spotless. No matter when it was, Mrs. Wick would always make sure everything was neatly arranged for him. When Watson heard that the gray owl was meant for his own owl, he was immediately delighted and used his owl to send John a letter. John looked at his old man in speechless disbelief. "Come on, let's give you a name." "If you like it, you can use it," Watson said, still full of enthusiasm after dinner. "Owl, hoot. Let's call you Basil II." "Owl." Watson delivered the name with great confidence, earning a look from the gray owl that clearly said he was an idiot. Evidently, the gray owl that had just been swatted 3 meters away by Basil with a single wing was not fond of that name. Watson suggested a few more names, and finally stopped at the name Chi-Chi. But the sound that followed left Watson confused. Roar. Watson dug a finger into his ear and asked blankly, "Do owls sound like that?" John replied calmly, "There are differences in potential between owls." "But that's clearly not an owl's call," Watson said with a look that clearly said, "You've got to be kidding me. That sounded like a dragon's roar." "Dad," John shook his head regretfully, "you should get your eyes checked. How could an owl possibly be a dragon?" Although Watson felt there was some logic to it, when he looked at that big head and round face, it still didn't seem quite right. In the end, Mrs. Wick unconditionally believed her son and told Watson that if he didn't want to sleep on the sofa, he should stop asking questions. Watson had no choice but to accept that the owl in their household simply had a very strange call. Tomorrow was Christmas. John's return made this Christmas especially lively. 3 owls sat in a neat row. Below them, Tom looked up at the trio, her dog paws scratching furiously at the cabinet, sending wood shavings flying. Fortunately, Mrs. Wick quite liked the little one she had chosen herself. She let her jump onto the sofa, Tom resting her head on Mrs. Wick's lap as she was gently stroked. Tom wagged her tail smugly, which made Basil on top of the cabinet extremely displeased. It swooped down and plucked a tuft of fur from Tom's tail with its beak. A full-blown cat and dog battle immediately broke out in the house. Well, an owl counted as a cat, right? Snow fell from the sky. A frosty Christmas turned the land white. The next day, the Wick household lit the fireplace, flames burning brightly. Tom lay sprawled on the carpet, facing the fireplace, looking utterly content. John received Christmas cards sent by Neville and the others. Cedric sent him a letter containing sand from Egypt. He had traveled to Egypt and even encountered wizards there. Neville sent John a piece of clothing with exceptional elasticity and durability. Daphne sent a gift box, which contained a scarf and a pocket watch. John opened the pocket watch. It was custom-made, with the hands crafted from gold, silver, and gemstones. Percy sent an alchemy book, though John had already read it. Percy didn't know that. Fleur sent an exquisitely beautiful necklace. It looked like a women's piece. John said, puzzled, last year it was lady's perfume, and this time it's a necklace. He couldn't quite make sense of it. Was she treating him like a young girl? He put the necklace away. Last year's perfume had even been accidentally knocked over by Tom. This year, his uncle sent gifts again, and there was nothing inappropriate about them. It was a Witcher's silver medallion. A dragon was engraved on it. It seemed that after John told them about the Witchers of that world, they had recreated it specially. He casually opened the broom trimming shears Malfoy had sent, with a Quidditch book included inside. Clearly, Malfoy hadn't given up. To avoid becoming the Slytherin captain nailed to the pillar of shame, he was planning to drag John in to cheat his way through. Unfortunately, John had no intention of playing Quidditch. Even the maintenance of his firebolt was handled by Malfoy. While opening the gift boxes, John saw Riddle fly back in from outside. A short while later, Basil returned as well, a brown feather stuck to its talon. It also brought back a copy of the Daily Prophet. Judging by the timing, it had probably gone out to beat up another owl again. John opened the newspaper and glanced through it. Lockhart, that attention-seeking show-off, was still holding autograph sessions even during the holidays. That said, he had to admit that Lockhart's fearlessness, or rather his complete disregard for Voldemort, had somewhat eased the recent panic over Voldemort committing crimes again. He had even gone to the Inverted Garden to oversee a stage play rehearsal, and had personally gone on stage to perform his new story. This guy's really something else. If I were Voldemort, he'd be the first one I'd kill. Looking at the photo of Lockhart performing the story titled The Great Wizard Lockhart Battles Voldemort 3 Times, John almost felt like applauding him. For Voldemort to tolerate even this, it seemed his intelligence had finally come back after his soul returned. Harry was spending Christmas at the Burrow. Sirius shouted at Kreacher for the 13th time, driving the elderly house elf into the kitchen and forbidding him from coming out. All the Christmas decorations they had put up had been completely cleared away by Kreacher under the excuse of cleaning. Overnight, everything returned to how it used to be. As Kreacher left, he was still muttering curses about the two of them under his breath. With someone like that around, it was indeed hard to have a pleasant Christmas. When they went to the Burrow, it naturally made Mrs. Weasley very happy. Upon arriving at the Burrow, the place was lively. The living room had been decorated by Ginny in a riot of colors, lush and overflowing, as if a paper chain explosion had gone off. There was even a little angel on top of the Christmas tree. On closer inspection, it was actually a garden gnome. The poor gnome had bitten Fred when he was pulling up carrots, and as a result, it had been knocked out with a stunning spell, painted gold, disgracefully stuffed into a tiny ballet skirt, and glued with wings. It was without a doubt the ugliest angel imaginable, easily comparable to the Cupids Lockhart had come up with back in second year. Mrs. Weasley was cooking a delicious Christmas lunch while the radio played a Christmas broadcast. It was her favorite singer, Celestina Warbeck. The song A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love blared from the radio, tormenting everyone like pure noise. At the very least, it wasn't the kind of song many people actually enjoyed. Sirius muttered a few complaints and was immediately glared into silence by Mrs. Weasley. Ginny was wearing a brand new hat, a gift from Percy. Ron's eyebrows had finally returned to normal, and his height had recovered as well. Harry saw Bill arrive with Fleur, and the moment Mrs. Weasley noticed her son, the joy on her face vanished. She asked in a low voice, "Percy didn't come back?" Ron was still holding a grudge over being disciplined by Percy's transfiguration. He'd better not come back. After Fleur arrived at the Burrow, she sat together with Bill. Ginny noticed a maggot on Harry's head and warned him across the table. Harry took the worm off, and Fleur said, "Oh, how disgusting." It was a gift Kreacher had deliberately prepared for his master, Sirius, but Harry had accidentally opened it instead. Exactly, Ron agreed wholeheartedly, trying to be helpful. "Want some gravy?" Ginny shot him a look full of disdain. Ron clumsily knocked the gravy flying. Bill was just about to pull out his wand when Fleur snapped her fingers. The gravy lifted into the air and smoothly floated over to Fleur. "Just right," Fleur said, ladling herself a spoonful. Bill watched helplessly as Mrs. Weasley set down a plate of carrots with a heavy thud. "I invited dear Tonks," Mrs. Weasley said deliberately loudly, "but she wouldn't come." "Have you spoken to her recently, Remus?" Lupin looked helpless. "Tonks is going back to her own family home, isn't she?" "Maybe," Mrs. Weasley replied. "I get the feeling she plans to spend Christmas by herself." Mrs. Weasley shot Lupin an annoyed look, as if Tonks's refusal to become a Weasley daughter-in-law were somehow his fault. Lupin understood perfectly well why Tonks hadn't come. Sometimes, Mrs. Weasley could be a little too blunt about certain things. Lowering his head to eat his turkey, Lupin suddenly heard Mrs. Weasley scream, "It's Arthur, and Percy." She stared through the kitchen window at the approaching father and son. The two of them didn't speak at all, like complete strangers. One after the other, they returned to the Burrow. The back door opened, and Mr. Weasley laughed loudly. "Merry Christmas, everyone." Percy walked in, his cloak dusted with snowflakes, and said stiffly, "Merry Christmas." His gaze swept across the people in the living room, but Percy said nothing more. "Oh, Percy." Fleur greeted him warmly, running over and grabbing his face for a cheek kiss. "Merry Christmas, Fleur," Percy said flatly as he pushed her away. Seeing this, Mrs. Weasley shot Fleur a glare and walked over to hug her son. "Merry Christmas, Mum." Percy handed Mrs. Weasley a ribbon-tied gift. Mrs. Weasley was delighted. When she opened it, inside was a luxurious, beautiful hat. Ginny looked at the one on her own head, then at Mrs. Weasley's. She pursed her lips. Seeing her expression, Percy smiled for the first time and said, "Merry Christmas, Ginny." Ginny snorted softly. Understanding his sister well, Percy added, "If you go to your room, you'll find there's another present waiting for you." Merry Christmas, Percy," Ginny said hurriedly as she jumped to her feet and ran upstairs to her room. Chapter 459, Stardust flying out of the window. A short while later, a scream came from upstairs. Ginny came racing down, still holding a tightly wrapped, broom-shaped object. Ron stared in disbelief. "You bought her a broomstick." "Percy, can I open it?" Ginny asked eagerly. Percy, of course, didn't mind. Never underestimate how fast a girl can open a package. In just a few seconds, the paper wrapping the broom was torn to shreds and sent flying everywhere. Inside was a brand new Nimbus 2000, still carrying the faint scent of maintenance oil. Ron's eyes widened. Percy was that rich. Even though it wasn't the latest Nimbus 2001, it was still far from cheap. Ginny was overjoyed. Now she wouldn't have to worry about Slytherin's Trident tactic anymore. Harry was happy for her as well. Percy's return had been at Arthur's invitation. Arthur had knocked on the door of his office and invited his son to come home for the holidays. George and Fred pulled faces at Percy. Charlie went up to hug his brother, and Percy took a seat beside Fleur. Sirius and Lupin sat down as well, their gazes sweeping over the Constellation Society badges the two of them were wearing. There seemed to be a faintly awkward atmosphere. Mrs. Weasley helped Mr. Weasley take off his coat. Mr. Weasley said, "The department was busy again today, George, Fred." He singled out the twins and added, "Don't forget the review for your anti-jinx hats." After Percy sat down, Mrs. Weasley served him a portion of pasta. "Try this." "Your mother made it very well," Fleur said as she pushed the gravy toward Percy. Ron, who had been about to help himself to a ladle, looked deeply aggrieved. "I thought you'd go back to France," Percy said in surprise. Fleur glanced at Bill, and Percy understood. With two people from the Ministry of Magic at the table, it was inevitable that the conversation would turn to ministry affairs. Percy's position was one of the most important in foreign relations, and he was very familiar with overseas matters. Mr. Weasley finished the last bite of gravy, used a piece of bread to scrape the sauce from his plate, and put it into his mouth. "The werewolf community is being rebuilt," Mr. Weasley said. "Most of their buildings are practically relics from the last century. Silverhand-style construction will handle the expansion," Percy said, glancing at Mr. Weasley. "The Ministry of Magic barely needs to pay anything." "Yes, Silverhand-style construction," Mr. Weasley said displeased. "Silverhand has practically infiltrated the entire wizarding world." "That's not infiltration." Percy cut him off. "At the very least, what they're doing genuinely benefits magical society." The scraping of knives and forks against plates grew much quieter. Charlie glanced at his younger brother, then at his father. Mrs. Weasley tugged at her husband's sleeve in a pleading gesture, and Mr. Weasley took a deep breath. The two of them had nearly gotten into an argument over the course of a single meal. Neither of them spoke further. Fleur could also tell that the relationship between father and son was tense, their positions clearly opposed. Naturally, she stood on Percy's side, which only made things harder for Bill. After the meal, they sat down on the sofas. The children went off to open their presents. Ron checked again and again, only to confirm that he really hadn't received any presents from his dear older brothers. He complained to Harry, "I can't believe it. Not a single one of them gave me a present. Ginny even got a Nimbus 2000. George and Fred had also given Mrs. Weasley a very nice hat. That left Mrs. Weasley torn over which hat to wear. Charlie received a bag of galleons delivered by an owl. When he opened it, there were a full 500 galleons inside. He was astonished at who could have sent it. Looking at the note attached, it said the donation was for dragon keepers injured during the Romanian dragon escape incident. Ron was deeply envious, feeling that becoming a dragon keeper might be worth considering. Unfortunately, he hadn't chosen care of magical creatures. Ron's gift still included the knitted jumper Mrs. Weasley had made, and Harry had one as well. Fleur, however, didn't receive one. It seemed that would have been too much of a drain on Mrs. Weasley's time. Sirius was complaining to Lupin about how irritating that house elf creature was. "Percy, could we talk?" Lupin asked after brushing Sirius off with a few perfunctory responses. Percy glanced at Mr. Weasley, then nodded. "All right." They stepped outside and into the garden of the burrow. The garden was filled with trees coiling along the base of the walls, tangled weeds and overgrown grass, a large pond, and swarms of garden gnomes. One gnome scurried past Percy's feet and was kicked aside by him. "Don't blame your father, Percy," Lupin said. "He only wants to protect his family. John would never harm us." "You should be clear about that as well," Percy said flatly, casting Lupin a sidelong glance. As a werewolf, you of all people should understand what kind of person John really is. Lupin let out a bitter smile. Yes. I've only just realized that, as a werewolf, I shouldn't have reacted like that. He looked up at Percy. This was a student he had once taught, and he knew just how outstanding Percy was. The more I understand, the more I see why you're willing to follow him so wholeheartedly, Lupin said with a sigh. I can't deny his charisma. So I want to know, what is his true ambition? Lupin couldn't help but ask. The people of the Constellation Society were the ones who understood John best. That made this answer important to him. Ambition. Percy thought for a moment, then said calmly, does it really matter? Hearing that reply, Lupin froze slightly. Percy continued, he's a good friend, a good person, and someone worth following. Isn't that enough? Lupin fell silent. Clearly, this wasn't the answer he had been hoping for. Percy glanced back at the burrow, which looked like an illegal construction, and said calmly, Dumbledore and John aren't that different. The only difference is that John only ever wants to be good to his own people. Compared to Dumbledore, John was more human. He had personal bias, and any benefits would always go to his own circle first. Unlike Dumbledore, who was selfless to the point of being impartial. So selfless that he felt almost like a god. After saying this, Percy turned to leave. He had come back simply to spend Christmas, not to be interrogated one after another. Lupin couldn't keep him, and Fleur was preparing to leave as well. Bill asked in confusion, where are you going? Fleur rolled her eyes at him. Your mother doesn't welcome me. Of course I'm going somewhere else for the holidays. She said it bluntly. Her pride didn't allow her to put on a false front. Bill was about to explain when he saw Percy leave the burrow as well. Both members of the Constellation Society had left. Ginny ran downstairs, the Nimbus 2000 never leaving her hands. Harry and Ron came downstairs, Harry carrying a bundle of old clothes. He had stayed at the burrow for a while before, and these old clothes were leftovers from that time. As he stepped over one of the stairs, his footing slipped and he nearly fell. The clothes tumbled down, and a small bottle filled with black powder rolled out of a pocket. The bottle rolled to Ginny's feet. She picked it up, puzzled. What's this? Harry gathered the clothes and froze when he saw it as well. Lupin came back in, saw the bottle, and said, it looks like some kind of magical substance. I don't remember anything like that at school, Ron muttered. While they were discussing it, Harry placed the clothes on the sofa, planning to take them to Grimmauld Place that evening. He walked over, took the bottle, and said, this is called stardust. It's a magical item used to detect whether someone is spying. Oh. Hearing what it was for, Ron immediately lost interest. The sky gradually darkened, and time passed quickly. By dinner time, those who had gone out returned. This time, Fleur didn't come back, and Mrs. Weasley's mood was noticeably better. She hummed a cauldron full of hot, strong love as she stirred the thick soup in the pot. Ginny was very curious about the contents of the bottle and asked, how do you use it? Harry picked up the bottle, the method John had shown him when he gave it flashing through his mind. He opened the bottle and poured out a fingernail-sized amount of stardust. Then he scattered it into the air around them. He had expected the stardust to fall to the ground, but instead, he saw it drifting toward the window. The swirling stardust was as conspicuous as stars in the night sky. Ron leaned closer and asked in confusion, where's it going? I don't know, Harry said, equally puzzled. He suspected the thing had been stored for too long and had stopped working properly. The three of them stood by the window, following the drifting trail with their eyes. Under their gaze, the stardust floated into the garden outside the burrow and clung to something behind a tall patch of wild grass. The sight caught Harry's attention, his eyes fixed on that clump of weeds. Suddenly, the wild grass shifted. Harry saw it. A wand was pushing aside the wild grass. There's someone there, Harry had just begun to speak. Then he saw the wand fire a spell straight toward the burrow. The Weasley family clock jerked violently, all its hands snapping to mortal peril. Boom. An explosion rang out. Chapter 460, George's left ear. Boom. Half of the burrow's wall was blown apart, flying rubble smashing into the furniture inside. Out in the swampy garden stood a terrifying-looking woman, a green snake coiled around her neck. Behind her, several figures who clearly meant no good appeared with vicious grins. Kill them all. Bellatrix gave the order. Several more spells slammed into the burrow, purple flames crackling as they raced across the ground. Just before they reached the house, two voices rang out. Finite incantatem. A black dog burst forward, transforming back into human form as a wand stabbed into the ground in his hand. Lupin smashed through a window and vaulted outside as well. Just before the flames touched the burrow, they were stopped by a golden wall. Molly, take the children and get out of here. Mr. Weasley, his hair covered in dust, yelled at the house, grabbed his wand, and rushed outside. The explosion had nearly killed everyone in the burrow. If Harry hadn't given that warning, the consequences would have been unthinkable, leaving Mr. Weasley shaken with lingering fear. Because of the anti-disapparition charm, they couldn't apparate away. Protego. Mr. Weasley deflected a spell, then used a summoning charm to pull a table from the house and hold it in front of him as cover. Bill shoved his mother aside and shouted, "To the shed. Dad hit a car there. Charlie, protect Mum." At that, Charlie ran toward the shed. Ron and Ginny were both covered in dust and ash. Harry wasn't much better, his head ringing and his face smeared with grime. The moment he saw the wand earlier, he'd realized something was wrong. Ron cried out in alarm, "Is it Voldemort?" "What?" Harry's ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear clearly. Ginny tugged at Harry's hair, pulling his head around toward her. Strangely enough, the broom in Ginny's hands was still completely intact. Molly hurriedly grabbed the three children and ran toward the shed. The Weasley twins raised their wands and joined the fight outside. Beep, beep. Charlie drove the family car out, calling out the names of his family members. "Quick, get over here." Molly was afraid as well, but as a mother, she had to shield the children with everything she had. Harry grabbed Mrs. Weasley and pulled her out of the path of a streak of green light. Ron screamed, "Charlie!" Harry looked up just in time to see an orange-yellow spell strike the ground in front of the car. Boom. An explosion followed immediately, and before everyone's eyes, the car burst into flames. No. Mrs. Weasley screamed in agony, trying to rush into the sea of fire to save her child. "Molly, don't!" Mr. Weasley shouted. A bat-like creature swooped toward them. Mrs. Weasley yanked out her wand and fired spells wildly. The pain of losing her child drove her into a furious frenzy. The bat bit down on her finger, but she clutched it tightly and blew its head apart with a spell. Her complexion darkened rapidly. Mrs. Weasley swayed, a wave of dizziness washing over her. "Mum," Ron said, rushing over to support her. Harry blocked another incoming spell, then fired back, striking someone hidden in the bushes. With their means of escape gone, they now had no way out. Harry caught sight of the Nimbus 2000 in Ginny's hands out of the corner of his eye and shouted, "Give me the broom." Ginny immediately understood and threw the broom over. Harry mounted it and took off from the side, disappearing into the night. The burning car had its door kicked open. Charlie, his body on fire, struggled to crawl out. He had cast a freezing charm before being hit, but the explosion still knocked him unconscious for a short time. "Fred." George shoved Fred aside as a streak of silvery light grazed his left ear. Blood sprayed out. Fred grabbed him, and the two of them rolled several times across the ground, narrowly avoiding the spells fired at them. Sirius roared, "Arthur, I told you that pile of weeds should have been cut down earlier." It was already night, and with that mass of wild grass, it was nearly impossible to tell where the attackers were coming from. Lupin deflected a spell, pointed his wand, and sent a fireball from a blasting curse flying out. It was extinguished before it reached the tall grass, prompting even the usually mild-mannered Lupin to curse under his breath. Since escape was no longer possible, Ron and the others joined the fight as well. Ginny's blasting curse was sharp and practiced. With her excellent eyesight, she successfully hit one of the attackers. Sirius said to Ron, "Cover me," then rolled to the side and transformed into a large black dog, darting forward at speed. Spells struggled to track him as he lunged at a man with blackened teeth. The man's scream tore through the night. Another attacker fired a curse at Sirius, which he dodged, the spell striking a wizard beneath it instead. Already bleeding from the mauling, the wizard's body jerked once before he collapsed, dead on the spot. 3 wizards chased after Sirius. Just as they were about to catch him, a fast-moving figure dropped from the sky. It was Harry. With one hand controlling the broom, Harry drew his wand and spoke a spell. Sectum Sempra. Invisible blades slashed out instantly, cutting all 3 of them. Harry dove down, grabbed his godfather's hand as Sirius shifted back into human form, and cast Sectum Sempra again. The tall wild grass, as high as a man's head, was severed in an instant. What had been a blur of shadows became clear. "Well done, Harry." Sirius swung his wand as well, casting a fire spell that ignited the grass. Flames roared through the night, and the figures hiding in the weeds were immediately exposed. Bellatrix raised her twisted wand, aiming it at the father and son in midair. A puño. A streak of blue light struck the broom, and Harry instantly lost control. He and Sirius crashed to the ground. Fortunately, Fred threw out a Peruvian instant darkness powder at just the right moment, letting them escape disaster. Ginny's Nimbus 2000, however, which she hadn't had for long, was completely ruined, snapping into several pieces. Harry ran back toward the burrow, his face full of guilt. "I'll pay you back, Ginny." "Don't talk nonsense," Ginny said as she retreated into the burrow. Ron stood up to fire off a spell, then quickly ducked back behind the wall, bending over and retching. Ever since he'd been hit by a curse earlier, he'd been like this. Seeing that the enemy numbers had been exposed and weren't much greater than their own, Lupin said, "Push forward." As he spoke, he fired a spell into the burning wild grass, hitting one of them. Mr. Weasley blasted a wizard away with a banishing charm. Bill flicked his wand across the ground, sending sand and soil exploding upward into a hail of stones. But Bellatrix showed no fear at all. With a casual wave of her hand, beneath the frozen surface of the swamp that belonged to the burrow, pale corpses began to rise one by one, breaking through the ice. Inferi. There were 2 defense against the dark arts teachers present, and they recognized it instantly. Sirius shouted decisively, "Everyone, fall back into the house." At a glance, there were no fewer than 100 Inferi emerging from the water. What kind of insane things had Voldemort been doing during this time? The Inferi surged toward the burrow. Mr. Weasley, Lupin, Sirius, Bill, and the others jointly cast Protego Tot Alum, forming a curtain of light that shielded the house. Among the Inferi were both men and women, each with a horrifying appearance, relentlessly attacking the burrow. Harry felt his scalp prickle, his grip on his wand tightening involuntarily. The burrow had now become an isolated fortress, cut off on all sides. Charlie was badly injured, his back covered in burn scars. George's left ear was bleeding, staining his entire left shoulder of his jumper a dark red. The others weren't in much better shape. Ron was still vomiting, nearly retching his guts out. There was a thin red line across Ginny's neck, and her hair had been sliced off at the chin, leaving it short. Mrs. Weasley lay there, her complexion growing worse by the second. "Harry, are you all right?" Lupin suddenly asked, leaving Harry momentarily confused. He felt something wet on his leg. Looking down, he saw a chunk missing from his calf. His lower leg had been hit by the curse as well. A piece of flesh from his calf had been blasted away. Ah. The pain reached his mind a moment later. The color drained rapidly from his face. Lupin treated him, and with the help of magic, the bleeding was finally stopped. Mr. Weasley tried to treat Mrs. Weasley, but failed. In his panic, Bill slammed his fist into the floor. Outside, the Inferi were still watching hungrily, their defenses being steadily eroded. How did Bellatrix end up here? Lupin couldn't understand it. The sudden attack had come without any warning. The burrow had been placed under an anti-disapparition charm, so how had they arrived? Harry spoke up at that moment. "I saw it. It was from Stoat Hill." Stoat Hill wasn't far from the burrow, and from the Weasley home, you could see what was happening on Stoat Hill. Harry had also seen a massive figure approaching from that direction. "We need to break out," Sirius said. "If we stay here, we'll only be overrun." They all understood the logic, but how were they supposed to break out? The car had been destroyed, and the broomstick was broken as well. At that moment, George spoke up. "Whiz, bang fireworks. We can use them to alert nearby wizards, and they can also drive back Inferi." There were other wizarding families living near this village, including the Diggorys and the Lovegoods. If they saw it, they would spread the word. If Mrs. Weasley saw this, she would probably like the products the twins had stockpiled at the burrow more than ever before. Inferi feared light and fire, and fireworks were perfect for countering them. Fred and George ran upstairs, their room on the 2nd floor. After setting the ignition timing, they rushed back down and got ready. Sirius said to the 3 students, "Practical lesson. How to defend against Inferi." His wand flared with blinding light, making the Inferi shriek and recoil. Seeing this, Harry and the others lit up their wands as well, forcing the Inferi apart and opening a path. Everyone seized the chance and ran out. Dozens of fireworks shot into the sky with sharp whizzing sounds, then exploded with deafening blasts and blazing light, driving the Inferi steadily backward. Harry and the others ran in another direction. Bill carried Mrs. Weasley on his back, while Ginny and Harry supported Ron between them. Just then, heavy, shaking footsteps echoed in the distance. They watched as a massive figure charged toward the burrow they had just fled. It was a giant. Chapter 461, The Destroyed Burrow. The giant's massive body slammed forward at full speed. With one wall already missing, the burrow collapsed with a thunderous crash. After living there for so many years, the Weasley family had long grown attached to the place. Seeing the burrow fall left their hearts filled with mixed emotions. "Ha-ya!" The giant roared, its terrifying strength smashing away the rubble piled on its body with enormous fists. "Woof! Arf!" A dog's bark rang out, followed immediately by the giant's scream. The wooden dog statue that had fallen at the giant's feet transformed into a huge dog, sinking its teeth into the giant's toes. The giant howled in pain and jumped about wildly. The big dog bit down even harder, then burst into flames, setting the giant alight as well. Like a gigantic torch, the giant screamed as it charged into the ruins of the burrow, igniting them too. From the flames, a burning dog burst out, its body exploding and turning into fire that blocked any further pursuit. Molly, I'll never say you waste money again. Mr. Weasley all but wanted to grab his wife's face and kiss her. Buying that wooden dog statue had been the right call. He shouted, "Run farther away." The group picked up speed, fleeing toward the distance. Inferi that emerged along the way were driven back by the light from Sirius's and Harry's wands. Just like that, they were about to run beyond the bounds of the burrow. The flames parted as Bellatrix charged at them in a frenzy. Streaks of spell light flew toward the group. Lupin and Mr. Weasley held the rear, blocking the attacks. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air, nearly shredding their eardrums. Ginny clutched her ears in agony. Ron's eyes rolled back as he collapsed unconscious. Cracks spread across Harry's glasses. Charlie struggled to lift his head and shouted, "It's a banshee." A banshee scream rivaled that of a mandrake, enough to kill. Ron was already unconscious, and the screaming rang out again. More than one voice. George's ears bled even more heavily. Fred collapsed in pain. Bill fell to the ground. Lupin said with great effort, "Sirius, take them and go." He aimed his wand at the banshee that resembled a human woman and fired a burst of light, interrupting her scream. Mr. Weasley likewise brought down another banshee. Just as Sirius helped Bill and Mrs. Weasley to their feet, a massive wooden stake flew in from ahead and smashed into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Harry's eyes widened. Another giant was blocking their path. His spells struck the giant, doing nothing, even rebounding back. Though banshees were smaller than grown men, they moved with terrifying speed. After being interrupted, they darted about, quickly sealing off the route of escape. "They came prepared," someone said as they pressed back to back, forming a circle around Mrs. Weasley. Ron woke up after Ginny slapped him a few times, though he still looked dazed and unsteady. Wand in hand, Harry's heart was pounding. The flames over there were extinguished, and several figures began walking toward them. Everyone was injured and in a sorry state. Harry's leg still throbbed with pain, and Sirius's chin was cut open. Lupin clutched his arm. Bill had cracked his head when he fell, and Charlie still smelled of smoke. Mr. Weasley was breathing heavily, and Ginny and Ron weren't in good shape either. "Are you all right, George?" Fred asked. George smiled. "I think I can hear even better now." Blood was still dripping from him. It was dark magic, and the wound couldn't be stopped. "Honestly, Fred," George said, "I kind of regret giving that fat bloke a discount yesterday." Fred looked at the approaching banshees and joked, "Honestly, George, I feel the same way." Ron snapped, "Merlin Sake, at a time like this, can't you two just shut up?" "Shut it, Ickle Ronikins," the twins said in unison. "I'll count to 3. You run back. Moony and I will hold them off," Sirius said, blood from his chin soaking into his collar. He looked at Lupin and grinned proudly. "What do you say, Moony?" "Of course, Padfoot," Lupin replied with a smile. The two of them put their lives on the line, leaving Harry and the others no room to argue. It was the only way they might escape. 3, Sirius said, watching the giant closing in, his throat bobbing. 2. 1. "Hi, everyone." Sirius was already braced to move, only to be startled by the sudden voice. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone froze. The voice sounded familiar to Harry. He turned his head at once. Luna. Staring at the girl who had appeared right among them, Harry was dumbfounded. She was dressed in strange clothes, carrot earrings hanging from her ears, chains made of shells and bits of wood wrapped around her waist and wrists, and an exaggerated round disc the size of a homework notebook hanging from her neck. Luna seemed completely unaware of the danger. Those wide eyes that always looked perpetually surprised were curiously studying Harry's glasses. "I saw the fireworks." "Are you catching rackspurts at night?" she asked. "How did you get here, Luna?" Harry asked. Moo. Apparently unhappy at being ignored, a dog-sized crumplehorn snorkack at Luna's feet stood with its forelegs on its hips and let out an indignant cry. A crumplehorn snorkack. Harry immediately recognized the creature. Although, judging by its size, it was at least a dozen times bigger than before. A spell skimmed past Ron's feet. They were out of time. "Luna, can you get us out of here?" Harry asked her urgently. Luna replied, "Where do you want to go?" "Anywhere, as long as it's away from here." Harry panicked when he saw his godfather struck by Bellatrix's red light. Luna finally noticed the danger and said softly, "You need to hold onto Mr. Crumplehorn's horn." Harry looked down. The crumplehorn snorkack looked as if it were holding in a fart, its brown fur turning pink. Its curved horns seemed to grow longer. Seeing this, Harry shouted, "Grab its horns." Everyone. Bill grabbed one horn while holding Mrs. Weasley tightly with his other arm. The others all reached out and grabbed on as well. Bellatrix noticed this. The small snake around her neck slithered onto her arm, as if guiding her spell casting. A powerful, blinding green light shot from her wand. The charging giant swung what looked like the leg bone of some creature and brought it down hard. PFF. The fart was long and drawn out. At the very last moment, Sirius grabbed Harry's hand. A twisted, hollow vortex yanked all of them away. The giant's attack fell short, and the green light pierced straight through its body, sending the giant crashing to the ground. Bellatrix ran over. Staring at the now empty space, she threw her head back and let out a shrill, furious roar. Fuck. After dinner, John sat on the sofa watching Tom and Jerry on the television. Three owls perched on the cabinet, watching with great interest. Only Tom disliked the cartoon. That cat inside, what level was it on, to deserve sharing a name with her? Strictly speaking, wizarding technology should have been ahead of Muggle technology from the very beginning. But after entering the Steam Age, wizards grew complacent and closed off, while Muggles surged ahead as if their meridians had suddenly been unblocked. Take moving portraits in newspapers, for example. The wizarding world had those long ago, yet when Muggle televisions appeared, they were still stuck at the newspaper stage. Comfort has robbed wizards of their drive. John shook his head. He had no intention of clashing with Muggles. After all, the mushroom clouds that had risen over a Muggle country had taught him one thing: there was nothing a missile couldn't solve. For now, the sense of superiority wizards felt toward Muggles came from their uncanny abilities and certain methods that surpassed ordinary humans. This was pride rooted in the very form of life itself. Long ago, wizards had been able to toy with Muggles at will. Back in the age of cold weapons, a wizard could already deal with a fully armed Muggle using a single spell. And so, for many years afterward, wizards continued to believe themselves superior to Muggles. Little did they realize that while wizards still needed time to recite spells, Muggles could already use a set of American-style quick-draw techniques to empty 2 magazines in seconds. Sirius understood this point all too well. As far as John knew, the Minister for Magic maintained regular contact with the Muggle Prime Minister. In the past, Fudge had always faced that Muggle, someone he believed he could control with a single wand, with extreme arrogance. Just hearing about it made John break out in a cold sweat. Fudge was truly thick-headed. Didn't he worry the Prime Minister might arrange a few gunmen? 2 shots to the body, 1 to the head, no savior would stand a chance. What John wanted was peaceful development. Peace. Peace is enough, John said, taking a sip of freshly squeezed juice. This Christmas had been very comfortable. At least, that was what John thought, right up until he received a letter that night. When the letter arrived, he read it again and again, making sure he hadn't misread it. So Voldemort staying quiet all this time was just him charging up a big move. John hadn't expected it, but it seemed Voldemort really had regained his intelligence. To strike the burrow first, catching them completely off guard. Stoat Hill. So that's what it meant. John recalled the information Malfoy had given him. It looked like Voldemort was planning something major. With such a huge disturbance, Mr. Diggory went to fetch the Aurors, but by the time they arrived, the place was already empty. Even the family was gone. No one knew whether they were alive or dead. Happy New Year, guys. Sparkles sparkles, smiling face with hearts, partying face. Chapter 462, The Real and Fake Dark Mark. John suddenly thought of something inside. Great. Looks like it's my turn to explain things to someone else. He stood up and called out to his parents, I'm heading out. Watson, wearing his starry pajamas, froze for a moment. I thought school wasn't in session. There's something I need to take care of, John said, glancing at the gray owl called Chi-Chi. If anything comes up, just write to me. He waved to his parents, and the black and white owls flew over to perch on his hands. Tom came scrambling over in a clumsy rush. John walked to the fireplace in the basement and blew into it. The flames turned blue. John stepped inside and arrived at Silverhand Manor. When Tommy saw John return, he hurried over to report, the residence of Ministry official Arthur Weasley was attacked. The entire house was destroyed. John nodded to show he already knew. He took a couple of steps, then stopped and said, if Barty Crouch Sr. comes by, send him straight to the study. He knew that over this matter, Barty would definitely come to question him. Come to think of it, he'd been meeting Barty far more frequently lately, and every time it was because something had happened. That was hardly a good sign. Sure enough, Barty arrived at Silverhand Manor wrapped in wind and snow. The moment he stepped through the door, he got straight to the point. This attack, was it your doing? Barty, John said helplessly, I want to know who did it too. Barty looked at John with suspicion. After all, John had conflicts with the Order of the Phoenix. And this method did resemble something John would do. The dark marks that had appeared over 5 families before were still vivid in his mind. Barty couldn't help wondering whether John had once again used Voldemort's name to attack the burrow. With the Order of the Phoenix tied up with Dumbledore, Barty had no choice but to handle the matter with great caution. "I hope you're being honest with me," Barty said sharply. John gave a helpless, bitter smile. "Spend all day hunting geese, and sooner or later one pecks you back." This time, Voldemort had turned the tables on him. He hadn't expected that after using the dark mark a few times, it would now become a case of the boy who cried wolf. Fortunately, John had one very good trait: he was honest with people. He said sincerely, "Barty, you know I've never hidden what I've done from you." Hearing that, much of Barty's suspicion melted away. Indeed, despite John's deep schemes, when it came to what he had done and whether he had done it, he had never lied. The last time 5 families were wiped out, John had admitted it openly. More importantly, no bodies from the Weasley family had been found. There was a chance they were still alive. As long as no one was dead, it wasn't a major issue. Barty's tone softened. "Since it wasn't you, then we'll hand this matter over to Amelia Bones. You don't object, do you?" "Suit yourself," John shrugged. A straight back had nothing to fear from a crooked shadow. Seeing this, Barty trusted him a bit more. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones had advocated taking charge of the investigation herself. That made sense. Amelia had quite a good relationship with Dumbledore. If Barty refused, it would make him look guilty instead. Someone might even think he was trying to exclude others. The news quickly made it into the papers. The front page featured the burning ruins of the burrow. When Fleur and Percy heard about it, they both rushed toward the burrow to search. Their family and boyfriend were all inside. Fortunately, although the newspaper needed a sensational headline, it still respected the facts. It didn't label it as a family massacre, but as a disappearance. Otherwise, Percy would have gone mad. Was it Bellatrix who did it, or has Voldemort returned? John fell into thought. Even if the Order of the Phoenix wasn't at full strength, they weren't something that could be taken down easily. The attackers must have deployed a powerful force. In that case, had Voldemort managed to gather people again? Sticking with Voldemort at a time like this? John could only say the guy had ideals. Still, he didn't mind it at all. After all, only if Voldemort grew strong enough would that coward who clung to life crawl out from whatever hole he was hiding in. The next day, the incident continued to escalate, plunging people into panic. It was as if overnight, everyone had been thrown back more than a decade, to the era when Voldemort roamed freely. There were more ministry officials on the streets. What should have been a bustling time now felt eerily empty. John arrived at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Seeing the doors tightly shut, he shook his head and turned away. Percy hadn't slept all night. The ministry searched the surrounding area but found no sign of the people from the burrow. John went to Grimmauld Place, only to find that the house had not appeared. That meant the Fidelius charm was still intact, and since Sirius, the secret keeper and owner, wasn't dead, the others were most likely fine as well. He told Percy this, and the tight knot in Percy's chest finally loosened. "Yes. Sirius is with them," Percy's reply carried unmistakable relief. Fleur was reassured as well. They both trusted John's judgment. After the attack, sales at the Silverhand Johnny specialty stores surged even higher. John had Tommy use his charms to get a copy of the investigation report from the Aura office. Looking at the destroyed house, John noted a massive crater in the ground, as if something extremely heavy had smashed down. Which meant the giant really had been brought in by Voldemort. He tapped his fingers against the table, considering the motive. Attacking the burrow, was it meant to wipe out the Chosen One, Harry, along with the Order of the Phoenix in one stroke? Harry was certainly important enough to justify that, but how had Voldemort known Harry would be there? Fleur told John that Harry and Sirius had been staying at Grimmauld Place. It was only because Kreacher had cleaned away all the Christmas decorations that they went to the Weasleys instead. So Harry's appearance at the burrow had been an accident. That meant the original target had been the Weasley family. Because of the Order of the Phoenix? Or was Voldemort killing the chicken to warn the monkeys? As John's thoughts raced, Harry and the others, after a night of terror, finally began to calm down. A huge black cylindrical house stood there, like an enormous stone. From a distance, it looked like a massive black chess piece. This was Luna's home. Xenophilius Lovegood was just as peculiar as Luna herself. The house was filled with all sorts of strange objects. When Harry and the others appeared, they found themselves inside a fuzzy nest-like structure hung with many wood-like fragments. Their heads were spinning, and Ron couldn't help but vomit again. When Xenophilius saw such a large group suddenly appear, the goblet of eggnog in his hand slipped and fell. Harry said that when he'd asked for just anywhere, they'd been transported straight to Luna's house. After that came sheer chaos. Those who needed bandaging were bandaged, those who needed to stay alert stayed alert. The flurry of activity prompted Luna to join in and help as well. They didn't even dare send out an owl. Luna's house wasn't far from the burrow. They were afraid of being discovered by that group. Because of this, they had no contact with the outside world. Ginny even suggested turning off the lights in Luna's house. "It's all right," Luna said, stroking the crumplehorn snorkack, which had collapsed like a dead dog from exhaustion after the teleport. "There are anti-intrusion charms and protective wards here." Several times, dark shadows passed overhead, yet it was as if they couldn't see the very obvious house at all. Luna asked curiously, "What happened to you?" Seeing how safe it was here, they finally managed to relax. George's wound had been stopped with dittany, though part of his ear was missing, as Ginny recounted what they'd been through. "That's terrible," Luna said. "You should have bought some wooden shields." Ahem. Mr. Weasley coughed. Because Molly had wanted to buy them originally, but after purchasing a signed dog statue, there hadn't been enough money left. Harry looked over and was stunned to see an entire wall of wooden shields in Luna's house. Mr. Weasley also noticed at least 50 protective talismans, as well as no fewer than 10 wooden dog sculptures. There were also 2 boxes of wizard's chess. Those were usually sold individually, yet the Lovegood household had 2 full sets. 3 pretty necklaces hung by the window, fashioned into wind chimes. "This place is richer than the Aura office," Mr. Weasley commented. Luna enthusiastically took Ginny on a tour of the house. Mr. Lovegood, meanwhile, leaned into his role as a magazine editor and started digging for news from the group. For instance, the Quibbler had once reported that Sirius was actually a rock singer. After seeing him in person, Mr. Lovegood was somewhat disappointed. This did not look like a rock singer at all. By the time daylight arrived, the search parties had disappeared. The family felt as though they had been given a new lease on life and hurriedly arranged to send Mrs. Weasley to St. Mungo's. Luna said goodbye to Ginny and remarked that she looked even cooler with short hair. Ginny kissed Luna on the cheek to thank her for the help, which made Harry feel oddly sour. Ron apologized for vomiting on the crumplehorn snorkack's cushion. The crumplehorn snorkack butted him in response, and Ron's backside immediately swelled up. The group left with their nerves on edge. The Quibbler also reported on the incident. But it had always been treated as a joke magazine, so it wasn't until the Daily Prophet covered it that more people truly took notice. The Weasley family, who had survived, became a frequent topic of discussion. Sirius went to Hogwarts to speak with Dumbledore. Lupin warned Harry not to go out. The current situation outside had completely snapped the Order of the Phoenix out of the complacency they'd fallen into. After learning what had happened, Dumbledore asked Harry to personally handle a certain matter. Chapter 463, Invitation to the Deal. Percy went to St. Mungo's to see his mother. Mrs. Weasley still hadn't woken up. The poison she'd been hit with was giving the healers at St. Mungo's a real headache. "George, how are you?" Percy asked. The entire Weasley family was crowded into a single ward. "I'm Fred," George said, still in the mood to joke. He looked like he was holding up fairly well. "Right. If I hadn't just seen Fred outside, I might have believed you." Percy smiled helplessly. At a time like this, and he was still joking. "The good news is, I kept my ear," George said with a grin. "Honestly, I always felt like that ear was destined to disappear someday." Charlie and Ron were hospitalized as well. Out of the whole family, the only ones completely unscathed were Fred and Ginny. Bill had cracked his head open, but the healers had already taken care of it. Percy noticed Ginny's short hair. She looked brisk and sharp. "I'm fine," Ginny said. "Just not used to it yet." Charlie gave a self-mocking, bitter smile. "Looks like I'm fated to be tied to fire for the rest of my life." He'd barely escaped a fire-breathing dragon, only to get scorched again by a car explosion. By Charlie's reckoning, according to the fate theories of Muggles, fire was clearly something his destiny was allergic to. Mr. Weasley had been summoned to the Ministry of Magic, so he wasn't there. Ginny and Fred were looking after the others, and Percy asked about what had happened. "Wait, giants." When Ginny mentioned giants, Percy's expression turned serious. "Are you sure a giant appeared?" "What's wrong?" Ginny asked, confused. Percy stood up and said, "No giant corpse was found at the house." That meant the giant had been moved. But why would anyone do that? His words made the others equally taken aback. Ron asked, "You mean they took the giant's body with them?" That thing was massive. What could they possibly want it for? Exactly. There was no benefit to doing something like that. Ron's question plunged Percy into thought. "Where's Harry?" Percy asked, glancing around the room. Harry wasn't at St. Mungo's. Ron shut his mouth, and it was Ginny who spoke instead. "He went home." "The Black family home?" Percy nodded. "All right. I understand." He got up and left. Ron complained, "You shouldn't have told him." "Shut up, Ron," Ginny snapped. "Percy is our brother." "He's still on John's side," Ron muttered. John didn't do anything to you, Ginny shot back loudly. Luna's on John's side too, and she even saved you. When did Luna start siding with John? Ron stared at her blankly. Ginny said disdainfully, didn't you see how many protective charms her family has lying around? John had always been generous to his own people. Watching his younger siblings argue, Charlie said in despair, rubbing his head, Merlin's beard, just let me get one decent night's sleep. George, on the other hand, watched them bicker with great interest. Clearly, after spending some time doing sales, Ginny had become much more eloquent. After visiting his family, Percy headed for the Silverhand Manor. There, he saw John. Fleur was there as well. Not only that, Daphne, Malfoy, Astoria, Neville. Everyone was present except Cedric. He was probably somewhere inside an Egyptian pyramid right now. Percy, you've seen your family. John was seated at the head of the table. Percy walked over and took the seat to John's right. I learned a few things. A giant was killed, but the body is gone, Percy said, laying out what he knew. John fell silent for a moment at that. This isn't that simple, John said. This wasn't a straightforward attack. Neville said in surprise, was Harry the target? No, John shook his head. This was an attack aimed at the Weasley family, and the objective was very clear. He glanced at Percy, his voice heavy. The goal was to wipe out the Weasleys. Harry and Sirius Black showing up was an accident. They were supposed to be spending the holiday at the old house. Malfoy sneered. Potter always manages to stick his head into danger. We still don't know what the ultimate objective is, John said, cutting off Malfoy's heartfelt declaration of devotion to Potter. What we do know is that Voldemort has successfully found people willing to cooperate with him. Giants, banshees, and those artificially created inferi. I need to investigate Muggle villages where there have been large numbers of deaths recently. He continued, all of these things may appear at Hogwarts in the future, so I need you to understand these creatures thoroughly. We will inevitably come face to face with Voldemort, John said in a low voice. I hope all of you come out of it alive. Don't worry, John, Malfoy said with complete confidence. He's just a defeated opponent. If that bunch from the Order of the Phoenix hadn't interfered, Voldemort would have been dead long ago. Looking at how inflated he'd become, John turned to Neville and said, go. Slap him twice and knock some sense into him. Neville did exactly that. Malfoy nearly snapped his neck. His neck had really been through hell these days. Fortunately, those slaps sobered Malfoy right up. He instantly turned into a well-behaved kid and didn't even need a second round. That was Voldemort. The Dark Lord. What were you thinking, winning once and already getting carried away? Kid, that kind of arrogance is dangerous. Focus on getting stronger first. Moreover, there was something John needed to finish before Voldemort appeared at Hogwarts. He was considering entering the Order of the Phoenix for a second time. Back then, he had kept a drop of Sirius's blood. If used properly, re-entering the Order once more wasn't impossible. The Order currently sheltered Sirius and his godson, on the condition that John could locate the Horcrux. The soul fragments inside the Horcruxes had been taken away, the Sword of Marvolo had been destroyed, and he had lost his means of tracking them. Even if Voldemort appeared at Hogwarts, without those incomplete soul fragments, Voldemort wouldn't truly die. John pondered how he might obtain the Horcrux hidden in the Black family home. An owl tried to fly in. A flash of Snow White passed by as the owl opened its beak and loosened its talons. It seemed to be wondering where the letter it had been holding had gone. Basil flew in and delivered the letter to John. It puffed out its chest proudly. This time, it hadn't slapped the owl, which made it very pleased with itself. The little expression was impossible not to smile at. Fleur beckoned Basil over with her finger. Basil turned its head away, but its body very honestly walked over anyway. Rubbing that round little head, Fleur laughed. You've spoiled this little cutie. It's always been like this, John shrugged, opening the letter. His eyes skimmed over the contents of the letter, and the smile on his face gradually faded. What is it? Noticing the change, Daphne asked nervously, what happened? It's nothing, John said. Just that our neighbor wants to make a deal with me. John narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly against the tabletop. He wants to trade something I want for a bit of assistance. John gave a soft chuckle. No matter when it is, you can never underestimate the first king. The others exchanged looks, none of them having expected Dumbledore to take the initiative and approach John with a deal. And judging from John's words, whatever it was clearly mattered a great deal. After everyone left, John walked into the study. He pulled a book from the shelf. As the pages flipped, one page bearing a painted portrait stopped. The figure within the portrait began to move and was released by John. A short man appeared, curled up in a corner, his entire body radiating terror. John closed the book and looked at the men with a smile. It's been a while since we last met. How's life been inside, Peter Pettigrew? Peter Pettigrew trembled uncontrollably. From the moment John captured him until now, nearly 2 years had passed. In that lightless place, he'd endured the endless wailing of the Dementors next door. His mind had all but collapsed. He'd even developed epileptic symptoms, his entire body convulsing. John watched the man twitch on the floor like a dead dog, his eyes devoid of any pity. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. I need you to answer a few questions for me, Peter Pettigrew. He showed no mercy to the Order of the Phoenix's traitor as he casually took a seat. Everything you know about Voldemort. Peter Pettigrew's trembling worsened, his sobs nearly choking him. Unhurried, John pulled a tool pouch from the drawer. He opened it to reveal various liquids sealed in reagent vials. You might not know this, but I'm an alchemist. I specialize in making people speak from the heart. John took out a vial of Veritaserum and said cruelly, 3 drops is the standard dose. How about 100 times that? Outside the study. Wails pierced through the thick wooden door. Screams and incessant pleas for mercy wove together into the final chapter of a traitor's life. When John stepped out, he said casually to Tommy at his side, even his soul is filthy. Through the half-open door, Tommy saw Peter Pettigrew sitting there in a daze. Reagent bottles littered the floor, at least a dozen of them. Some time passed after the attack on the Weasley family. On an evening a few days after the New Year, Harry stood tensely before the fireplace in the Black family home. Unease spread into his palms. Sweat seeped out, and he wiped his hands hard against his trousers. It felt as though a voice was whispering in his ear, telling him not to trust anyone, not even Dumbledore. Harry kept Dumbledore's instructions firmly in mind and did his best to ignore the voice. He was wearing an accessory, a golden locket. Having lost the burrow, Ron and Ginny had come over as well. The 3 of them lined up, preparing to step into the fireplace and head to Hogwarts. Chapter 464, The Price of the Deal. To make it easier for Hogwarts students to return to school, the Ministry of Magic had specially opened a one-time flu network connection. Mrs. Weasley had been poisoned and needed to remain in the hospital. Today's farewell felt especially quiet and subdued. Sirius had gone to the school ahead of time, Lupin had left as well, and only Mr. Weasley and Bill were there. Take care of yourselves, Harry, and you too, Ron. Bill, ever the big brother, patted both of them on the shoulders. Mr. Weasley was clearly sorrowful, yet he still forced himself to appear cheerful in front of the children. Ginny, I'm sorry. Harry wanted to apologize to her, not just about the broomstick, but also about his own failure to live up to the role of the chosen one. Mom will be fine, Ginny said. She was strong, firmly believing that her mother would pull through. In truth, Harry had already done more than enough. If he hadn't controlled the broomstick to cut through the wild grass, they probably wouldn't have escaped at all. Stepping into the emerald green flames, Harry called out, Hogwarts. Casting one last glance at the now much emptier house, he was swallowed by the fire and vanished. Good evening, Potter. Professor McGonagall set down her quill and stood up. She watched Harry climb out of the fireplace, scattering a fair amount of ash across the carpet. Professor McGonagall wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at him with a seriousness softened by kind concern. Good evening, Professor, Harry said, straightening his glasses, which had been magically repaired. He smoothed down his hair as Ron and Ginny arrived shortly after. Seeing Ginny's beautiful red hair now cut short, a trace of sympathy showed in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Good evening, Weasleys. Good evening, Professor, the siblings replied in unison. The 3 of them left Professor McGonagall's office together and headed toward the Gryffindor Tower. Because of what had happened to the Weasley family, the Weasley siblings drew extra attention the moment they returned to school. Before night had fully fallen, Dean, having read the newspaper, ran over to ask Ginny, Are you all right, Ginny? I'm fine, Ginny said. Her short haircut drew plenty of attention as well. They hadn't even reached the common room when many people gathered around to ask about the attack. It left Ron feeling irritable. His mother was still lying in a hospital ward. All the joy of Christmas had been replaced by sorrow. Worthless, Ron said as he stepped up to the fat lady and gave the password. The fat lady gave him a sidelong look and said, That's not correct. Ron protested loudly, What do you mean it's not? The password has been changed. Please don't shout, the fat lady said. Harry. Ron. Ginny. Hermione ran toward them, pushing through the crowd, and wrapped Harry in a tight hug. With a mix of relief and sadness in her voice, she said, Thank goodness, you're all right. Ron gestured from the side to indicate that he was the one who'd actually been injured, and Ginny was pulled into a full embrace as well. She was wearing a cloak, with a hat and gloves on. Her cheeks were flushed red, whether from running or from the cold wind. I got back 2 hours ago. I'm sorry, Harry, I only just found out what happened, Hermione said guiltily. I didn't even write to you right away. She'd been abroad and had never imagined that her friends were going through something so life-threatening. Leading the three of them to the archway, she gave the new password. Temperance. The fat lady let out a belch and weakly revealed the passage behind her. Over Christmas, she'd drunk up 500 years' worth of aged wine from the other portraits. Once inside the common room, even more people came over to ask questions. It made Ron feel miserable, though beyond curiosity, those students were genuinely concerned. After sending their classmates away, the four of them sat down on the sofa. Hermione handed Harry a rolled piece of parchment. It was a note Dumbledore had left for him. Throughout the Christmas holiday, Dumbledore had stayed in that not-so-large office the entire time. They talked about various things from Christmas, then the conversation naturally shifted to the attack. The three of them had always talked about everything, and this time was no different. Harry absent-mindedly touched the outline of the golden locket beneath his sweater. Ron said, "We almost died there. If we hadn't run into Luna." "Luna's crumple-horned Snorkack," Hermione said in surprise. "I didn't know that little thing could carry people away." "It's already a big one." "It's like a small dog," Ron said, rubbing the half of his backside that had finally stopped swelling. "And it really likes poking people in the butt." Even just hearing it described made Hermione cover her mouth and gasp. They'd been incredibly lucky, whether it was Harry and Sirius going to the Burrow for the holidays on a whim, the fireworks being spotted by Luna, or that dog charging out of the sea of flames. If even one variable had gone wrong, they wouldn't be sitting here together now. The Ministry of Magic had come to the Weasley family 5 or 6 times, tirelessly questioning them about the attacker, confirming the culprit's identity and motive. The next morning, the new term began. A new notice had been posted on the common room notice board. Students who were already 17, or who would turn 17 by August 31st, could sign up for apparition lessons taught by instructors sent by the Ministry of Magic. The course would run for 12 weeks. Participants were required to sign their names beneath the notice and pay a tuition fee of 12 galleons. Harry and the others signed up as well, lining up to add their names. That evening, 10 minutes before 8, Harry straightened his clothes and knocked on the gatekeeper's door. The door opened. It was Dumbledore. Seeing Harry, he didn't look the least bit surprised. "Come in, Harry." He stepped aside slightly, inviting Harry inside. Harry walked in, and Dumbledore asked kindly, "You should have found that item under the cabinet, correct?" "Yes, Professor." At that, Harry moved to take the item from around his neck, but Dumbledore stopped him. "Keep it on, Harry. We need to go somewhere else." Harry froze. Somewhere else? Then he saw Dumbledore open the door again and politely walk next door, raising his hand to knock. The familiar wooden door bore an eye-shaped symbol that glanced at the two of them. The door opened. The Constellation Society. Stars glittered overhead, clouds shifting and changing shape. This was Harry's first time stepping inside, and Dumbledore's as well. Beautiful as the scene was, both of their gazes were drawn, almost unconsciously, to the person beside the round table. John. John lifted his eyes and casually swept a glance at Harry standing beside Dumbledore. One brow rose slightly. "You didn't tell me Harry would be coming too." Dumbledore smiled kindly, his tone relaxed. "Harry is the one who discovered that item. Strictly speaking, he's its rightful owner." John let out a soft scoff and glanced at Harry, who was still standing there. "Tea. Pumpkin juice. I think the one from last time was quite good," Dumbledore answered for Harry, blinking. "Simple is best, isn't it?" "Greedy," John remarked. A small golden figure struggled to open the wine cabinet, grunting as it hauled out a bottle of golden, glowing liquor. It was Harry's first time seeing such a drink. After he sat down, he watched as several golden figures worked together to pass the bottle to John. With a snap of John's fingers, an exquisite, expensive-looking goblet appeared in front of Harry. John uncorked the bottle. The wine was clearly poured in midair, yet it strangely appeared directly inside the goblet. "Thank you," Dumbledore said calmly, lifting his glass and taking a sip before remarking, "It really is excellent. Let's get to business." John shot a glance at the deliberately evasive Dumbledore, propping his chin up with one hand as he spoke lazily and without much interest. "You want to make a deal with me? Then the price, what is it, Dumbledore?" A man well over 100 years old, and a student still attending school. Yet it was the student who clearly held the upper hand. Dumbledore smiled and changed the subject. "I believe you could open a bottle for the buyer. It would show your respect." John frowned slightly, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" There was no respect in his tone, but Dumbledore wasn't angered by it. Still looking no different from the kindly old grandfather everyone saw outside, Dumbledore smiled gently. "Harry is the one who will be doing business with you." Harry was stunned. Since when had he ever said he was here to make a deal? Harry looked up at Dumbledore and saw, behind the half-moon spectacles, a gaze filled with trust. Oh. John said with a hint of amusement. Very well, then. Let Harry negotiate with me, but you'll have to put the stake on the table first. Whether it's a deal or a gamble, we need to see if the stake is even qualified to sit at the table. At that, Dumbledore signaled for Harry to show the item. Harry pulled the golden locket from beneath his clothes. The serpent-shaped marking upon it left no doubt as to the object's identity. I still underestimated fate, John said with a sigh. You found this thing. Mundungus tried to steal it, Harry shook his head. Mundungus. John murmured, the words carrying an unclear meaning, before saying, let's begin the trade. John straightened from his previously languid posture. In an instant, an oppressive, aggressive presence bore down on Harry. With a meaningful tone, he said, name your terms. Money. Fame. Status. Artifacts. Potions. Or perhaps, a chance to experience rejuvenation. That last line was directed at Dumbledore. The foundations of the Second King allowed him to casually offer terms that ordinary people could never obtain in a lifetime. As he looked at Harry, John unleashed the domineering aura of someone who stood at the top. Hearing those words come from a student his own age, Harry couldn't even find a way to argue. Because he knew, very clearly, that John wasn't exaggerating. At this moment, the locket in his hand was like a wish-granting device. The immense pressure bore down on him, making his breathing turn rapid. Dumbledore spoke softly, Harry, just follow your heart. Dumbledore's voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, and Harry's breathing gradually steadied. He thought of Mrs. Weasley lying in her hospital bed, beyond even the healer's ability to save. He made his decision. Chapter 465, Trelawney's Nonsense. I want you to heal Mrs. Weasley. After Harry said this, the Constellation Society fell silent, leaving only the sound of clouds rolling across the dome overhead. He looked at John nervously. The poison afflicting Mrs. Weasley was extremely difficult to cure. Even the potions master, Snape, had only been able to shake his head and say it would require further research. It was a vicious, deeply malicious curse. And Harry only wanted to try his luck before an alchemist so formidable that even Slughorn could only ever cooperate with him. Harry didn't dare look at Dumbledore's expression. He felt Dumbledore might be disappointed. Because he hadn't used this opportunity to ask for something greater. Yet he still chose this path. Mrs. Weasley had treated him like her own son, giving him the warmth of a mother. He watched John's expression shift, from initial amusement, to surprise, and then to something like anger. Anger. Why anger? John suppressed it, turning his head to look at Dumbledore. Is this what you want, Dumbledore? John asked coldly, staring at the two of them. Are you trying to humiliate me? No. I just want to save Mrs. Weasley. Harry hurried to explain. He didn't understand, was it that John couldn't do it, or that he didn't want to? John laughed in anger. Is that so? Then in your eyes, I would use Percy's mother as a bargaining chip in a deal with someone else. The sheer, unexpected fury made Harry feel an oppressive force that seemed ready to grind his bones to dust. Don't judge me with that narrow-minded view of yours, Harry Potter. John's rage-filled words caused the starlight in the dome to vanish. Thunder rumbled loudly as terrifying blue lightning flashed through the clouds. Dumbledore spoke up, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Harry didn't mean it that way. He's simply panicking because he cares. The pressure on Harry vanished. He hadn't expected a single sentence to provoke John's anger to this extent. He has never doubted your concern for your friends, John, Dumbledore said apologetically. John closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the anger within was gone. The dome returned to its clear state. The little golden figures, who had just been cowering beneath the table as if the apocalypse had arrived, scrambled back out and transformed once more into shimmering golden words. I don't want to repeat myself, John said curtly. If you still wish to continue the deal. Harry felt as though he'd been granted a reprieve. He'd been incredibly tense just moments ago. As if John might suddenly turn into a fire-breathing dragon and swallow him whole. At the same time, Harry realized he'd made a mistake. He'd selfishly assumed that John's irritation toward the Order of the Phoenix meant John wouldn't accept any request for help. But in truth, setting aside her status as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mrs. Weasley was still the mother of John Wick's friend. John was a Slytherin, he possessed every Slytherin trait. And as the king of Slytherin, they showed limitless tolerance and indulgence toward their own. The Constellation Society would protect Ginny within the Ministry of Magic. Malfoy would stand up for her. To them, there was only the difference between our people and outsiders. Harry was the outsider. But Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were not. They were Percy's beloved mother and his adorable little sister. That, perhaps, was what people meant by caring for someone because you care for the person they love. Now that he had John's promise to treat Mrs. Weasley, Harry finally relaxed. So what, then, should he choose? Harry's mind raced. He glanced at Dumbledore, but the kindly old man didn't urge him. The Constellation Society was so quiet you could hear a pin drop as they waited for Harry's decision. He needed to think carefully. What was it that he, or the Order of the Phoenix, wanted most right now? That had to be something John could provide. Sweat seeped into Harry's palms. He wiped his hands against his trousers again and again. His expression shifted repeatedly before a sudden spark of realization flashed through his mind. I want a powerful wand. What Harry was really thinking of was Dumbledore. His wand had been taken by Grindelwald. At those words, a change finally appeared on John's otherwise impassive face. A wand. He let out a soft chuckle. I can agree to your deal. Leaning back in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, John spoke unhurriedly. Then it's time for you to pay the price. Harry removed the golden locket from around his neck and placed it on the table. Please allow me to conduct some basic checks before completing the transaction. John didn't reach for it right away. Sitting across the table, the sound that left his mouth made Dumbledore's pupils contract. Open it. It was a cold, hoarse voice. Harry didn't notice anything unusual. To him, John was simply speaking normally. The golden locket, which had been closed, snapped open at once. Black mist poured out, accompanied by a voice that tempted and bewitched the mind. Close it. The box shut. It shifted from in front of Harry to John's side. Picking up the locket, John said calmly, the transaction is complete. As for that wand, I'll give you one that's powerful enough. He snapped his fingers, and the clouds descended in an inverted, spiraling vortex. When they dispersed, a black wand lay atop a velvet cushion. Crystal core. Elder wood. This is a wand meant for those who thrive in battle. John picked up the wand, gave it a light flourish, and handed it to Harry, saying meaningfully, use it well. Harry accepted the wand, then immediately passed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at the wand and said, thank you, Harry. He took the wand, and the moment it settled into his hand, Dumbledore could tell how extraordinary it was. This wand amplified his magic. I believe our transaction is complete, John said, clearly dismissing them. Gentlemen. Dumbledore rose calmly, with Harry following behind him. Just as they were about to leave, John called out to Harry. Take this with you, Harry. An emerald-clear potion sat on the table. John's fingers idly brushed the golden locket as he said, give my regards to Mrs. Weasley. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, then quickly stepped forward to take it. His heart pounded wildly as he gripped the vial tightly. After leaving the room, Harry and Dumbledore returned to the adjacent office. You made a very good choice, Harry, Dumbledore said, a kindly expression on his face. But, Professor, you won't blame me, will you? Harry felt he'd acted on his own initiative. If it had been Dumbledore, he would surely have chosen something of greater value. Dumbledore shook his head, a hint of playfulness in his tone. As it happens, I needed this. My old wand has gone far too long without proper care. Besides, you helped me obtain a far more useful answer from John. What kind of answer? Harry couldn't help asking. Dumbledore chuckled softly. His attitude toward many things, and a deeper understanding of John himself. At the very least, we now know one thing for certain, from beginning to end, he has always been someone who values his friends. That alone makes him very different from Voldemort. Resting a hand on the edge of the pensieve, Dumbledore said cryptically, our lesson for today isn't over yet. He took a vial from the memory shelf and uncorked it. The silvery liquid flowed into the pensieve, forming a scene. Within it appeared a handsome young man. Among Silverhand's many industries, there was one that stood out as the least fitting within that vast commercial empire. The Phantasmal Divination Pavilion. So obscure that hardly anyone even knew of its existence. It was located in a black building wedged between the Silverhand Johnny Boutique and the Alchemy Workshop. Inside, there was only one person, respectfully referred to as the Elder. Even Tommy had once doubted what value this so-called diviner, who looked more like a muggle fortune-teller, could possibly bring to Silverhand. Yet expensive liquor worth 100 galleons was supplied to Trelawney free of charge, and people were even arranged to pose as customers to boost the pitiful income of the Divination Pavilion. Over time, Tommy handed responsibility for this place over to a witch named Yennefer. This witch was a Hufflepuff graduate, exceptionally patient. Today marked the 7th actor to enter the Phantasmal Divination Pavilion, with Yennefer stepping in personally. She disguised herself as a confused woman and came to the Divination Pavilion. Trelawney, wearing thick-lensed spectacles, had changed into an emerald green robe adorned with small crystal balls as decorations. It made her look almost like a proper mystic. Honored Elder, I seek guidance. Yennefer said respectfully, though in truth she was wondering whether she should buy some freshly roasted quail on her way home later. She received no response and cautiously lifted her head. What she saw was Trelawney, who should have been launching into her usual unreliable divination routine. Instead, her eyes had rolled back, and her entire being hovered in a hazy state between illusion and reality. Her voice was hoarse beyond belief, like someone who hadn't had a drop of water for 3 days and was on the verge of dying of thirst. A strong stench of alcohol wafted from her, startling Yennefer so badly she almost called for help. Then Trelawney began to ramble incoherently. A turning point has already occurred. Ah, the Dark Lord is seeking servants in the darkness. A colossal being destroys everything. A fated enemy will slay the giant. Within the flames, the cries of new life usher in the dawn. The Dark Lord will die at the hands of a formidable foe. Those who touch the forbidden shall meet a grim end. The gears of fate will be thrown into chaos. Trelawney suddenly seemed to lose her breath. Yennefer no longer bothered to keep up the act and hurried over. The moment she reached Trelawney's side, bony, claw-like hands clamped tightly onto her shoulders. An aged, hoarse voice roared at her, "You who trample upon life, you will walk into the abyss." Abyss, cough, cough. Trelawney's throat cracked as she coughed twice, then looked at the witch before her, whose face was pale with terror, and asked in confusion, "Oh, why are you here, my dear?" As if she'd seen a ghost, Yennefer tore herself free and staggered backward. Her face was deathly white, and without sparing a thought for Trelawney's question, she turned and ran out. Trelawney watched her go, utterly baffled, unaware that the crystal ball on her table had begun to glow faintly. Chapter 466, The Quietly Shifting Fate. Fate was quietly shifting without anyone realizing it. After Harry left, John's fingers tapped against the golden locket, one beat at a time. Slytherin's locket. Ravenclaw's diadem. Is this really just coincidence? He closed his eyes, lost in thought. It was far too coincidental. The 2 hardest Horcruxes to find had both been delivered to him, by 2 boys born at the end of July. The chosen one. John had heard far too many stories about saviors. Strictly speaking, the first Horcrux to be destroyed had been by Harry's hand. That diary had been destroyed by Harry's sword. According to the original course of events, Harry was meant to be the one who faced the Dark Lord in the end. Then this Horcrux, too, ought to be destroyed by Harry. Fate is changing, prophecies included, and more besides. John opened his eyes. Inside the locket rested a fragment of Voldemort's soul. With it in hand, John could now confirm one thing. Have Horcruxes truly lost their allure to you, Tom? He picked up the golden locket, watching it sway before his eyes. Horcruxes were a crude solution, trading pieces of one's own soul for immortality. It was a laughable approach. The damage caused by a fractured soul far outweighed the benefit of extended life. Which was why, upon seeing a new path, Voldemort had abandoned that foolish method without hesitation. Powerful as he is, he's still not a qualified alchemist. John smiled faintly. Equivalent exchange, and yet he wanted to dodge the price. Putting the golden locket away, John activated Voldemort's doomsday countdown. With the final Horcrux now in his possession, Voldemort no longer had a second chance. Once his soul was restored, Voldemort's strength would increase. In that light, giving away a powerful wand hardly seemed like a bad deal to John. Still, what happened at the Burrow was a reminder. When facing dark creatures, we'll need even greater power. The outline of a plan began to take shape in John's mind. The next day arrived. John went to class. In care of magical creatures, Hagrid watched as John busied himself tinkering with a suit of armor. Come to think of it, that armor had been a gift from John to Hagrid. Goblin-crafted armor was already impressive to begin with, but after John's modifications, it looked like a treasure only nobility could afford. Golden patterns ran through the silver plates, leaving Hagrid staring in stunned amazement. What surprised Hagrid even more was that, before he'd even begun his plan to train Grop as an assistant, Grop had already become John's helper. John placed a wedge near the neck area of the armor and issued an order to Grop, who was holding a wooden club wrapped in iron plating. Strike! Boom! Grop swung the massive club and brought it down with full force. Dust and dirt exploded into the air, yet the armor only caved in at a single point. John adjusted his stance and gave Grop another instruction. Grop seemed to have found enjoyment in the monotony of the task, a grin spreading across his broad face. By the time the class ended, the large suit of armor that belonged to Hagrid had only been engraved with less than 1/10 of those strange symbols. Strange, Hagrid said as he put the armor on to try it out. He rubbed at the beard caught in the collar and muttered, "It feels lighter somehow. I'm not sure." He patted his belly, and the plate there rang out with a metallic clang. "That's a hardened protection charm," John said, pointing at the script Hagrid couldn't read. "Each engraving makes it even tougher." At the beginning, John had been able to engrave it himself. Later on, he'd needed Grop's strength to finish the work. It was only about 1/10 complete for now, but the hardness was already astonishing. Hagrid asked in confusion, "Why strengthen it? I mean, am I supposed to wear this out and about?" "There'll come a day," John said casually. Don't forget your duties. Whether it's dangerous creatures or dangerous wizards, having this won't hurt. Hagrid was convinced. Never imagining that one day, he would wear it and hold off an entire army on his own. After reinforcing the defenses of his human-shaped tank, John glanced at his timetable. Defense against the dark arts and potions. Today's classes were bound to be lively. Sure enough, once defense against the dark arts ended, the students were all discussing ways to deal with Infri. Sirius, who had narrowly escaped death, put aside his rivalry with Snape. He had realized that those Infri surrounding the burrow could one day appear at Hogwarts as well. All he could do was teach every lesson properly, so that when that day came, the students might survive it. Of course, the indispensable Gryffindor housepoint segment was not skipped. With Harry's first-hand experience fighting Infri, Gryffindor gained 25 points. Then came potions class. Harry seemed distracted. He listened to Snape's occasional barbed remarks while constantly flipping through the old copy of Advanced Potion Making, hoping to find some clue as to whether the emerald green potion John had given him could truly neutralize the poison. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Harry, who had come to treat that book with near superstitious faith, felt increasingly uneasy. The potion had been sent to St. Mungo's earlier that morning. If the potion turned out to be flawed, or ineffective, he would be overwhelmed with guilt. Even Snape's familiar, cutting sarcasm ringing in his ears failed to stir any reaction from him. Snape deducted 20 points from Gryffindor, nearly wiping out everything they had earned in defense against the dark arts. This lesson required them to brew an antidote based on a given poison. Because Harry wasn't paying attention at all, he randomly grabbed a bezoar from the cupboard and turned it in. Snape described him as a baboon who couldn't understand human language. Another 10 points vanished. When class ended, Hermione and Ron found Harry clearly out of sorts. "What's wrong, Harry?" Hermione asked. Harry absent-mindedly jabbed at his plate 3 times, still failing to spear the stubborn sausage. "I went to see John." The moment he said it, a fork clattered to the table. Hermione's eyes widened, desperate to know what had happened. Ron chewed his sausage gloomily. "Mate, you didn't go and do something stupid with him, did you?" Harry couldn't help bristling. Did they really think he was some reckless idiot who never thought anything through? He snapped back, "I went with Dumbledore." Then Harry told them everything he'd done the day before. When they heard that Harry had used the locket in exchange for a chance to save Mrs. Weasley, Ron said emotionally, "Thank you, Harry." "No need to thank me." He didn't accept the deal. The moment Harry said that, Ron flared up. "So he thinks my mum isn't worth saving?" No, Harry hurried to calm him down, afraid Ron might storm off to confront John. "He told me she's Percy's mum. He wouldn't use a friend's family as bargaining chips." Realizing he'd overreacted, Ron shut his mouth and obediently went back to chewing his sausage. When Harry finally mentioned that he'd traded for a new wand, Ron couldn't help complaining, "You should have made him pay more." That was already more than enough. Hermione shot Ron a glare and said wistfully, "John is still just as gentle as ever." "I gave John's potion to an owl," Harry said, still worried about whether it would actually work. "You should have tested it with the Spungify revealing charm," Ron muttered, earning a kick from Hermione under the table. Ron made a gesture of zipping his mouth shut. Despite all the worry, Harry soon learned it had been unnecessary. Bill wrote from St. Mungo's to tell them that Mrs. Weasley was out of danger. After waking up, Mrs. Weasley was full of energy. The healers told Bill it was simply because she'd gotten far too much rest. With the burrow gone, Mr. Weasley brought the family to stay temporarily at the Black family home. Without that shrieking portrait, the house was so quiet it felt almost like a haunted manor. Mrs. Weasley, brimming with energy, thoroughly cleaned the Black family home from top to bottom, inside and out. Which left Creature, whose work had been stolen, deeply disgruntled. When the trio saw the news, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Ginny was delighted as well. Harry watched her bouncing around happily and found himself staring for a moment. It wasn't until Hermione reminded him that he managed not to let the drool fall. Holding Advanced Potion Making, Harry felt a wave of disappointment. He realized just how vast the gap between himself and John truly was. John's level had long surpassed everything recorded in that book. While he still had to rely on this book of unknown origin to cheat his way through lessons. Shame and embarrassment welled up inside him, and Harry felt the urge to stiffen his resolve and throw the book away. But thinking of how the knowledge inside had not only improved his potion's grades, but had also helped him save his godfather with one of its spells, he ultimately chose to keep it. In the blink of an eye, time slipped into February. The snow around the school slowly melted, replaced by a bleak, damp chill. Grayish-purple clouds hung low over the castle. The ceaseless cold rain made the lawns slick, leaving trail after trail of muddy footprints in the entrance hall and corridors. Chapter 467, The Genius of Apparition. The first apparition lesson for 6th years was scheduled for Saturday morning, avoiding conflicts with other classes. When John arrived in the Great Hall, all the tables had been cleared away. Rain pattered against the tall windows. The enchanted ceiling, much like the one used by the Constellation Society, turned dimly overhead, its slow rotation perfectly matching the gloomy weather outside. All 4 heads of house were present in the hall. Students from each house gathered in front of their respective head. Aside from the 4 of them, there was also a short wizard. Other than Professor Flitwick, he was the shortest person there. He was the instructor sent by the Ministry of Magic to teach apparition. Unnaturally pale, with even his eyelashes nearly translucent, his hair fine and wispy, he had an unreal quality to him, so thin and fragile he looked like a gust of wind could blow him away. These were the after-effects of excessive apparition and prolonged magical research. John narrowed his eyes. The man looked more like an assassin than a teacher. "Good morning," the ministry wizard said once everyone had assembled. "My name is Wilkie Twycross. For the next 12 weeks, I'll be serving as your apparition instructor. I hope to help you prepare for the apparition test. By the time it arrives, many of you may already be qualified to take it." As Twycross spoke, John wasn't really listening. Malfoy was showing off to Goyle and Crabbe, boasting that under Barty's tutelage, he had already learned apparition. Hogwarts normally doesn't allow apparition, so the headmaster has temporarily lifted the restriction for 1 hour, of course, only within the Great Hall. Twycross was still explaining. Once he finished speaking, he prepared to begin the apparition lesson. The Great Hall descended into chaos as the students began to spread out. Malfoy acted arrogantly, shoving aside students who got in his way and declaring smugly, "Watch closely. It's time to show some real skill." Goyle and Crabbe moved farther away from him, while Daphne stepped closer to John. Seeing her, John chuckled softly and asked, "Do you remember that feeling?" Daphne thought of their trip to Hogsmeade and nodded with a smile. The heads of house moved through the crowd, arranging positions for the students. John didn't need to instruct Daphne much, as Twycross was already explaining the 3 Ds of apparition. After finishing his explanation, Twycross gave the order and began counting down. They were to apparate into the wooden hoops placed in the hall. As he reached 3, 4 loud cracks echoed through the Great Hall. 4 people appeared inside the wooden hoops at once. Malfoy slammed straight into a solid chest and cursed, "Your chest is like stone, Neville." Neville uncertainly patted it. "I did it," Daphne said in delight. Standing in the hoop, John grabbed Daphne's left hand and said softly, "Not completely." Daphne looked down to see that her left index finger had been left behind. Before any blood could even flow, John had the finger fly back and press itself into place on her hand. He raised her left hand and murmured an incantation. After pouring a bit of essence of dittany over it, the finger looked as though nothing had happened at all. Twycross was stunned. He'd never encountered anyone who succeeded on their first try, let alone 3 at once. And Daphne's partial splinching was, by all standards, excellent. "Outstanding, and you as well." "That was textbook handling of splinching," Twycross exclaimed in delight. The 4 of them instantly became the center of attention. John's excellence and success were something the students had grown used to, but for Malfoy and Neville, it felt like a sudden, show-stopping debut. Harry spun in place, lost his balance, and nearly fell over, drawing an unrestrained laugh from Malfoy. Twycross tried a second round, and once again it was the same 4 people. This time, Daphne lost a strand of hair, but Malfoy and Neville were as steady as ever. Now Twycross was certain, these students absolutely had what it took to pass the apparition test. The lesson itself was rather dull, with Twycross endlessly emphasizing the 3 Ds and making them repeat the same spinning motions. Aside from members of the Constellation Society, only Susan Bones managed to make it into a hoop once, and even then, her left foot stayed behind. Harry couldn't understand how Malfoy was so proficient. He barely failed at all, and after a few tries, Daphne successfully completed a full apparition as well. The gap between the Constellation Society and the ordinary students was laid bare in the classroom. Malfoy loudly mocked those idiots who still couldn't manage apparition, to the point where even Slytherins wanted to hit him. Blaise Zabini came over to ask him for advice, but left soon after, unable to tolerate that arrogant tone. As for Blaise, he'd somehow picked up some inside gossip lately. Apparently Ginny had fallen out with Dean, and their relationship was on the verge of ending. That restless young man immediately began planning to give Ginny a grand surprise on Valentine's Day. By the looks of it, he was aiming to steal that Gryffindor red rose on Valentine's Day. As for how that would go, 9 out of 10 Slytherins weren't optimistic at all. The remaining 10th included Pansy, the hopeless romantic. After all, Pansy had always believed that as long as there was love, even someone from another house wasn't out of the question. Even though she herself only ever dated Slytherins. That didn't stop her from cheering on Blaise, a fellow love-brained soul. Malfoy went over to pour cold water on the idea, hoping Blaise would quit while he was ahead, only to get scolded by Pansy instead. I really don't understand how Theodore can put up with Pansy, Malfoy complained. She's not gentle at all, unlike Astoria. He genuinely couldn't comprehend Theodore Nott's taste. What kind of aesthetic was that? John shot Malfoy a glance. The idiot clearly hadn't noticed Daphne glaring at him viciously. Malfoy excitedly went on about the gift he planned to prepare for Astoria, ideally something that would be a surprise on Valentine's Day. A wicked plan slowly took shape in Daphne's mind. She sneered as she listened to Malfoy enthusiastically reveal every detail of the gift, with no defenses whatsoever. When Valentine's Day arrived, John had expected to see Blaise first, watching Ginny toss his gift straight into the rubbish bin. Instead, he saw Malfoy let out a grief-stricken wail. No. Malfoy dropped to one knee, staring in disbelief at Astoria, who stood there at a loss, holding a gift identical to the one he had intended to give her. Daphne's scheme succeeded. Before Malfoy could give his gift, she bought the exact same one and presented it to Astoria first. Malfoy's unique idea was brutally snuffed out just like that. John watched the two of them in silence. Even though Daphne had accepted Malfoy as Astoria's boyfriend, she still felt compelled to mete out punishment whenever she could. It's all right, Draco. The moment Astoria said that, she looked like an angel bathed in holy light in Malfoy's eyes. As long as it's a gift from you, it's unique and worth cherishing. Now that's what you call skill. That's real mastery. Malfoy's frustration at being beaten to the punch instantly vanished, and he even shot Daphne a smug look. In that instant, John could practically feel Daphne's urge to hang Malfoy from the ceiling. By the afternoon, John witnessed a second dramatic scene. As expected, Blaise was rejected, and an already foul-tempered Dean charged in again, leading to another fistfight. Both of them were sent to detention. Ginny, for her part, didn't seem to care much about that boyfriend of hers at all. John also carried out several more modifications on Hagrid's armor. The engravings now covered a full third of the surface, and Grop could no longer strike it effectively. After days of hammering, Grop's arms had visibly thickened by an entire size. Even the Zowu had to sprint at full speed just to catch the furballs knocked loose by Grop before they hit the ground. After testing the armor's hardness, John estimated that it could withstand the blows of more than a dozen giants without much trouble. The competition for house points between Slytherin and Gryffindor gradually stabilized. Slytherin reclaimed first place, with Hagrid contributing no small amount. After all, John was doing extended practice with him. As a professor, Hagrid naturally had to show some enthusiasm, and he handed out points with particular generosity. Occasionally, the Ancient Runes professor and the Alchemy professor also pitched in. 2 advanced rune texts John translated for Ancient Runes earned 30 points, while Alchemy added a staggering 50. Percy sent a message to thank John. The Emerald Potion had completely cured Mrs. Weasley. Fleur wanted to meet John, and they agreed on the Hog's Head. They would see each other on the next Hogsmeade weekend. With his preparations at Hogwarts fully in place, John shifted his attention back to the Black Lake. He hadn't forgotten that, deep beneath its waters, lived a giant squid that had survived for 1,000 years. While the weather was still cold, he once again entered the icy waters of the Black Lake. As March arrived, there wasn't much change in the temperature, only added dampness and stronger winds. On the shores of Hogwarts Lake, Malfoy and Neville competed once more. The next trip to Hogsmeade arrived as well. John prepared to go and meet Fleur as promised. Chapter 468, Ron's Miserable Birthday. Katie Bell returned to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. That earlier injury had kept her out of training for quite some time. Which also meant that Ron was going to be replaced. When Ron heard the news, he felt a bit down. "It's my birthday," Ron said. A birthday he'd been looking forward to, only to be met with not so great news. Harry tried to comfort him. "It's all right, Ron. We can go to Hogsmeade for your birthday." "Bad luck," Seamus shook his head. "Hogsmeade's been cancelled." "No way," Merlin's beard. Ron wailed. He'd lost his position, and now he couldn't even go to Hogsmeade. This really was a terrible birthday. Even worse was the mind-numbingly boring apparition class. Almost no one succeeded, and some students ended up splinching, screaming in terror. The 3Ds felt like Twycross was trying to drill them straight into their skulls, and resentment spread among the students. When March arrived, Harry wished Ron, "Happy birthday, Ron. I've got you a present." Ron was still half asleep, responding hazily from his dreams. There was already a small pile of parcels on Ron's bed, likely delivered by house elves during the night. Ron got up to open his presents, his mood still low. But he soon let out a shout when he was drawn to the large gold watch from his parents. This year's a bumper harvest. He suddenly felt that birthdays were wonderful, and that next year he'd like to come of age all over again. Mr. Weasley had been promoted, so there was no way he'd give his son a shabby coming-of-age gift. Even if the watch wasn't solid gold, it was still extremely valuable. Starting off with such a lucky draw made Ron even more eager for the remaining gifts. He tore open one package after another, and before he realized it, they were all opened. Seeing a box of chocolate cauldrons still on the floor, he assumed he'd dropped it himself and picked it up to open it. He popped a chocolate cauldron into his mouth and, seeing Harry looking troubled about something, asked indistinctly, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about the task Dumbledore gave me," Harry said regretfully. "After Snape came back, I haven't had any real chance to see Slughorn." "Rubbish," Ron said gloomily as he ate a second chocolate cauldron. "Can't you just go to that slug club thing?" "Yeah, but I don't really like it," Harry muttered. Speaking of the slug club, it had met twice more after Christmas. But Harry hadn't gone to any of them. He was a bit afraid Slughorn might suddenly question him, only for him to be unable to answer. Just like that gathering on the train at the start of term, he didn't want to become fodder for Malfoy and the others' jokes. Especially when he saw Blaise fawning over Ginny at those gatherings. It made him want to hex Blaise on the spot. Sitting on his bed, he picked up the Marauders map and took a look. Slughorn was often in his office. This time was no exception. Even if Harry wanted to go, he had no excuse. It was almost time for apparition class. Harry got out of bed, put on his clothes, then turned back to Ron and asked, "Ready?" Harry didn't notice that the chocolate cauldron Ron had eaten wasn't actually part of his birthday gifts. When Harry reached the dormitory door and saw Ron still hadn't followed, he turned around in confusion. Ron was leaning against the bedpost, staring out at the rain-washed window. There was a strange, lost look on his face, like a lamb that had wandered off its path. If one looked closely, there was something hidden beneath that artsy, melancholy gaze. "Ron, it's time for breakfast," Harry reminded him that they were running late. "I'm not hungry." Harry found the answer extremely strange. Getting full after just one box of chocolate cauldrons didn't fit the image of Gryffindor's legendary eating machine, Ron Weasley. Harry stared at him. "You're full." "Sigh, fine, I'll go down with you," Ron said with a resentful sigh, as if Harry had interrupted something important. "But I don't want to eat." The lovesick, melodramatic tone sent goosebumps crawling up Harry's arms. He hesitated, then looked at Ron and noticed the half-empty box of chocolate cauldrons on the bed. "You ate half a box of chocolate cauldrons, didn't you?" "That's not it," Ron sighed again, to the point where Harry was starting to get irritated. Ron said sorrowfully, You just don't understand." "Don't understand what exactly?" "Don't understand the sheer value of Gryffindor's eating champion." Harry didn't want to play riddles with him anymore and turned to open the door. "Harry." "What?" Ron suddenly shouted, making Harry jump. Ron looked like someone in one of those films who'd taken too much of something questionable. With a pained expression, he cried out, "Harry, I can't take it anymore." "Take what?" Harry said blankly. "I can't stop thinking about her," Ron said in a hoarse voice. "Her?" Harry was dumbfounded. Who was this her? Weren't you single? Since when did there suddenly exist a her? There was only one thought in Harry's head, can we please just go to the Great Hall and eat like normal people? "I think she doesn't even know I exist," Ron launched into his own one-man drama, leaving Harry holding out a helpless, Urkang-style hand, unable to get a word in. "Who is she?" Harry was on the verge of collapse. What was wrong with Ron today? In a voice so soft it was nauseating, dripping with affection, Ron said, "Romilda Vane." When he said the name, it was as if a beam of pure sunlight had pierced straight through him, making him look utterly love-struck. Harry stared at Ron for nearly a full minute, repeatedly confirming that the name Ron had said wasn't anyone he was familiar with. It felt like he'd just been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Uncertainly, he said, "Are you joking with me? I think I love her." Same tone. Had one chocolate cauldron really turned Ron into a romantic poet? Harry took a deep breath. He felt like Ron was deliberately messing with him. All right. Say it again, seriously." Harry swore that if Ron said anything about love again, he was absolutely walking out. However, Ron showed not the slightest hint of embarrassment. Holding his breath, he said passionately, "I love her. Have you seen her hair? Black and shiny." Harry did exactly what he said he would. He sneered. "Hilarious. That's the best joke I've heard. All right, enough messing around." He turned to leave, only to get punched in the ear. Harry's temper flared. He spun around, pulled out his wand, and cast Levi Corpus. The nonverbal spell he'd learned this year finally came in handy. Ron was hoisted straight into the air. Harry shouted with a "how dare you hit me" expression on his face, "Why? You insulted her. You said this was a joke." Ron protested even while hanging upside down. Harry finally realized something was wrong. He snapped his gaze toward the chocolate cauldron. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Then it hit him. Wasn't this the chocolate cauldron Romilda Vane had given him before Christmas? When he'd been looking for the Marauders map earlier, he must have tossed it out without thinking. Harry hadn't eaten it because Hermione had warned him it might be laced with a love potion. Seeing Ron like this sent a chill down Harry's spine. If Ginny ever saw him in a state like that, he'd rather die. Ignoring Ron, who was still shouting Romilda's name, Harry rubbed his temples. All right, who do I need to find to fix you? Harry froze. He remembered the 4 cauldrons from the first potions class. Slughorn would definitely have a solution. With no time to waste, Harry hauled Ron, still yelling Romilda's name, toward the headmaster's office. The Hogsmeade trip had been cancelled, but that didn't stop John from leaving the school on his own. Rules had never bound him. He sat in the Hog's Head, leaving the innkeeper, Aberforth, looking a little dazed. If Aberforth remembered correctly, this kid definitely wasn't supposed to be here today. Skipping class openly was one thing, but openly leaving the school as well. And without the slightest attempt to hide it. Considering he was, at the very least, an informant for the former headmaster, this kid really wasn't afraid of being reported at all. John shot Aberforth a glance. Why was this old man having so much inner monologue? After waiting a while, he saw a graceful figure in a silk-white robe approach. The newcomer wore a white mask, her cloak wrapped tightly around her. John looked at Fleur as she came over and said helplessly, "You didn't suddenly decide to dress like this on a whim, did you?" "Of course," Fleur said, removing the mask and blinking. "It's fun, isn't it?" "Fair enough," John shrugged. Tommy had dressed like this before too. Seeing Aberforth come over with a mug, John raised a hand to stop him. "No need. Your cups are too dirty." Aberforth's eyes widened. "You're sitting in my pub and not ordering anything." Chased off, Aberforth huffed and glared, bristling with indignation. Fleur took out the Heart of Silence, forming a soundproof magical field. Her caution made John turn serious as well. Sybil Trelawney made a prophecy. Fleur produced a crystal ball wrapped tightly in cloth. She frightened Yennefer badly, but seems to have no memory of it herself. Fortunately, John had always been forward-thinking. As prophecies ran through the entire Harry Potter saga, he had never treated them lightly. Taking the crystal ball, John gave it a brief glance and nodded to Fleur. Chapter 469, Famous Underwater Scene. Fleur came to deliver the crystal ball. Ordinarily, this sort of errand would have been handled by Tommy. Once the item was in hand, John saw Fleur dispel the Heart of Silence. Suddenly, Fleur let out a sigh. "I don't think the Weasley family suits me," Fleur said. John glanced around, realized Fleur was about to vent to him, and gave a helpless smile. He snapped his fingers. Aberforth, who had been watching the whole time, thought he was being summoned. Just as he was about to come over, he saw John conjure 2 exquisitely crafted goblets that looked utterly out of place in the pub. Along with a bottle of wine so expensive it looked like it could treat the entire tavern for free. This kid not only wasn't ordering anything, he was bringing his own alcohol. Aberforth nearly lost it. Who freeloaded a pub like this? John ignored him, poured Fleur a glass of cherry blossom-colored wine, and even conjured a cherry to place on top. Fleur took a sip, and it was as if a dam had burst. She began talking about everything she and Bill had gone through. John played the role of a listening tree, complete with refilling service. And every now and then, he chimed in with a word or two in response. As for Fleur's romantic troubles, they could be summed up in a single sentence. He's a good man, but his mother isn't a good person. Ron had been dosed with a love potion. Harry used going to see Romilda as bait, luring Ron toward the headmaster's office. The potency of the love potion sent shivers down Harry's spine. Ron was acting like he had no brain at all. Harry could lead him straight to the headmaster's office without the slightest suspicion. Slughorn was wearing his sleeping robe, humming a little tune as he picked up a piece of candied jackfruit a former student had given him and popped it into his mouth, already preparing to open a bottle of mead to moisten his throat. He had only just sat down when he heard an urgent voice. It came from the gargoyle. From the sound alone, Slughorn recognized Harry. He opened the door, and Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the entrance of the headmaster's office. "Harry," Slughorn muttered, "isn't this a bit early? I usually sleep in on Saturdays." As headmaster, Slughorn really didn't want anyone disturbing his comfortable Saturdays. "Professor, I'm very sorry to bother you," Harry said as softly as he could. Behind him, someone kept rising onto his tiptoes, trying to peek into the old man's room. Harry was nearly shoved inside. With a pained expression, he said, "But my friend Ron accidentally ingested a love potion. Could you make an antidote for him? I wanted to take him to Madame Pomfrey, but we're not allowed to buy anything from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, so, you know. Going to Madame Pomfrey would mean Professor McGonagall and the others would find out, and they would definitely lose points. The Weasley twins would never have imagined that one day their products would end up harming their own younger brother. I thought you'd already made an antidote for him, Slughorn said in puzzlement. Aren't you something of a potions expert, Harry? Ah. Harry's mind raced as he replied without letting himself slip up, I've never brewed an antidote for a love potion before, sir. By the time I managed it, Ron might already be in serious trouble. It was a perfectly reasonable excuse, and Slughorn didn't doubt him in the slightest. Besides, Harry coming to him made the collector at heart quite pleased. It's his birthday today, Professor, Harry pleaded. Slughorn didn't hesitate any longer and waved them inside. Let's hope the potion hasn't expired, Slughorn said teasingly. You know, the longer it's been sitting around, the stronger it gets. As Harry stepped inside, he noticed the room looked different from the Christmas party. Unlike during Dumbledore's time, there weren't so many silver instruments. Instead, there were 2 delicate small cauldrons, along with a display cabinet and an ingredients cupboard. You came at just the right time, Slughorn said, drawing a bit of emerald green liquid from one of the fine cauldrons. There's just a little left, let's try the universal antidote. He poured the potion into a small cup and handed it to Ron, whom Harry was still steadying. How do I look? Ron asked dreamily. Slughorn said, very handsome. Drink this, it'll help you stay calm when she arrives. Slughorn leaned toward Harry and muttered quietly, this is all I've got. I'm still experimenting with how to brew it. Harry noticed that the potion looked very similar to the one John had given Mrs. Weasley. Ron didn't suspect a thing and drank it straight away. This concoction Slughorn called a universal antidote worked quickly, its effects were immediate. Well, I imagine it tastes a bit like pondweed. Slughorn asked. Ron was freed from the love potion's influence, but his face twisted in bitterness, like he'd just eaten a dozen raw bitter shoots. He collapsed onto the sofa, wearing an expression of existential doubt. The taste wasn't great. Maybe we could have something else to perk us up. Slughorn took out a bottle of mead and said proudly, this was a gift from John, oak-aged mead. I must say, he really knows how to cater to one's tastes. As he uncorked it, a rich yet gentle aroma wafted through the room. Slughorn took out 3 glasses and poured the mead. Handing each of them a glass, he said contentedly, such a fine drink deserves a proper toast. Here's to Mr. Weasley's birthday, may it drive away the pain of shattered love. Cheers. Cheers. Slughorn laughed heartily, and Harry felt the old man looked far more endearing like this. Laughing as well, he raised his glass and called out, cheers. Just as Harry was about to drink, Ron beside him downed his glass in one go, then his body went rigid and collapsed straight backward. Ron's limbs convulsed violently, white foam spilling from his mouth, his eyes bulging. My, Merlin, Ralph. Ron. Slughorn was so shocked he even got the name wrong. Harry rushed over and shouted at Slughorn, Professor. Do something, quick. Faced with the scene, Slughorn froze in panic. He looked down at the glass in his hand, stammering, how, but, this. Harry vaulted over a low table and reached the 2 delicate small cauldrons. When he looked inside, only 2 drops of the emerald green liquid remained. There was no time to think. Harry grabbed the entire cauldron, pried Ron's mouth open with one hand, and poured the 2 drops of the emerald liquid inside. Ron's body gradually stopped convulsing, but his condition was still far from reassuring, the amount of potion here was simply too little. Slughorn seemed to snap out of it and hurried Harry to get Ron to the hospital wing. The bottle of mead was left on the table, still half full of amber liquid. John hadn't expected to be sitting in a grimy pub, listening to Fleur talk about her love life. Once Fleur finally finished, John returned to the school as well. He didn't head back to the castle right away, instead stopping to look out over the Black Lake. After making sure the small bag was securely fastened, he walked toward the lake. A Grindylow spotted John and tried to swim over, intending to toy with the student. John gave it a glance, and the Grindylow suddenly felt that this person looked very familiar. A few seconds later, having remembered something, the Grindylow fled back into the water at twice the speed it had approached. At the same time, the other creatures in the lake seemed to get the message and scattered, fleeing into the distance. I don't remember doing anything. John murmured as he watched the scene, falling into thought. He really hadn't done much in the Black Lake last time. All he'd done was split the lake open and intimidate them with dragon aura at the bottom, hadn't he? Aside from that, he hadn't done anything else. Stepping into the water, the Black Lake rose over his head. John tried to communicate with the spirit of the Black Lake, but just like last time, there was no response. He simply swam toward the place where he'd found the giant squid before. Not being allowed to go to Hogsmeade was torture for restless young people. They could only find ways to amuse themselves inside the castle. Slytherin didn't have the lofty views enjoyed by Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Fortunately, they had a one-of-a-kind underwater scene, something uniquely special among the 4 houses. Upper-year students seemed to take endless pleasure in pranking younger ones. Just like now, Malfoy wore a wicked grin as he told a younger student, "If you see mere people underwater, you'll receive a blessing." The younger student, naive and inexperienced, believed him without question. Malfoy's mischievous streak flared up as he added, "Actually, there's an even more advanced blessing than the merpeople's." "What is it?" the younger student asked, eyes full of admiration. Malfoy smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Have you ever heard of the legend of John beneath the water? John under the water?" The younger student looked stunned, raising a hand to point at the massive pane of glass. "Like that?" Malfoy turned his head to look, nodded, and said, "That's right, exactly like that. If you see John under the water, then you can, wait." Malfoy snapped his head back around, staring at John walking past beneath the water, his mouth falling open. It really was John under the water. A classic scene, perfectly reenacted. Chapter 470, Suspect in Poisoning. Unaware that Malfoy had already turned him into a Slytherin urban legend, John dove through the Black Lake all the way to where the giant squid lived. In a place shaped like an underwater altar, the giant squid lay there. It looked as though it hadn't moved at all since the last time John left, its posture completely unchanged. John still remembered what had happened the last time he used mind magic, so this time he refrained from using it recklessly. Even with his magic already at tier 6, he could still sense the squid's extraordinary power. For all he knew, it really might be an underwater version of Dumbledore. "Spirit of the Black Lake, if you can understand my words, please speak with me." John transmitted the message through the water in an extremely ancient language, using one-way mental magic so he wouldn't be overwhelmed by a millennium's worth of memories. The giant squid, which had been sleeping, stirred when it heard the voice. It seemed to understand. Its tentacles shifted, and its large eyes turned toward John. An ancient aura emanated from the squid, and John felt a surge of delight. Communication was truly possible. Since communication was possible, everything became negotiable. John lowered his stance and transmitted his voice in a humble tone. "Spirit of the Black Lake, I am a student of Hogwarts. I have come seeking your assistance." The voice entered the squid's mind. Its tentacles moved slightly, signaling for John to continue. "I seek ancient blood, and wish to obtain it from your great body," John stated plainly, without pretense. "I am one who honors agreements. I am willing to trade to achieve my goal." He watched the giant squid closely, curious to see what conditions this 1,000-year-old being might demand. Perhaps John's words had been too complex, or perhaps his command of the language wasn't pure enough. The giant squid waved its tentacles, taking quite a while to process what he meant. When it finally understood that he wanted its blood, the squid extended one of its tentacles toward him. John froze. "No conditions." The giant squid swayed its tentacles, radiating a sense of pleasant satisfaction. It seemed genuinely happy to be able to help a Hogwarts student. Compared to humans, these creatures possessed far purer emotions. And by approaching them with human ways of thinking, John had trapped himself in a dead end. Looking at the massive tentacle, John smiled. He had been narrow-minded. In a world filled with schemes and calculations, he had forgotten this kind of purity. He hadn't expected that coming to seek out the giant squid would end up teaching him a lesson as well. After expressing his thanks to the squid once more and seeing its tentacles sway happily, John began to draw the blood. Collecting blood underwater came with its own difficulties. John used magic to push back the water, creating a small dry space. The giant squid curiously passed another tentacle back and forth through it. A vial of blue liquid was sealed away. "Thank you, honored spirit of the Black Lake. Please allow me to repay your generosity with a bottle of wine I brewed myself." John took out one of the few remaining bottles of Constellation and poured it over the squid's tentacle. The golden liquid touched the tentacle and vanished almost instantly. The giant squid was delighted. It clearly loved the stuff. Seeing this, John smiled knowingly. Constellation was made of purified magical power, and magical creatures adored it without exception. In a burst of excitement, the giant squid caused the lake water to rapidly darken. It had inked. The sheer amount made John seriously wonder if the Black Lake's darkness came from the squid in the first place. After collecting some of the ink, John was sent back up to the surface by the giant squid. Standing on the surface of the lake, John didn't sink thanks to the meteor shoes beneath his feet. He bade farewell to the giant squid. This trip had yielded an abundant harvest. So much so that he'd lost track of time underwater, and by the time he emerged, the sky had already grown dark. Using magic to dry the water from his clothes, John started walking toward the castle. The giant squid's vitality is astonishing. I think it can keep living for a long time yet. John didn't know how long the squid could live, but judging by its state, outliving him would be effortless. What was even more astonishing was that the squid was still growing. Its size should be far larger than it was 1,000 years ago. Glancing back at the Black Lake, John muttered, "Maybe one day, the giant squid will be bigger than the lake itself." Just imagining that scene was enough to send a chill down even John's spine. Voldemort, Grindelwald, none of them compared to the sheer growth potential and vitality of that giant squid. Upon returning to the castle, John ran into Filch. He was sitting leisurely at the foot of the stairs, eating some delicate little pastries. Though those pastries didn't seem to be from Honeydukes. John glanced at them, then circled Filch twice. Filch shifted uncomfortably and muttered, "What are you doing?" "Filch, how fast do you think you can run?" John suddenly asked. Filch paused, then answered honestly, "I can reach Gryffindor Tower from here within a minute." "Too slow," John frowned. "That speed won't do." Question mark. Filch was full of question marks. His speed was already a nightmare for students, and it was slow. Have you ever heard the saying, speed equals power? A sharp glint flashed in John's eyes. "I think you can be faster. That speed is just the limit of your shoes, not your own limit. You can go faster." Filch was left completely baffled by John's words. But one sentence stuck firmly in his mind, speed equals power. Filch actually had one exceptionally outstanding ability. That was his eyesight. Even while wearing shoes capable of reaching flying speed, he could still grab students with perfect precision without injuring a single one. If he weren't a squib, Filch might have made an excellent seeker. Mrs. Norris spotted John and rubbed herself against the hem of his trousers. Having planted a seed of faster in Filch's mind, John headed toward the Constellation Society. He wanted to experiment with properly putting the giant squid's ink to use. A being that had lived for 1,000 years, anything from its body was bound to be extraordinary. However, before he could reach the Constellation Society, he was stopped. The hospital wing. "So you're saying he ended up like this just from drinking wine?" John looked at Ron lying unconscious on the bed, 1,000 questions running through his mind. Dumbledore stood beside the bed, while Harry glared angrily at John from Ron's side. His best friend was lying unconscious because of John's wine. Dumbledore said gently, "I examined the bottle. There was indeed a poison inside, enough to kill someone." He looked at John with a probing gaze and asked, "That bottle of wine was a gift from you to Slughorn?" "That's probably right," John nodded calmly. After all, none of the other wines have that kind of richness. But his complete lack of guilt made Harry furious. "Why did you poison it?" John looked at Harry as if he were an idiot and sighed. "Use your brain, Harry. If I wanted to kill someone, do you really think I'd need to do it like this?" He continued evenly, "It's obvious someone tampered with the wine." "Is it?" Harry shot back. "Then besides you, who else would have touched that bottle?" "That's something you'll need to ask Professor Slughorn," John said casually. "Plenty of people could have handled it. And most importantly." John glanced at Ron, still unconscious, and said with calm confidence, "Do you really think I'd poison someone so crudely?" 2 drops of emerald potion had brought him back. John wouldn't do something that low grade. Though Harry was furious, reason told him John was right. There had been emerald potion in Slughorn's office. If John had truly meant to poison someone, he wouldn't have left the antidote there. Ron had simply been incredibly unlucky. He drank the antidote first, and then the poisoned wine afterward. Dumbledore seemed never to have believed it was John from the beginning. Calm and incisive, he said to John, "Then there's only one possibility, someone entered Horace's office and poisoned your wine." "Let's think about who has been in and out of Horace's office recently," Dumbledore said. John replied evenly, "I haven't gone in since Christmas. Professor Slughorn has been holding Slug Club gatherings." That could have been an opportunity. This poisoning gave John a sense of a familiar hand at work. Much like the attack on the Weasley family, it felt like someone was trying to make a big incident. If the plan had succeeded and Slughorn had died, the entire magical community would have been thrown into an uproar. At the same time, as the one who provided the wine, John would have become the prime suspect. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for who was behind it, that wasn't hard to guess. The difficulty lay in identifying the poisoner among those who attended the Slug Club after Christmas. Another traitor, Tom. Couldn't you come up with something a little more original? John felt it necessary to have a talk with Slughorn about who he'd been inviting to his after-dinner little lessons. "I can rule out 4 people right away, Draco, Daphne, Astoria, and Neville." The names he listed were all members of the Constellation Society, which made Harry protest. "Then I can rule out Ginny and Hermione as well." "No, you can't," John said flatly. "Because they can't resist the Imperius Curse." Harry fell silent. John is on vacation in Japan, studying the magic of love. Chapter 471, A Long Life. Sometimes, the truth really is that cruel. Every member of the Constellation Society carried protective charms when they went out. Even if they encountered the Imperius Curse, they could react immediately. Unfortunately, others didn't have that advantage. Even if Harry wanted to put on a brave front, he couldn't. John left the hospital wing. The target had clearly been Slughorn, but was it deliberate, or an accident? Choosing the wine he had given. If it was deliberate, then the intent behind the poisoning was something that needed careful consideration. If it was accidental, then it could only be chalked up to John's bad luck. News of Ron being hospitalized due to poisoning spread through the castle, and students expressed their sympathy. The Weasley family was attacked over Christmas, and now they're not even spared after coming back to school. Hufflepuff's famous gossipmonger, Ernie Macmillan, was spreading talk everywhere about a Weasley family curse. Ron Weasley quickly became framed as the last surviving member of an ancient, cursed family. When Ginny heard this, she thoroughly chewed out everyone spreading the rumor. The Weasleys were obviously all perfectly fine. But when Blaise saw Ginny like that, he couldn't help blurting out another love-struck remark. So fierce. I'm completely in love with that girl. John shot him a glance. At this point, he could basically confirm that this idiot wasn't the culprit. Someone in the terminal stage of love brain, Voldemort wouldn't pull something like this even when he wasn't thinking straight. John held a list in his hand, scanning it. It was the roster of those who had attended the Slug Club. Theodore. He paused at a name on the list and frowned. He was invited too. Malfoy had only just learned that Ron was lying in the hospital wing and was debating whether to go mock Harry a bit. Hearing the question, he replied, yes, he was invited as well. John raised an eyebrow. Theodore not being invited was somewhat unexpected. After all, Theodore's father, Old Knot, was currently sitting in Azkaban. The child of a Death Eater didn't exactly fit Slughorn's usual criteria for someone worth inviting. More importantly, he was Pansy's boyfriend. Much as he didn't want to admit it, John had to say that Pansy Parkinson's ability to misjudge people was like a beacon in the dark. She could always point out the wrong one in a crowd. Look into whether Theodore has been in contact with anyone. John handed the task to Malfoy. Matters between pureblood families were best handled by other purebloods. Malfoy complained, I was planning to go on a date with Astoria. No, you don't, John said, noticing Daphne already pricking up her ears to eavesdrop, and shot Malfoy a look. Unfortunately, Malfoy was too focused on Potter over there to catch the hint and protested stubbornly, I absolutely do. Astoria definitely wants to as well. Sigh. Kind words can't save a doomed soul. Under John's sympathetic gaze, Malfoy was rewarded with a large, ugly boil. Which meant he no longer had the face to go on that date anyway. I think you could ease up a bit on Draco, John advised tactfully. Even though he's Draco, he can't take that many jinxes. Daphne snorted. I don't want my sister being tricked by an unreliable man. It had to be said, that was a very convincing argument. Especially when that man ranked among the top 3 most hated people at Hogwarts. Even Filch's ghost-like, ever-present arrests hadn't managed to dethrone Malfoy. After all, Malfoy really did have one mouth too many. Such a good person, shame about the extra mouth. Corridor. Can I take a look at your necklace? The Ravenclaw girl who had been chatting and laughing screamed in fright. Moaning Myrtle popped out from behind, squinting hard as she tried to get a clear look at the girl's necklace. Terrified, the girl clutched her chest and bolted away. Myrtle shook her head and said, anyway, I don't like that style. She floated off towards somewhere else. The upper-year girls had all started dressing themselves up in various ways, and they had become Myrtle's primary targets for investigation. There was even one incident where she scared 3 girls so badly they had to go to the hospital wing for calming drafts. In the second-floor corridor, John found Myrtle wandering around, scrutinizing different necklace styles. He took a magazine out of his small bag, filled with various necklace designs. Oh, this is exactly what I need, but I can't touch it, Myrtle said dejectedly, watching her fingers pass straight through the magazine. John set it down and said, it flips pages automatically. The magazine began turning on its own, and Myrtle hovered there, watching with great interest. Could you help me with something? John said. I'll pay you for it. Of course, Myrtle floated closer to him. Ask the other ghost for me, find out who's been staying in the headmaster's office. And if it's convenient, help me keep an eye on what these people usually do around the castle. John took out several photographs, courtesy of a certain Gryffindor photographer. Myrtle looked through the photos and agreed to help. In return, she wanted John to make her a pair of earrings. She'd seen a girl wearing a pair that looked very nice. John agreed. Just as he was about to leave, a thought occurred to him. Myrtle, do you ever find living like this boring? Boring. Sometimes, I suppose. But I like sneaking into the bathrooms to peek at boys while they're washing. That's quite fun, Myrtle blurted out without thinking. With a shriek, she plunged into a broken toilet, probably out of embarrassment. John spread his hands helplessly. It seemed he wasn't getting an answer after all. As a ghost who had only been dead for a little over 50 years, Myrtle's answer wasn't all that reliable. After all, among all the ghosts in the school, Myrtle was the youngest. The others were hundreds, even thousands, of years old. Ghosts possessed something close to infinite longevity because they were already dead. After obtaining the giant squid's blood, John began thinking about immortality as well. The thing Voldemort had craved so desperately, yet John had obtained with ease. With his current lifespan, living 200 or 300 years wouldn't be much of a problem. With the addition of the giant squid's blood, it would be extended even further. He could reach his teacher's age without even using the Philosopher's Stone. And with the stone in his possession, if he truly wanted immortality, he could go on living until this country itself fell into ruin. But the meaning of living like that felt unsettlingly empty. If it were like Professor Binns, that would be terrifying. Thinking of his history of magic professor sent a chill through John. Professor Binns had been teaching the same lessons for 1,000 years. Perhaps when he was young, he had once been full of passion, but now, he was hardly any different from a walking corpse. Vitality is the key. John lifted the vial of blue blood and swirled it gently. If his guess was correct, this time he could obtain a lifespan as long as the giant squids. Thinking of the system's level 7 limit made John's heart sink. Is that really as far as the system can go? He rubbed the silver ring, a quiet anxiety about the future creeping in. He had considered other methods, such as taking the Elder Wand to push his strength another step higher. But relying on external power, would that mean ending up like Grindelwald or Dumbledore, simply waiting for someone else to defeat him? If gods exist, then level 7 can't be the limit, whether it's death itself, or the gods of another world. John took a deep breath and massaged his temples. Those questions could wait until he actually reached level 7. For now, his priority was to uncover the traitor who had poisoned the wine and to kill Voldemort. There was still a crystal ball in his small bag. He hadn't yet looked at the prophecy inside. Yesterday he'd spent the whole day listening to Fleur's romantic woes, then gone underwater to be with the giant squid. After returning to the castle, the poisoning incident had sent him to the hospital wing. Now that he finally had time, John headed for the Constellation Society. Seated in a chair at the Constellation Society, he took out the prophecy orb. Sybil Trelawney, don't disappoint me. As the very source behind the creation of the Chosen One's fate, Trelawney's prophecies had almost never failed. John held the crystal ball in his hands. A hazy glow spread within it. The mist inside slowly dispersed, and a familiar voice sounded in John's ears. A turning point has occurred. SSS. A great thing will destroy all, fated, a newborn's cry. The Dark Lord will die by a formidable enemy, and those who touch the forbidden shall meet no good end. The wheels of fate will be thrown into chaos. One eerie line after another echoed beside his ears as John listened to the entire prophecy. He fell silent for quite some time. The wheels of fate will be thrown into chaos, the Dark Lord will die by a formidable enemy. He pondered it. This seemed to foretell the Dark Lord's death. The only question was which Dark Lord it referred to, Voldemort or Grindelwald. As for those who touch the forbidden shall meet no good end, it seemed like a warning directed at John himself. Fate has changed. The Dark Lord and the Chosen One no longer seem locked in a simple opposition where one must live and the other must die. John's fingers brushed across the smooth surface of the crystal ball. The Dark Lord will die by a formidable enemy. Did that enemy still refer to the Chosen One, or to someone else entirely? Or perhaps it meant Grindelwald and Dumbledore. John snapped his fingers and tossed the crystal ball into one of the 9 doors. He dusted off his hands. Whoever the prophecy referred to, it clearly foretold the Dark Lord's death, and that alone was enough for John to justify giving Trelawney a raise. Even if the alcohol she drank on a daily basis cost several times more than her actual salary. The law of causality as a weapon. Prophets really are terrifying. John closed the door, ensuring the crystal ball would not appear again. Chapter 472, Dumbledore's Memories. Slytherin had a match coming up soon. Their opponents were the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Ravenclaw's captain was Cho Chang, Cedric's girlfriend. As captain, Malfoy doubled the team's training schedule, making life miserable for the Quidditch players. John couldn't help but wonder if Malfoy wasn't worried Astoria might break up with him if he kept this up. Classes also grew more intense. In Defense Against the Dark Arts, Sirius taught the students how to deal with giants. But facing those massive creatures was far from as simple as dealing with trolls. Everyone had to hand in an essay on how to confront a giant, as well as how to escape a giant's pursuit as quickly and efficiently as possible. A sense of an approaching storm hung over the school, and Professor McGonagall assigned a heavy workload in Transfiguration as well. Potions homework piled up even faster, leaving many students feeling suffocated. The incident involving Ron's poisoning was still unfolding, but the tension was eased somewhat when the second Saturday of March arrived. A Quidditch match began. Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. Many people had originally believed that Gryffindor stood a very good chance against Hufflepuff. But the outcome left everyone stunned. Keeper McLaggen, as usual, failed to get along with his teammates. In the middle of the match, he actually snatched a beater's bat, insisting on demonstrating how the game should be played. When Captain Harry went over to stop him, he ended up taking a solid blow to the head. With Gryffindor's seeker taken out of the game, even Ginny and Katie Bell's desperate scoring efforts couldn't turn things around. The final score was set 320-60. The result put Malfoy in an excellent mood for the rest of the day. He mocked freely, can't even manage a team properly. What does Potter think he's competing with? After losing 2 matches in a row, Gryffindor had essentially said goodbye to any hope of victory. That alone was enough to make Malfoy cheerful, and he even became noticeably more tolerant toward his own teammates. Turns out Harry really is his one true love, John remarked with a sigh. It was said that Malfoy even made a special trip to the hospital wing to mock Harry. If Harry's skull hadn't been cracked, he definitely would have gotten up and fought Malfoy on the spot. In the Great Hall, John ran into Cho Chang. This 7th-year Ravenclaw was about to graduate next year, and she wanted to fulfill one last wish, defeating that skunk Malfoy. She came over to Slytherin to deliver a threat. Tell that skunk to wash up and get ready to be beaten by Ravenclaw. Cho Chang was still holding a grudge over the incident last school year when Malfoy nearly knocked her off her broom. John said he would pass the message along to Malfoy, assuming Malfoy was capable of feeling nervous in the first place. Seeing John sit down, Daphne said, I saw several Ravenclaw boys fawning all over Cho Chang. Don't worry, she doesn't care for them, John chuckled. Don't forget she's also the head girl. Cedric was very confident in Cho Chang, and the two of them had been keeping in constant correspondence. The ones who truly suffered were the owls carrying their letters. The barn owls in the Ollery had all grown noticeably thinner. Monday. Harry was discharged from the hospital wing. Ron was still lying there. Madame Pomfrey said that although his condition hadn't worsened, he would still need a long period of recuperation to slowly purge the poison from his body. Harry had tried to find an antidote in advanced potion making, but neither Bezoar's nor any other method worked on Ron in his current state. All they could do was let him recover gradually. On the night of the poisoning, the Weasley family came to the school to visit Ron. Mrs. Weasley, who had only recently recovered, was heartbroken. Their family had suffered one misfortune after another this year. Ron had woken up yesterday, but he was still weak and unable to move. When he heard that Harry had been sent to the hospital wing by McLaggen, costing Gryffindor the match, Ron said feebly, I'm going to kill McLaggen. Obviously, Ron wasn't capable of doing that right now. Classes didn't change much without his presence, except that Hermione and his friends often went to visit him. Ginny and Dean's relationship seemed to have genuinely developed cracks. They were once spotted arguing in the common room. Evening. Harry headed to the gatekeeper's office as usual. Dumbledore was there, waiting for him. Professor, why me? Harry couldn't help asking. Dumbledore took down a bottle from the rack filled with countless memories and opened it. His hand paused, and he looked at Harry kindly. Why you, Harry? Harry nodded and said, I'm not as outstanding as you think. He wanted to ask why Dumbledore had chosen to cultivate him in the first place. John is clearly more outstanding. If it were him, wouldn't dealing with Voldemort be easier? Harry voiced his doubts, laying bare his own lack of confidence before Dumbledore. And Neville, he's excellent too, isn't he? No, Harry. The wise, gentle old man shook his head. You possess something they do not. Love. Harry said irritably. But what use is love, really? Love is the most powerful force of all, Harry. Dumbledore poured the memories from the bottle into the pensieve. There is no enemy that love cannot overcome. The scene within the pensieve began to shift as Dumbledore spoke gently, we can find the answer here. You can see the difference between you and him. Harry hesitated for a moment, then nodded and leaned his head in. The world around him changed. It was no longer the small office, but a place that felt familiar. The room that once housed the mirror of Ariste. Harry saw himself leave the room. He remembered this moment clearly, it had left a deep impression on him. Dumbledore appeared beside Harry, looking at his younger self from 5 years ago. Stroking his beard, he said, my beard was truly magnificent back then. Harry didn't understand what Dumbledore wanted him to see here. After a while, he saw Dumbledore speaking to empty air. Perhaps I should speak to you face to face as well, Mr. Wick. In the previously empty room, John's figure gradually appeared. Only then did Harry realize that after he had left that day, John had actually gone inside. In the memory, Dumbledore praised John's disillusionment charm, then asked what John had seen in the mirror. Food. Lots of food, and me becoming strong. Listening to John's words, Harry felt a little dazed. John truly was moving toward exactly what he desired. You are indeed the most suited for Slytherin. There is no doubt about that. Promise me, John, that you will not touch those forms of magic from which there is no turning back. I promise you, Professor. Right before Harry's eyes, the two of them made an agreement. Only then did Harry learn that back in first year, Dumbledore had already discovered that he was searching for clues about the Philosopher's Stone. He couldn't help asking, why? Yes, Harry, Dumbledore said, looking at the still green John, I knew what you were doing in your first year. Do you want to ask me why I acted that way? Dumbledore continued, at the time, I believed I had everything under control. In the end, that proved to be nothing more than arrogance. Including my judgment of John. The memory ended, and they returned to the gatekeeper's office. He is different from you, Harry, Dumbledore went on. John is not someone who abides by rules. His understanding of taboos is one of utilization. That is something people find frightening, myself included, a confused old man. Even back then, Dumbledore had sensed it, the child named John Wick had little reverence for taboos. I admit I have my own selfish motives, Harry, Dumbledore said honestly. When it comes to John, there is too much I do not know. You, however, are different. I understand you better than you understand yourself. I believe I need to guide you. Harry asked uncertainly, you mean you knew that John would become so outstanding? Dumbledore said. Just as Tom Riddle did when he first entered the school. Yes. Harry didn't say it aloud, but his expression said everything. I did pay attention to him from that moment on, Dumbledore said, his tone turning serious. But John is not like Voldemort. He behaves far more like a Slytherin. He fits every Slytherin trait, including Parseltongue. Parseltongue? Harry asked in confusion. John can speak Parseltongue. He used it when he opened the box in the Constellation Society, Dumbledore said. He is as exceptional as Salazar Slytherin himself, but that does not mean he is an evil wizard, Harry. Seeming to sense what Harry wanted to say, Dumbledore shook his head. You should not harbor hostility towards Slytherin wizards. Hogwarts as a whole. All right, Harry replied, though it was hard to tell whether the words truly sank in. That marked the end of the lesson. Malfoy began sharpening his forces. Before the first Saturday of April arrived, he tirelessly devoted himself to three things. Classes, training, and mocking Harry. With no chance of even contending, Malfoy mocked Harry without restraint. Puffed. That was the worst result in Gryffindor's history. And the team was led by the Chosen One. The Gryffindor students glared at Malfoy in anger. It didn't help. The day of the Slytherin vs. Ravenclaw match had arrived. Even in the Great Hall, one could feel Ravenclaw's determination to slaughter the evil dragon that was Draco. John advised Malfoy, remember, Cedric isn't always that good-tempered. Take it easy. Don't end up hurting Cho Chang. Cedric would kill you for it. Chapter 473, Draco in his glory. No one knew whether Malfoy had actually taken the advice to heart. In any case, when he stood beside Astoria, he looked downright triumphant. Today's Quidditch commentator was still Hufflepuff's Ernie, who seemed to have grown quite fond of the job. When Slytherin entered the pitch, Ernie raised his voice dramatically and shouted, Merlin's beard, 2 firebolts. This is basically cheating. Hearing that, Malfoy shot Ernie a glare. Cheating. This was clearly called strength. A wave of boos immediately erupted from the Ravenclaw stands. In a student competition, Slytherin had actually equipped 2 firebolts. This was blatant pay-to-win gear, completely lacking in sportsmanship. Astoria wasn't as thick-skinned as Malfoy. Her cheeks were flushed as she nervously gripped the firebolt in both hands. Malfoy stood there with his hands on his hips, Goyle and Crabbe flanking him like left and right guardians. He planted himself squarely in front of Astoria, wearing the utterly shameless air of someone unfazed by 1,000 accusations. John spotted Luna mixed in among the Ravenclaw spectators, a lifelike eagle perched on her head, its wings gently flapping. She was booing as well, pumping her small fists with total commitment. When the Ravenclaw team came out and saw the 2 firebolts, Cho Chang's expression darkened immediately. Was Slytherin really this desperate to win? As the house known for its intelligence, Ravenclaw had finally come up with a strategy to counter the Trident formation, only to be told that the Trident had turned into a dual king tactic instead. Let's be clear first. If you lose, no crying, and no running to Cedric to complain. During the handshake, Malfoy fully embodied Slytherin's fine traditions, trash-talking Cho Chang to her face. Cho Chang shot back without backing down, get ready to taste defeat. Ravenclaw won't lose. Neither of them was willing to give an inch. Still holding her hand, Malfoy continued to live up to the team's style, pulling a dirty trick and squeezing hard enough to make Cho Chang wince in pain. So angry was Cho Chang that she nearly threw her broom at Malfoy's head. Begin. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and both teams took off at once. 2 brooms shot forward, kicking up a trail behind them. Madame Hooch released the balls. So fast, Astoria takes the lead and scores. Only a few seconds into the match, the scoreboard was already changing. Astoria secured the quaffle first and put it straight through the hoops. Beautifully done, Asto. Malfoy pumped his fist hard. Hold steady. Cho Chang shouted loudly. Don't let them disrupt our formation. The pressure was greatest on Cho Chang. She had to make sure she could catch the golden snitch in this match. Malfoy circled the pitch, his eyes constantly searching for any sign of the snitch. Cho Chang refused to be outdone. She might not excel in direct confrontation, but Ravenclaw had always been thoroughly prepared when it came to tactics. Even with the firebolts, the other two chasers were being effectively restrained. A Ravenclaw beater sent a bludger straight at Astoria, forcing her to slow down. A chaser behind her rushed up, contesting the quaffle with Astoria. Seeing this, Goyle shamelessly slammed into the Ravenclaw beater, then swung his bat to knock the bludger flying, smashing it into that chaser. Another chaser tried to move in, only to be rudely knocked aside by Slytherin chaser Vasey. Foul. That's a foul. Ernie shouted excitedly. The referee has awarded a penalty shot. It's in. The score is now 70-40, Ravenclaw is keeping right on their heels. Ernie continued his impassioned commentary. It's incredibly tight. Is this hope? Slytherin, with 11 consecutive victories, are they finally about to meet their end? Is it you, Ravenclaw? John couldn't help wondering whether Ravenclaw had bribed Ernie. Today's commentary sounded far too eager for someone to finally put an end to Slytherin's winning streak. Hearing Ernie's words, the Ravenclaw stands erupted in song. It's me, the eagle soaring through the sky, the proud eagle of wisdom. The atmosphere of this match even surpassed the previous one against Gryffindor. Ravenclaw was stronger than ever. Would the eagle that ruled the skies devour the undefeated serpent today? Gryffindor loudly cheered for Ravenclaw as well. The enemy of their enemy was a friend, and they joined in singing Ravenclaw's song. For a moment, eagle songs rang out from all sides. The pressure on Slytherin surged, and Ravenclaw scored again. The score climbed to 70-50, only 20 points apart. Cho Chang smiled triumphantly, casting a provocative look at Malfoy. See. Ravenclaw's exquisite passing and control. Not watching, Malfoy replied coolly. Had just the last struggles of the dying. It's not like you're gonna win anyway, right? What do you mean? After all, you are weak. Malfoy knew exactly how to get under people's skin. One sentence nearly made Cho Chang crash straight into him. In truth, Malfoy felt the pressure too. His palms were slick with sweat. The title of Ender of 11 consecutive victories and Slytherin's Pillar of Shame were both beckoning to him. Anxiety crept into him. Using Astoria as bait, she lured Ravenclaw into an interception, then deftly let the ball slip from her right hand to Vasey. Slytherin scored. A bludger slammed into Urquhart. A Ravenclaw chaser snatched the quaffle and sent it through the hoops. Ravenclaw scored. The match was fiercely contested. The score never opened up beyond 30 points, and at one point Slytherin was even forced into a tie. The golden snitch was especially hard to spot. Malfoy caught a glimpse of a flash of gold out of the corner of his eye, but it vanished in an instant. The singing from the stands continued, pressing down with immense psychological pressure. Suddenly, Malfoy heard another song. It started faint, then grew clearer and clearer. We are born of the mire. We hunger for power. It was Slytherin. He looked up to see the Slytherin stands erupting into song. Compared to the other three houses, the sound was still drowned out. But it was telling Malfoy one thing. Slytherin was behind him. The pressure weighing on his heart vanished in an instant. Malfoy's tightly wound body relaxed at exactly the right moment. Not just him, Slytherin's players felt it too. Astoria received Urquhart's pass and broke straight through Ravenclaw's hoops. The 30-point curse was broken. That goal was like opening a crack in a dam. Slytherin's momentum surged back. And that crack became the switch that shattered the dam. More and more goals followed, widening the gap. Slytherin's trident formation lay in advancing in unison, each player capable of becoming a lethal blade. The score stretched to 50, then marched toward 60. Now it was Ravenclaw feeling the pressure. Their earlier calculations had assumed that keeping the gap within 50 would secure them a spot in the finals. Now Astoria broke through again, pushing the difference to 60. Cho Chang knew she couldn't let this continue. She had to end the match. She searched frantically for the golden snitch. Sweat beaded on her forehead. As it slid past the corner of her brow, she saw it. The golden snitch appeared beneath the Gryffindor stands. Without a second thought, Cho Chang dove straight toward it. Malfoy caught her movement and saw the flash of gold. It's the golden snitch. It's appeared. Ernie roared at the top of his lungs. The point difference is 60, catching the snitch will decide the match. Cho Chang is about to touch it. Victory was within reach. A hint of a smile appeared on Cho Chang's tense face. But in the next instant, a hand appearing beside her shattered that smile. Whoosh. Cho, no. It's Draco Malfoy. Ernie was just about to announce the victory when he saw Malfoy, riding his firebolt with reckless momentum, surge past Cho Chang. He seized the golden snitch, but his speed was so great that he was thrown from his broom. Everyone expected Malfoy to end up in a sorry state, yet instead, he twisted midair and slammed into the drapery of the Gryffindor stands, sliding down with it. Stepping on the Gryffindor banner, he landed and raised his right hand. The entire stadium fell silent. The score was set. 310 to 100. The referee has blown the whistle. The match is over, Slytherin wins. As Ernie announced the result, cheers erupted from the stands. A thrilling, exhilarating match that sent adrenaline surging. Malfoy plucked the golden snitch free and looked smugly at Cho Chang. "See, Miss Wick Chang. I told you, just the last struggles of the dying." That cutting remark shattered Cho Chang completely. She broke down on the spot and ran off in tears. Watching Malfoy's overbearing display, John didn't know whether he should tell him what the consequences of acting like this would be. In this match, Malfoy and Astoria were unquestionably the biggest contributors. The spotlight shone brightly on him, drawing the attention of all four houses. Back in the common room, Malfoy was hoisted into the air, cheering as he was tossed toward the ceiling. Astoria's contribution was just as indispensable. They held a celebration feast to mark Malfoy's first victory since becoming captain. Well, the first match didn't count, John had played in his place. Someone started egging Malfoy on to kiss Astoria. That unfortunate soul was promptly hung up in the corridor, unable to even enter the common room. After that, no one dared to stir things up again. While everyone was celebrating, Basil brought over a newspaper. He opened it casually and glanced through it. That single look made his pupils constrict violently. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Bones attacked and killed, dark mark appears above her residence. Chapter 474, Old Barty's strange behavior. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was dead. This was the highest-ranking murder case so far. And then something even more frightening emerged. The attack on the Weasleys had only been the beginning. Amelia Bones was dead. The situation escalated. Those paying close attention began to analyze the incident, and suddenly noticed something. There might be a reason behind Amelia's death. An investigation. And everyone knew who Amelia had been investigating all along. Johnny Silverhand. I knew it, anyone who goes against him never ends well. He wiped out 5 families, and now he's even gone after a senior ministry official. The Weasleys. Who's to say that wasn't his doing too? The pureblood families knew far more about what had happened to the 5 families than anyone else. And because of that, they were terrified. In their eyes, Johnny Silverhand had already become a dictator. Any voice of opposition would be silenced by death. Panic spread through the magical world. Barty Crouch Sr. was driven to a headache by the constant noise from every side. He still couldn't believe that his political rival, Amelia Bones, had died just like that. Those voices kept flooding his mind. His expression darkened, fear flickering in his eyes. Was it you, John? He muttered to himself. He thought of the 5 families, then of the Weasleys, and now Amelia Bones. Their one common thread was the dark mark used to frame Johnny Silverhand. And that realization was frightening. Everyone believed it was Johnny Silverhand. Assassinating the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, this is an extremely serious accusation. Barty Crouch Sr. paced back and forth, his thoughts in complete turmoil. Whether to trust John, or to give rise to suspicion, left him unable to calm himself at all. Pius, tell me, what should I do? Now promoted to a senior ministry official, Pius Thickness sat in Barty Crouch Sr.'s private residence, his face grim. This smooth, ever-adaptable bureaucrat was stumped by Barty's question. Even he could no longer give his superior a definitive answer. The pureblood families have started revisiting the deaths of the 5 families, Pius said thoughtfully. The Bones family holds great prestige among the purebloods. They made enormous contributions during Voldemort's era. So what? Barty slammed the table, shouting, "What are you trying to say?" With all due respect, Minister Crouch, Pius said steadily, how likely do you think it is that Johnny Silverhand was involved? We all know who possesses both the capability and the motive. Pius's words tore open the truths Barty was unwilling to face. He slowly sank back into his chair, the pent-up heaviness in his chest escaping in thin breaths. Pius did not press him. He simply watched in silence. A long silence. Minister Crouch, we have to accept reality, Pius said at last. Reality. Barty gave a self-mocking laugh. I thought he and I would be friends. He's too narrow-minded, Pius said, a flicker of something strange passing through his eyes. Despite your repeated insistence that he not target the purebloods, it seems he never took you seriously at all. Johnny Silverhand possesses immeasurable wealth, well-trained private security, and even desperados willing to work for him. Pius spoke with rising intensity. His very existence is the greatest threat. If one day the Minister of Magic can't satisfy him, would he replace the Minister instead? Oh. And, he's done that before, Minister Crouch. Layer by layer, blood-soaked truths were torn open. Barty Crouch Sr. seemed convinced. In a hoarse voice, he said, I know what to do now. Thank you, Pius. Seeing that Barty had been persuaded, Pius finally relaxed, a faint smile appearing on his face. We're on the same side, Minister Crouch. Barty rose and walked Pius out. Standing at the doorway, Barty watched Pius's retreating figure and suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His gaze fell on Pius's lowered left index finger, where a ring should have been. Pius, where's your ring? Pius stopped. The smile vanished from his face. Turning back expressionlessly, he said coldly, Did you really have to point that out, Minister Crouch? Barty's expression changed. The instant the other man drew his wand, he moved to slam the door shut. Arg. Barty Crouch Sr.'s movement froze. Black veins crept up along his neck. Lowering his head with great effort, he saw a small emerald-green snake biting into his ankle. Barty was unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the other person walked toward him. My master told me that you possess quite a few of Silverhand's products. That face shifted rapidly, like kneaded putty. Pius, where is he? Barty struggled to breathe as he forced out the question. Him? He should be sleeping somewhere right now. The man leaned close, whispering in a demon's murmur, care to guess when he'll lose his usefulness? Barty's eyes widened. He wanted to slap the face that had drawn so close. But he couldn't even move a single finger. The man raised his right hand, held up one finger, and gently poked Barty. Barty collapsed stiffly to the ground. Sleep, my dear Minister Crouch. Drawing his wand and aiming it at Crouch, the man gave a sinister smile. Send my regards to Silverhand. Barty Crouch Sr.'s heavy eyelids closed, and a voice echoed in his ears. Avada Kedavra. The Constellation Society. Something's wrong, he muttered. Holding the newspaper, he reread it again and again inside the Constellation Society. Barty. The article described how the Minister of Magic had personally stepped forward, vowing to find the culprit and punish them severely. That statement struck John as strange. Barty hadn't contacted him at all. Had he truly believed him without question? His relationship with Barty hovered somewhere between cooperation and friendship. More often than not, they operated under the guise of friendship while each took what they needed. Barty needed John's financial power, John needed Barty's current position as Minister of Magic to expand his reach. Yet this time, Barty had borne the pressure himself, without even attempting to question him. The last time the Weasley family was attacked, Barty had stormed over to confront John, slamming the table and demanding to know whether it had been his doing. Doubt took root in John's mind as he stared at the newspaper. Amelia Bones is dead, was it Voldemort? He pondered the question. Amelia Bones was not merely a ministry official, but an exceptionally powerful witch. To kill her, it would have required either a surprise assault by multiple attackers, or Voldemort himself acting in person. Yet so far, there was still no concrete information about Voldemort at all. He had never once revealed his whereabouts. John couldn't even determine whether the man was still in the country or already abroad. The imbalance of information made the situation difficult to handle. After reclaiming his soul, Voldemort was far more troublesome than before, as if he had suddenly become frighteningly clear-headed. Amelia's death plunged the entire magical society into panic. This invisible fear would only help Voldemort expand his power, dispersing the attention that should have been focused squarely on him. First the Weasleys, then Slughorn, and now Bones. Every step you take is unexpected, deliberately stirring panic. John set the newspaper down. Voldemort's objective was obvious, to make the magical world afraid, and to incite conflict between the purebloods and Silverhand. Barty had also reacted quickly, stepping forward as Minister of Magic to bolster public morale. As expected of someone who had once led the Ministry of Magic against Voldemort, when fear of the Dark Lord began resurfacing everywhere, he stepped forward bravely. John let out a quiet breath of relief, yet the lingering doubt in his heart refused to dissipate. As he walked out of the Constellation Society, he saw Basil waiting at the entrance. What's wrong? John walked over and noticed a letter held in Basil's mouth. John took it and opened it. His expression changed instantly. The Ministry of Magic has suspended matters related to the expansion of the werewolf community. John stared hard at the letter. Attached was the original document and correspondence sent by Tommy. Had Barty made a move against him? John opened Tommy's letter. Regarding recent developments in the werewolf community, the Ministry of Magic expresses its regret. Due to funding issues, the expansion of the werewolf community will be temporarily halted. John clenched the letter tightly, reading each word over and over. After confirming that he hadn't misread anything, John finally understood why Barty hadn't contacted him to seek the truth. He was already prepared to make a move against Silverhand. Was it pressure from the purebloods, or was he planning to tear the alliance apart? Barty, you're far too impulsive. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, a flash of cold vertical pupils flickered through his gaze. John murmured to himself, I really didn't expect you to turn on me. That surprises me. He glanced at Basil and told him to return to the dormitory. Then he turned and walked back into the Constellation Society. Whoosh! Pale blue flames ignited in the fireplace. John stepped into it and said expressionlessly, Silverhand Manor. Chapter 475, A Gift for the Second King. Blue flames flared to life in the fireplace at Silverhand Manor, and John stepped out of them. Tommy was already waiting there, his face marked with anxiety. Where's Kim? John asked as he entered the study. He went to the Ministry of Magic to negotiate, Tommy replied. John's return clearly gave him something to anchor himself to. John nodded and asked, Has Barty Crouch Sr. been here? No, Tommy said. Not since Amelia Bones was killed. Is that so? The more John thought about it, the stranger it felt. Has Barty shown any movement lately? About that. Tommy didn't have a clear answer. But the most urgent issue at hand was the suspension of construction in the werewolf community. John pondered for a moment before saying, Go and stabilize the werewolf community. But the Ministry of Magic. I'll deal with them. John reassured Tommy. Old Jack and the others still knew nothing about this, and Barty's motives felt unusually suspicious. John walked into the Silverhand garden. Who can tell me who Barty has met recently? As John asked the question, someone stepped out from among the flowers. It was an unfamiliar Asian face. TSK, you didn't even wait for me, Gus said as he emerged from a hidden path in the garden. John glanced at the Asian wizard and asked, Looks like you have a lead. Just call me Musashi, Musashi nodded. Barty Crouch Sr. met with Pious Thickness at the Crouch family estate. Oh. John wasn't surprised that Barty had met with Pious, but the fact that it happened at a private residence was far more intriguing. Seems Barty wanted to consult Pious's opinion, and didn't want this to reach the ministry. He stroked his chin, thinking. Barty's actions suggested he wanted a private discussion. If that was the case, it made even less sense for him to make a move against John. If he truly intended to act, he could have discussed it openly at the ministry. Pious, for all his slickness, was a smart man. He knew his rise depended on Johnny Silverhand and Barty's relationship, and it was highly unlikely he would instigate Barty into stabbing John in the back. Seen this way, whether Barty truly intended to break with him was still very much in question. I need to pay a visit to the Crouch house and see our old friend. Seeing the gardener focused on tending the flowers nearby, John asked, interested in coming along. Barty Jr. snipped away a row of rose branches. With a member of the Crouch family present, entering the Crouch estate became easy. The doors of the Crouch house were opened. John stepped inside, immediately catching the strong scent of wood. There was also a trace of dampness in the air. A wooden shield hung on the wall. The shield was intact, showing no signs of forced entry. The carved wooden dog was also unharmed, clearly not attacked inside the house. However, in a desk drawer, John spotted Barty Crouch Sr.'s protective amulet. He didn't bring his amulet. Narrowing his eyes as he looked at the amulet in the drawer, John fell into thought. Barty had been attacked before. The only person he would meet without even carrying his protective charm would be Pious. At that moment, John noticed that Barty Jr. was standing at the doorway instead of coming in, his gaze fixed on the door. John walked over to take a closer look. Along the edge of the door were 4 crescent-shaped marks, as if they had been pressed in hard by fingernails. Lowering his gaze, he saw traces of something crawling across the floor. A vivid image of a small emerald-green snake flashed through John's mind. His pupils contracted as he said in a low voice, Voldemort's people have been here. That snake, the one that followed Bellatrix and appeared at the Crouch house, could only mean it had been invited inside. And Barty had met with Pious. And Pious. Several possibilities flashed through John's mind. Either someone had impersonated him, or Pious himself had been controlled. Either way, Barty's situation didn't look good. But the situation even worse was John's. If Barty truly had been controlled, then any actions taken against John would leave him unable to storm the ministry to confront him. Ha! John let out a sigh, then his tone shifted. Good thing I left a door. Coming along? John asked as he glanced at Barty Jr. again. Barty Jr. replied coldly, none of my business. The relationship between father and son was still just as bad as ever. John shrugged. Inside the Ministry of Magic. The fake Pius, posing as a senior ministry official, was in the same office as Barty Crouch Sr. "Your willpower is quite strong," he said, studying Barty with interest. On the way here, Barty had actually managed to break free from the Imperious Curse once. As expected of someone capable of becoming Minister for Magic, his mental resilience was indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. Sitting at an angle across from Barty, the impostor held a 9-inch wand in his hand. Barty Crouch Sr. sat like a wooden puppet, being directed to sign documents one after another. The impostor leisurely surveyed the surroundings. This office had been renovated in the Silverhand style, with an overall dark, subdued palette and several silver ornaments placed neatly atop the desk. He casually picked one up, examining the delicate patterns etched into it. His gaze drifted to the flickering flames in the fireplace. The impostor stared at it. The more he looked, the stranger it felt. Rising from his chair, he walked over. Just as he was about to reach the fireplace, a blinding white light erupted from within it. In the next instant, the impostor felt the wand in his hand vanish, and something seemed to pierce straight through his neck. When his vision returned, he stared fixedly at the person who had appeared before him. He tried to grin, but with his own wand driven into his throat, all strength left his body and he collapsed. John walked up to Barty Crouch Sr. and tapped his shoulder lightly with his wand. Barty was instantly released from the Imperious Curse, shuddering as he came fully back to his senses. Looking down, he saw that he had been in the middle of signing a treaty allowing giants to legally enter the country as protected magical creatures. Cold sweat broke out all over him. John. He looked up at John and asked his first question, "How did you get in?" John paused for a moment, then said, "The Fleur network." Pointing at the fireplace, John let out a light chuckle. "Don't tell me you forgot." With that reminder, Barty Crouch Sr. remembered that he had opened an emergency connection between the Crouch estate and the minister's office. Still shaken, Barty burned the document to ashes, then looked grimly at the impostor, who was not yet dead. "Who are you, and why did you control me?" Hey, it's already too late." The impostor clutched his throat, letting out a wheezing, air-leaking laugh. He looked at John and laughed madly. Too late. John seemed to realize something, his expression changing instantly. Johnny Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand exclusive shop. Kim had gone to the Ministry of Magic, and Tommy had gone to the werewolf community. At the moment, the Johnny Silverhand shop had no one in charge apart from the staff and security. A group of people arrived, holding a seizure order signed by the Minister for Magic. After verifying the seal and signature on the document, the employees were left at a loss. A female auror grabbed one of them by the hair and dragged them out, her voice filled with viciousness. "Can't you see this place has been sealed?" Out of fear of the Ministry of Magic, the security guards could only withdraw for the time being. Once everyone inside had been cleared out, the female auror's face began to change. A ruined, twisted face emerged. Bellatrix. A small emerald green snake was coiled around her neck like a necklace. The other aurors revealed their true faces as well, each wearing a crazed expression as they began removing items from the Johnny Silverhand shop. When they had taken almost everything, Bellatrix drew her wand and pointed it at the conspicuous Silverhand emblem. The silver hand shattered, flames spreading outward from within. "Kihihi, Second King, do you like the gift I've prepared for you?" It was a provocation. A counterattack from the Dark Lord, newly returned. By the time John arrived, the fire had already been extinguished. His face was grim as he looked over the list of items that had been taken. "Tom, you've really impressed me. High profile. Brazen." It seemed Voldemort intended to reappear before everyone in the posture of the Dark Lord. "After nearly a year of lying low, it looks like you've gathered enough strength." John wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed softly, a chill flashing through his eyes. He didn't dwell on the damage to Silverhand. The fact that the other side had looted equipment and armed themselves proved that Voldemort had already made up his mind to attack Hogwarts. That meant John could begin putting his own plan into motion. He glanced at Barty Crouch Sr. beside him and said calmly, "Barty, this doesn't seem like a bad thing." Barty thought John had been shaken too hard by the blow. Even Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop had been burned down, and yet he was saying it wasn't a bad thing. The construction of the werewolf community is suspended. "I'm going to prepare a generous gift for an old friend." John chuckled softly. He had been worrying about not having an excuse to leave. Now Voldemort had handed him one on a silver platter. He could take this opportunity to head to another country. As for the pureblood families, I hope their hands within the Ministry of Magic can push this matter even higher. John turned away. Behind him, the Johnny Silverhand shop was visibly repairing itself at a rapid pace. It was time for him to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 476, The Talent for Acting. If there was anyone at Hogwarts who drew Harry's attention the most, it was undoubtedly John and Slughorn. Slughorn was under scrutiny because of his mission, while John, true strength always drew people's eyes. John was in a bad mood. That was something Harry could tell at a glance. It felt strange. The John from before would never let his thoughts show on his face. He had even just seen Malfoy get scolded by John. That was simply unbelievable. "Look at this," Hermione said in surprise, holding up the Daily Prophet. She had a habit of subscribing to the paper. Something happened to a senior official at the ministry. Harry looked at the newspaper and saw the name Amelia Bones. He immediately remembered that when he had been accused before, it was Amelia Bones who had spoken up for him. The article said that Aurors were conducting an investigation, and there was also another piece of news: Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop had been attacked. Now Harry understood why John was so agitated. His shop had been attacked. Malfoy's face was dark. He had stayed like that ever since being scolded. Even the others found it unbelievable. John had never acted like this before. Daphne wanted to say something, but John's grim expression forced her to retreat. When it was time for class, John stood up and left directly. They all knew John wasn't going to attend. Malfoy shouted loudly, "Has he gone crazy?" "Shut up, Draco," Daphne snapped at him. John headed for the second-floor corridor. Only after making sure no one was around did he let the stiff expression fall from his face. He had been acting. Judging from everyone's reaction, he really did have a talent for acting. Without conflict, how could he make up his mind to leave? Moaning Myrtle floated out of the bathroom, anticipation written all over her face. "I saw a lot. That dark-haired boy has a pretty nice figure," Myrtle said with lingering satisfaction. John said speechlessly, "You didn't go peeking at Theodore while he was showering, did you?" Obviously, Myrtle was already a repeat offender. Still, she did bring John some useful information. That boy disappeared into a room on the 7th floor. Myrtle flew over and hovered near John's shoulder. "I wanted to go in, but I couldn't." A room on the 7th floor? John thought of the room of requirement. Come to think of it, he hadn't been there in quite some time. Taking a pair of earrings out of his small bag, John kept his promise. Myrtle was so happy she flew around in circles. Hearing all the excitement, Peeves immediately came over, eager to cause some trouble. But when John noticed him, he grabbed Peeves and said with a gentle smile, "Peeves, come down here. I'd like to ask you for a favor." Peeves shuddered and didn't dare resist. He became obedient in an instant, like a well-behaved child. John wasn't unreasonable either. He promised Peeves that as long as the job was done properly, he would give him some joke merchandise. That made Peeves even more respectful. He tipped an imaginary hat and said, "At your service, Mr. Wick." In the days that followed, it wasn't just Harry who noticed anymore. Even others could tell, John was in a bad mood. Especially after Peeves caused trouble once, dropping a water-filled balloon right at John's feet. John froze Peeves in midair, making him let out an especially miserable scream. The commotion drew Professor McGonagall over. "Put Peeves down, Mr. Wick," Professor McGonagall said sternly. John snorted coldly in displeasure and walked away without another word. It made Professor McGonagall frown. John had never been such a rude child before. John mocked Professor Runward's low level of expertise and even insulted the alchemy professor as a second-rate alchemist. They had all been humiliated, and as a result, John's reputation plummeted. Slughorn tried to talk things out with John, but it ended in a fierce argument. Everyone felt something was wrong. John was like a completely different person. But only those in the know understood what was really happening. Harry looked at the newspaper, where reporters were asking Barty Crouch Sr. for his opinion on Silverhand products. Barty Crouch Sr. believed Silverhand showed signs of becoming a monopoly and that it shouldn't be allowed. Harry guessed this was why John's temper had been getting worse and worse. Malfoy no longer stayed by John's side as often as before. It was as if they had fallen out completely. There were still no clues about the poisoning, and as the rumors spread, the way many people looked at John began to change. Some said John couldn't stand Slughorn anymore. After all, there could only be one king at Hogwarts. Others thought perhaps John was furious that Snape's position as defense against the dark arts professor had been taken by someone else. Either way, it all seemed to point to one conclusion, that John was responsible for the poisoning. When these rumors reached John's ears, he lashed out at someone who had been gossiping. The student was reduced to tears on the spot, making it seem as though John was no longer the king everyone once admired. Hermione tried to talk to John, but he refused to see her. It broke Hermione's heart. Harry thought John had gone too far. One afternoon, he went to find John, hoping he would apologize to Hermione. John let out a cold laugh. "Apologize? I don't remember doing anything wrong." "Hermione was just worried about you," Harry argued. "Do you know how long she's been upset over this?" So what? John replied icily. I should apologize to someone who pointed a wand at me. Harry's expression darkened at those words. In anger, he drew his wand. I'm not joking. Neither am I, John said flatly. Pointing your wand at me, are you declaring war? John struck first, pulling out his wand as a flash of red light hit Harry. Harry's wand flew from his hand, but John didn't stop. With a flick of his wand, Harry was sent skidding across the floor, crashing into a suit of medieval armor. John leveled his wand at Harry, a force lifting him up against the wall. Don't come at me with that savior attitude all the time, Harry, John said with a vicious glare. What I hate most is that self-righteous look on your face. Harry couldn't break free and could only glare back at John. That stubborn refusal to yield only made John more irritable. He manipulated his wand, and Harry's head was slammed against the ceiling again and again. Harry felt like his skull was about to shatter. John withdrew his wand. Harry fell from the ceiling, crashing into the medieval armor that had just struggled back to its feet. Pain shot through his chest, and Harry sucked in a sharp breath. Out of the corner of his eye, John caught sight of Professor McGonagall hurrying over. He knew his moment had come. Pointing his wand at Harry, John sneered, "Crook. Expelliarmus." John's wand flew from his hand. He turned to see Professor McGonagall standing there, her expression grim. What do you think you're doing, Wick? Professor McGonagall's lips had gone pale, shock written all over her face. She turned to the students nearby and said, "Take Harry Potter to the hospital wing." She walked up to John, her expression complicated beyond words. "I need you to come with me to the headmaster's office." John turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Professor McGonagall also sent someone to fetch Snape. The two of them followed behind her in silence. Several times, Professor McGonagall seemed about to speak, but each time it turned into nothing more than a sigh. After passing that strange statue, she finally said, "I don't know what's happened to you, Wick." She sighed again. "But I do know you're not that kind of person." "Don't talk as if you understand me so well," John scoffed. "What, are you going to say I should have been a Gryffindor too?" Professor McGonagall fell silent and knocked on the door of the headmaster's office. When it opened, Slughorn and Snape were already inside. Snape looked at John and said in a mocking tone, "How surprising, Wick. I always thought you'd never make a mistake." Professor McGonagall stepped forward and said sternly, "John Wick attempted to use the Cruciatus Curse on Harry Potter today. I stopped him." The word stunned both men in the room. Slughorn said in disbelief, "Minerva, is that true, John?" "It is," John replied, not even bothering to pretend otherwise. "That attitude of his is unbearable, isn't it?" "With all due respect, Potter does enjoy lecturing others with that savior complex of his," Snape said, speaking up for John. "But that is still no reason to use an unforgivable curse," Slughorn said gravely. "You need to understand that using such a spell would mean spending the rest of your life in Azkaban." "I don't see anything wrong with it," John retorted. "Magic is magic. You shouldn't assign crimes to magic itself." Slughorn's eyes widened. He stammered, You would actually say something like that?" As if recalling something unpleasant, Slughorn snapped irritably, "You need to calm down, John. Perhaps leaving Hogwarts would be a good choice." "Professor Slughorn, with all due respect." "Severus, you don't need to keep defending him. You should understand this," Slughorn cut in before Snape could finish. "No matter who the target is, even if it's Harry Potter, this should never happen. Hogwarts is a school. Someone who is this dangerous does not belong here." Snape opened his mouth, then closed it again in the end. Looking at John with a complicated expression, he said, "John Wick, perhaps you should take this time to calm down." "Thank you, Professor Snape." John nodded to him. Even as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, the fact that Snape was willing to speak up for him showed just how much he had changed. John left the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall said sadly, "Merlin, how did it come to this?" Chapter 477, The King's Departure. John Wick had left. The news spread through the school as fast as a firebolt. Everyone knew John had been irritable lately, but no one expected he would actually be forced to leave. The notice issued personally by Slughorn left many still unable to believe it. Hagrid even went to the headmaster's office over it, roaring in protest before being thrown out. "You can't do this. I'm the headmaster. I can. John is a good boy. I know that for a fact." "Is he?" "He nearly used an unforgivable curse on Potter." Hagrid was driven out despite his unwillingness, and he cried his heart out in his hut afterward. The Slytherin students went to protest as well, but it was all in vain. After all, someone who had attempted to use an unforgivable curse on a fellow student could not be kept, no matter what was said. Even Dumbledore found it hard to believe that John could lose his composure like this. When Harry heard the news, he covered his still bleeding nose, his face going completely blank. He thought it was because of him that Slughorn had decided to expel John. The Constellation Society. John was saying his final goodbyes to his friends. Malfoy said with a dark expression, "I can't believe Slughorn actually dared to do this." "He expelled you, John." "It's not an expulsion," John shrugged. "Just a temporary leave." "We'll go plead for you," Neville said. "No need, thank you for the thought, Neville," John said with a light smile. "This is exactly what I wanted." He turned to Malfoy and apologized sincerely. "I hope you'll forgive how I treated you these past few days. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have had a proper reason to leave." "I knew you wouldn't really be like that," Malfoy muttered. "If it were Daphne, I'd believe it." John saw Daphne clench her fists and quickly said, "I'll be gone for a while. I'm leaving the Constellation Society in your hands for now. If anything comes up, you can even let that old man next door get involved." "Dumbledore." Malfoy widened his eyes. "I don't trust that guy at all." "You can try trusting him, actually," John said helplessly. "As much as I hate to admit it, he's the only person outside the Constellation Society who's truly trustworthy." Neville thought for a moment and said, "What if Voldemort attacks you?" "Then that would just prove their suspicions, wouldn't it?" John replied calmly. "Everyone deserves a chance. So that I'll look even more isolated and helpless." John raised his hand, and two objects fell beneath the dome. Ravenclaw's diadem. Slytherin's golden locket. These need to be entrusted to you for safekeeping. The diadem was handed to Daphne, the golden locket to Malfoy. Turning to Neville, John smiled mysteriously. "Neville, the gift I prepared for you is stored in the armory, but I hope you'll only use it at the critical moment." "A secret weapon?" Malfoy scoffed. John smiled. "Astoria, I hope you can come to the Constellation Society every day." Astoria agreed, but Malfoy protested, "Then won't I have no time to be with Asto?" Daphne had had enough. She drew her wand and sent Malfoy floating up into the clouds. It turned out that showing off affection in front of a girl's older sister never ended well. John stood up and brushed off his clothes. "All right, I still need to make a trip to the Forbidden Forest, so I'll head off first." When he reached the door, Daphne asked worriedly, "You will come back, won't you?" The corner of John's lips lifted as he smiled. "Of course. I never break my word." He opened the door and left. John went to see Hagrid. Hagrid wrapped him in a hug and burst into tears. "I can't believe it, I really can't believe he would do this." Hagrid pulled out a pink handkerchief to blow his nose, then used it to wipe away his tears. Fong circled around John's legs, barking indignantly, as if he already knew his future supply of dog food was gone. He had eaten a whole year's worth of food in just half a year. John comforted Hagrid. "Hagrid, remember what I told you. Don't lock up the armor." That suit of armor carved all over with patterns was kept in the hut. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, John headed into the Forbidden Forest to look for unicorns. Wei Wei approached with graceful steps and said in displeasure, "I heard that foolish headmaster of yours is going to expel you." "It's a temporary leave, not an expulsion," John corrected her. He went with Wei Wei to the unicorn herd's habitat, then after exchanging a few things with Clark there, John left the Forbidden Forest. Two owls flew across the sky as John pulled his luggage and walked outside. Students who saw the scene began whispering among themselves. John walked out of the entrance hall with a dark expression. "Hi, John," Luna greeted him. The creature that had grown from a tiny pup into a small one stood beside her with its hands on its hips, as if that made it easier to keep its balance. "Luna," John said, noticing all the eyes on him and rubbing his forehead, "I'm leaving the school." "You'll come back, won't you?" Luna blinked. "You look like you're in a really good mood." John didn't know what to say. This girl's intuition was frighteningly accurate. He almost couldn't keep up his gloomy expression. "All right, I'll be back. But you have to keep it a secret," John made a pact with Luna. "I'll leave Tom in your care." "Sure," Luna said with a bright smile. "Tom's been playing with Mr. Snorkack a lot lately." John smiled helplessly, waved to Luna, and walked off. When John boarded the Thestral-drawn carriage and disappeared from everyone's sight, they finally accepted it. The King of Slytherin had truly left. Luna stood there, waving goodbye. Many people didn't pay it much attention. After all, you couldn't expect to get a clear explanation out of the mad girl anyway. By the time he stepped down from the Thestral-drawn carriage, he was already at Hogsmeade Station, beyond the grounds of Hogwarts. John patted the Thestral's head and stopped at the platform. "Did you come to see me off, Dumbledore?" He looked at the old man waiting there and said casually, "Or just to see whether I'm really leaving?" "I'm very surprised, John," Dumbledore said sincerely. "You don't seem like someone who would hurt a fellow student." "Oh." John let out a scornful laugh, his tone shifting. "Even if I possess every Slytherin trait. Parseltongue." Dumbledore's expression dimmed. I think you misunderstand. Slytherin has never been a symbol of evil. Really? I always thought that's exactly what you believed, Dumbledore, John said calmly. After all, you've never shown much goodwill towards Slytherin. Dumbledore gave a bitter smile. I admit that at certain times, I acted with bias. That was because I was afraid. Afraid of creating another Voldemort. John sneered. Your fears are a bit unnecessary. Just like how you treat Snape, you claim to trust him, yet you refuse to truly face him, Dumbledore. From beginning to end, all you've ever done is use Snape's feelings. John's words were like knives, cutting open things Dumbledore had long buried in his heart. John. Dumbledore tried to say something more. John cut him off. I don't think we have anything else to say. He took 2 steps forward, his tone dripping with bitterness. Give my regards to your savior, Dumbledore. With a crack, he upperot away, vanishing from Hogsmeade Station. Dumbledore stood there for a long time before finally shaking his head helplessly. He wanted to say that he trusted John, but the resentment in John's voice made it seem as though reconciliation was no longer possible. He's been under too much pressure lately, Dumbledore murmured to himself. Perhaps he needs time to calm down. Barty Crouch Sr. seemed unable to withstand the pressure from the pureblood families. After repeatedly voicing his intention to place restrictions on Silverhand, he gained the approval of many among them. The attack on the Johnny Silverhand shop dealt a blow to Johnny Silverhand's reputation. Those mounting bills left Tommy overwhelmed, until John's return finally let him breathe a sigh of relief. To him, John's appearance meant that everything would be solved. Who would have thought John would only glance at the documents before casually setting them aside? No need to worry about this for now, John waved his hand, cutting off whatever Tommy was about to say. Set that small money aside first. Small money? Then give it to me. Tommy looked utterly aggrieved. Did John even realize what he was saying? So what if you're rich, does that mean you can do whatever you want? Sorry. When you're rich, it really does mean you can do whatever you want. Has that batch of goods shown up on the black market? After the Johnny Silverhand shop was looted last time, John had told Tommy to keep an eye on the black market. No. Not a single item, Tommy said, puzzled. That shipment was enough to arm an entire army. That meant Voldemort had recruited quite a number of people. John stroked his chin thoughtfully. I see. Looks like Voldemort's gathered quite a force. Keep watching. Have the werewolf community restrain their own. I have a feeling the next target will be the werewolves. The matter of the werewolves was left to Tommy. With the influence he already had among them, plus old Jack's support, keeping things under control for a while wouldn't be a problem. We need to add a little more to Voldemort's stakes. John narrowed his eyes dangerously as he looked at the list of losses. Chapter 478, Voldemort, the Keeper. In the days that followed, it was as if the world had changed overnight. There were far fewer people in Diagon Alley, and the same was true of Nocturne Alley. Everyone feared the return of the Dark Lord. The second king they once relied on couldn't even protect his own shop. Fear spread through magical society. Just today, another shop in Diagon Alley was attacked. Ollivander's. The elderly man who had made wands for countless young wizards was taken away by force. The people of Diagon Alley prayed for Gilderoy Lockhart to stand up against Voldemort, but unfortunately, Lockhart was currently in America, acting as a spokesperson promoting Silverhand products. When fear takes hold, the weak always long for a hero to appear. And the savior star who once filled the newspapers became that hero in their eyes. John looked at the papers reporting incidents happening everywhere and casually set aside the leaflets printed with the dark mark. So someone's deliberately spreading these. When victory seems impossible, people will always begin to follow someone on their own. And all of this was discovered in Nocturne Alley. The one spreading it was a young man, shouting that Voldemort would rule the wizarding world. John had him locked in a room, hoping he would stick to his convictions. We're not going to act? Tommy asked. With Silverhand's power, dispelling this kind of fear wouldn't be difficult. Show weakness to the enemy, Tommy. John was increasing Voldemort's stakes, starting with leaving Hogwarts and being bullied. Supplying him with equipment, building up his reputation. Voldemort was like an ambitious kept lover John was sponsoring, everything looked like it was earned by his own hands, but in truth, it all came from John. My equipment gives him the confidence he needs, John said, propping his feet on the table as he casually rubbed Riddle's head. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare take the risk of being hunted by Aurors just to abduct people in broad daylight. Seeing Riddle being patted, Basil flew over with a hint of jealousy and glared at him. Riddle met his gaze silently, then hopped to the side so Basil could come closer. One black owl and one white owl closed their eyes comfortably. Unfortunately, Tom had been left at school. Otherwise, she would have come over too to join in on the head patting. Seeing his boss act like this, Tommy could only shake his head and let it go. There's been some movement on the American side, Tommy reported on the branch situation. The boss of District 11 was killed, and the second-in-command has taken over. Oh. John wasn't surprised. Looks like it's no coincidence. He had been at ease about the American side because he had planted commands in those people's souls. Now that one of them was dead, the new leader no longer had those restraints. Tommy worried the other party might make a move against the branch. After all, the Death Eaters had attacked before. You're right, John said after a moment. Then let Tom cause a bit of chaos. The two owls on the table tilted their heads, as if wondering what kind of trouble that useless dog could possibly stir up. America. A Johnny Silverhand branch store. Gilderoy Lockhart was lavishing attention on the woman in the wheelchair, much to Johnson's displeasure. Miss Nagini needs to rest. As Lockhart began introducing his books to Nagini, Johnson firmly ushered him away. Lockhart put on a perfectly timed smile and said to Nagini, "Of course. I would never dream of disturbing the beautiful Miss Nagini's rest." He bowed with impeccable manners and left, while Johnson watched him go. "Aren't you supposed to admire strength?" Nagini said, barely holding back her laughter. "You should read his books. He's quite an accomplished wizard." "Fraud," Johnson said bluntly. "I don't believe a weakling like that would dare travel with a banshee." "So you've read them after all?" Nagini chuckled softly. Johnson felt even more annoyed at being exposed. It was precisely because he had read them that he was disappointed in Lockhart. How could this obvious weakling compare to the heroic figure in the books? Johnson didn't get angry. After pushing Nagini back into her room, he went out to resume his post. The sun blazed overhead. The weather here warmed up faster than it did at the main store. Johnson saw the new head of District 11 approaching. Beside him were wizards in black robes, heads lowered. Tommy's intuition proved accurate, the American Johnny Silverhand branch store was attacked. John flipped through a book, not even lifting his eyes. "Nagini and the others are all right, right? They're fine, but the most valuable item in the shop, the magic-powered Starflare wand, was taken." "Oh." John let out a soft chuckle. Looks like Tom has realized where his weaknesses lie. His wings are finally starting to fill out. Tommy didn't know what to say anymore. Who in their right mind nurtured their own enemy and even handed them supplies? The magic-powered Starflare wand had been crafted by John as the signature treasure of the Johnny Silverhand branch, a holly wand inlaid with the Philosopher's Stone. Back when the shop had been looted, John had already anticipated that this day would come. The best news is that no one was killed. John closed his book and looked up. Arrange compensation and treatment for the injured. What about the head of District 11? Kill him. Hearing Tommy's question, John said casually, "Have others do it. Wipe out all the traitors in District 11. Tommy nodded and left. At this point, Voldemort had people and equipment. All that was missing was the right moment to launch an attack on Hogwarts. First, we need to confirm whether the items are still there. Second, I really have to leave. John rubbed his chin and muttered, "It's a bit heartless, but you really are blind, pansy." That's right, pansy. She'd gone and found herself another problematic boyfriend. John honestly didn't know what to say anymore. Moaning Myrtle saw Theodore not heading to the room of requirement to do something. He was probably using it to contact people outside. But although Moaning Myrtle could pass through walls, she couldn't turn invisible. So John had someone with the ability to stay unseen follow him, the Bloody Baron. The Slytherin ghost agreed to John's request. Absolutely not, because John had promised to deliver a flower to the Grey Lady for him. Meanwhile, Filch and Madame Pants kept watch on him in the corridors and the library. At the same time, Lucius looked into the recent situation of the Knott family. Theodore's father was a Death Eater who had been thrown into Azkaban, and Theodore blamed John for it. Unlike the Goyle and Crabbe families, the Knott family hadn't received John's protection or any promise of leniency. That was how, after coming into contact with Bellatrix, Theodore successfully became an insider. To make things easier for himself, he went to Slughorn to curry favor and began dating Pansy. Malfoy could be infuriating, but his words had hit the mark. "You think this will save your father?" John shook his head, unsure whether Theodore was naive or simply inexperienced. Every promise Voldemort made was built on one condition: success. And that condition had been impossible from the very beginning. John felt a twinge of pity for him. No matter how hard he tried, it was something he could never achieve. Instead of wasting time on this, he'd be better off trying to persuade Old Knott. As one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, Old Knott was not on John's list for pardon. In fact, if not for the sake of him being the father of a Slytherin student, John could have arranged an accident and had all those diehards perish in an error at Azkaban. Unfortunately, that small bit of compassion on John's part had instead become a weapon Voldemort used against him. John was waiting for someone, more precisely, 2 people. And there was a third who wasn't actually part of his plan. But that fellow who kept demanding more money seemed to get along quite well with the other 2. Inside Silverhand Manor, John finally met the people he had been waiting for. Musashi. Gus. They shared one thing in common, they both loved money. The difference was that Gus would take any kind of job, while Musashi only accepted what he believed he deserved. Compared to Gus, who was always going on about being a peace-loving, kind-hearted wizard, Musashi actually seemed more like the real thing. Cool. I never thought my boss would be this young. John wasn't wearing a mask. Gus couldn't help letting out a whistle, looking him over like a rogue sizing someone up. John's expression didn't change as he said calmly, being younger means I won't be stingy over a bit of money. Alright, I admit that's true. Gus shrugged, ignored Musashi's look of disdain, and threw an arm around his shoulders with enthusiasm. Let me make this clear, this is my dearest friend, my brother from another mother. Gus lowered his voice. That means the price goes up. I only want him to be our guide. I never said anything about killing him, John said flatly, watching Gus clown around with a helpless look. But you know me, I never haggle when it comes to this, don't I? On that, I trust you, Musashi replied. I'll be responsible for taking you there. Then we have a deal. John smiled lightly and shook Musashi's hand. The Asian wizard also wore a faint smile. I think we should change the way we travel. John said with a smile, I hope neither of you get seasick. Gus immediately said, I love boats. I won't have to pay for it myself, right? Chapter 479, The Ship to Japan and Theodore's Adventure. A cruise ship sounded its horn as it cut across the sea. On the deck. Beautiful women, fine wine, good food, faces from both east and west. Gus Fring lay back on a deck chair, a look of pure contentment on his face. Don't be so stiff. Make yourself at home, Musashi. Gus truly didn't see himself as an outsider at all, wearing a beach t-shirt that looked strange by wizarding standards, a freshly mixed cocktail from the ship's bartender in his hand. Musashi ignored him and turned to John, who was standing nearby enjoying the sea breeze. Leaving in such a high-profile way, is that really all right? There's nothing wrong with it. This was meant to be a trip in the first place, John said with a light smile. Gus is right, you can relax a little, Musashi. After all, we're heading to your homeland. At the mention of home, Musashi's expression turned complicated. There was the unease of returning after a long absence, mixed with fear and a desire to avoid it. You don't look that old, John said, leaning against the railing as a seagull landed beside him. By Hogwarts standards, you'd have graduated less than 2.5 years ago. How could someone who had only just finished school end up running with an outlaw like Gus Fring? Musashi clearly had a story of his own. Hearing this, Gus eagerly raised his hand. 10 galleons, and I'll tell you the story of an Eastern wandering wizard. Deal, John said indifferently. I don't mind spending money to understand someone. John had never lacked generosity when it came to throwing money around. Gus's eyes lit up at once. I knew sticking with the boss would be a good move. Even as he said that, his body language was brutally honest, he stood there waiting for John to pay. John took 10 galleons from his small bag and tossed them to Gus. After catching them, Gus pulled out 5 and threw them to Musashi. Half and half, like we agreed, Gus said with a grin. This story starts back when I was being hunted. Gus was no saint. He was the kind of man who worked for money, so long as you paid, he'd do just about anything. But he did have one admirable quality. He honored his contracts. Pay him for a job, and he'd do that job. Of course, if the client tried to welch, he wouldn't mind dealing with them too. He met Musashi after one such mission. That employer had been far too greedy. Gus took care of his enemy for him, only for the men to turn around and tip off the Aurors about Gus's whereabouts. Gus was chased by Aurors all the way and eventually fled abroad. Norway. It was there that he met Musashi, who was also far from home. Back then, Musashi was wearing a white robe, like a stray puppy with nowhere to go. In a way, Musashi had saved Gus's life. When the Aurors came searching, Musashi pretended not to see Gus hiding behind a rubbish bin and even pointed them in the wrong direction. As payment, Musashi practically ate Gus out of house and home, emptying his pockets of galleons. You have no idea how much he can eat, Gus said, still shaken. But I realized we shared one trait, that was the key to our partnership. Musashi loved money. The reason he saved Gus in the first place was so he could get paid. But with Gus being broke at the time, the two of them made a deal, work together, make money, and split everything 50-50. Later, Gus was hired by John, and Musashi came along as well. Who would have thought your fates were tied together in such a strange way, John said casually. If I remember right, there's a magic school in your homeland called the Magic Institute. Because of how closed off the country is, Western wizards don't know much about the Magic Institute. Musashi's expression dimmed as memories surfaced. John glanced at him, then looked ahead and said lightly, "You were educated at the Magic Institute, weren't you?" "Yes, but they won't acknowledge me," Musashi said, closing his eyes as if reliving something painful. "My uniform was white. The Magic Institute's uniforms are enchanted. They start out pale red, and as a student grows and their performance changes, the color changes with them." Musashi said bitterly, "And white means the student has violated the wizarding code." Clearly, that was nothing to be proud of. The memory was one Musashi couldn't bear to revisit. He had fled in disgrace back then, and now he was being forced to return. It was a blow to his pride. "Hey, don't tell me you're going to quit," Gus sensed something was wrong and immediately cried out in alarm. "You can't just give up money over your pride." He ran over, threw an arm around Musashi's neck, and said in a low voice, "Do you have any idea how long it takes to earn those galleons?" Hearing Gus go on like that, Musashi's face darkened completely. "I'm talking feelings with you, and you're counting money with me." John didn't particularly care. Watching the harbor slowly draw closer, he calmly let the sea breeze wash over him. The Magic Institute, huh? Hogwarts after John's departure seemed unchanged, yet somehow different. Slytherin was still as competitive as ever, and Malfoy was just as irritating as always. Pansy tied her hair into twin ponytails, just a princess dress short of the full look, and said coquettishly, "Theodore, where should we go for our date?" Theodore not paused in the middle of taking notes and looked at her. Pansy grabbed his hand and swung it back and forth, a gesture that made Malfoy deeply uncomfortable. He said with open disgust, "I'm going to throw up." Hearing him, Pansy's eyes turned cold as she shot Malfoy a glare. Malfoy immediately acted as if nothing had happened, whistling as he prepared to go look for trouble with Harry. Theodore seemed lost in thought. Using the excuse that he needed to borrow a book from the library, he told Pansy to wait here. "No, I want to go too," Pansy pouted, fully committed to her sweet girl act. "Wait here," Theodore said, his voice taking on a tone that allowed no refusal. Pansy froze, watching Theodore leave the Great Hall. After stepping out, Theodore headed for the stairs. Just before reaching the library, he stopped. The library was on the 4th floor. From the 3rd floor, he glanced toward the corridor on the right. After making sure no one was around, he turned and walked that way. Passing the gatekeeper's office, he stopped in front of a door marked with an eye symbol. The eye at the doorway turned toward Theodore. He took a badge from his pocket and pinned it to his chest. After seeing the badge, the eye immediately shifted away. Theodore's heart raced. He placed his hand on the door and gave it a gentle push. The door opened. Golden letters and a star-filled sky came into view. There was no one inside. He stepped in. Carefully, he searched the place, but couldn't find what he was looking for. In the end, his gaze settled on 9 doors. He walked up to one of them and pushed it open. On the other side was a world of ice and snow, a blast of cold rushing toward him. Theodore hurriedly shut the door. He opened the second door. Beyond it was a forest, overgrown with vines and grass. Suddenly, one of the vines moved, coiling around Theodore's ankle and nearly dragging him inside. He broke free at once and turned cautiously toward the 3rd door. When he opened it, there was nothing but darkness inside. Then, within that darkness, a light appeared. Theodore looked closely. It was a glowing golden cup. He tried to step inside, but a force repelled him and the door slammed shut. No. Theodore rushed forward and opened it again, only to find the darkness gone, replaced by a vast ocean. Seawater surged out, soaking him from head to toe. Daring not to open the 4th door, Theodore fled the Constellation Society in haste. He removed the badge from his chest and ran toward the room of requirement on the 7th floor. Inside, there was a strange envelope. Words written inside it would appear on another letter elsewhere. Theodore wrote a single sentence inside. "The item is behind one of the doors." After writing it, he hurried away. Staying away for too long would only arouse suspicion. He went to the 5th floor library and casually picked up a book on alchemy. When Theodore returned to the Great Hall, Pansy saw him and thought he had run back at full speed. She said with concern, "Why are you all sweaty?" Theodore wiped at the water on himself. "It's nothing." On the other side of the hall, Malfoy was still going on about how Harry had been knocked out by his own teammate in Quidditch. The ship docked at the harbor. Like the other tourists, John had a camera hanging around his neck. Gus wore a fisherman's hat, beach shorts, and carried a suitcase in his hand. He looked extremely suspicious. After opening his passport for inspection, John entered Japan without trouble. Gus, on the other hand, was checked over and over again, as if they suspected he was carrying some kind of weapon of mass destruction. When the inspection finally ended, Gus ran over to John to complain. "It's over. My dignity has been trampled, he said with a wounded expression. Seeing him like that, John replied calmly, then tell me, how much is your dignity worth? Give me 10 galleons and I can soothe my wounds a little. Give me 50, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Gus finally showed his true colors. I'll give you 100, then you can throw your dignity aside altogether, John said grandly. Gus immediately lost whatever dignity he had left. Walking through the streets of the city, John glanced at the men in a trench coat standing by a taxi and said, looks like we're being watched. Gus looked over and saw nothing but walking galleons. He leaned in toward John with a flattering grin. Give me the money and I'll take care of him for you. That's probably an Auror, dealing with illegal entries, John said dryly. I don't have a habit of killing people for no reason. Musashi saw the men and his expression changed. The Auror noticed Musashi and started walking toward them. John calmly turned and headed in another direction. The Auror followed. The three of them moved the other way. Unfortunately, unfamiliar with the area, they walked straight into a dead end. The Auror blocked their path from behind. Lifting his head, he revealed the face beneath his hat. Akino Musashi, where do you think you're going? Chapter 480, Musashi's Past and the Power of Emotion. What is he saying? Gus clearly hadn't understood, after all, the man wasn't speaking English. Musashi turned back with a grave expression, looking at the Auror and saying in a low voice, Okumur. The Auror named Okumur said coldly, Musashi, as someone who isn't welcome, you shouldn't have come back. I tried to stay away, Musashi said, glancing at the restless Gus, but I had no choice but to return. Then don't think about leaving again, Okumur said icily. He drew his wand and faced Musashi. Looks like this is about to turn into a fight, Gus said, his eyes lighting up as he fawned over John. Boss, you don't want to get tangled up with Aurors, right? Give me 500 galleons and I'll take care of him for you. John glanced at the excited Gus and said calmly, it's not just one. Oh? Gus asked, puzzled. With two sharp cracks, two more Aurors appeared in the alley, one thin, one fat. The moment they saw Musashi, their faces darkened, just like Okumur's before them. Musashi's expression turned complicated. Furukawa. Goda. You actually dared to show your face, the thin man, Furukawa, roared. We won't hold back this time. Goda, Furukawa, move in, Okumur barked. The two of them drew their wands as well, taking up attack stances. John looked at Musashi and asked, trouble? They're here for me, Musashi took a deep breath and said in a low voice. I can handle this. Hey, don't try to act tough, Gus said unhappily. 3 against 1 isn't fair. Musashi insisted, this is the karma I have to face. Okumur attacked first, a red beam shooting from his wand straight at Musashi. Musashi raised a shield charm to deflect it, then fired back with a streak of silver light. The 3 Aurors attacked in perfect coordination, forcing Musashi onto the defensive. While you were gone, I never stopped training for a single moment. Okumur roared. Also that one day I could defeat you with my own hands. Goda, Furukawa, now. Ultra Fusion, Crimson Light Burst, Disarming Strike, Phoenix Cry. Times. The 3 wands collided, and in an instant, a massive surge of red light slammed forward. Musashi's face changed. His shield charm flared in front of him as he was forced backward step by step. Gus stared in shock. What is that? I don't remember any spell like that in magic. That's a local specialty, John said dryly. It's just 3 disarming charms stacked together, but the power gets boosted. Musashi shouted, you two, get out of here. Seeing him barely holding on, John drew his wand and walked forward. With a flick of his wand, a silver phantom of armor took shape, solid as if real, diverting the incoming red blast up into the sky. Seeing their combined attack blocked, Okumur's expression changed. Goda. I've got it. Goda immediately rushed forward, firing a spell at John, while Furukawa seized the moment to strike his wand against Okumur's again. Just as the light began to flare, John half-lowered his gaze and pressed his wand down. Summoning magic activated. Goda was the first to be affected. It was as if an invisible giant hand grabbed him, forcing him to the ground. The spell he had fired didn't even brush the edge of John's robes. Then John gave a casual wave, sending Goda's body flying into the other 2. In just a few seconds, all 3 lost their ability to fight. With John's current level of power, dealing with 3 Aurors was no problem at all. John said lightly, let's go. For a local, you really led us into a dead end. I'm starting to doubt your professionalism, Akino. With that, John stepped forward and headed out. Gus looked aggrieved. Boss, how could you trouble yourself to do it personally? I may be rich, but money doesn't grow on trees, John glanced at Gus and said casually. If you're short on cash, why don't you buy a few Silverhand investment products? I just like the feeling of being surrounded by money, Gus laughed awkwardly. Clearly, he had no intention of letting anyone else manage his money. Musashi glanced at the three Aurors, worry flickering in his eyes, but still followed after John. Wait, the fight isn't over yet, you bastards. A roar made the three of them stop. John turned back. One of the Aurors, still dizzy from the collision, staggered to his feet. Okumur wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve, panting as he shouted righteously, "How can we let you leave just like that? Seriously, do all you locals like to shout when you talk?" Even though he couldn't understand what they were saying, Gus was shocked by the man's roaring delivery. Do their vocal cords cost nothing? The fat Auror, Goda, and the thin one, Furukawa, struggled to their feet as well. Goda, don't underestimate. Furukawa, our bond. A smile curled at the corner of Okumur's mouth as he tightened his grip on his wand. Let our bond defeat you. With that, the three of them roared and raised their wands at the same time. Compared to before, the spell light this time was even more intense. 3 beams as thick as water bottles shot toward John, only to be easily deflected by the armor. John narrowed his eyes and flicked his wand. It was as if each of them had been struck by a sledgehammer, they all collapsed at once, unable to move. Damn. I always thought they exaggerated things in anime. This time, John didn't turn away. He stood there quietly, watching the three of them fall. After a while, the trio panted as they struggled back to their feet. Our bond, it's stronger than diamond. Okumur's face flushed deep red, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still roared, our bond carries the weight of justice. The moment he finished shouting, John flicked his wand again. The three of them were slammed down by gravity, even the ground cracking beneath them. How are they this tough? Gus stared in amazement. What are these guys? Cockroaches that won't die. Musashi said to John, let's go. Wait. John stared at the three of them, as if expecting them to get back up again. Musashi silently prayed they would just stay down. But things never go as hoped. Hey, Furukawa, Goda, you guys all right? I'm the one and only Goda, unmatched under heaven. Of course I'm fine. That's right. Until I get to eat sweet potatoes grilled by Miss Minamoto herself, I'm not giving up. Under Gus's gaze, which shifted from surprise to utter shock, the three of them got back up again. They were clearly injured badly enough to spend half a year in St. Mungo's, yet they still forced themselves to their feet. It made Gus genuinely start to wonder, were these people some kind of mutants? John, however, looked intrigued. At some point, his eyes had already changed into vertical pupils. He stared at the three of them as a strange power coiled around their bodies. So this is the power of emotion. John chuckled softly. Looks like this trip was worth it. The magic of bonds is fascinating. As the three stubbornly climbed back up, every line they shouted about strengthening their bond seemed to inject them with another surge of power. The principle sounded bizarre. But once you had a real example in front of you, it didn't feel strange at all. The classic case, of course, was the boy who lived, Harry Potter. In theory, the protection Harry carried from love worked on the same principle as this bond. Through sheer force of will, magic was pushed to its extreme. The gap between Lily and Voldemort had been bridged by love alone. Motherly love and friendship are, at their core, both expressions of emotion. In a magical world where willpower is the main driving force, this kind of power has almost no upper limit. It's just like that saying, as long as there's love, I'll even kill a god for you. You have to admit, in countries that produce hot-blooded anime, this emotional power gets used even more often. If you've watched those shows, you'll know, those protagonists train for less than 2.5 years, yet somehow manage to defeat villains who've trained and planned for hundreds of years, poor Aizen. So yeah. It's ridiculous beyond belief. Those protagonists all live by one word, love. Friendship, romance, family love. John watched as the three of them were infused with that power called bond. Not only did their strength increase, even their bodies seemed pumped full of adrenaline, they could move again. He was certain that just now, his summoning magic had shattered at least a few of their bones. Yet now they looked as if they'd merely been bumped by a bicycle, give them a moment and they might even start running. What if I try crushing it? John looked at the three faces filled with stubborn defiance and continued his experiment. Dragon's gaze rolled forward like a steamroller. The three of them, who had just been lifted by the power of their bond, suddenly felt as if a sky-covering black dragon had appeared before their eyes, unleashing a world-ending breath of destruction at them. In an instant, their hearts were filled with fear, and the will-born power of their bond shattered. With that support gone, the three collapsed like deflated balloons, unable to move after hitting the ground. Are they dead? Musashi exclaimed in shock as he rushed over to check on them. Clearly, these three were people he knew. Judging by their age, they were likely students from the Magic Institute as well, back when he was Akino Musashi, the outcast in white. But John had no intention of killing Aurors. After confirming they were still alive, Musashi stood up and turned to John, saying gravely, "Lord Silverhand, thank you for your mercy. Let's go. We still have to make a trip to the Magic Institute." John neither agreed nor disagreed. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said to Musashi, "Remember to erase their memories." Musashi tightened his grip on his wand. Gus looked at him and said, "How about you give me 5 galleons and I'll do it for you?" "No need." Musashi said expressionlessly, "My mistake. I can handle it myself." With that, he raised his wand. Obliviate. A flash of silver light followed, and the memories of the three were wiped away. After that, Musashi left the place with John and Gus, leaving the alley behind. A day and a night later, the three of them woke up in a daze, their bodies aching as if they had been hit by a carriage. None of them remembered why they were in that alley at all. Chapter 481, Mahudakoro, the Magic Institute. A/N, yes, it's canon. The school is canonically Mahudakoro, located on Minami Iwo Jima, South Sulphur Island, near Tokyo. The Magic Institute, known in local tongues as Mahudakoro, stands on Minami Iwo Jima, South Sulphur Island, one of the volcanic islands in the chain. Like all magical schools, it is protected by strict anti-apparition wards. For historical reasons, these wards are even more rigorous here. There was once a period when the country was in lockdown, and foreigners were barred from entering. Though that era has passed, the wizards carried the mindset forward. Local wizards still harbor a strong hostility toward outsiders. The magical world is, after all, merely a small reflection of the Muggle one. They couldn't apparate directly to South Sulphur Island. An Air Force base sat nearby, and no ships were permitted to approach. So how are we supposed to get there? Gus asked. Musashi looked up at the sky and said, "Young wizards of the Magic Institute travel there by riding giant seagulls. We can follow them in." The Magic Institute differs from Hogwarts. It begins enrolling wizards at age 7, with boarding starting at 11. Before that, children under 11 ride giant seagulls to school. They waited at a place called Kasaragi Station. Few people ever came here, and Muggles often spoke of spirited away incidents. In truth, it was simply the departure point for wizards heading to the Institute. As the three waited, mist gradually drifted through the area. Then, from within the fog, came the sound of wings flapping. A moment later, a massive shadow appeared. "Gus, stay here." John stood up and said it. Gus was about to protest, but John took a money pouch from his small bag and tossed it over. After catching it, Gus immediately promised he'd behave and stay put. Musashi glanced at Gus. Gus hugged the pouch and said, "Just to be clear, this is from the boss to me alone. It's not part of our contract." But he was overthinking it. Musashi simply said calmly, "You'd better hide. Sometimes Aurors come by here too. You entered illegally." Gus looked around. Aside from the station, there was nothing but open land. Where was he supposed to hide? Children's voices drifted out of the mist, growing closer. John tapped his head with his wand, and the disillusionment charm concealed him. Musashi did the same, hiding himself as well. The two walked into the fog, the clear voices of children waving goodbye to the giant seagull ringing in the air. Just as the seagull was about to take off, Musashi quickly leapt onto its back. The giant seagull took flight, and the mist around them was actually caused by its breathing. This kind of magical creature is perfect for transportation. The vapor it exhales turns into a concealing white mist. John sat on the back of the giant seagull. It wasn't as massive as a dragon, but it was far from small. With two people on its back, the giant seagull didn't even seem to notice. Musashi said with a nostalgic look, "I used to ride giant seagulls to school too." "Shame it doesn't seem as comfortable as a train," John said lightly. Musashi neither agreed nor disagreed. The Hogwarts Express and the Magic Institute's giant seagulls each had their own merits. Crossing the sea, the giant seagull passed over an Air Force training base. Below, planes were parked and Muggles patrolled the area. Beyond that point lay South Sulphur Island, home to the Magic Institute. At the highest point of the island stood a palace built atop a volcano. The palace was entirely white, its exterior resembling a magnificent and delicate pagoda. The giant seagull landed on a platform where several others were already resting. Under the cover of mist, the two slipped down to the side of the platform. Inside the Magic Institute, they could see younger students dressed in pink. Older students' uniforms showed changes in color, and a few wore gold. The palace was built from fine white jade, radiating an Eastern aesthetic completely different from that of the West. When night fell, and the students had all left, John stepped inside. Musashi remained where he was, still staring at his alma mater in a daze. It wasn't until John reminded him that he snapped out of it. Carrying complicated emotions, Musashi walked into the Magic Institute. I want to ask you something, Lord Silverhand, Musashi said as he walked beside John, his tone probing. Why did you come to the Magic Institute? For the study of magic, John replied calmly. You always need to learn from the strengths of many. John added casually, emotions. I want to understand the ancient magic of love, the magic that can even counter the killing curse. This school's magic may not necessarily be stronger than Hogwarts, but they possess far more ancient spells when it comes to emotions. Stopping openly in front of the Magic Institute's main gate, John looked up. Like an old-fashioned plaque, the name of the institute was carved upon it. He watched it for a moment, then stepped inside. The instant his foot crossed the threshold, the disillusionment charm on him was dispelled. This place was protected by magic similar to anti-intrusion wards, breaking any hiding spell. At that very moment, his presence was detected by the institute's staff. John had already anticipated this, which was why he was wearing a mask. The teachers of the Magic Institute did not take long to appear. Here, however, they were called mentors. The moment the mentors arrived, their eyes went first to the men beside John. A female mentor with long, straight black hair changed expression. Musashi. She stared in disbelief at the men who had stepped back into the Magic Institute, hidden emotions flickering in her eyes. When Musashi saw her, his expression turned complicated. He let out a relieved smile. So you became a mentor, Shizuka. Shizuka clearly wanted to say something to him. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward. He had a scarred bald head and a white beard that reached his stomach, tied neatly with a purple ribbon. Akino Musashi, the old man asked, coughing twice before he spoke. Seeing him, a trace of fear flashed in Musashi's eyes. He lowered his head respectfully. Headmaster. The old man looked just as aged as Dumbledore, though Dumbledore seemed far more vigorous by comparison. This one looked as though he might keel over at any moment. John studied the old man, then glanced at the scar on his forehead. 6 mentors had appeared in total. At that point, John finally spoke. I've come for a magical exchange. His gaze swept over the mentors as he smiled lightly. Please forgive my unannounced visit. Who are you? A thin-faced mentor looked at John with a sinister expression, questioning him in heavily accented English. You may call me Silverhand, Johnny Silverhand, John said calmly. I can offer compensation. The headmaster raised a hand, stopping the mentor from speaking further. His cloudy eyes turned to John. Johnny Silverhand. I've heard your name. Oh. John said with a smile. I thought your magical society had been closed off for years and wouldn't know who I am. Of course we do, the headmaster replied with a smile. Your deeds have spread throughout Europe. Even with limited information, we have caught glimpses of them. Our empire admires strength. Your ideals happen to align well with our own. The headmaster looked at John and said, Lord Silverhand, coming to Mahudakoro at a time like this hardly seems like a simple visit. Research in magic has never really distinguished between day and night. John gave a calm smile. As for me, nothing has changed. I'm willing to pay. I only hope to enter the Magic Institute and consult some of your texts. The headmaster studied John, weighing the meaning behind his words. At the same time, he was calculating the gap in strength between them. The Magic Institute was currently in session. Setting the students aside, there were 6 mentors present. Johnny Silverhand's reputation in the European magical world rivaled that of Grindelwald and Voldemort. Making an enemy of someone like that was not a wise choice. Not to mention, the friendship of the Second King was also something of great value. After a moment of thought, the headmaster laughed warmly. Isn't it a joy when friends come from afar? Since Lord Silverhand has traveled all the way from the west, the Magic Institute naturally must show proper courtesy. He gestured for the mentors to withdraw, his gaze briefly and subtly passing over Musashi as he invited John inside. John entered the Magic Institute, with the headmaster personally leading the way. As they reached the central courtyard, the headmaster suddenly said, Musashi, you bear the mark of a sinner. You are not fit to enter this sacred place. Hearing that, Musashi stopped at once. He said quietly, I understand, headmaster. The headmaster nodded. John continued walking behind him without changing expression. Musashi remained where he was, looking around with a hint of melancholy. The place was vast, and the paths were long. As they walked, John struck up casual conversation. Speaking of which, the relationship between your country's wizards and the Muggle world seems quite different from that in the West, he said lightly. In ancient times, you were known as Onmyoji, serving the rulers of the nation. That is correct, the headmaster said proudly, stroking his beard. Our imperial line is ancient, a divine bloodline unbroken through the ages. Their heritage is noble, unmatched anywhere in the world. John glanced at the old man. When it came to the Muggle sovereign, he showed absolute reverence. Long ago, the wizards of Japan had stood in a clear superior-subordinate relationship with their rulers, and even now, traces of that hierarchy still lingered. Their Ministry of Magic also maintained certain ties with the so-called royal family. Those ties, however, had begun to fade in modern times. The influence of the imperial house was steadily declining, and many wizards no longer treated them with the same deference they once did. The rise of weapons had made onmyoji far less indispensable. Yet this old man still seemed determined to uphold that old hierarchy. Chapter 482, Something is off. To be honest, your arrival is a great honor to me. The headmaster led John into a courtyard where a beautiful cherry blossom tree stood. Pink and white petals glowed breathtakingly under the moonlight. The thick trunk, the drooping clusters of blossoms. Whether in Japan or Great Britain, the sight carried a kind of primal, overwhelming beauty. It's not only because of your power, Lord Silverhand, the headmaster said, tapping a door in the courtyard with his wand, but also because of your astonishing wisdom. The door opened to both sides, revealing a place lined with countless bookshelves. It was an attic, and also the location of the library. Inside were not only books but many items resembling ancient scrolls. I've heard that most of Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop's creations come from your own hands, Lord Silverhand, the headmaster said, inviting John inside. John picked up a scroll and opened it. Inside were writings left by ancient onmyoji, wizards of old. It seems you know quite a lot, headmaster, John said after glancing through the contents, which described an ancient sealing spell. The headmaster chuckled. Like you, my lord, we enjoy researching certain things. He stroked his beard, his cloudy eyes fixed on John. A friend of mine often praises your brilliance in front of me, which made me look forward to meeting you greatly. Then your friend must be a great wizard, John said. Noticing a door on the lower level of the attic, he asked, what's that? That door was sealed tightly, covered with many runes imbued with magic. The headmaster glanced at it and smiled. Nothing of importance. Clearly, he wasn't ready to explain. John nodded in understanding, then asked if he could browse the upper level. I will close the library for a time for you, the headmaster said, so my students won't disturb you. Then I'll thank you, headmaster, John said, not refusing the offer. The headmaster left the library and closed the door behind him. John glanced once more at the sealed door, then turned and went up to the second floor. The collection here might not surpass Hogwarts in sheer number, but most of the books were ancient works passed down through the ages. From the second floor, he could see the extraordinarily beautiful cherry blossom tree outside. John familiarized himself with the library and selected several old texts, setting them aside as his main focus. As he settled into the library, he began absorbing knowledge at a rapid pace. The predecessor of Mahudakoro had once been called the Onmyo Bureau, its earliest form rooted in the tradition of onmyoji. Because of that, their magic differed from Western wizardry. For example, spells that could be inscribed on paper and manifest in varying degrees of power were known in Mahudakoro's system as talismans. This was one of the more obvious distinctions between Asian and European magic. They were similar to John's protective charms, but their primary use was sealing rather than defense. That was why sealing spells were so commonly employed here. Many of the legends about the night parade of 100 demons in Japan were, in fact, accounts of wizards using such methods to deal with creatures that lingered between life and death. Sounds almost like ghosts, John murmured. He pondered for a moment, then opened another scroll to read. From night into dawn, he kept reading. His mind was like a parched sponge, greedily soaking up the unfamiliar theories and knowledge of a foreign land. By the time the second night fell, John's expression had grown serious. This aligns quite closely with what I suspected. He found one scroll that stated that the foundation of magic lay in mental power, and that by stimulating intense emotions, magical energy could be activated and become more vigorous. John had already tested this when training Malfoy, deliberately provoking anger to draw out more power. All the scrolls were written in the local language, but with John's learning ability, mastering a new language was hardly difficult. He kept flipping through them, and gradually his expression began to change. Experiments. He came across a book, not a scroll, that recorded a series of experiments. Reading carefully, John realized that these experiments used the excuse of enhancing magical talent to propose various theories. In the end, they're just theories. One of them described using electric shocks to stimulate the human brain, intensifying emotions to greatly boost magical power. And that wasn't all, there were all kinds of experiments meant to awaken a wizard's potential. Including, but not limited to, methods like what had once happened to Neville as a child, throwing someone from a great height to force their magic to manifest. Wizards might be notoriously hard to kill, but doing things this way would clearly end up costing lives sooner or later. John closed the book and tossed it aside. This was nothing but a waste of effort. Only someone out of their mind would come up with something like this. Using external stimulation to awaken magical talent would, at best, probably just create another wizard who was little better than a madman. Azkaban will be waiting for you. On the third day, John finally found records about bond magic. This kind of power was much like Harry's mother's love. It was hard not to wonder whether Lily herself had once drawn on the same principle. This was an ancient form of magic. Through the bonds of friendship, those caught within it could gain a boost in power. Much like the protagonists in anime, after a round of shouting and passionate speeches, followed by a line like, "Don't underestimate our bond," they would usually unleash devastating damage. John wasn't an anime protagonist. What he wanted to draw from this was the concept behind those bonds. This wasn't magic that relied on blood ties, but on emotional connections instead, and he spent an entire day studying it. By now, John had not left the attic for 4 days. He knew nothing of what was happening outside. Musashi had been taken into custody. The dungeon. Instructor Shizuka stood outside the cell, looking at Musashi, who had grown noticeably thinner over the past 4 days. With sorrow in her voice, she said, "Why did you come back, Musashi-kun?" Musashi looked at that familiar face and said hoarsely, "I've been through many things out there. I realized. I can't escape my past." "This shouldn't be your fate," Instructor Shizuka sobbed. "It shouldn't be like this. From the moment I stepped into that room, the ending was already decided." Musashi looked at his now much rougher palms and gave a bitter smile. "Dashiong and the others all wish they could kill me, because I cheated, and then I ran away. After I left, everything that happened in that room comes back to me every single night." Clutching his head in pain, his voice hoarse like a stranded fish, Musashi roared, "Do you know what it's like, seeing people just as ignorant as I was, those who were experimented on, those who were electrocuted to death?" He rushed to the cell door and shouted madly, "Why did you come back, Shizuka? You should stay far away from this hell." His expression was deranged, his eyes filled with confusion and rage. Shizuka staggered back, her face deathly pale, her lips trembling as she said, I wanted to protect them." "You can't protect them, Shizuka," Musashi said. "These secrets have been buried here for decades. As long as the headmaster is still around, you'll never be able to change anything. But if even I run away," Shizuka said stubbornly, "then there truly will be no hope at all." Musashi loosened his grip and slumped down in defeat. "Do you resent me for not being able to save your younger brother?" "No, please don't think that way, Musashi-kun," Shizuka hurriedly explained. "I know that all these years you've been away, you kept sending us money. Sometimes it was a small amount, sometimes a large one. Every single galleon you sent was earned by risking your life," Shizuka said gently. "I know you want to protect the children, but this isn't the way. Only by cutting it off completely can they truly be saved." Musashi stared blankly at the woman who had once been closest to him. All these years, he had worked himself to the bone just to atone. Yet compared to Shizuka's courage in standing up, his own escape now seemed nothing but cowardice. "You won't succeed," Musashi said. "It's not just the headmaster, there are powerful people involved in this as well." Shizuka didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with a strength that moved anyone who saw it. Half a month passed. John compressed his time to the extreme, sleeping only 2 hours a day, not a second more. The moment he woke, he would continue reading. Through his relentless effort, he had gained a preliminary grasp of bond magic. He was ready to leave. Just as he opened the library doors, the headmaster was already standing outside. John found it strange. "Don't you have classes?" The old man seemed to have forgotten he was the headmaster, actually coming out to see him off. The headmaster chuckled. "You may not know this, Lord Silverhand, but today is the students' holiday. They've all gone home." "Is that so?" John said indifferently. "Then I'll take my leave as well." "Wait." A strange glint flashed through the murky depths of the headmaster's eyes as he smiled. "Lord Silverhand, aren't you curious about what's behind that door? To be honest, it's a research project the school has been involved in over the past few years." "A research project?" John frowned slightly. "That's right," the headmaster said invitingly. "I wonder if Lord Silverhand would be interested. It's a joint project between Mahotokoro and the Ministry of Magic. I'd like to invite you inside, and even more, I hope you can offer us some guidance in this field." The headmaster clearly valued John's identity as the second king. "A friend of mine once said that only Lord Silverhand has the ability to help us." "How interesting," John chuckled softly. "Your friend seems to hold me in rather high regard. That's precisely why I treat you with such respect." The headmaster led John toward that sealed door. With a firm push, the headmaster opened it. The door creaked as it swung open. A long, heavy, grating sound echoed. Behind it was a staircase descending into darkness. In the dim light, the headmaster's smile looked eerily strange. John narrowed his eyes. So this was the mystery he wanted to sell. He stepped inside. "I'll post another chapter in about 4 to 5 hours. Stay tuned," beaming face with smiling eyes. Chapter 483, Research on Magic. It was a deep, pitch-black corridor. For John, it left no particular impression. But John stared at the headmaster walking ahead of him. This old man was neither a witcher nor someone enhanced like him by Night Stalker, so how was he managing without even lighting a lamp? Seemingly unaware of John's curiosity, the headmaster continued speaking. Lord Silverhand, what do you think the essence of magic is? Magic. John replied calmly. Energy and emotion. The headmaster's steps halted. In that instant, John caught the look of delight on his face. Yes, exactly, emotion. The headmaster was visibly excited, like parched land finally meeting rain, like a fine steed encountering a discerning patron, like kindred spirits meeting through high mountains and flowing waters. He chuckled warmly. As wizards, we experience emotional surges far stronger than those of muggles. And it is precisely this that allows us to manipulate magic through our will. He spoke like an old scholar, animated and unrestrained. Young wizards, because their emotions are unstable, often struggle to control their power properly. Their emotional fluctuations are intense, yet the magical effects they produce can be astonishingly powerful. When wizards are young, magic can spiral out of control. Harry, for instance, before even enrolling in school, once vanished an entire pane of glass with a vanishing charm. Such a refined vanishing charm, if Harry were asked to cast it now, he wouldn't be able to achieve even half of that effect. The headmaster's theory was clearly not just idle talk. He said, "You've heard of an obscurial, haven't you? Its predecessor, the obscurus bearer, originates from young wizards. In my view, as wizards grow up, that power gradually weakens. Young wizards should be at their strongest." The more John listened, the deeper his frown became. What nonsense was this old man spouting? Stronger the younger you are. Give me a break. It's like a cup of water. When you're a child, you just fling it out all at once. The effect may be impressive, but the force dissipates quickly. An adult wizard, on the other hand, after years of study and battle, learns restraint. It's like installing a tap. You can control the flow. But many wizards also end up being constrained by that tap. Over time, their power seems weaker. Yet when one truly masters the tap, or throws caution to the wind and unleashes everything, the power that erupts can far surpass what they had in childhood. It's absolutely not as this old man claims, that childhood is the peak of one's life. Put present-day Dumbledore against his younger self and see what happens. Young Dumbledore would be beaten senseless by old Dumbledore. Scoffing at the headmaster's views, John continued walking forward. After turning a corner, a faint glow seeped out from ahead. When they walked closer, it opened into a vast, hollow chamber. Above them stretched a dense web of root-like tendrils, each one connected to a pane of transparent glass. The headmaster said with a smile, "In my view, some muggles also possess the potential to become wizards. Their structure is similar to that of wizards, and just like wizard-born children, muggle-born children also have a chance of awakening magic. Since that's the case, why shouldn't we start with muggles? By stimulating their emotions, we can push them beyond their limits and turn them into wizards." John stood there. Below him were figures clad in protective suits. He watched as one of them opened a glass chamber connected to the roots. Inside lay a child, soaked through, with more than a dozen electrodes embedded into his head and body. And beneath this enormous cavern was a sunken pit filled with viscous liquid. John saw countless corpses submerged within it. On some of the bodies were markings written in characters he recognized. "Silverhand," the headmaster said fervently, "I sincerely invite you to join this experiment of mine. As long as we master this method, we can create an army. There's no need to care about wizard casualties. As long as we have enough muggles, we can keep converting them endlessly." John's eyes were locked on the child being dragged out below, his face twisted in terror as he screamed. The personnel in protective suits coldly flipped a switch. Electricity surged through the child's body, tearing a heart-rending scream from his throat. Several people stood nearby, calmly recording the data. Black smoke began to rise from the child's body. Someone noticed and shut off the current. But it was already too late. The child lost control, fluid spilling out, his body utterly devoid of life. Beside him, one of the record keepers said coldly, "Send him to the night parade division. See if he can be added to the Hyaki Yagyo." At the words, someone stepped forward, hoisted the child onto their shoulder, and carried him away. The child's body was transferred to another department. He was a muggle child. These people were conducting experiments to stimulate a child's magical potential through extreme pain, so that, as the headmaster claimed, they could be turned into wizards. The countless corpses beneath the murky liquid told John exactly how many muggles had died for this experiment. And that viscous liquid was a potion. A potion that allowed those submerged within it to cling to life. At the cost of other lives. There was no doubt, this was evil. Beneath the most beautiful cherry blossom tree lay a foundation built from innumerable corpses. On the lush, blooming branches was a pale pink hue formed from blood and pulverized bone. I have always believed that a school exists to teach and nurture. John took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Even Durmstrang, which teaches the dark arts, has never abducted muggles for experiments. Silverhand, the headmaster said with a genial smile, muggles are the cheapest resource of all. Their reproductive ability is astonishing, like sows endlessly birthing litters. The rate at which they die is far slower than the rate at which they reproduce. We have experienced failures, but those were nothing more than minor setbacks. Human experimentation, John scoffed. A war criminal, and you're actually proud of it. The headmaster stared at John, his voice fervent. Join us, Silverhand. I've wanted to work with you for a long time, not just because of your influence, but because of one thing in particular, your power. Born a muggle, yet possessing strength beyond compare. The headmaster had completely lost his mind. Like a crazed animal, he clawed at the scar on his scalp again and again, scratching until blood flowed, yet he still did not stop. You are unique. Never before has a muggle-born wizard reached your level of talent. You are the finest research subject imaginable. His greedy gaze swept over John. John said calmly, so that's it. No wonder you were so generous, letting me stay in the library for half a month. You were preparing for something, weren't you? From their very first meeting, the headmaster had been unusually enthusiastic. He hadn't minded at all letting an outsider read the school's ancient texts, even sealing off the library just for him. So it had all been planned. He invited John in good faith, but if John refused, he would resort to other means. I'm curious, John said, how did you know I'm muggle-born? Perhaps you could tell me the name of your friend. John found it interesting that the headmaster had seen through his background. As Johnny Silverhand, he had never once revealed his blood status to the outside world. The only people who could know he was muggle-born were those who knew his true identity. The headmaster grinned viciously. Of course I can. My friend, someone Silverhand knows quite well, is called Voldemort. Realization dawned on John. Indeed, only Voldemort fit the bill. The headmaster continued, 30 years ago, a wizard crossed the seas and came here. Like you, his talent was extraordinary. Later, I heard he had died abroad. But last year, he suddenly appeared before me. That was when I learned that there was another wizard of astonishing talent, John Wick. No longer bothering to hide it, the headmaster laughed smugly. Your body isn't as fragile as those muggles. Your blood must have quite extraordinary properties. He greedily examined every inch of John. The legendary Second King, beneath that mask, is a child not even 17 years old. You still have so much potential. Let me awaken it for you, Silverhand. Several wizards had already appeared around them. John even noticed that a few of them seemed to be Aurors. In his manic state, there was no trace left of a teacher's dignity. John drew his wand. The headmaster, however, was utterly unafraid. He laughed and said, Silverhand, you should have noticed what's different about this place. Hearing that, John lifted his gaze. The surrounding walls were covered with dense layers of talismans and runes. After half a month of study, John immediately recognized their function. Sealing charms. Talismans plastered all around formed a magical field, suppressing any wizard caught within it. Even the terrifying Second King, the headmaster said smugly, would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter without magic. A tall man stepped up behind the headmaster and respectfully offered him a blade. The headmaster took it and drew it from its sheath. Cold light gleamed along the edge. With fascination, the headmaster said, compared to magic, I've always preferred the clash of steel. His fingers brushed along the blade as he continued, this sword is called Mitsumakai Kawahira. It was bestowed upon me by the Emperor when I followed the army, a treasured blade. Staring at John's silver mask, he bared a grin full of broken teeth. Don't worry, Silverhand. I'll make you even more perfect. Losing a few limbs from such a perfect body is hardly a problem. The dagger was finally revealed. The headmaster went on, don't bother trying to escape. That door can only be opened by me, no one else. Out of the corner of his eye, John saw dozens of people already closing in, forming a tightening ring around him. Can't use magic? John asked calmly. That sounds like good news to me. There were more than 100 people here. If 30 or more wizards attacked him with magic, John wouldn't dare claim certain victory. But 30 people engaging him in close combat. Heh. He didn't put his wand away. Instead, he shifted his grip, holding it in reverse. John smiled darkly. Before we begin. Does anyone want to leave? Chapter 484, Baba Yaga. The headmaster was still grinning like he'd already won when the first idiot charged. Big guy, scarred knuckles, big knife. John didn't even step aside properly, just twisted his hips half an inch. The knife scraped air. John's left hand clamped the wrist, snapped it like dry wood. Before the scream started, the wand, still held backward like a shank, jammed straight into the eye. Pop twist. Out came half the socket with it. Body hit the floor leaking. 1. Next two came together. John let the rebar guy swing first, ducked under, came up inside the reach, drove the wand through the soft spot under the jaw. Up into the brain. The men gargled, dropped the bar. John caught it mid-fall, spun, cracked the second guy's temple open with it. Wand stayed in the first corpse's mouth while he worked. Pulled it free wet, red to the knuckles. 3. The rest swarmed after that. No more clever circling, just panic meat piling in. John waded through them. A lab tech in a white coat tried to grab his arm. John reversed the grip, stabbed the wand into the meat between thumb and forefinger, pinned the hand to the man's own thigh. Then yanked upward, tearing tendons. The scream was high and wet. John silenced it by ramming the wand through the open mouth, out the back of the neck. Used the twitching body as a shield while two more stabbed at him. Their blades sank into dead meat instead. John shoved the corpse forward, bowled them over, stomped down once, crunch, then stabbed downward twice. Throat. Eye. Done. 8. Maybe 9. Counting got fuzzy. Blood was everywhere now, on the mask, in his eyes, soaking the robe so heavy they slapped against his legs. Didn't slow him. A thick-necked oar type barreled in swinging a metal tray like a club. John caught it on the forearm, felt the bone creak but hold, then hooked the wand behind the man's knee, yanked. Down he went. John dropped a knee on the throat, crushed the windpipe, then drove the wand through the ear while the legs kicked uselessly. A hooded man came at him from the side, katana already drawn in a two-handed grip. The blade sliced down diagonally, shoulder to hip. John stepped inside the arc, caught the descending wrist with his forearm, stopped the cut dead, twisted the arm hard, pop. Grip failed. He snatched the katana mid-fall, reversed it, and rammed the point through the open mouth. Out the back of the skull with a wet crunch. 15. 20. Who gives a shit? The headmaster wasn't grinning anymore. The dungeon. For half a month, Musashi had been imprisoned there. His face was deathly pale, his hair greasy, his beard unkempt. He looked utterly haggard. But in reality, he hadn't been idle. On his 70-something attempt at wandless magic, the tightly shut door finally reacted. With a loud boom, the lock was blown apart. A trace of joy surfaced on Musashi's face. Had his wandless casting finally succeeded? Musashi-kun, I'll get you out of here. Shizuka pushed the door open. She had been waiting for this moment all along. This was the time when Mahudakoro had the fewest people. The headmaster was currently taking Johnny Silverhand to that door. It was the perfect opportunity for Musashi to escape. Shizuka, Musashi said, I need a wand. His wand had been forcibly confiscated when he was captured. Shizuka had already anticipated this. She handed him a cherrywood wand and grabbed his hand, about to leave with him. Expelliarmus. A red flash knocked Shizuka's wand from her hand. Musashi spoke with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Shizuka. I can't leave. I've decided to completely destroy that place. Shizuka's face changed drastically when she heard this. Have you lost your mind? That place isn't something you can deal with at all. And the person you brought in won't be able to leave either. No, Shizuka. You don't understand Lord Silverhand, Musashi said in a low voice. His strength far exceeds your imagination. Leave now. Get out of here before I destroy this place. Musashi had already made up his mind. Shizuka was about to try persuading him again when a red glow suddenly flared within the dungeon. Musashi's expression changed. Instinctively, he stepped in front of Shizuka. There wasn't enough time to cast the shield charm. The red light struck his body, and he convulsed, his face turning deathly pale. The Cruciatus Curse. Minamoto Shizuka, you actually dared to help that damned disgrace, Akino Musashi. A figure slowly emerged within the dungeon. That pale, effeminate face carried a sinister air, like a venomous snake coiled in the shadows. He was one of the instructors who had appeared before John that day. Kra, Shizuka gasped when she saw him. Her face drained of color as she tried to pick up her wand to fight back, only for a silver flash to strike the ground beside her, blasting a pit into the floor. Shizuka didn't dare make a reckless move. Kra, however, clearly relished this slow, step-by-step approach to forcing someone toward death. A malicious smile crept across his sickly pale, effeminate face. I've disliked you for a long time, Kra said with vicious delight. Back when we were students, you opposed me at every turn. He burst into laughter. And now that you've fallen into my hands, Akino Musashi, you'll wish you were dead. As the final word fell, the agony of the cruciatus curse drilled into Musashi's mind once more. His body spasmed violently, and Kra showed no intention of stopping. Kra, stop. If you keep this up, he'll die. Shut up. Kra snapped impatiently, flicking his wand. Shizuka was blasted into the wall, then bound tightly as a conjured rope wrapped around her. Turning back to Musashi with cruel satisfaction, Kra said, "The headmaster won't spare you. As a former Golden Robe student, your pride and dignity will be ground into dust beneath my feet, little by little." He brought his shoe down on Musashi's fingers. 10 fingers, 10 hearts. As the crushing pain surged into his mind with every grind of the soul, Musashi let out a scream. Such scream stirred no pity in Kra. In his narrow, venomous eyes, there was only cruelty and savagery. When he finally seemed satisfied with the torment, he raised his wand toward Musashi and pronounced the death sentence. "Your end has come, Akino Musashi." Musashi couldn't speak. He clenched his teeth hard, barely keeping himself from blacking out as the pain assaulted his mind. Kra swung his wand, and a green light flared inside the dungeon. Musashi opened his eyes, only to find that Kra, who should have killed him, was lying on the ground lifeless. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. I just saved your life." Gus's irreverent face came into Musashi's view. "That 50-50 cut we talked about earlier, consider it settled." "Gus." Musashi struggled to his feet and asked, "How did you get here?" "The dumb way. Flew in on a broom," Gus said as he stepped forward and pulled Musashi up, grumbling. "Calling me over on such short notice was way too rushed." Musashi froze for a moment. "I didn't notify you." "Of course not you. It was the boss," Gus said greedily. "One job like this pays as much as that Selwyn business." Johnny Silverhand sent Gus over. How did he manage that? Musashi was full of questions, but there was something more urgent right now. Lord Silverhand has been taken to a room in the library. He might be in danger. What? Someone dared lay a hand on my boss. Gus exploded with rage. Chapter 485, Volcanic Requiem. That was his money bag, his livelihood. And someone dared touch him. Gus stormed out in fury. Musashi picked up his wand, turned back to release Shizuka from her bindings, and chased after him. Shizuka looked at Kra's corpse, the terror on her face draining of all color. She knew there was no turning back anymore. She picked up her wand and followed Musashi. Fortunately, for the sake of convenience in research, the headmaster sent the students home on holiday every year around this time. Mahutakoro was eerily quiet now. Aside from Shizuka and Kra, only 4 other instructors were resting in their offices. When the 3 of them reached the library, they were confronted by a door plastered with sealing charms. Gus moved to force it open. Ugh. Why can't I open it? It's useless. The seals here are extremely powerful, Shizuka said urgently, stopping him as she stepped forward. She took a sharp stone and cut her palm, gripping her wand as blood flowed steadily into the runes carved into the door. As her blood seeped in, the door slowly began to loosen. Musashi looked at Shizuka with a complicated expression. When the headmaster set up this magic, he never imagined that his great-granddaughter would defy his orders. The headmaster's name was Minamoto Shige, and he was also Minamoto Shizuka's great-grandfather. That man had long since lost his humanity, to the point where he even used his own great-grandchild as an experiment. Shizuka's face was deathly pale as she said bitterly, "I'm just Minamoto Shizuka." She didn't want anything to do with that inhuman patriarch. Gus pushed the door open. A pitch-black, unfathomably deep staircase spiraled downward. They lit their wands. But after the light traveled down only 3 steps, it vanished without a trace. Like a gut that devoured life itself, it sent a chill creeping up their spines. Extra pay, extra pay, extra pay. Gus muttered, psyching himself up before letting out a shout and charging inside. If he could save the boss, Gus was absolutely going to demand 10,000 galleons to soothe his wounded heart. Musashi had intended from the start to destroy that place, which was like a demon's lair. He rushed in without hesitation. When there was only one final turn left before the end, a gust of wind blew out. The 3 of them froze as their breath caught. Blood. A thick, suffocating stench of blood, so heavy it was almost impossible to breathe. It was as if countless lives had been extinguished inside. The overwhelming bloodiness put all 3 of them on high alert. Shizuka said in a trembling voice, "The headmaster set up a barrier inside that suppresses all magic. No wizard can use magic there. And the headmaster once fought in a war, he's a sword master who's slain 100 men." The implication was painfully clear. A veteran who had been through the battlefield and reached the level of a 100-man slaying swordmaster, facing wizards who couldn't use magic, what kind of situation would that be? Shizuka grabbed Musashi's hand, pleading, "Please, run. Get out of here. Musashi knew that if he fled now, he wouldn't just lose this chance forever, he would never find peace for the rest of his life. He held Shizuka's soft hand, slowly prying his fingers free, his voice resolute. I won't give up. He took a step forward. Seeing this, Gus immediately slapped Shizuka's hand away and clasped Musashi's hands with both of his, gazing at him with exaggerated sincerity. Good brother. Let's go in together. 50-50 split. Even someone like Gus, who valued money over his own life, took one whiff of the blood stench inside and proactively suggested a 50-50 split just to get some backup. Musashi tugged his hand once, but couldn't pull free. Gus pulled 2 small knives from the side of his shoe, keeping one for himself and handing the other to Musashi. Don't ask why a wizard carries knives. Ask, and the answer is professionalism, better prepared than sorry. The two of them slowly moved past the corner. The smell of blood grew even more pungent. They frowned imperceptibly, making not a single sound. Gus advanced through the darkness, and his hand brushed against something that didn't feel like hard stone. He froze for a moment, then reached out and touched it again. There was fabric, and something wet. Slowly turning his head, a terrified face came into view. Looking further down, the throat had been slit. This was only the first. After fully rounding the corner, the two of them stopped at the same time. At the end of their line of sight, bodies lay scattered in disarray, some had their throats cut open, others had their eyes stabbed through, their brains stirred into ruin. There were also 3 people who had been skewered together by a single blade. Corpses covered the ground. A rough count put them at dozens. Musashi saw one person in particular, the military executioner known as the 100 Slayer, the headmaster. His face was frozen in disbelief. He had been strangled by his own beard, hanging outside the railing. The bestowed blade, Mitsumakai Kawahira, had snapped in 2 and was tossed aside. As for the patron Gus cared about, John was opening a glass container, inspecting its contents. There's still hope, John said as he looked at the children soaked in a thick, viscous liquid inside. Some were locals. Others had clearly been trafficked in from other countries. It was obvious the headmaster had intended to test whether people of different races could transform from muggles into wizards. John sensed someone entering. He glanced back, saw that it was Gus and the others, and said casually, take the ones who are still alive out. 20 galleons per person. Mission guaranteed. Gus couldn't be bothered with shock anymore. He immediately set to work with glee, opening the glass containers one by one. The children were released one after another. Shizuka stepped inside as well, and like Musashi before her, she froze in place. Musashi noticed John staring at the lowest platform. Musashi, if I remember correctly, there's a volcano beneath this place, right? John spoke softly. I don't have a habit of taking losses. Silverhand, sir. Musashi said stiffly. John's right hand transformed, coating itself in silver. He closed his fingers in midair, and the silver-hand sword appeared in his grasp. In that instant, all the runes in the chamber burst into flames. Daring to set up an array in front of a level 7 alchemist, John could only say they were very brave. When he saw that Gus had more or less gotten everyone out, John raised the sword in his hand. At that moment, magic surged forth, turning into a terrifying mass of black vapor that poured into the ground. Draco Ignis Sum. The blade plunged downward. The flames at the sword's tip transformed into a fire dragon, drilling relentlessly into the solid earth. Musashi suddenly realized something, his face changing drastically. He turned, grabbed Shizuka's hand, and shouted, he's going to blow up the volcano, run. Deep underground, at an unknown depth, the layers of rock formed over countless years were pierced one after another by John's single strike. The dormant volcano. The instant it came into contact with that fire dragon. Awakened. Chapter 486, The Long-Awaited Grindelwald. As an island nation, Japan was home to quite a few volcanoes, not counting the famous Mount Fuji. The volcano beneath Mahudakoro was by no means small. The instant the fire element was touched, it erupted into violent agitation. A volcano that had lain dormant for nearly 1,000 years awakened once more. Outside, Gus was counting heads. The children were all dressed in rags, each of them like a walking corpse. The headmaster's experiments weren't limited to electrical shocks. He used emotional impacts far beyond what ordinary people could endure, twisting these children into something abnormal. Among them were even wizard children. By forcibly stimulating their emotions, the headmaster had boosted the magic of these 7- or 8-year-olds. Those who endured it did gain some results. Those who didn't had their memories wiped. This research had already driven the headmaster completely mad. Musashi and Shizuka ran out. When Shizuka saw the children's lifeless eyes, she broke down and began to sob uncontrollably. Move it, get out of here, Gus urged the children, but how to leave quickly became a problem. By now, Musashi had shaken off his shock and said, go to the giant seagulls. We'll leave on their backs. Gus frowned. Those things will listen. They listen to instructors, Musashi said, looking at Shizuka. Shizuka wiped away her tears, nodded, and led them onward. Just as they were heading toward the platform outside the Institute's palace, a thunderous roar rolled through the ground. The earth shook violently, the tremors spreading to the entire island. The sea churned with surging waves, and the nearby Air Force base sounded its alarms. The remaining instructors were all drawn out by the disturbance. One of the middle-aged female instructors saw Shizuka leading a group of children away and immediately stepped out to question her. Instructor Shizuka, what are you doing? Shizuka knew this instructor well. Unlike Kra, she wasn't someone who knew about the headmaster's experiments. Instructor Erashur, the volcano is about to erupt. We need to leave now. Shizuka shouted. Instructor Erashur was still doubtful, but in the next instant, the ground of Mahudakoro began to crack. A massive fissure split open in front of them. Scalding heat burst up from the depths of the fissure. Crimson magma churned below, surging upward. At that moment, Instructor Arashi's expression changed completely. She didn't even have time to ask where the children had come from. Pulling out her wand, she cast a freezing spell, laying down a path of ice. Hurry and take the children across. Instructor Erashur felt the ground beneath her feet grow unstable and sticky. She glanced down to see the soles of her shoes beginning to melt. The temperature here was rising rapidly. Other instructors appeared one after another, all fleeing outward. No one had the attention to spare for Gus and Musashi anymore. As the commotion grew more violent, Mahudakoro's alabaster walls suddenly collapsed. Like a domino effect, building after building crumbled in rapid succession. Outside the gates, everything was shrouded in dense white mist, from within which came waves of terrified seagull cries. Several instructors worked together with Gus and Musashi to get the children onto the backs of the giant seagulls. They departed in 5 batches. Each giant seagull carried 4 children, accompanied by a single instructor. As the 5th giant seagull was about to take off, Shizuka looked down at the 2 of them and shouted, "Musashi, get up here, now." Musashi stared at Mahudakoro collapsing before his eyes. He had studied here once. He had struggled here, known glory here, known disappointment here. Now this school, turned into a cesspool by the headmaster, was crumbling apart, crimson magma flowing through its ruins. His emotions were indescribably complicated. No. Gus let out a grief-stricken howl, beating his chest and stamping his feet. He looked even more heartbroken than Musashi, who was actually from this place. Boss. How am I supposed to live without you? You still owe me so many payments." Gus was in real pain. His galleons, his shiny, golden galleons, were just gone like that. A building buried under magma clearly left no chance for anyone to survive. That was why Gus looked like his parents had just died. After all, he'd been only one step away from getting rich overnight. Musashi grabbed Gus and dragged him aboard just before the giant seagull fled. The magma completely swallowed Mahudakoro. Above the entire island, heavy black clouds and rising hot air made it difficult for the giant seagulls to keep their balance, nearly sending them plunging downward. Multiple aircraft took off from the Air Force base to evacuate. They had detected that the volcano was about to erupt. And sure enough, boom. Just as the giant seagull carrying Gus and Musashi flew beyond the island's boundary, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Crimson magma blasted straight into the sky. Volcanic ash spread everywhere, its coverage so vast it could only be called catastrophic. A gray snow fell over the surrounding area. This is even bigger than I expected. No one could survive a volcanic eruption. Except for a fire dragon. Nearly pitch-black scales moved through the magma as John rode the eruption out of the volcano. High in the sky, his scales blended perfectly with the night. No one knew he had left that place. When he finally stopped flying, John flew straight out of Japan. He landed in a deserted mountain forest, where the massive body of the dragon shifted and transformed back into a human. John's expression was calm as he held a newspaper borrowed from some unfortunate person's owl, he had no idea whose. The disappearance of a magical school is explosive news, even in a place that's been sealed off for so long. A full week had passed since John triggered the volcanic eruption, and the matter of Mahudakoro had already become known across the entire world. Not just the magical community, even the Muggle world was reporting on the volcanic disaster. For John, the bigger the commotion, the better. Only something loud enough could allow him to completely vanish from everyone's sight. As he walked through the mountains and forests, whenever he grew hungry, he would pick some fruit to eat. Biting into a tart, unripe apple, John pulled a scroll from his small satchel and began to read. Hyaki Yagyo. As he looked over the records on the scroll, John's brows knit tightly. What was written there reminded him of something else. Voldemort's dead corpses, the Inferi. The difference was that Inferi were created by injecting magic into a body, making it appear alive, though in essence it was nothing more than a soulless shell. Hyakki Yagyo, on the other hand, discarded the physical body entirely, allowing the soul to be imprinted onto other objects like a ghost, thereby granting the ability to command spirits. Ordinarily, ghosts might cause discomfort when they came into contact with the living, but on their own, they posed little real threat. Hyakki Yagyo, however, granted ghosts the power to physically touch the world. A form of soul magic. John murmured, rubbing his chin. What the headmaster wanted to create wasn't that simple. In Japan, there were legends of 100 demons, and of great yokai. The headmaster wanted an army of Hyakki Yagyo, using other modified bodies and handing them over to be controlled by the 100 demons. That way, the army's combat power would increase dramatically. But such biological modification was clearly evil and illegal. John recalled the motionless body submerged in that viscous liquid. A flash of cold fury passed through his eyes. Too bad I didn't get the chance to reach the Mirage Realm and find death. His soul would have been worth a lot. The Mirage Realm wasn't somewhere one could enter at will. The 3 times John had gone there, it had all been with the aid of souls. He had only encountered death twice. So, to avoid wasting anything, John had extracted that old bastard's soul and sliced it into fine strands, bit by bit. Trash like that didn't deserve the chance to enter the underworld. Out in the mountains, John wasn't worried about being seen. After walking for some time, he spotted a church. Come to think of it, wizards and the church. The relationship between the two really was complicated and peculiar. John headed toward the church. At that moment, his hair color began to change, shifting from its original black to gold. More than that, his facial features subtly altered as well. Sharper lines appeared, making him look noticeably more mature. He walked into the church. John had expected to see nuns or priests. There were no nuns, but he did see a priest. A man who seemed born with an irresistible kind of charm. Clad in a priest's robes, heterochromatic eyes, a man in whom wickedness and handsomeness coexisted. Grindelwald. John saw Grindelwald, and Grindelwald saw John just as clearly. The meeting of the second king and the first Dark Lord of this century. John raised his hand and grasped at empty air. The already ignited silver hand sword appeared in his grip. The blade sliced through the air, golden flames burning along its edge with a terrifying roar. So, John said coolly as he drew his wand with his left hand, what should we call this, enemies meeting on a narrow road? Or is it really just that much of a coincidence? Chapter 487, A Strange Greeting. John had clearly altered his appearance, yet he still went on full alert the moment he saw him. There was no other reason. Standing before him was a man holding the Elder Wand, someone who had once matched the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, blow for blow. When facing Voldemort, John could afford to look down from a position of superiority, offering mercy if he pleased. But when it came to Grindelwald, John knew his mind was perfectly sound. Grindelwald was alone here. This church seemed to be nothing more than a temporary resting place for him. Long time no see, John. Upon seeing John, Grindelwald did not appear nearly as tense or hostile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said, I always felt that fate would bring us together again. Seeing John's guarded posture, he began to stroll about casually. The priest's robes on his body carried a bewitching allure. If there were residents nearby, John would have every reason to suspect they had already fallen under this man's spell. You're as vigilant as ever. This is a place quiet enough, Grindelwald said. Though he couldn't read John's thoughts, his intelligence and insight into human nature were exceptional. Had he been a muggle, he would surely have been a professor of psychology. Perhaps we don't have to be enemies, John. Grindelwald's boots stepped against the wooden floor, each sound seeming to carry a subtle magic. We share very similar ideals. Rather than letting others interfere, why not work together first, and settle the outcome between ourselves later? Grindelwald's voice was like a deadly poison. That mouth had turned countless people into his devotees, and just as many had been bewitched and led astray by it. John said flatly, do you really think that's possible? You seem to have forgotten, if it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. John hadn't forgotten how this man had caused his plans to fall apart at the last moment. If not for Grindelwald, he wouldn't be here now. Voldemort would have been sent a gift last June and taken care of as a small present. And now the very culprit behind all of it was standing here, telling him, let's cooperate. John could only say this man was asking for a beating. Equivalent exchange. That's the fundamental principle of alchemists, isn't it? Grindelwald remained utterly calm. That was exactly the condition Voldemort offered me when he sought me out. Hearing his own oft-spoken phrase, a strange feeling rose in John's chest. John said in a low voice, then you should also know that an alchemist's bargain isn't something just anyone can afford. Making a deal with death itself, reckless in the extreme, Grindelwald said, his distinctive eyes fixed on John. Other than you, no one would dare do such a thing. Don't talk like you know me, John sneered. We've only met twice. Grindelwald gave a sinister smile and drew the Elder Wand. In that instant, John focused all his attention on him. Don't think about making a move, Grindelwald said calmly. There aren't many people here, but it would still attract some very annoying ones. Without question, the annoying ones meant Aurors. The two of them were in surprisingly similar situations. Neither of them wanted their whereabouts exposed. A fight between the two of them would inevitably draw attention from the surrounding area. That was why John had held back and not swung that sword. We'll meet a third time, Ural. Seeing that John didn't make a move, Grindelwald flicked his wand, and his entire figure vanished. John waited in place for several minutes. After confirming that Grindelwald wasn't coming back, he put the sword away. Ural. A strange form of address, John muttered, waving his wand. The heightened senses spell activated. The state of the entire church unfolded within his mind. He confirmed that there was no one else inside. Earlier, when facing off against Grindelwald, even apparition had to be used with extreme caution. When masters clash, the opening often exists for only an instant. So even knowing that his opponent possessed 7th-tier magic and the Elder Wand, John hadn't revealed the slightest flaw. After resting in the church for a while, John began to reflect on the encounter with Grindelwald. A coincidence? No one else had known he was coming here. Aside from coincidence, there was no other explanation for running into Grindelwald. Both of them were hiding their movements. Crossing paths in a place like this didn't seem all that strange. What puzzled John, however, was where Grindelwald's followers had gone. Had Grindelwald come out alone this time? Or, like John himself, had he only arrived recently and not yet had time to develop any followers? Either way, being able to walk away unscathed after encountering Grindelwald was a good thing. If not for the Elder Wand, John might have tested whether he could turn the tables and kill him instead. Unfortunately, the Elder Wand truly possessed a bug-like advantage. Crossing 2 tiers like that, John would most likely still end up on the losing side. After resting for a while in the church, John took out his badge. After a moment's thought, he sent a message to the blonde one. Hogwarts. With John gone, it felt as though something was missing, and yet, as if nothing was. In Slytherin, John had always been the leader, the king. Without the king's guidance, their house hourglass was gradually being caught up to. They were still in first place, but second place Gryffindor was close behind. Harry was having breakfast in the Great Hall. Ron had missed the apparition exam that should have taken place on April 21st due to poisoning. It wasn't a serious problem, though. Hagrid's Aragog still couldn't hold on and died, on the very same day as the apparition exam. Because he wasn't old enough, Harry didn't take part in the exam. Hagrid invited them to attend the funeral, but Ron, lying in a hospital bed, absolutely couldn't go. Hermione didn't want to go either. She was taking the apparition exam. Only Harry went. By coincidence, he ran into Slughorn on the way. Remembering his assignment, Harry struck up a conversation with him. When Slughorn, a potions master, learned that Harry was going to attend the funeral of an acromantula, he was immediately tempted. Acromantula venom was extremely valuable. He went along with Harry. Unfortunately, Hagrid didn't give Slughorn a warm reception. Though he didn't drive him away, he didn't say much either. That left Slughorn with all the bottles he had prepared going unused. In the end, he could only secretly stuff a few into Harry's hands, letting this collectible he favored do him a small service. Harry saw the giant spider. Even though it was already dead. Its massive body and thick bristles still made him reluctant to get close. Thinking of the task Dumbledore had given him, Harry used the excuse of observing it up close and, under Slughorn's guidance, successfully obtained top-grade acromantula venom. After that, Slughorn hurried off, while Harry was dragged by Hagrid to stay behind, where they cried and drank together. By the next day, Harry felt like he'd drunk far too much, his head was about to explode. The good news was that this experience brought him closer to Slughorn. At the same time, Harry had been carefully studying advanced potion making and had picked up quite a bit of knowledge, which gave him more confidence when dealing with Slughorn. Dumbledore's instruction of Harry also continued at irregular intervals. Harry knew how fortunate he was being taught by the greatest wizard in the world. His once restless mind gradually settled, until one day, on a whim, Harry drank 3 drops of Felix Felicis. The feeling was as though everything would go smoothly. Before a potions class, he knocked over a set of copper scales. Snape mocked him with his usual biting sarcasm. Harry didn't get angry, instead, he found a replacement in the cupboard and used it. Coincidentally, it was the last one, and Harry took it with him. After class, when he returned to the common room, Harry realized that the original copper scales had been brought back with him. With a sudden flash of insight, he didn't hesitate and took the scales to return them. Just then, Slughorn came by to borrow the classroom to carry out a potions experiment. And at that very moment, Harry happened to walk in as well. Slughorn decided to bring Harry along to help brew the potion. With the aid of Felix Felicis and the knowledge from advanced potion making, Harry suggested adding an extra ingredient, leaving Slughorn utterly astonished. "I think this outstanding experiment deserves a small drink." Slughorn invited Harry to the headmaster's office. There, Slughorn downed a glass of high-proof liquor, and with Harry flattering him, he drank more and more. In the end, Slughorn grew thoroughly muddled. Harry's intuition told him that when Slughorn woke up, he wouldn't remember any of this. Seizing the moment, Harry asked him what he had talked about with John. In his drunken state, Slughorn was unusually generous. He pulled out a segment of his memory, sealed it into a bottle, and handed it to Harry. Harry had done it. Suppressing his excitement, he walked off and slipped the bottle containing the memory into his pocket. When he reached the caretaker's office, the effects of Felix Felicis ran out. Harry noticed the door was ajar. He knocked lightly, and it opened. He saw Dumbledore staring blankly at a copy of the Daily Prophet, so lost in thought that even Harry's arrival failed to catch his attention. "Dumbledore." Harry called softly, but Dumbledore didn't respond. "Dumbledore." With no choice, Harry stepped inside and called again, eager to share the good news. This time, Dumbledore snapped out of it and lowered the newspaper in his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught sight of an article about a volcanic eruption. Then suddenly, he saw a familiar name. Johnny Silverhand. Chapter 488, The Constellation Society Without the King. Slytherin had essentially locked in the Quidditch Championship this year. Last Saturday, Slytherin defeated their final opponent, Hufflepuff. An undefeated season firmly established Malfoy's position as the new team captain. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy sat together with Astoria. Daphne, like John used to, was holding the Daily Prophet and reading it. Some people guessed she was doing it simply to keep unpleasant things out of sight and out of mind. Malfoy said with a smug, performative sigh, "Tisk, how boring. This whole year, there wasn't a single team worth fighting." His arrogant attitude drew furious glares from several Hufflepuff students passing by. Slytherin's team had shown no sense of fair play. In last Saturday's match, Goyle's beater's bat had accidentally slipped from his hands and struck Hufflepuff's main chaser. As a result, Hufflepuff lost in an extremely humiliating scoreline. It was said that Ernie Macmillan had repeatedly applied to his head of house for permission to challenge Malfoy to a proper man-to-man duel. Even the gossip-mongers couldn't stand it anymore, let alone everyone else. Whenever Hufflepuff students passed the Slytherin table, they would leave behind a cold snort. Malfoy didn't care in the slightest. Seeing Daphne reading the paper, he lowered his voice and asked, "So? What is it?" "Another wizard has gone missing," Daphne said, putting down the newspaper. She kicked Crabbe away as he roughhoused nearby and continued, "People have been disappearing everywhere these past few days. There have even been werewolf attacks." "Attacks?" Malfoy froze. "Who got hit?" "A boy was attacked. His throat was torn open, and he died." Daphne's tone was heavy. "The Ministry of Magic is investigating the incident. There have been protests against the werewolf community, with people claiming they've brought danger into everyday life." "Bullshit," Malfoy said angrily. "The werewolf community is all registered. The ones hurting people are some stray werewolves from who knows where. Or it could be someone deliberately stirring up conflict," Astoria said thoughtfully. "Father mentioned that werewolves now hold a fair amount of influence within the ministry. Mr. Greengrass was an outstanding wizard, and an equally capable businessman." Astoria had inherited her father's keen insight, seeing more clearly than most what this implied. In recent days, Voldemort had been carrying out attacks everywhere, like drawing lots between life and death. With society forced into a state of constant tension, the werewolf attack became an outlet for that pent-up anger. Wizards had killed dozens without much reaction, but a single attack by an unknown werewolf was enough to turn an entire group into targets of public outrage. That was reality. The weak raised their knives against those even weaker. Overwhelming coverage threatened to drown the werewolf community completely. Students from several different Hogwarts houses were also deeply worried. They were old Jack's children, and clearly they too had heard the news of the werewolf community being vilified. But there was nothing they could do to help. Daphne folded up the newspaper as an owl flew overhead and dropped a fresh copy onto the table. This was today's paper. Daphne picked it up and glanced through it. On the front page was the volcanic eruption. Johnny Silverhand appears at a magical institute, missing after the eruption. She stared blankly at the paper. The moving images showed the eruption in progress. The sheer scale of it had been felt across the entire country. Astoria noticed something was off with her sister and hurriedly took the paper to read it herself. After that, Astoria looked at Daphne with clear concern. "What's wrong, Asto?" Malfoy saw that both sisters looked strange and directly snatched the newspaper from Goyle's hands. When he read the headline, Malfoy laughed. "Oh, come on. That's John, Malfoy said with complete confidence. There's no way anything happened to him. I'm not falling for it a second time. In Malfoy's view, this was just another one of John's tricks. The same move wouldn't work twice on Saint Malfoy. He can even die in front of me for all I care, haha. I know he'll come back. Hey. Not that I want him to die or anything, you know. Ha ha ha. Daphne just wanted some peace and quiet, but Malfoy was like 300 ducks quacking at once. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Malfoy headed for the Constellation Society, because he'd received a notice. Astoria had told him about it. After all, he'd managed to lose his own badge. Draco, what happened to your hair? Percy, who had just come into the Constellation Society through the fireplace, froze when he saw Malfoy's head. His hair was standing straight up, each strand like a steel needle. This is a new hairstyle. Do you even understand fashion, you bumpkin? Malfoy never missed a chance to insult others and make them suffer internally. Percy took a deep breath. If he ever bothered to care about this kid again, he might as well be a dog. Malfoy, whose hair still wouldn't come down thanks to the hair-raising hex, walked over and sat in his seat. The fireplace flared again, and Fleur stepped out of the flames. Aster, I knew you'd join the Constellation Society, Fleur said as she pulled Astoria into a hug, kissing her smooth cheek with a smile. Gabrielle misses you so much. Astoria hugged Fleur back. I miss Gabrielle too. They had kept in touch by letter ever since the Quidditch World Cup, and their friendship hadn't faded with distance. Malfoy said sourly from the side, I'm the one who can call her by a nickname. Fleur rolled her eyes at him, then boldly took Aster's hand and pulled her to sit beside her. That posture clearly said, I'm the queen here, you little skunk. Neville walked in and took a seat, only to see Malfoy wearing a dark expression. Oh, right, Draco, Cedric sent you something. Fleur tossed an item toward Malfoy. With the confidence of a seeker, Malfoy reached out, relying on his sharp eyesight and precision, and caught it. PFF. The object exploded, bursting into a huge cloud of sand and dust. Malfoy was left covered in dust from head to toe. Before he could even get angry, the sand began to move on its own, without any wind. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the sand gathered and formed a humanoid outline. As facial features emerged, a sand-made version of Cedric was born. The moment this sand Cedric appeared, it lunged straight at Malfoy. Draco, you bastard, you skunk. Malfoy didn't dodge in time and was knocked over together with his chair. Cedric's furious roars poured non-stop from the sand figure's mouth. For bullying Cho. For mocking her. For catching the golden snitch. Weak-Chong, were you out of your mind? Take this. Oh whoa. What the hell is this thing? Malfoy tried to kick the sand figure away, but his foot sank straight into it. Sand Cedric kept hammering Malfoy with fists of sand. The damage wasn't serious, but the clouds of dust left Malfoy coughing non-stop. Let me see, Fleur said, taking out the letter that had been sent along with the sand figure and opening it. This is a type of cursed sand from the Egyptian pyramids. Magic has been used on it. It attacks according to the sender's intent and also carries a message. Percy drew a conclusion. It's basically an Egyptian howler. Hey, don't crawl into my trouser leg. Malfoy let out a scream. The harsh reality was that everyone else was just watching the spectacle. No one stepped in to help. After all, winning was one thing, but making someone's girlfriend cry on top of that. This time it was cursed sand. What if next time a cursed scarab got mailed over? In the end, Malfoy was beaten by the Sandman for a full 10 minutes, while Cedric cursed him out non-stop for 10 minutes straight. It was almost enough to make people want to applaud. The sheer power of that mockery, to make Cedric, once hailed as the perfect student council heartthrob, curse continuously for 10 whole minutes. If it were anyone else, it probably would have gone on for at least half an hour. Malfoy finally struggled back to his feet, covered in dust. Astoria used magic to clean him up. All right, that's enough, Percy said once it finally stopped, having everyone take their seats. In addition to Cedric, Kim was also present. 7 of them sat around the round table. John. Daphne was about to ask about John, but Percy raised a hand to stop her. Percy looked at Kim and said, "You can speak now." Kim nodded, glanced around at everyone, and said in a low voice, "War is coming. War, not some small-scale skirmish. This wouldn't be like the last clash at the Ministry, where both sides numbered only a few dozen." Everyone's expressions hardened as Kim continued, "Cedric is on his way back. This time, it will be brutal. The pressure we face won't come only from Voldemort, but also from the dark creatures he's drawn to his side. On top of that, we need to protect Hogwarts." Kim removed his Constellation badge and placed it on the table. "If Hogwarts can't hold, we'll have to activate the Constellation Society." John set permissions on every badge. Once 5 are gathered, the Constellation Society can be activated. But this is a last resort measure. Once the Constellation Society appears, its immense magic also comes with risks. Everyone removed their badges and nodded. Malfoy glanced at his empty robes. It was I, Malfoy, who isolated myself from all of you. There's one more thing, Kim said. John has already identified the traitor. But he hopes you won't act yet, to avoid alerting the enemy. It's not really Theodore, is it? Malfoy asked. Kim slowly nodded. The Slytherins fell silent. Pansy, well played. Chapter 489, The Wick Family Under Attack. Privet Drive. How can I stay still? My son hasn't written back to me in a long time. Watson melted the sealing wax and poured it onto the flap of the envelope. He pressed it with his bronze seal, then lifted it once it had cooled, leaving an owl emblem on the envelope. Listening to Watson's complaints, Mrs. Wick brought out a cup of black tea. She took a strip of bacon from the breakfast table and fed it to the big-headed grey owl, Kiki, who happily opened its beak and ate. You send him letters every week. John said his 6th year is very busy, Mrs. Wick said, wrapping an arm around Watson's neck from behind. Watson protested unhappily, but he hasn't replied to me for an entire month. He looked at Kiki and asked the grey owl, did you deliver the letter, Kiki? Kiki tilted its head, flew over to Watson's breakfast, grabbed a piece of meat, and swallowed it. Changing the name to Kiki from Chi-Chi cause the WN reader said it sounded CN. I think it understood me. It just doesn't want to pay attention to me, Watson complained immediately to his wife after being ignored. Mrs. Wick smiled helplessly. All right. The holidays are coming soon. John will be back before long. She kissed Watson on the cheek and comforted him. Your hotel is about to open, isn't it? July. I'm waiting for my child to come back and witness it with me. When he mentioned this, the irritation on Watson's face disappeared. He kissed his wife's cheek and said with a smile, at moments like this, I want the whole family to be there. Watson was trying hard to become a father his child could be proud of. Even though he usually seemed unreliable, his playfulness toward his family gave him a unique kind of charm. Mrs. Wick told him to have breakfast, and Watson got up and walked toward the dining table. Kiki. He saw that his breakfast had already been eaten clean by Kiki. Instead of comforting him, Mrs. Wick teased him. Puffed. That's what you get for feeding Kiki your breakfast. Watson looked utterly aggrieved. Once, during breakfast, he'd had a sudden whim and shared his food with Kiki. That single act had opened the door to a whole new world for the owl, which now regularly came over to steal Watson's breakfast. Fortunately, although Mrs. Wick laughed, she had no intention of letting her husband go to work on an empty stomach. She made another breakfast, and after Watson finished eating, he headed out. He went to the garage and glanced across the street. Someone was standing there, completely still. At first, he didn't pay it any attention. But when the strange outfit of that person flashed through his mind, he turned back again, only to find that the person had disappeared. Am I imagining things? Watson muttered. He checked the time. If he didn't hurry, he'd be late. He got into the car and looked again. There was indeed no one there. Taking it as nothing more than a trick of the mind, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away from Privet Drive. Not long after he left, that person appeared again, this time standing on the road leading to the Wick house. He lifted his foot, about to step onto the lawn, then stopped. He lowered his foot, plucked a strand of hair from beneath his hood, and blew it forward. The hair drifted through the air toward the Wick house. Before it could touch anything, a spark flashed, and the strand was instantly vaporized. ZZZP. Protective magic. The men took one last deep look at the house, then turned and left. Night. Watson drove home, glancing down at his watch. Today was a bit too busy. As the current ruler of London's underground, Watson had to work hard to bring order to the chaotic world beneath the surface. The affairs of the big bosses, investors, and the hotel, the sheer volume and complexity of it all had kept him busy until now. He stopped by a florist and ordered a bouquet of beautiful roses, placing them in the passenger seat. Driving into Privet Drive, just as he was about to reach his house, the car suddenly went bang. What the? Did I hit someone? Watson's heart tightened as he hurriedly got out of the car to check. A ragged man was lying on the ground, looking as though he'd been struck by the vehicle. Watson reached out and checked his breathing. Feeling the faint but present breath, he wiped cold sweat from his brow. I almost thought I'd have to call someone to deal with this. He quickly helped the man up and asked, Are you all right, sir? The man barely opened one eye and pointed at Watson, unable to speak. Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital, Watson said quickly. Seeing blood continuously flowing from the man's leg, Watson knew he had to stop the bleeding first. There were no tools in the car, so he left it there and supported the man toward the front door of his house. As Watson helped him along, he failed to notice the cunning glint in the man's eyes. Because the protective magic around the Wick house treated this man as someone invited in by Watson, it did not react. Wait here for a moment. Reaching the door, Watson opened it and hurried inside to look for the first aid kit. After Watson left, the man pulled a wand from his pocket. He straightened up and looked up at the house. Second King, will you like the gift I prepared for you? A red glow lit up at the tip of his wand. The next second, boom. The deafening explosion made the Dursley family, who were in the middle of dinner, jump in shock. Vernon Dursley rushed out, his expression blank as he stared at the house engulfed in flames. Oh my God. Petunia ran out, screaming. The Wicks are still inside. Vernon snapped out of it and shouted, call the police, now. Dudley rushed toward the burning house, but Vernon grabbed him tightly. Don't go over there, Dudley. No, they're in danger. Dudley had trained in boxing, but even he couldn't break free from Vernon's bulk right away. Vernon didn't want his son to take such a risk. The explosion had been so powerful that even the dog statue inside the house had been blasted out. The Wicks were probably already dead. Dudley finally managed to break free and rush toward the sea of flames, only to be forced back by the heat. Across the street, the men laughed silently. He ran his tongue over his uneven teeth, savoring the faint pain as he admired his own handiwork. Dudley noticed him. When he saw the wand in the man's hand, his expression changed. It's him, it was him who set the fire. Dudley shouted, and the man immediately turned his gaze toward him. That thing, those freaks' wands, Vernon said, recognizing it. Realizing he had been exposed, the men decided to kill everyone. He had just raised his wand when Vernon hurriedly stepped in front of Petunia, roaring at Dudley, Dudley, run. Dudley's face turned pale. He thought of Harry, then of that encounter with the Dementors. A chill ran through his limbs, leaving him frozen in place, unable to flee. The man let out a feral grin and opened his mouth. Avada. Bang. Huh. The man looked down. A bloody hole had appeared in his right hand. Then, in the darkness, a streak of silver flashed. A red line appeared at his wrist, followed by his entire wrist dropping to the ground. The cut was so clean it looked as though it had been measured with a ruler. He turned his head and saw Watson, his clothes scorched and torn, holding a handgun. In his other hand, he was clutching an amulet. And the source of the silver flash was a dining knife that had shot down from a tree. Mrs. Wick was standing above, the knife in her hand gleaming coldly. The pain finally caught up to him, and the men let out a scream. Bang. 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 Rage burned across Watson's face as he pulled the trigger again. The bullets pierced the man's thigh and arm. Blood poured from several wounds. Watson stepped up to him, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded furiously, "Who are you?" Perhaps the pain drove the man insane, because his screams suddenly turned into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. We'll kill everyone connected to the Second King. The men stared at Watson and sneered. He didn't come out. He really died. Who is the Second King? Watson looked completely confused. The Second King. He didn't even know who that was. But the man babbled like a madman, muttering to himself, "Master, he's dead. He's really dead." Even when his parents faced death, he never showed up. Watson sharply caught the word parents. A guess formed in his mind, and his expression slowly lost control. Tell me who the Second King is. He grabbed the man by the throat, watching his face gradually turn red, and growled, "And who is your master?" The suffocating closeness of death made the man's eyes roll back as he struggled to speak. The Second King is John Wick. Watson released him, staggering backward. That's impossible. Impossible. He shook his head frantically, refusing to accept it. My son, it can't be. John. He can't be dead. Watson roared, raising his gun and firing at the men again and again. Click, click. The bullets ran dry. And the man was dead. Watson showed no sign of stopping. He lunged forward and began punching and kicking the man's corpse. As if trying to escape reality through violence. The Dursley family, who witnessed everything, stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, their friendly neighbor had shot a man dead right in front of them. Mrs. Wick stepped forward and held her husband tightly, her voice trembling despite her attempt to stay calm. John will be fine. He must be at school. Yes. School. Hearing those words, Watson finally snapped back to reality. With shaking hands, he pulled out a mobile phone from his coat pocket and dialed a number. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Looking at the corpse, he said into the phone, "I'd like to order a one-person dinner." After a while, the fire at the Wick house was extinguished. The big-headed gray owl flew down and landed beside Watson. Watson sat at the entrance of his house, his expression dark. A group of people arrived, wrapped the corpse, and loaded it into a vehicle. An elderly man walked up to Watson, removed his hat, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your use of our service, Mr. Wick." Watson lifted his gaze to the old man and said coldly, "How many people do we have?" The old man smiled. "We've always been waiting for your command, boss." Inside an aircraft that had taken off from the land of Russia, the entire cabin was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the captain didn't dare to pour himself a glass of vodka, afraid of provoking those fearsome figures. Chapter 490, Hogsmeade has fallen. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was heavy. A Muggle family had been killed. This was already the 13th attack. The Aurors were helpless against that group of outlaws. Sometimes it was shops, sometimes households, and even high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic had been threatened. The former Dark Lord had returned, and they were acting without restraint. Barty Crouch Sr. had suddenly lost his former brilliance, becoming so muddled that it was almost unbelievable. His approval ratings were steadily falling, yet with no real rivals left, he faced no serious threat. Many Hogwarts students had taken long-term leave. At such a critical moment, grades and exams no longer mattered. Among the sixth years, the Patil twins' parents had come to take them away, but they refused to leave. Seamus's mother had also come once, and he had a fierce argument with her. What are they even thinking? Ron, finally able to get out of bed, was eating with great enthusiasm. Dumbledore is here, after all. Right, Harry. Ron realized his friend wasn't agreeing with him. He turned his head and saw Harry staring off into space. Huh. Harry snapped back to reality and nodded perfunctorily. Dumbledore is indeed here. What's wrong, Harry? Hermione noticed that something was off with him. I'm fine, Harry shook his head, then seemed to remember something and said, has anyone seen Malfoy today? Malfoy? Why are you looking for him? Ron said in surprise. But I did see Goyle heading toward Hagrid's place. Hagrid? Harry froze. What would Goyle be doing over there? But as Malfoy's lackey, Goyle going to Hagrid's meant Malfoy might be there too. Remembering what he'd overheard when passing the bathroom, Harry hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't go. Ginny, Harry called out to Ginny, who was about to head to the library. Have you seen Luna? No idea. Maybe she went to the library, or went out with Tom, Ginny shrugged. I'm going to the library anyway. I can let her know for you. Ginny had broken up with Dean. The reason was that Dean always liked taking care of her, and Ginny didn't like that. Ginny wasn't opposed to being pursued. Unfortunately, Harry had never managed to face his own feelings head-on. Ginny and Luna were both in 5th year now and had to prepare for their OWLS, so Harry couldn't really take up too much of their time. Harry didn't notice the disappointment in Ginny's eyes. He wished her good luck with her revision. For some reason, Harry felt vaguely uneasy. As if something was about to happen. The feeling was strong, like the instinct he felt when spotting the golden snitch. It's already this late, I've got to go. I still can't believe I have to take the apparition exam, Ron complained. I mean, I've been stuck in bed for almost 2 months. Yes, all right. Harry wasn't old enough, so he couldn't really relate to what Ron was feeling. Hermione had already passed in the previous exam. A group of candidates heading to Hogsmeade left the castle. Watching the now much emptier Hogwarts, Harry flipped through a couple of pages of advanced potion making, then decided to head toward Hagrid's hut. As he was getting close, he saw Malfoy coming out of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid seemed to be saying something to him, and Malfoy nodded before leaving. Harry didn't even know why he was hiding. Malfoy and Goyle walked past the wall behind which he was hiding. As their footsteps gradually faded, Harry cautiously poked his head out. The book he'd stuffed into his pocket slipped out by accident. Just as he was about to pick it up, another hand reached out and grabbed it first. It was Malfoy. When are you going to get rid of your habit of spying on people, Potter? Malfoy sneered, casually flipping open the book that Harry treasured so much. His brows suddenly furrowed, and he stared at Harry. You dare steal John's book? I didn't. Harry shot back. Don't play dumb, Malfoy sneered. I recognize John's handwriting. This is written with his right hand. And also. Malfoy flipped to the first page and let out a scornful laugh. Half-Blood Prince. You're really narcissistic. Being mocked by others wouldn't have meant much, but hearing it from Malfoy made it feel especially biting to Harry. Wait, this handwriting looks familiar too. Malfoy scanned the 2 different styles of handwriting in the book, then suddenly realized something and sneered. This belongs to Slytherin. You're a Gryffindor thief. Harry tried to snatch it back, but Malfoy dodged him. No wonder you've been doing so well in potions class. Turns out you were stealing Slytherin House's achievements, Malfoy said disdainfully. I'm returning it. Give it back, Malfoy. Harry roared angrily. Who do you think you are to do this? Because this belongs to Slytherin's head of house and Slytherin's king. You seriously can't tell this is Professor Snape's notes? Malfoy pointed at the handwriting. He had seen it countless times before on Snape's notes when applying for Quidditch pitch access. Harry felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. He had always wondered who the Half-Blood Prince was. And it turned out to be Snape. The person he hated most. Harry watched Malfoy leave with the book, while he himself stood there in a daze. He no longer had any mood to go to Hagrid's hut. All he wanted was to be alone for a while. Not long after Harry left, Hagrid hurried into the Forbidden Forest. Harry returned to the castle. As dusk fell, he heard hurried footsteps and panicked voices. What's going on? The students who had gone out for the exam all came running back in disarray. Harry grabbed Ron and asked him what had happened. Ron's face was filled with fear. Behind him, Professor McGonagall loudly cut off their conversation. Everyone, gather in the Great Hall immediately. Harry, go and inform Professor Slughorn. Professor McGonagall's face was frighteningly pale. She grabbed Harry by the shoulder and said, Voldemort is here. That name. The moment it was spoken, Harry felt a brief moment of shock, but he quickly recovered. He sprinted toward the headmaster's office as fast as he could. By the time Slughorn hurried into the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall had already summoned the other professors. What happened, Minerva? Slughorn asked, seeing their battle-ready stance. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, her fingers clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Just moments ago, Hogsmeade had been attacked. The attackers were Voldemort and his people. The Auror station there had been killed, and the students had fled back to Hogwarts. Hogsmeade has fallen. Slughorn stared in disbelief. After receiving confirmation, Slughorn stood there in a daze. Horace, we need to make a decision. Professor McGonagall was resolute and decisive as she said, Voldemort's target is Hogwarts. We must defend the castle. But those people. Slughorn hesitated. Professor McGonagall said, we still have Albus. Yes, Dumbledore was still here. This old friend had been so low-key in recent times that Slughorn had almost forgotten. The moment he heard those words, Slughorn regained his composure. Strengthen the defenses. Protect the children. After giving a few quick instructions, Slughorn hurried off to summon Dumbledore. All four heads of house were present. Snape glanced in the direction of Slytherin. As Slughorn and McGonagall finished their exchange, the entire Great Hall was already steeped in an atmosphere of tension so thick it was almost nauseating. You, go and notify the other students. Many students were still unaware of what was happening and were scattered around the school grounds. Professor McGonagall had the students who had returned from the exam spread the news. Professor Flitwick went to arrange Hogwarts' defenses. Why would Voldemort suddenly decide to attack Hogwarts? Harry reacted quickly and hurried off to gather the people from the former army. Compared to the other students, they had undergone training, and their strength was far greater. After a while, Harry saw Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley appear in the Great Hall. Not only them, many others had arrived as well. Thank goodness you're all safe, Mrs. Weasley said as she pulled Harry and Ron into a hug. Sirius notified us, Mr. Weasley said. We came through the Hog's Head. That's when I found out there's a secret passage leading to Hogwarts. The area nearby was destroyed, people were injured everywhere. All right, enough talking, Mrs. Weasley said as she grabbed Ginny's hand. Come with me, Ginny. Now. No, I'm staying here. Ginny protested loudly. Mrs. Weasley raised her voice. You're only a child. John almost killed Voldemort when he was my age. Ginny shot back without backing down. But not everyone was John. Arthur, will the Ministry of Magic send reinforcements? Professor McGonagall, having entrusted Mrs. Weasley with helping to evacuate the students, found Mr. Weasley and asked him. Mr. Weasley shook his head. I'm afraid that will be very difficult. We suspect the minister has been controlled. The ministry is badly divided right now. Then it looks like we can only rely on ourselves, Professor McGonagall said, raising her wand and shouting, Pyre Totem Locomotor. The statues and suits of armor in the corridors leapt down from their pedestals. Professor McGonagall said with a trace of excitement, I've always wanted to try that. It's technically the headmaster's authority, but Horace is too busy right now. Hogwarts is under threat. Professor McGonagall called out loudly. Hold the borders. Defend us. Do your duty to the school. The statues and armor let out roaring cries and rushed out of the entrance hall. Students from all four houses were gathered in the Great Hall, where the prefects began organizing their evacuation. If they were old enough, they could stay behind. Dumbledore finally left that cramped office as well, though he couldn't be away for long. Looking at those young faces, Dumbledore felt a storm of emotions rising in his heart. Chapter 491, The Arrival of the Attack. We must prepare for every possible form of resistance. Dumbledore spoke, and a sense of safety rose in the students' hearts. Voldemort is now more powerful than he has ever been, Dumbledore said. In the past, I was known as the one he feared most. Yet Voldemort has come here, which means he no longer fears me. This is a battle whose outcome we cannot predict, but we have the power of unity and love. Dumbledore was still speaking. Suddenly, a voice rang through the Great Hall. It was high, cold, and unmistakably clear, coming from all directions. I know you are preparing to resist. The familiar voice made Harry's pupils contract. Hermione and Ron felt their hearts tighten. It's useless, Dumbledore. Voldemort's voice echoed through the air. You may look outside the castle. At his words, the heads of house exchanged glances. Professor McGonagall strode quickly to the window. From there, a vast black mass could be seen outside, an overwhelming, terrifying number. When the students saw it, they couldn't help but scream. Their numbers far exceeded those of Hogwarts. Your efforts are useless. You are not my opponents, and I do not wish to kill you. Voldemort's voice continued to echo. As long as you are willing to hand over what belongs to me, I hold great respect for the professors of Hogwarts. I do not wish to see wizard blood spilled. I will wait until midnight. Remember my words, Dumbledore. The voice vanished. The entire castle fell back into silence. Heavy breathing followed, then the sound of sobbing. Dumbledore sighed and said calmly, students will leave with Filch. We'll start with Slytherin. However, the Slytherin students did not move. Malfoy glanced at Dumbledore, stood up, and said, those below 5th year, don't get in the way. At his words, the Slytherin students began to rise one after another, but Astoria stayed behind. Malfoy's eyes flicked toward Theodore without drawing attention, then he turned to the upper year Slytherins. Come with me. The senior Slytherin student stood and followed Malfoy. A Ravenclaw student complained, don't act on your own. I have no reason to follow the orders of an idiot, Malfoy sneered. He led his people out without looking back. Snape watched his actions without saying a word. Filch led the other students away. Harry had no idea where Malfoy had taken that group of Slytherin students. Apart from Slytherin, the younger students from the other 3 houses had left, though some upper-year students had chosen to stay. Among the 3 houses, almost all the upper-year Gryffindors remained, most of Ravenclaw had left, and about 2/3 of Hufflepuff stayed behind. They were all waiting for the battle that was about to come. What frustrated Harry was that he felt he could do nothing. Suddenly, he saw Neville leave the Great Hall. His instincts told him that Neville was heading for the Constellation Society. The Weasley twins had also arrived, bringing with them various products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which they were distributing to the students. Harry stood behind George and asked, George, do you have any idea where? No, George said, as if he already knew what Harry was wanted to ask. He shook his head. Don't mention me. Even Tommy Shelby doesn't know where John is. Just like the report said, he vanished into the volcano as if he'd evaporated. Harry's mood grew heavy. Seeing his dejection, Fred patted his shoulder and said solemnly, we can't give up. The Slytherin common room. Half an hour remained before midnight. Malfoy led. Malfoy led the group forward. After entering, he frowned. Where's Theodore? Theodore Nott, who had originally been in the group, was gone. Even Pansy hadn't noticed when her boyfriend had disappeared. Good riddance, Malfoy said to Daphne. Now we can use those things. Daphne nodded and walked toward the dormitory that belonged to John. After she opened it, a box flew out. Everyone, put them on, Malfoy said as he opened the box. Inside were various protective charms and impact rings. Each student could take a set. Blaze picked up an impact ring and slipped it onto his finger, unable to help saying, this is cool. Where did John even get these? Goyle and Crabbe were about to take one as well when Malfoy kicked them away. You too wear this. He pulled out 2 pieces of chainmail-like armor from the box and threw them at them. They picked them up and put them on. All they lacked now was a helmet, and they could pass for warriors. Those 2 were hopeless at spells. The time came to 15 minutes before midnight. With no one watching him, Theodore made his way to the room of requirement. He walked inside and opened a cabinet. The vanishing cabinet. Well done, child, Bellatrix said as she stepped out from within. After it was closed again, a few seconds passed before it opened once more, and another person appeared. Theodore's heart was in torment, he had betrayed Hogwarts. My father will be fine, right? Theodore looked at Bellatrix. Her face seemed even uglier than before. A small green snake was coiled around her neck. Of course. Not at all opposed to giving the boy more motivation to serve, Bellatrix fixed her gaze on the vanishing cabinet. Soon, a group of newly recruited Death Eaters arrived at Hogwarts ahead of time. As the moment drew near, they filed out of the room of requirement. "Let's make a mess of it." Bellatrix laughed maniacally. The group poured out one after another, and Theodore was knocked to the ground in the crush. A small green snake silently crawled up from his robe. An explosion rang out. The already tense Hogwarts descended into chaos. Professor McGonagall hadn't expected them to infiltrate Hogwarts. The defenses that had been set up earlier became useless in an instant. Everyone immediately entered combat mode. Under the leadership of the professors and members of the Order of the Phoenix, the students launched their counterattack. At the same time, the dark creatures and wizards outside the castle made their move. Professor Sprout led the students in throwing mandrakes, their piercing screams causing many creatures to collapse unconscious. Banshees responded with equally terrifying shrieks, but fortunately, the students were wearing earmuffs. The statues and suits of armor launched their assault on the army. The assembled wizards came from all over the world. During this period, Voldemort had been recruiting forces relentlessly. His identity as the Dark Lord, combined with the crimes he had committed in various countries, attracted a group of deranged criminals. Stupefy. A red beam struck a wizard, but a layer of shield charm appeared around him, deflecting the spell. Lupin's expression changed. It's protective charms. He hurriedly warned everyone, only to see the students' attacks blocked by shield charms. The enemy grew increasingly reckless, and soon a number of students were injured. The Weasley twins joined the battle, throwing out all kinds of gadgets from their hands. Sirius rode Buckbeak down from the sky, transforming into a large black dog midair and sprinting forward, pouncing on a wizard. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick each encountered their own opponents. They were people with Asian features, individuals Voldemort had recruited from Asia. Snape searched everywhere for Voldemort while quietly slipping into the shadows. He wasn't sure whether Voldemort still trusted him as a double agent, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Slughorn also joined the fight. Before the battle began, he had taken a sip of Felix Felicis, causing spells aimed at him to veer off at strange angles. The battlefield was split into several areas. Mr. Weasley and Kingsley were clearing enemies near the astronomy tower. In a corridor, Lupin intercepted a werewolf who was chasing students. His expression turned grave. "It's you. The pack of bloodthirsty werewolves from before." They wasted no words and leapt toward Lupin. Tonks appeared from behind and fired spells at the werewolves. But there were simply too many people who had come to Hogwarts. Aside from a few exceptionally talented ones, students were naturally no match for adult wizards. And this time, those wizards were equipped with protective charms, widening the gap even further. The first to collapse was Professor Sprout's team. Their throwing attacks were targeted and neutralized by the enemy. Professor Sprout ordered the students to retreat while she herself blocked the wizards' attacks. But outnumbered and outmatched in equipment, she found herself in grave danger. Fighting while retreating, they withdrew into the castle. In the entrance hall, the Hufflepuff students saw their head of house being surrounded and attacked. Just as they were about to rush forward to help, multiple flashes of light appeared in the corridor leading to Slytherin. Professor Sprout turned back and saw the Slytherin students emerging in perfect formation, fully equipped. "Everyone, follow me," Malfoy said, temporarily taking over the command of Slytherin. This squad, equipped with the full set of Silverhand gear, successfully forced the wizards in the entrance hall back. The fierce battle continued. Harry used a Levi Corpus to take a wizard out of the fight. At that moment, a tremor began to approach, growing stronger and stronger. Harry looked up. Dozens of giants were charging toward them. At the front, the leading giant wore a golden helmet and wielded various terrifying wooden clubs. Chapter 492, The Arrival of the Giants. Boom. With a single swing of its club, a giant shattered the stone statues into pieces. Fragments of rock flew everywhere, drawing a scream from a Ravenclaw student. A chunk of stone slammed into the student's thigh, piercing straight through. Flitwick swung his wand to block the debris, his small body standing in front of the student. "Get back!" Professor Flitwick shrieked. Another wizard appeared. He immediately flicked his wand, and 3 spells shot toward the wizard, breaking through the shield charm and blasting him away. But a green beam grazed past his head, making Flitwick feel the situation grow increasingly difficult. What should have taken only a single spell now required triple the effort because of the enemy's defenses. Fortunately, the Ministry had originally stationed Aurors here. With their support, the pressure eased somewhat. However, the Aurors equipment had limits. When the magic in one Aurors impact ring was exhausted, he was instantly pushed into a disadvantage. Bellatrix blasted the wall apart with a blasting curse, burying that aura beneath the rubble. "George." Seeing Bellatrix rampaging through the battlefield, Fred pulled a smoke bomb from his pocket. George understood instantly and threw one as well. One flew into the air, the other rolled across the ground. Both exploded at the same time, releasing an enormous cloud of smoke. Run! George shouted, urging the students to retreat. Fred pulled out a portable swamp and hurled it down the corridor. The entire passage instantly turned into a swamp, sending those who couldn't see the path tumbling into it. Ha ha! Please recognize Weasley's Wizard Wheezes products. Fred cheered. Damn you, Weasleys! Bellatrix shrieked savagely, firing curses through the smoke and swamp. A red beam flashed past Fred's side, making the twin who had just been cheering break out in a cold sweat. I think staying here isn't exactly a wise choice. Brilliant, brother, I was thinking the exact same thing. The twins exchanged a glance and hurriedly fled the area. Gryffindor students aimed their Peruvian instant darkness powder and other fireworks at the army outside the castle, firing relentlessly. Tonks stumbled into the corridor, shouting, "Wands up!" Behind her, several werewolves roared as they gave chase. Ron was among the group. Seeing this, he immediately drew his wand and shouted, "Impedimenta!" Dean, Seamus, and the others joined in, and the werewolves pursuing Tonks were blasted away. Before they could celebrate, a werewolf dodged the spells with terrifying agility and lunged at Dean beside Ron. No. Dean was knocked to the ground. Ron rushed forward to help, while Tonks blasted the werewolf away with a banishing charm. But it was already too late, 2 bloody puncture wounds appeared on Dean's neck. Dean. Seamus rushed forward to support his friend, but blood kept pouring from the wounds. Episki. Tonks cast a healing spell, yet werewolf-inflicted injuries could not be cured so easily. Just as Dean was on the brink of death, several werewolves shook their heads and charged toward the group. Stupefy. Slytherin arrived in time. Malfoy and Daphne struck together, red beams hitting the charging werewolves. Blaze raised the hand wearing his ring, and a silent, instant stunning spell hit a werewolf with perfect precision. Glancing at the dying Dean, Malfoy kicked Seamus, who was crying uncontrollably, aside. He pulled a bottle of emerald green potion from his pocket and poured it over the bleeding wound. Under the effect of the jade-colored potion, the injury healed rapidly. Tonks widened her eyes. What is that? Emerald potion. Malfoy stuffed the remaining half-bottle back into his pocket and said proudly, a kind of universal potion. Dean's bleeding stopped. Malfoy stood up and walked away. Wait, Malfoy. Ron looked conflicted, but finally said, thank you. Thank me. You think you're worthy? Malfoy spat coldly. You never bother to work hard, and when battle comes, you still need others to save you. A bunch of useless idiots. Everyone who understood Malfoy's talent for drawing fire knew it well. Ignoring Ron's expression that looked like he'd just swallowed something foul, Malfoy led his people deeper into the battlefield. Their mission was simple, keep as many people alive as possible. They advanced through the corridors, attacking along the way, with ghosts occasionally appearing to inform them of enemy numbers. Moaning Myrtle floated near the ceiling and said, 3 enemies ahead, handsome boy. Goyle and Crabbe crouched at the corner. When the 3 men walked in, the 2 of them charged like bulldozers, slamming into them together and knocking them unconscious. Break their wands, Malfoy said, striding forward arrogantly. Wherever he passed, no wand was spared. Daphne split up from him. Outside the library, she encountered Ginny in the middle of a fight. She ambushed a wizard from behind, then used Levi Corpus to take down another. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the corridor. Daphne's expression changed as she shouted, "Get down!" Ginny reacted instantly. The moment they dropped to the floor, a massive wooden club smashed through the 4th floor, shattering classroom windows and walls. A giant. They looked down. In the courtyard on the ground floor, the giant wearing a golden helmet grabbed a statue and swung it toward the castle with all his might. The statue shattered upon impact, leaving another gaping hole in the wall. This giant was larger and more imposing than the others. Harry, on the ground floor, noticed the giant. That's the Gurg. Harry remembered Hagrid saying that the giant leader was called the Gurg. A Peruvian instant darkness powder firework hit the Gurg on the nose, making him furious. He knocked down several pillars and hurled them toward the castle like cannonballs. Stop. Harry fired a spell at the Gurg, but the giant's tough hide rendered magic ineffective. A rock from the giant's hand smashed into the castle, and several unlucky students were blasted away by the impact. The Gurg let out a thunderous roar. The giants began moving closer. Don't stand here, Potter. Harry's arm was grabbed, and he was dragged away. When he looked back, he saw Professor Slughorn. Professor, we have to stop the giants. I'm afraid we can't stop them for now, Potter, Slughorn said. I don't know why Albus still hasn't appeared. At this moment, the castle's hope rested on Dumbledore, yet Dumbledore was unable to intervene. He's searching for Voldemort, sir. Harry was dragged far away before he finally caught his breath. Slughorn brought him to a safe place, then turned back to engage an enemy in battle. Harry knew that the best solution right now was to defeat Voldemort. Dumbledore was guarding the area outside the Constellation Society, preventing Voldemort from taking advantage of any opportunity. Yet from the beginning until now, apart from hearing his voice, they had not seen Voldemort himself. Voldemort, where are you? Harry knew he had to draw Voldemort out so that Dumbledore could act without restraint. So he began searching for Voldemort's whereabouts. He collided with Theodore, who appeared in a panic, and the two of them lost their footing and tumbled down the stairs. When Theodore fell, a badge slipped out of his pocket. Harry saw the badge, confusion in his eyes. Why was the Constellation badge on Theodore? Get lost. Panic flashed in Theodore's eyes. He didn't notice the badge and snarled at Harry before striding away. Harry picked up the badge, slipped it into his pocket, and was about to follow him. When he looked up, he saw a banshee staring at him with predatory intent. Fuck. The next second, the banshee opened her mouth wide, and a piercing, shrill scream bombarded Harry's eardrums. Minerva, a large number of banshees have breached the castle. Professor Sprout hurried over to Professor McGonagall. She had deployed Devil's Snare to temporarily slow part of the advance. Professor McGonagall's expression changed when Professor Flitwick also ran over, shouting shrilly, "The giants have entered the courtyard." There are also many vampiric harpy birds approaching the astronomy tower. The battle was becoming terrifying. The pressure on Professor McGonagall was immense, and Slughorn was unable to make effective decisions in such a situation. Auror Dawlish was panting heavily as he said, "Look outside." They all turned to look. In the pitch-black surface of the Black Lake, two enormous figures were the first to climb out. They were giants, but unlike the others, their bodies were deathly pale. They were Inferi. After the two giant Inferi appeared, more and more Inferi began crawling out of the Black Lake. It was a horrifying number, the undead surging like a tide toward the outer perimeter of the castle. A suit of armor shouted as it waved its sword and charged toward the Inferi. Charge! I am a dragon knight. Its sword pierced straight into an Infris as the medieval armor launched its assault. The battle erupted on both sides. No one knew how many Inferi were hidden in the Black Lake, they continued crawling out without end. Professor McGonagall used Transfiguration to reshape two collapsed pillars into barriers, blocking incoming spells. "We need Dumbledore," she shouted to Harry, who had just barely finished dealing with the banshees. Harry understood her meaning. Pale-faced, he nodded and sprinted toward the third floor. In the face of an overwhelming sea of enemies, the students seemed so fragile. The castle was surrounded on all sides by Inferi, an unimaginably terrifying number. How many lives did he have to kill to create this? Professor McGonagall and several other professors cast spells to encircle the castle, holding back the advancing Inferi. Chapter 493, about to be dragged into a hard battle. Theodore Nott was running. He didn't want to stop. When he saw a Gryffindor student collapse in front of him, reaching out a hand toward him as if begging for help, the sight made Theodore's heart twitch violently. He's a Gryffindor, and I hate Gryffindor the most. He tried to force himself to calm down, gripping his wand tightly. The next second, a vampiric harpy swooped down. Blood sprayed from its beak, and a torn fragment of a school robe fell to the ground. Theodore's mind went blank. Those things really did kill people. Under the Gryffindor student's despairing gaze, he turned around and ran. He ran and ran and ran. He wanted to escape this place that was like a hellish slaughterhouse, but dark creatures were everywhere. Screams and banshee shrieks invaded his ears without mercy. He felt like he was about to go mad. He fled in blind panic. "What's wrong, Nott?" A voice made Theodore's heart skip a beat. He looked up to see the old man who no longer served as headmaster gazing at him kindly. Dumbledore. Theodore wanted to run, but a voice inside him urged him to step forward. He walked toward him step by step. For Hogwarts students, Dumbledore always had enough patience. "Professor Dumbledore," Theodore said as he approached. Dumbledore was clearing out enemies who had entered the castle. He drew his wand and swung it, and the Gryffindor student who had just been knocked down was rescued. That made Theodore panic. He realized that what he had done earlier must have been seen. Another enemy who was about to raise his wand was blasted away. Dumbledore's invincible figure unfolded before Theodore's eyes. "Kill him." A hissing whisper sounded in his ear. Theodore stared blankly at the Dumbledore before him, tightening his grip on his wand. "Dumbledore, look out." Harry ran over. Seeing Theodore raise his wand, he shouted immediately. "Expelliarmus." A flash of red light shot out, and the wand in Dumbledore's hand flew away. Theodore gasped for breath. That single spell seemed to drain all his strength, his chest heaving violently. Seeing this, Harry flared with rage. "So it really was you." He drew his wand and aimed it at Theodore. Theodore shouted in terror, "Don't move." His wand was pointed at Dumbledore, leaving Harry helpless. I'm sorry, Professor. I had no choice. Theodore felt his vision blur. He rubbed his eyes, one of them turning red. You don't need to apologize to me, not, Dumbledore said, looking at him calmly. I had no choice. My father, even though we don't get along, I don't want him to be unable to come out for the rest of his life. Theodore was torn inside, his voice choking with emotion. Wait, Harry. Dumbledore stopped Harry from rushing forward. Looking at Theodore, he said gently, this sort of thing doesn't suit you, not. You're not someone who kills. I am. Theodore suddenly broke down, roaring, I was the one who poisoned the wine, and I was the one who let them into Hogwarts. I did it all. Why is that, Theodore? I don't think you would kill me. Killing isn't as simple as most people imagine. Dumbledore said softly, I'm actually curious how you managed to bring them in. Consider it satisfying the curiosity of someone who currently has no wand. Theodore's nerves were stretched to the limit. Those words opened a vent for him, giving him a way to release the pressure. The vanishing cabinet, Theodore roared with tears coming out of his eyes. There's a vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement. But as far as I know, the vanishing cabinet needs 2 connected pieces. Yes, that's right. The other one is in Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop. That attack back then was for this thing. As Theodore spoke, he saw a look of approval on Dumbledore's face. Theodore, perhaps you're better suited to becoming an alchemist. Repairing that thing was no simple task. At a moment like this, Dumbledore was still concerned about Theodore's talent. Shut up. Theodore nervously pointed his wand at Harry and shouted, what are you trying to do? Harry had just attempted a sneak attack on Theodore and had been seen through. Right now, Theodore was like an overinflated balloon that could burst at the slightest disturbance. With just a few words, he could kill the greatest wizard alive. But his hands were trembling. When it came to killing someone, he simply couldn't do it. He grabbed his right hand with his left and said through tears, I'm going to kill you, Dumbledore. Then no one will be able to stop the Dark Lord. Yes, no one will, Dumbledore said calmly. Is that why you framed John, the King of Slytherin? I didn't want to either, but he refused, not said in pain as he mentioned his king. He refused to let my father go. Your father deserved it. Harry shouted. He almost killed us at the Ministry of Magic. You don't understand. He's the only family I have left. Theodore broke down. If even he is gone, what do I have left? Friends. You still have friends in Slytherin, Dumbledore said. Have you forgotten? Your friends. In Theodore's mind, the faces of his Slytherin friends appeared one by one. He wasn't someone who was good at socializing, but he truly regarded himself as part of Slytherin. It's useless, Dumbledore. It's too late. Theodore raised his wand. It's too late. He's already here. I can feel it. No, stop. Harry raised his wand at the same time. Theodore's lips trembled, yet he still couldn't cast the spell. At that moment, something wriggled out from his sleeve. As if performing a conjuring trick, Dumbledore produced a wand in his hand. A green little snake shot out from Theodore's sleeve. Just as it was about to reach Dumbledore, Dumbledore flicked his wand. Theodore was blasted away, while the green snake grew with the wind, transforming into a massive serpent that lunged forward, ready to bite Dumbledore to death. Dumbledore turned his wand, and a silver-white light collided with the giant serpent. The serpent's body bent into a U-shape, frozen in midair, its gaping mouth still persistently snapping toward Dumbledore's hand. From its wide-open jaws, a stream of black liquid splashed out, transforming into small snakes that bit into Dumbledore's hand. Harry, get down. Pain flashed through Dumbledore's hand. He immediately tore off the small snakes and crushed them underfoot, saying in a deep voice. Harry dropped to the ground. Behind him, rows of classroom desks and chairs flew through the air, slamming into the green serpent and pinning it brutally in place as it was hurled against the wall. What was that, Dumbledore? Harry climbed up and ran to Theodore, kicking his wand away. Dumbledore carried 2 wands, one was his old wand, the other was the crystal wand Harry had given him. Dumbledore carried both wands, the one knocked away just now had been the old wand. Watching the giant serpent being crushed tighter and tighter by the massive chairs, Harry felt uneasy. I think I've seen it before, Harry said hesitantly. In my dream, during the attack on Mr. Weasley. Yes, you should have seen it, Dumbledore said as he flicked his wand, opening the surrounding classroom so that more than a dozen old desks and chairs flew over. It is very closely connected to you. I once thought that someone like him would have hidden many things during his school years, secrets like Horcruxes. And for example, this, an unregistered animagus. Dumbledore's words fell. The desks and chairs were shattered by a streak of white light. Then, under Harry's horrified gaze, the giant serpent's body gradually transformed into a human shape. Black robes. Narrow, slitted eyes. Hello Harry, You look like you've seen your death coming. Too bad, you are right. Voldemort stood there, holding a wand also inlaid with the Philosopher's Stone, letting out a cold, piercing laugh. And my dear Professor Dumbledore, TSK, you've grown old. Seeing his scheme succeed, Voldemort flicked his wand. Desks and chairs rose into the air, the wood on their surfaces rapidly peeling away, transforming into hundreds of sharp wooden spikes suspended midair. The spikes shot forward. Dumbledore swung his wand, and a white light formed an impenetrable barrier in front of him. Voldemort struck again. Cracks appeared in the wall, which was then torn loose as a whole. Dumbledore cast silently. 2 blocks of stone rose from the ground, wedging the wall in place. With a thunderous crash, the wall slammed into the stones and could not move any further. Dumbledore flicked his wand again, and the floor turned into a long carpet, leaving no footing to stand on. Voldemort rose into the air like a Dementor, evading the carpet. You can't stop me, Dumbledore. Voldemort flew out of the castle, his cold voice echoing through its walls. Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore looked outside. Tens of thousands of Inferi were surging toward the castle, densely surrounding it. The brief clash had been full of danger. Harry said urgently, Dumbledore, we need reinforcements. Dumbledore nodded, grabbed Harry by the arm, and led him upward. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Theodore also noticed the army of Inferi outside. Panic-stricken, he grabbed his wand and ran downstairs. As soon as he reached the lower floor, he ran into Pansy. Pansy threw herself into Theodore's arms. Pansy. What are you doing here? Theodore almost lost his balance from the impact. I was worried about you. Pansy grabbed Theodore's hand and said, Come on, let's go and join everyone else. I can't go, Pansy. Why? It's safer over there. Pansy didn't understand. Smack. At that moment, Theodore was knocked to the ground. His wand slipped away and was pinned under a foot. Goyle, Crabbe, let him go. Pansy kept hitting the 2 big boys. Malfoy picked up the wand and said with a cold laugh, Because you betrayed us, didn't you? Theodore opened his mouth, but in the end he lowered his head in defeat. Pansy looked at him in disbelief. Her boyfriend had actually betrayed them. Pansy, you and Goyle and Crabbe take him to the dungeons. Malfoy looked at the scene outside and said resentfully, We're about to be dragged into a hard battle. Inferi were emerging from the Black Lake and appearing around the castle from all directions. Even with teachers and students fighting together, they could not stop their advance. The cries of banshees continued to disrupt Hogwarts, while giants swung massive clubs and smashed everything in sight. We can't hold on much longer. Ron and the others said, their faces pale after exhausting all the products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Inferi climbed up the castle walls. The horrifying sight made people tremble with fear. At that moment, flames ignited. Whoosh! On the towers of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore raised his wand. The flames transformed into a phoenix, dragging a scarlet tail behind it. Wherever it passed, the Inferi were burned to ashes. It's Dumbledore. The sight instantly boosted Hogwarts' morale. But outside, the group of dark wizards still watched with predatory intent. Voldemort descended from the sky and landed at the front of the wizards, his narrow crimson eyes fixed on the castle. Chapter 494, Watson Wick's brutal arrival. Voldemort had created vast numbers of Inferi, even turning giants into Inferi. Those creatures feared only light and fire. Dumbledore's flames could force the Inferi back for a short time, but in the face of sheer numbers, even Dumbledore had to be tied down. Thousands upon thousands of Inferi filled the battlefield, and the wizards could not advance for the moment. They had attacked Hogsmeade in advance, cutting off Hogwarts' hope of calling for help or retreating. There was no need to fear Aurors arriving as reinforcements. To prevent anyone from going out to seek help, a group of wizards guarded the exits of Hogwarts. What a boring assignment, a dark-skinned wizard said. They followed Voldemort out of submission to power, and also out of submission to the beasts within their hearts. They craved death, craved slaughter, craved the act of ripping life away from others. Yet after arriving here, they had been assigned to guard the gates. Among them were purebloods, as well as brutal criminals. V-room. The sound of a car engine, something that did not belong to the magical world, broke the silence at the gate. They saw a vehicle driving along the muddy road. A man stepped out of the car, and a grey owl flapped its wings and landed on the roof. Excuse me, have you seen my son? The question left the wizards present momentarily stunned. A muggle, the dark-skinned wizard reacted, his grin turning savage. I don't know how you made it here, but you'll give us some extra fun. He drew his wand, already thinking about how to torture this lost lamb. Watson Wick raised his head. Above the castle, flames burned unceasingly, illuminating the countless corpses falling from the sky. His heart felt heavy. Had something really happened to his son? He glanced at the wizard who was about to cast a spell on him, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "Kill them." Watson raised his hand and gave the order coldly. The wizard looked at him in amusement and was about to sneer. Bang! A sound rang out in the darkness, and the wizard's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The remaining wizards turned toward the knight. One gun barrel after another was aimed at them. Watson's expression was indifferent as he said flatly, "Open fire." "Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta." Bullets poured out. Some wizards activated shield charms to block them. Someone leapt out of the forest, muscles bulging in his arms as he hurled a spear. It pierced through the shield charm and nailed a wizard to the ground. Watson picked up a bullet that had fallen on the ground and toyed with it between his fingers. "Let's go. My son is still inside." Watson moved forward. At the top of the castle, Dumbledore wielded flames to scorch the inferi. One by one, the inferi clinging to the walls fell. Hogwarts' crisis was resolved. Harry was ecstatic. Hogwarts would surely make it through this crisis. But just as he felt victory was within reach, Dumbledore's expression suddenly turned grim. His body swayed, and he almost collapsed. Harry hurried forward to support him. "What's wrong, Dumbledore?" Harry saw that Dumbledore's lips had lost all color. He lowered his gaze and only then noticed a faint bite mark on Dumbledore's right hand. He hid the poison in his teeth, Dumbledore said with a wry smile. "It seems I really am getting old." In their earlier confrontation, Dumbledore had reacted a moment too slowly, allowing the green serpent to touch him. However, Voldemort did not know his true condition, which was why he had chosen to withdraw. "Harry, just keep supporting me like this. Don't let me fall." "Don't let them notice," Dumbledore whispered. He could not allow Voldemort to realize that something had gone wrong. Once Voldemort confirmed that Dumbledore could no longer hold on, he would launch an all-out assault without mercy. For now, Voldemort was holding back solely because he feared Dumbledore and because of the caution born from having been deceived before. Forcing himself onward, they headed toward the headmaster's office. As soon as they entered, Harry began rummaging through the potion cabinet in the office. Since Slughorn had become headmaster, many potions had been stored there. Harry searched in a frenzy, handing various potions to Dumbledore. But none of them could counter the poison afflicting him. Yes, that potion. A spark of realization flashed through Harry's mind. The Emerald one. But Slughorn had already used it up. Just as Harry was at his wit's end, a beautiful song drifted through the air. Joy lit up Harry's face. How could he have forgotten? There was still the phoenix. Fawkes flew into the headmaster's office and landed beside Dumbledore's right hand. His right hand had turned black, like charred wood, its vitality being steadily stripped away. This was a curse, and also a poison. Like the kind of poison John had suffered from the previous year, something even alchemists could not cure. Fawkes drew closer, and a crystal-clear tear fell onto Dumbledore's palm. White smoke rose from the two tiny wounds. Color returned to Dumbledore's face, but that did not mean the poison was gone, it had only been delayed. "This is an extremely powerful curse and poison," Dumbledore said. "Even phoenix tears cannot completely heal it." He moved his fingers, which were still stiff. The poison could not be cured. And the situation outside was already urgent. "We can go find Malfoy." Harry suddenly thought of something and said. Malfoy must have the universal potion. It was a solid idea. John had never treated his own people poorly. The moment the thought came to him, Harry acted on it. After Harry left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked to the side. Snape stepped out from the shadows. "Voldemort no longer trusts anyone," Dumbledore said. Since Voldemort no longer trusted anyone, Snape's role as a double agent had lost its meaning. Even if you obtain the Emerald Potion, it won't be able to save you from this poison. But Snape frowned and said, "There is only one way." This was a poison-cursed substance that could even kill John, and the only solution was to drink the liquid from the Holy Grail. If he did so, Dumbledore would no longer be able to preserve his original heart. Once a person attained immortality, they would inevitably crave more. "Are you testing me as well, Severus?" Dumbledore shook his head. "You've changed." Snape remained silent. No one knew that his resolve had begun to waver. Perhaps it was because Voldemort had never contacted him again after the incident at the Ministry of Magic. Snape knew he was losing his usefulness. Whether to Voldemort or to Dumbledore. Or perhaps it was because the Voldemort he had once regarded as terrifying had been defeated by his own student. That student who sought to challenge the laws of the magical world had appeared. It caused the feelings he had buried deep in his heart not to fade with time, but instead to grow even stronger. He had always understood that it was a regret, an irreparable regret. Yet after 15 years of that regret taking root in his heart, the appearance of one person was beginning to shatter the iron laws of the magical world. Snape knew that he was wavering. And because of that, he found it even harder to face himself. Malfoy kicked an Inferius to the ground, and a serpent shot from his wand, coiling around a banshee's neck. The iron armor charm on his body flared as he turned his head and saw a vampiric harpy diving toward him, knocking it down with a stunning spell. There are really a lot of them. He had barely finished speaking when he heard Blaze's panicked voice. Looking up, he saw that Blaze's protective charm had already shattered. The professors in the entrance hall were struggling to hold on. Sirius seized the opportunity and threw a super lumos into the sky, where it continued to radiate brilliant light, forcing the Inferi to retreat temporarily. A banshee swooped down and pinned itself onto him, its sharp teeth snapping toward his throat. Sirius's body instantly transformed into a black dog, biting the banshee's neck in return and dragging it away before hurling it into the Inferi. Lupin raised his wand and cast an impediment jinx, snapping the ankle of a charging giant. He twisted aside to dodge a vampiric harpy, then unleashed a Confringo-like barrage, summoning shards of stone to smash toward the wizards. There are too many of them, the Inferi just keep coming. Pulling Tonks into his arms to dodge an incoming curse, Lupin shouted to Sirius, "We have to find a way to deal with those Inferi." "I'm thinking, Moony." Sirius shifted back into human form, blocking a curse and firing back a fiendfire spell that ignited an Inferius, then kicked it straight into the crowd of undead. Suddenly, something tightened around his leg. He was yanked violently to the ground, and his wand rolled away. He hurriedly adjusted his body, scrambling backward with both hands and feet. Lumos Maxima. Lupin threw a sphere of light to relieve Sirius. Using the brightness, Sirius picked up his wand, about to deal with the Inferius that had grabbed him. But when he looked up, a familiar face appeared before him. Sirius froze, staring at the figure in disbelief. The wand in his hand suddenly felt as heavy as lead, impossible to lift. Regulus. It was a young face. Even after soaking in the water for so many years, Sirius could never forget it. His younger brother. Had he become an Inferius? Grief and fury surged through Sirius as he roared, "Why did you join the Death Eaters? Why did it end up like this, my brother? Weren't you the pride of the family? Didn't you do exactly what they told you to do? Why had he become an Inferius that could never see the sunlight again?" Sirius had once mocked his foolish younger brother in front of his godson. He thought he felt nothing for his family. But now, his heart was aching. The wand in his hand refused to strike. The sphere of light in the sky was dimming, and Sirius finally made up his mind. Rather than letting you sink forever in the depths of the water, it's better to set you free. Incendio. Flames ignited Regulus's body, and the hand gripping him finally loosened. In that instant, Sirius seemed to see his long-dead brother smiling faintly at him. As Regulus came into contact with other Inferi, the fire spread from his body to the rest. A quiet melancholy filled Sirius's heart as he looked at Regulus burning in the flames and whispered, "Good night, Regulus. May you have a good dream. Leave this absurd nightmare behind, little brother." Moisture gathered at the corners of his eyes, and as he turned away, Sirius threw himself back into the battle. Chapter 495, How much cursed sand did you bring? There were too many. The Inferi kept coming in endless waves. Even though they could be repelled by light, it was impossible to hold back such numbers. Unless they could last until dawn, the Inferi would eventually wear them down and kill them all. And there were still the dark wizards watching from the shadows, as well as Voldemort himself. Every time Dumbledore acted, it boosted their morale, but it could not make up for the overwhelming disparity in numbers. Even Slytherin, equipped with the same Silverhand series gear, had begun to suffer casualties. With one hand dragging Blaze and the other wielding his wand, Malfoy blasted away a banshee that had rushed right up to him. Daphne came down to reinforce them, bringing Ginny with her. "The giants are destroying the castle." Daphne cried in alarm. "Their skin is too tough, we can't hurt them." "Ginny, you're Percy's beloved sister. Go hide in the Constellation Society." Malfoy gave the order to Ginny, who had come out with Daphne, but Ginny shot back, "I'm not going. I want to fight too. Gryffindors don't fear anything. Who cares if you're a Gryffindor?" Malfoy snapped irritably. "If something happens to you, Percy will kill me. Then let him kill you." Ginny snorted stubbornly, raised her wand, and unleashed an impressively precise blasting curse that exploded on a wizard. "Damn." Goyle swallowed and said, "I think she makes a lot of sense. Whose side are you on?" Malfoy kicked Goyle in the backside and cursed under his breath. "Hurry up and clear a path for me." The two big boys responded, shoulder to shoulder, lowering their heads as they charged into the swarm of Inferi that had breached the castle. Like two shock grenades thrown into a crowd. Boom. A powerful impact burst forth from the chainmail on their bodies. Under the force of the impact, the Inferi were sent flying. Malfoy, Daphne, and Ginny charged forward together. Daphne pointed her wand at the ground beneath the Inferi's feet, causing it to sink rapidly. Malfoy swung his wand, and a black serpent shot from its tip, coiling around an Inferius's neck. Ginny aimed her blasting curse at the inferi trapped in the collapsing pit. White light collided with them and vanished. Suddenly, just as they rushed out of the entrance hall, they were struck by a massive club hurled by a giant. Boom. URG. Malfoy barely had time to cast Shield Charm. The spell collided with the club, and he was blasted backward. Daphne narrowly avoided disaster by bending backward with remarkable flexibility. Ginny rolled aside, then raised her wand and shouted, "Accio broom." The summoning charm called a broom to her. She mounted it at once, shot into the air, and cast blinding spells at the giant's eyes. Malfoy was not seriously injured, but he looked thoroughly disheveled. He got to his feet, ripped off his obstructive robes, and tossed them aside, then punched a banshee in the nose just as it was about to scream. Grabbing the dazed banshee by the neck, he hurled it beneath the blinded giant's feet. The giant crushed the banshee with a single stomp. Thrashing wildly, it crushed more than a dozen inferi underfoot. Fuck. Why hasn't Percy arrived yet? Malfoy dodged another giant stomp and roared. In the current situation, even if they wanted to activate the Constellation Society, they were still short of badges. At that moment, Harry finally found Malfoy. He rushed over and grabbed Malfoy's hand, shouting anxiously, "Do you still have that universal potion?" What? Malfoy was stunned. At a time like this, you're asking me for potions. Ron and Hermione ran out together. Universal potion. Malfoy yanked his hand free and sneered. Why should I give it to you? Dumbledore needs it. Can you? Before Harry could finish, a banshee opened its mouth and let out a terrifying scream. Pain flashed across Malfoy's face. He raised his wand and fired a spell at the banshee, but it dodged. What did you just say? Malfoy shouted, his ears ringing so badly he could barely hear. Harry shouted back as well, I need the universal potion. Smack. Why are you yelling so loudly? Malfoy answered with a punch, making Harry feel like his nose was about to be knocked crooked. Without the slightest remorse, Malfoy roared, don't get in the way. Malfoy rolled aside to dodge an incoming curse. In the current situation, Harry couldn't reveal Dumbledore's condition, so he had no choice but to follow Malfoy. But the inferi were increasing in number, and without realizing it, the two of them had pushed too deep into the battlefield and found themselves surrounded. Malfoy's face darkened. This was bad. Harry raised his wand as well. The two people who normally couldn't stand each other now had no choice but to stand back to back, blocking attacks for each other. Harry. Hermione was too far away from him. Professor McGonagall transformed into a tabby cat, darting back and forth among the giant inferi, while Professor Flitwick was being chased by a giant. Slughorn and Professor Sprout led the students in knocking the banshees down. Inside the castle, a brilliant white light burst forth like a flash grenade, illuminating the surroundings. Immediately after, someone rushed out of the entrance hall, holding a large bundle of something and making a throwing motion, hurling it into the sky. Mirage. As the voice rang out, thick, unscattering mist poured from the wand. The bundle exploded in midair, sand raining down in a cascade. Cursed sand. The moment it touched the ground, all the sand transformed into humanoid figures and charged toward the inferi. Draco, I'll settle the score with you for bullying my girlfriend. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting to get beaten then. Malfoy had never been so happy to have someone come after him. Cedric had returned. He arrived together with Percy and Fleur, the cursed sand forming faceless humanoid figures that rushed toward the inferi and entangled them. Astoria pushed past the inferi and rushed toward Malfoy, throwing her arms around him tightly. Draco, I thought I'd never see you again. Having survived the ordeal, Malfoy heard Astoria's sobs against his shoulder. For the first time, he felt like a complete bastard for making Asto worry. Guilt dragged him into deep self-reproach. Unbeknownst to Malfoy, in a direction he couldn't see, Daphne was staring at her sister in existential disbelief as she watched Astoria effortlessly take control of him. Cedric, how much cursed sand did you bring? Percy looked up at the sky, his expression grave. We have to hold out until dawn. Cedric turned his empty pockets inside out and said, I threw everything away just to bring the cursed sand back. He swung his wand, and one sandbag after another flew up, exploding above Hogwarts. Sand figures clashed with the inferi. Harry didn't want to interrupt Malfoy and Astoria's reunion, but he needed the emerald potion. After poking Malfoy for the third time, Malfoy snapped impatiently, What's wrong with you, Potter? Harry said with a dark expression, I need the universal potion. Dumbledore is injured. Him? Injured. Malfoy reluctantly pulled out half a bottle of emerald potion and tossed it to Harry. After all, they still had to rely on Dumbledore to hold out until John returned. They couldn't let that old man fall early. Harry got the potion and immediately rushed toward Dumbledore without wasting a second. Hermione and Ron narrowly missed him. Under Cedric's control, the mist caused the dark creatures to lose their sense of direction. Is this the strength of the Constellation Society? The strength Cedric displayed was astonishing. Professor Sprout felt immensely proud. This was a Hufflepuff student. A pyramid rose from the mist, towering into existence. It was a transfiguration illusion Cedric had learned during his travels. The giants thought it was real and began smashing it with their clubs. As a result, with a single swing, a whole group of Inferi was sent flying. Percy joined the team. Fleur cast a spell that freed Charlie from the grasp of the vampiric harpy bird. After landing, Charlie rubbed his aching back and smiled awkwardly at Fleur. Should I call you sister-in-law? Humph. Fleur lifted her chin proudly and knocked down another approaching harpy bird. Mr. Weasley was over by the astronomy tower. The situation there was far from optimistic. Unlike the dark creatures assaulting the castle, the astronomy tower was facing a large number of wizards. A big-headed grey owl landed on the railing of the astronomy tower. Mr. Weasley had his wand knocked away by a wizard and fell into a difficult situation together with Kingsley. He looked up, stunned. An owl. Roar. The seemingly harmless owl suddenly sprouted scales. A 15-foot Peruvian viper tooth appeared inside the astronomy tower. It opened its jaws and unleashed dragon fire, instantly knocking down all the wizards standing there. Mr. Weasley stiffly raised his head as the dragon transformed back into the big-headed grey owl, belching a tiny flame. He blinked, and on the railing, 13 people appeared in various stances. Mr. Weasley, I believe we've met before. Watson had just ridden the fire dragon up here, it had been a bit too thrilling. He had known it. That was no ordinary owl. What kind of owl breathes fire? Seeing the parent of his son's classmate, he forced a faint smile and asked, if you could tell me what's going on, and whether my son is all right, I'd be very grateful. Among the group of wizards on the other side, Voldemort stared grimly at the castle that was still resisting, Bellatrix standing behind him. They're too slow, Bella. Voldemort turned his head slightly and glanced at the wizards behind him, his voice cold and shrill as he issued the order. Have the giants break through and destroy the castle. At Voldemort's command. The giants roared, ignoring the Inferi and Banshees as they charged straight toward the illusion within the mist. Voldemort raised the wand inlaid with the Philosopher's Stone. Brilliant blue light turned into lightning and shot toward the center of the battlefield. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the shockwave instantly blew away the mortal fog. Seeing this terrifying scene, the wizards behind him burst into excited shouts and rushed toward the stone bridge. Two figures stood at the entrance. The larger one wore leather armor and wielded an enormous wooden club wrapped in iron plates. The smaller one wore ornate armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right. A cloud of dust rose from the forbidden forest as pure white unicorns appeared. The Zowu leapt forward, covering hundreds of meters in a single bound. These were the reinforcements Hagrid had just summoned. Now, Hogwarts gamekeeper and professor of care of magical creatures, Rubeus Hagrid, and his brother, Grop, stood here, guarding the bridge. No one gets past. With a thunderous roar, Hagrid swung his massive hammer and charged toward the approaching Inferi and giants. Chapter 496, Speed equals Power. Hagrid charged like a wild horse off the reins, the armor on his body pouring boundless strength into him. HAAA. For Hogwarts. He was like a metal cannonball, shield braced in front of him as he slammed straight into a giant's leg. Crack. It was like crashing into a tree. A crisp sound of bone snapping rang in Hagrid's ears. The giant let out a scream as its body lurched sideways and began to fall. That enormous body hit the ground, blocking the charging troops behind it. Hagrid planted his shield against the giant's body, roaring as he shoved it forward. Purple magic crystals embedded in the armor's shoulders and joints flared with brilliant light. Hagrid felt the giant grow lighter. He pushed faster and faster, and after charging more than 10 meters, he slammed to a sudden stop. The giant's body flew out like a bowling ball, smashing a whole swath of enemies aside. This suit of armor made Hagrid feel like he had endless strength. He looked up just in time to see another giant stride toward him, the wooden club in its hands crashing down with tremendous force. Hagrid! Hermione screamed. But as the dust settled, Hagrid was sprawled on the ground, completely unharmed. Even he couldn't believe it. After taking a full blow from a giant, it felt as if he'd been hit with a sponge, utterly inconsequential. Remembering how John had tapped and tinkered with the armor, Hagrid swung his great hammer and smashed it down on the giant's toes. The Inferi rushed toward Hagrid. He turned into a bulldozer, raising his shield and plowing straight through them. The armor wrapped him up tight from head to toe. The Inferi were like attackers facing a round iron ball, unable to find a single place to strike. Grop swung his massive club. Though he was small among giants, his strength far surpassed theirs. The wooden club in his hands was wrapped in a layer of iron plating, and every swing made the ground tremble. A spell shot toward Hagrid. He only felt as if someone had knocked lightly on his head. Turning around, he spotted the wizard who had cast it and charged over with a furious roar. What kind of monster is that? The wizard was completely dumbfounded. His spell hadn't harmed Hagrid in the slightest. Hagrid rushed in and slammed his shield forward, sending the men flying with a single shield bash. The army that should have been advancing was forcibly held back by Hagrid and Grop. Unicorns burst out of the Forbidden Forest, their bodies glowing with radiant light as they tore a gap through the inferi. Wei leapt high into the air, her sharp horn knocking down a vampiric bird that was about to snatch away a Slytherin student. Unicorns. How are they here? The sight took everyone by surprise. Unicorns had always stayed out of conflicts, yet this time, they had actually left the Forbidden Forest. There weren't many of them, only 30 or so, but their innate holy nature made it impossible for the inferi army to confront them head-on. Even more astonishing was the fact that there was a girl riding on Weiwei's back at the front. Luna. Ginny cried out in shock when she saw her best friend atop a unicorn. Harry had looked for Luna earlier, but she hadn't been in the castle. It turned out she had gone to the Forbidden Forest to find the unicorns. An erumpent, already as large as a massive hound, slammed headfirst into the inferi, sending them flying. Beside it, Tom, much smaller in size, clamped her jaws down and bit straight through a wizard's foot. Luna raised her wand, her voice ethereal, almost like singing, as she spoke, Locomotor Mortis. The wizard behind Ginny had his legs snapped together, and he toppled straight to the ground. You've arrived, Weiwei's voice rang out. I like your earrings. Luna said happily, they're called dirigible plums. Weiwei, wearing the necklace John had given her, lifted her hooves with equal delight and kicked a banshee straight out of the air. She liked this girl. Luna, how did you end up with the unicorns? Ginny pulled her best friend over and asked. Luna looked dazed, as if she wasn't entirely sure herself. I met them in the Forbidden Forest. Well then. Ginny decided there was no point asking further. With the unicorns joining the battle, the inferi began to be forced back. The Zoyu, that enormous feline, leapt down and sent dozens of inferi flying the moment it landed. Its sheer size meant that even a casual movement was enough to knock the fragile inferi away. Its peony-like massive tail swept across a wizard's body, binding him tightly in its coils. Tom grew more and more enthusiastic as she bit down, and there was practically no creature alive that could withstand her teeth. Seeing this, Sirius, who was darting through the battlefield in the form of a large black dog, praised loudly, "Well done, Tom." Woof. Woof. Tom barked at Sirius without the slightest courtesy, looking very much like she was ready to bite him as well. I admit, asking you for help back then was a terrible idea, Sirius said with an awkward grin. Professor McGonagall, seeing the unicorns appear, shouted loudly, "Do not attack the unicorns." As long as the unicorns were there was no need to fear attacks from the inferi. The unicorns began running in circles around the castle. But other areas were still under assault. Harry sprinted towards the office. He had to deliver the potion to Dumbledore. Not long after he entered the entrance hall, an explosion swept him up. He fell to the ground. Dazed, he opened his eyes and reached out, his hand touching something wet. Looking down, the potion he had been pinning all his hopes on had shattered into fragments in his hand. Shards from the glass vial pierced his palm, and Harry cried out in pain. He looked up and saw a giant wearing a golden helmet appear before him. It was the big giant, the Gurg. The Gurg's massive body was the largest among all the giants. He kept smashing at the castle, intent on tearing it apart. Harry got to his feet in fury, pulled out his wand, and fired spell after spell at the Gurg. But such attacks were little more than a nuisance to him. The Gurg lowered his head and saw the little human still daring to provoke him. He raised a hand and reached toward Harry, who hurriedly dodged backward. Harry! Ron shouted loudly. Harry looked up and saw a massive wooden club suspended in midair by a levitation charm. Understanding instantly, Harry ran toward it. The Gurg gave chase, and the wooden club came crashing down. Amid Ron's cheers, the massive wooden club smashed into the Gurg's head. This was the tactic they'd learned for dealing with trolls. Ron roared proudly, "See how awesome I am." He was just about to celebrate with Harry when he saw the Gurg merely shake his head, then bend down, pick up the huge club, and give it a testing swing, clearly having found himself a perfectly serviceable weapon. Ron was dumbfounded. Harry grabbed him and bolted. The Gurg was tall and long-legged. If not for how cramped the castle interior was, Harry and Ron would have been caught long ago. Every spell the two of them fired at the Gurg was bounced aside, making Harry truly understand what helplessness felt like. The mist was blown away, and under the surge of magical impact, even the cursed sand lost its effect. Cedric stared in disbelief. He'd gone through all the trouble to bring the cursed sand, and it was rendered useless in less than half an hour. Percy patted his shoulder with some sympathy and said, "Switch to something else." That's all I brought, Cedric said with a wry smile. Percy called out to Fleur, Fleur, did you bring anything? Of course, Fleur replied with a confident smile. This is my entire stock. She raised her wand toward the sky, and a streak of green light shot upward, flying above Hogwarts. The green light burst apart, and owl after owl appeared in the air. The owls released their claws, and countless small points dropped from the sky. As they fell, those points grew with the wind, becoming adult-sized before crashing heavily to the ground. Clang. The sound of blades being drawn rang out. It was a formation of wizard chess pieces made of silver. The soldier-shaped chess pieces drew their twin blades and stood in place, awaiting orders. Fleur glanced at Cedric and teased, so, how does this compare to your cursed sand? I don't have that kind of money, Cedric said with a helpless laugh. Fleur swung her wand and shouted like a commanding general, all units, advance. A ripple of magic spread outward from Fleur as the center. Wherever it passed, the soldiers surged forward and attacked the dark creatures. Daphne noticed Malfoy still holding her younger sister and marched over angrily, quite literally stealing her back. Malfoy vented all his resentment on the unfortunate creatures in his way. Glancing at Hagrid, who was holding a bridge all by himself, he clicked his tongue. That big guy is terrifying. Good thing I never really provoked him. A claim only Malfoy himself would believe. Malfoy suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knee. Looking down, he saw a red cap swinging a wooden club straight at it. More and more dark creatures appeared. He kicked the red cap away, but a chill ran down his spine. He looked up to see a creature with the wings of an eagle and the head of a hyena swooping toward him. Just as it was about to reach him, skulch. The bizarre creature was pierced clean through by a powerful throwing spear, dying instantly. In the next second, 11 figures appeared across the battlefield. They didn't use magic, yet possessed physical bodies far beyond what ordinary people could reach. An owl flying overhead suddenly sprouted scales and transformed into a fire dragon. The dragon opened its jaws and unleashed scorching dragon fire across the battlefield. Malfoy stood there dumbstruck, until someone tapped him on the shoulder. He spun around sharply and saw Watson's face magnified right in front of him. Harry and Ron were forced into a dead end. The Gurg charged toward them, looking as though he meant to grind them into pulp. Just as the two were about to fight to the death, a classroom door beside them swung open. A neatly dressed Filch stepped out, moved to stand in front of them, and dropped into a sprinter's starting stance. Speed equals power. Filch took a deep breath. It was time for Hogwarts caretaker to make his move.